Chapter 1 Whatever you do, don't let them know you can see. Whatever you do, don't let them know you can see. Whatever you do, don't let them know you can see. In my groggy state, I opened my bleary eyes to find the white ceiling covered densely with glaring crimson words piercing into my vision. My eyes were lifeless, pupils slightly unfocused, with the dazed expression of someone just awakened from sleep. Yet in the next instant, my pupils abruptly constricted like a startled bird. I jerked upright in bed with a sudden thump. What is this? I lifted my head, staring in horror at the ceiling covered in blood-red script. Those crimson letters sprawled crookedly like wriggling tadpoles, crawling across the entire ceiling in a grotesque display. My mind went completely blank. I couldn't comprehend why, after peacefully sleeping at home, my bedroom ceiling would be covered in writing as if someone had painstakingly painted each character with their own bleeding fingertip. What's going on? Who wrote those words on my ceiling? Whatever you do, don't let them know you can see? I instinctively read aloud the bloody words scrawled across the ceiling. But the next second, the blood-red writing covering the ceiling vanished into thin air, disappearing abruptly, as if it had never existed at all. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief and looked up again, only to see a plain white ceiling. How is this possible? Am I still half asleep, hallucinating, or dreaming? I began doubting my own eyes. But the text just now was so clear, so real. Such eerie events made my heart pound inexplicably fast. Whether illusion or reality, all I wanted at that moment was to get out of the bedroom for fresh air. Just as I was about to leave the bed, I instinctively looked around and suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning. This isn't my bedroom. What the hell is going on? Am I still dreaming? I stared in disbelief at the unfamiliar room before me, the desk, computer, wardrobe, and bed. Everything felt utterly strange. I could swear this was definitely not my bedroom. Where the hell is this place? I hadn't drank yesterday, nor had I entered the wrong apartment. I clearly remembered coming home after overtime, eating instant noodles, watching some videos in bed, and then falling asleep exhausted. But now, the instant noodle cup on the nightstand was gone, the two used tissue balls on the floor had disappeared. Everything was unnaturally tidy and unfamiliar. What the hell is going on? I muttered in disbelief, just as a chaotic flood of foreign memories surged into my mind, leaving me momentarily dazed. After a moment, I snapped out of it, staring blankly at my palms. Did I just travel through time? Travel to a parallel world similar to my past life? My thoughts raced. Those unfamiliar memories must belong to this body's original owner, too numerous and jumbled to process all at once. I could only focus on the most crucial fragments for now. The original owner of this body was also named Feng Xiu, an orphan like me, around the same age, with an equally unremarkable appearance. The difference lies in our life trajectories and the world's backdrop. I was once sponsored to attend a top-tier university and was currently enrolled, while the Feng Xiu of this world dropped out of high school before graduating and worked as a salesperson at a real estate office. The world setting resembles my previous life, but many historical events and figures are completely different. But even if I've crossed over, what was up with those blood-red words just now? Nothing this bizarre ever happened in the original owner's memories? The eerie blood-red text gave me a bad feeling. I searched through my memories but found no relevant information. Just then, a gentle woman's voice came from outside the bedroom. Honey, breakfast is ready. The sudden voice startled me, then left me stunned. Honey? Did I get married this early in this parallel world? Or is my girlfriend calling me that? I quickly tried to recall memories about my wife, but my thoughts were interrupted when a graceful figure in a white silk slip nightgown came into view. At the first sight of her, my eyes instinctively widened, momentarily stunned. I always considered myself quite resistant to beautiful women, but upon seeing her, I was nothing short of utterly dazzled. Clad in a pristine white silk slip nightgown, the soft fabric clung to her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite curves. The nightgown was short, revealing a pair of long, pale legs that glowed with a cold, milky sheen, like mutton fat jade. Her skin was porcelain pale, so fair it carried a cool undertone, with just a hint of rosy pink visible to the naked eye. Two slender white straps rested on her alabaster shoulders, while her swan-like neck and delicate collarbones were displayed without reservation. Not only was her figure exquisite, but her face was beautiful too. I'd give her 99 points. Her autumn water eyes gazed at me tenderly, filled with affection, while a gentle, healing smile graced her face. Suddenly, rebirth didn't seem so bad. Otherwise, I might never have found such a beautiful and gentle wife in this lifetime. Husband, you're awake. It's time for breakfast, she murmured softly again. I hurriedly wanted to respond, but didn't know how to address her by her name, as wife, as sweetheart, or perhaps darling. I frantically searched my memories about her. The original owner's memories were stored in my brain's database, requiring me to input commands to retrieve them. I searched for memories about my wife, and something horrifying happened. Her name, our dating history, her hobbies and talents, even her favorite positions, there were no memories of anything. The original owner was actually a lifelong bachelor. So where did she come from? Suddenly, I felt my blood freeze, my heart skipping a beat. Staring at her gentle smiling face, my throat went dry, and I couldn't speak. 2 seconds had passed by then. She was very patient, still wearing that gentle smile on her face, but the strange thing was, that smile never changed from beginning to end, so precise it was robotic, maintaining the exact same curvature and angle, even the bend of her eyes remained identical. Her cold, pale skin gave the illusion of something lifeless, like an exquisitely carved beautiful face on fine porcelain. Stared at by such a smile, I no longer felt any warmth, only horror. What had once been comforting now felt oppressive. Who are you? I managed to ask. With these words, her smile changed. Her eyes lit up with sudden excitement as her formerly gentle smile stretched to alarming proportions, her lips curling back in an impossible grin. You can see me. Her voice trembled with suppressed ecstasy. Chapter 2, Death Reset. Instantly, I felt as if plunged into an ice cellar. See you. What happens if I do? My mind was in complete chaos, struggling to make sense of things, but my wife gave me no chance. Cracking sounds filled the air as her delicate, pale skin began splitting apart. In the blink of an eye, countless black fissures crawled across her entire body, making her resemble shattered porcelain. From the black fissure, the sound of flowing water emerged as crimson blood wriggled out like squirming worms through the cracks. Her silky long hair began to twist and writhe, like frenzied black snakes thrashing violently through the air. You can see me! A scream utterly inhuman erupted from the old woman's mouth. Now her cherry-like lips had split open to her earlobes, teeth transformed into jagged serrations, while another mouth nested grotesquely inside the first. Fear surged over me like a tidal wave, instantly paralyzing my body and emptying my mind. The shadow of death descended swiftly, a gaping, blood-filled maw raced toward my head. Everything went black before my eyes as sensations of cold, slimy suffocation overtook me. My head vanished into the wife's mouth, followed by excruciating pain radiating through my entire body. And then, I died. The headless corpse didn't collapse immediately. Instead, blood gushed like a fountain from the severed neck, soaking the sheets. But the next second, the surrounding space shattered like glass, returning everything to nothingness. Whatever you do, don't let them know you can see. On the pure white ceiling, densely packed bloody words appeared as if written by someone biting their finger. I jolted awake from my sleep, sitting bolt upright in bed, my forehead covered in cold sweat, gasping for breath, my eyes filled with terror. What's going on? Didn't I just die? Was that all just a dream? This was the first thought that popped into my mind, but when I saw the bloody writing on the ceiling, my body instantly froze. Never let them know you can see. Damn it! This isn't a dream. I stared fixedly at the writing on the ceiling. As I watched, the bloody words suddenly vanished, as if wiped away by something. They're gone again. Could this message be some kind of hint? Absolutely can't let my wife know I can see her. I must act like she doesn't exist. Only by living normally like the original owner of this body, completely ignoring her, can I avoid being killed. At that moment, a gentle woman's voice drifted in from outside the bedroom. Honey, it's time for breakfast. This voice once stirred daydreams, but now it only filled me with terror. The horror of having my head bitten off by a blood-drenched maw surged through me. Instinctively, I wanted to flee, but my wife had already stepped into the bedroom. She was still wearing the white spaghetti-strap nightgown, her skin pale as ice, her smile tender. Honey, you're awake. Time for breakfast. The shadow of death loomed over me. Clenching my fear, I lowered my gaze to the blanket, pretending not to see her. But my wife suddenly bent down toward my crotch, her face almost touching the blanket before she lifted her head and grinned at me tenderly. Our eyes locked, the air froze between us. The next second, her eyes lit up with delight, her smile twisting into something grotesque. You can see me. Once again, I found myself a headless corpse. Whatever you do, don't let them know you can see them. I jolted upright in bed again, gasping for breath. Fuck, that damn bitch. Rage and terror twisted together inside me. I die and come back to life? A death loop? An infinite cycle? I speculated. This time when my wife came in to call me for breakfast, I immediately took out my phone to scroll through short videos, though I had no focus to actually watch them. I deliberately held the phone very close to block my line of sight. Honey, I don't remember you being nearsighted. Why hold the phone so close? Can you actually see me? I froze. Were abnormal actions not allowed? Thankfully, my wife didn't immediately strike. I breathed a slight sigh of relief. But when I swiped to the next video, my gaze froze. The girl in the video turned out to be my wife. Honey, do I look pretty? My eyes uncontrollably fixed on her face. You can see me. Oh fuck no. I screamed in panic and fury, hurling my phone away. My wife leaned closer, her face twisted grotesquely, skin cracking, whispering endlessly, you can see me. You can see me. I see your damn ghost. I roared, throwing a punch at her, only for my hand to slam into something as hard as a wall. My knuckles shattered on impact. Yet my wife remained unharmed, biting off my arm in one swift motion, and I died a horrific death. Waking up again, I lost all reason. The horrors of the last time had shattered my composure. Ah, fuck. I cursed like a madman. My wife came in to call me for breakfast, but I just screamed at her and charged forward only to die again. The fourth time, I calmed down and chose to close my eyes. Honey, time for breakfast. I ignored her and kept pretending to sleep with my eyes shut. Honey, still not awake yet? The sun is already up, lazybones. Her voice rang in my ears, and I could picture her staring at me with affectionate eyes. My wife propped her smooth, fair chin on one hand, tilting her head slightly. Her delicate face wore a touch of exasperation as she cooed, "Darling, are you going to eat breakfast or not?" I remained unmoved. I knew exactly what she meant by eating breakfast. She wanted to make me her breakfast. I made up my mind not to get up even if the sky fell. Every time I got up, I got bitten, and I couldn't handle that kind of good morning bite. My wife tried a few more times, then fell silent when she got no reaction from me. Has she left? Damn bitch, can't you walk with some noise? I kept my eyes shut and decided to wait. The room was so quiet I could only hear my own breathing and heartbeat. It suddenly occurred to me, if she really wanted to wake me, she should have pushed me rather than just calling in my ear. Could it be that until she confirms I can see her, physical contact is impossible? I was beginning to understand more deeply the meaning behind the warning, never let them know you can see. Taking advantage of this rare moment of quiet, I remained busy with my thoughts. What exactly are they? Who wrote those bloody words on the ceiling? And why did they vanish the moment I saw them? Why can I repeatedly die and reload? There's too little information to make any deductions. I tried accessing the original owner's memories to find some clues. An hour passed, this was the longest I've survived. I finished sorting through the memories and finally understood this world. It's quite similar to my previous life, a modern urban setting where people live normally. The only difference is that supernatural urban legends are far more common here, almost unnaturally so. Could it be, my wife is actually a ghost? At this moment, I felt the urge to open my eyes because I needed to pee. As an adult, wetting the bed would be too humiliating. Besides, with no movement for so long, my wife might have left already. Still exercising caution, I held it in for another hour until I absolutely couldn't bear it. A living man shouldn't die from a bursting bladder. I decided to get up. I feared opening my eyes only to find my wife's face inches away, but my bladder was at its breaking point. Tentatively, I cracked open one eyelid. Through blurred vision, I could only make out the ceiling with nothing obstructing the view. I slowly opened my eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The first step was a success. Glancing to the side of the bed and seeing no one, my courage grew. I sat up, stretched, and scanned the room. The bedroom was empty. Perfect. My wife's gone. But I didn't dare let my guard down. She might still be outside. I had no intention of making the classic horror movie mistake of knowingly walking into danger, so I decided to just pee in the trash can instead of risking the bathroom. No sooner had I stood up and touched my feet to the floor than that gentle female voice spoke behind me. "Honey, you're awake." My scalp prickled as I turned to see my wife's face embedded in the pillow, gazing at me with affectionate eyes. She seemed to have no physical form, her entire body fused with the bed. Holy shit! I almost jumped, realizing she'd been beneath me this whole time. Had I been lying on top of her for 2 hours? "You can see me," she suddenly said. For the fifth time, I understood that neither fleeing nor fear would help. To survive, I had to face my wife head-on and ignore her existence. "Honey, it's time for breakfast." I pretended not to hear, rising from bed and walking straight toward the bedroom door. My wife was blocking the doorway, yet I passed through her as if she were air. I realized that until she confirmed I could see her, she couldn't make physical contact with me. I successfully exited the bedroom, but she flitted before me like a butterfly. I still died. My acting wasn't convincing enough, and I couldn't suppress my instinctive reactions. On the sixth attempt, I walked out of the bedroom with a blank expression, intending to head to the bathroom first. My wife didn't follow me in. Just as I relaxed and began relieving myself, a beautiful woman's head emerged from the toilet bowl, and I died again. Over the next few attempts, I died in despair, numb and broken, utterly unable to control my reflexive terror as my wife appeared suddenly in increasingly horrifying ways. Running away directly wouldn't work either. It would trigger her transformation. Resisting, fleeing, or giving up were all futile, as if I was destined to die by her hand. "Darling, time for breakfast. Hee hee, you're so good to me, dear." I'd gone mad, my mind slipping into insanity. Yet the death loop continued. On the 18th cycle, I lay calmly in bed, motionless as a corpse save for my shallow breathing and faint heartbeat. My eyes were lifeless, devoid of human emotion, but beneath that calm simmered madness and hatred. 18 deaths worth of bitterness toward my wife. I have experienced death many times, teetering on the brink of madness, yet overwhelming hatred always dragged my sanity back. My wife's deeds filled me with such consuming loathing that this very hatred reshaped my reason. I calmly sat up from the bed, unconsciously murmuring, "Die, die, die, you should die. As long as I'm alive, you must die." My voice was low and calm, devoid of any emotion. At that moment, my wife's gentle voice called out, "Honey, it's time for breakfast." I acted as if I hadn't heard anything, getting up, putting on my shoes, stepping over her body, and heading to the bathroom to wash up and change clothes. During this time, she continued to interfere with me as usual, but my eyes never showed even the slightest change, as if I truly couldn't see her. After changing clothes, I sat at the table and ate the breakfast I had made myself, a fried egg and ham sandwich between whole wheat bread slices, paired with a glass of pure milk, simple yet nutritious. My wife had said she'd make breakfast but didn't lift a finger. Pretty women really are the best liars. After finishing breakfast, I headed for the door. I was leaving this place to search for clues about my wife and anomalies in this world. I wanted revenge. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, my wife's beautiful face appeared on the door, smiling and begging me not to leave, to stay home with her. I twisted the doorknob, stepped out, and slammed the door shut behind me. She didn't follow. After dying 18 times, I finally made it out that door, but my mind burned with only one thought: revenge. Those 2 words consumed me. No one kills me 18 times and gets away with it, I muttered as I walked down the hallway. Living on the 5th floor of this old apartment building meant no elevator, just endless stairs stretching downward. Soon, the building entrance appeared before my eyes. I pushed it open, and the bright, warm sunlight streamed in. I had finally made it outside alive to see the sun. But as I took a step forward, my entire body froze in place. My blood nearly turned to ice, and I felt not even a hint of warmth. In a dazed murmur, I whispered, "Is this hell?" The streets and sky were filled with horrifying, grotesque creatures, so densely packed that they stretched beyond sight. Humans seemed like the odd ones out here. There were faceless humanoid shadows walking the streets, headless giants towering as tall as skyscrapers weaving between buildings, and all manner of monstrous beings, blood-drenched figures, eyeless heads with crimson tentacles, roaming freely. But the horror above the dome was even more terrifying. A pair of enormous, pure white wings blotted out the sky, connected to a single bloodshot eye covered in fleshy tumors, radiating an eerie crimson light. In the distant sky, there was also a rabbit-headed bride clad in red wedding attire, embroidered with the characters Zhong Zhang. This may be an error in the original text. Moreover, there were other abominations: a grayish-white, slimy colossal mass, a Buddha's head covered in tumors, a black mist filled with countless screaming human faces, and massive, sinister clay idols. Their distorted presence assaulted my soul, and I could hear their wicked, depraved whispers. However, after dying 18 times, my soul had long been warped beyond recognition. These horrors were no longer enough to break me. Instead, they drove me further into madness. I couldn't help but laugh, the sound twisted and stifled. "Uncle, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" A 4 or 5-year-old girl with pigtails, sucking on a lollipop, appeared in my line of sight. I'm not surprised. This world appears normal on the surface, with people living ordinary lives as if none of them can see the eerie things around them. I wanted to stroke her head, but she suddenly said, "You can see me." Her face lit up with the same frenzied delight as my wife's expression. I burst into manic laughter again. Ah, fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Tears streamed down my face from laughing as I reached out and patted her head. But the next moment, she began expanding violently into a grotesque 2-meter-tall mass of flesh and blood, her twin braids transforming into horns and her lollipop morphing into a skeletal club. "You can see me," the little girl shrieked hysterically. I kept laughing as I stared at her, the madness in my eyes eclipsing even the horror before me. "Compared to how you looked before, I much prefer you like this, because now, killing you won't leave me with any regrets." The little girl screamed as she raised a bone club taller than a man, its shadow engulfing me completely, like the shadow of death. Yet I still laughed. Now I finally understand why I laugh, because freaks like you are everywhere, enough to excite me, enough that I'll never worry about running out to kill. Haha, you all will die. Bang! The bone club came crashing down, smashing me directly into a pulp. Waking once more from sleep, the madness had faded from my face, replaced by a stillness like stagnant water. I repeated my usual routine: getting dressed, washing up, using the toilet, eating breakfast, and then leaving home. Once again, I saw countless eerie creatures crowding the sky, along with that adorable little girl eating a lollipop. Ignoring everything, I walked out of the neighborhood and onto the street. The road was bustling with traffic, and pedestrians hurried along, either heading to work or school, completely oblivious to the swarm of horrors filling the streets. Some people even had human-headed serpent-like abominations draped over their shoulders. Yet they remained utterly unaware, chatting and laughing with those around them. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. I scanned a shared bicycle on the street, planning to ride around and carefully observe these eerie entities. To kill them, one must first understand them. Of course, the so-called observation doesn't mean staring directly at the eerie beings. Once noticed, it would mean death and reloading. I could only pretend to be idly wandering, observing everywhere to see if these entities were omnipresent and whether they had an origin point. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out. I stopped the bike and pulled out my phone. It was a message from the workgroup chat. "Manager Wu Dahai is at ING. Fang Xiu. What time is it and you're still not at work? How many times is this you've been late this month? Do you still want your bonus for this month or not?" 3 rapid-fire questions right off the bat, delivered in an aggressive tone. The old me would have been instantly penitent and apologetic, but right now, I can't be bothered dealing with such trivial matters. In this hellish world, all I care about is uncovering the truth and getting my revenge. Having a stable job is a luxury for me. Imagine having to pretend not to see the eerie figures around you every day, being constantly vigilant. One careless moment and you'll be devoured. In such a state, mere survival is hard enough, let alone holding down a job. Just as I was about to close the group chat, my 3-digit bank balance suddenly came to mind. If I want to uncover the truth of this world, a few hundred yuan won't be enough. I can't exactly ride shared bikes everywhere. This city might be crawling with supernatural occurrences, but other cities might not be the same. Taking high-speed rail or even flying would require money. It seems my previous job still owes me a commission that hasn't been paid. If I can get that money, it should be enough to support me for a while. With this in mind, I decided to go back to the company one more time to resign and demand my unpaid commission. I'd actually considered using my death reset ability to win the lottery, but on second thought, I dismissed the idea. I just don't have that kind of luck. Also, barring special circumstances, I really don't want to die again. The feeling of death is utterly loathsome, even though I've already died many times. I live in Lutang City, and my company is located in the Bailu Shuyuan Villa district in the city's development zone. I work as a salesperson at the Bailu Shuyuan sales office. Half a year ago, I sold a villa, but I never received the commission, so I started drafting a message in the workgroup chat. I quit. This afternoon, I'll come to the sales office to settle the commission from last time. After finishing the draft, I hit send. My words were blunt, lacking the usual pleasantries like a greenhorn fresh out of college, prone to rubbing people the wrong way. But I didn't care. I couldn't be bothered with social niceties. I just wanted efficiency, to wrap up these mundane matters quickly and move on to my own business. As I sent out my message, the group chat exploded instantly. Manager Wu even frantically at me. Feng Xiu, what do you mean by this? Didn't I already tell you last time? The bonuses will be paid at the end of the year. If you resign now, you won't get a single cent of your commission. I gave it a casual glance without replying, closed the group chat directly, then rode a shared bike straight to Bailu Academy. My home was very far from Bailu Academy. It would take 2 hours by bus, but I wasn't in any hurry. I planned to take my time and observe the city properly. I ride slowly, seemingly strolling, yet my mind is wholly focused on the eerie surroundings. The farther I ride, the more varied the types of eerie beings I encounter, each stranger and more grotesque than the last. Gradually, I begin to notice a pattern. These spectral entities can see humans, but humans remain oblivious to them. The eerie beings roughly fall into 2 categories. The first lacks reason, grotesque and ferocious in appearance, only capable of mindless howling or indiscriminately attacking nearby humans, yet passing through everything like air, utterly incapable of affecting their surroundings. There is another type of eerie beings, humanoid entities that pretend to be colleagues, classmates, or even family members, staying by your side and chatting as if they belong. Humans simply cannot see or hear them. Clearly, my wife falls into the second category of eerie entities. These creatures have distinct characteristics, most resemble humans closely, and some even appear completely human in outward appearance. They seem intent on blending into human life, persistently lingering by a person's side even when unseen and unheard. This puzzles me. Why are they so fixated on role-playing? Though they can't affect reality, they persistently linger by people's sides. Recalling my wife's behaviors, a hypothesis formed in my mind. These entities are testing whether humans can see them, because once they're noticed, they can attack. No, I instantly dismissed my own theory. Testing must be just one part of it. Normally, after confirming that humans truly can't see them, these entities should move on to the next target. That would be the most efficient approach. But after my wife failed, she didn't leave. Along the way, I saw many human-like eerie beings persistently clinging to people, desperately talking to them even when they couldn't be heard. Why on earth is this happening? Suddenly, a chilling thought flashed through my mind. They're trying to blend into human society. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why would my wife engage in role-playing? If these eerie beings wanted to test whether humans could see them, they could simply use intimidation rather than role-playing. So the only possible explanation is that they're attempting to integrate into human life. What is their purpose in doing this? Reasoning backwards from the outcome, the entity's sinister intentions are clearly to devour humans, so everything they do is preparation for consuming people. Could it be blending into daily life helps them better access humans? These supernatural entities seem illusory in nature. When humans can't see them, they remain spectral. Only when both parties mutually confirm visibility do these beings solidify from illusion into reality. Why must they be seen? Wait, perhaps being heard also works. I can see and hear these entities, while others remain incapable of perceiving them either visually or audibly. Hearing and seeing represent the reception of information. Once the supernatural entities confirm that humans can perceive their signals, interaction becomes possible. Thus, these entities integrate into human lives precisely to ensure their presence registers, or could be termed as making themselves perceivable. This assimilation undoubtedly accelerates the process. Otherwise, these entities wouldn't bother with such elaborate measures. At this moment, it struck me, perhaps some people's auditory hallucinations and blurred vision aren't illusions at all. Some people may inadvertently hear someone calling their name or hear voices speaking, only to find no one around. This could very well be a sign of the supernatural creeping into your life. The deeper and longer this intrusion persists, the more likely it is for humans to occasionally pick up faint signals without realizing it. And as these signals grow more frequent, the chances of encountering something unnatural also rise. So, whatever you do, never respond. Chapter 7, The Sudden Appearance of the Mental Hospital. As Fang Xiu pondered, noon had already arrived. He randomly found a ramen shop, ate a bowl of noodles, and then continued on his way. He needed to observe more anomalies and uncover more truths. Soon, the afternoon passed, and dusk had fallen. The dim sunlight cast over Lutang City, as if the entire metropolis was shrouded in gloom, while the anomalies within the city grew increasingly indistinct and grotesque. At last, Fang Xiu arrived near Willow Grove Manor. Willow Grove Manor was an upscale villa district. Though located in a relatively remote area with empty streets void of pedestrians, this couldn't mask the exorbitant property values that commanded premium prices for every inch of land. The villa's selling points were luxury and seclusion, perfect for keeping mistresses or hosting underground clubs. Most who could afford homes here had chauffeurs to ferry them about. The distance meant nothing to them. On the contrary, they prized the area precisely for its tranquil solitude. Fang Xiu rode a shared bicycle along the quiet, tree-lined path, flanked by lush greenery where trees provided ample shade and flowering bushes grew in abundance, all meticulously trimmed into intricate designs. The developers of Bailu Academy had invested heavily in landscaping this area, as the road served as the main thoroughfare leading to the academy, which stood at the end of the path. Perhaps due to its remote location, the area was sparsely populated. Even the supernatural entities nearby were few and far between, appearing only sporadically in ones or twos. As Fang Xiu traversed the main road, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt and stood still, scrutinizing the structure before him with keen attention. A quiet turmoil stirred beneath his calm gaze. Bailu Villa was gone. The once picturesque, neatly lined luxury villas had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a mental asylum. The psychiatric hospital covered a vast area, with several buildings connected by overhead walkways. The walls were weathered and peeling in many places, as if long abandoned, exuding an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The sign at the entrance was tilted and coated in dust, but the name remained legible. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Fang Xiu stared expressionlessly at the psychiatric hospital before him, utterly certain he hadn't taken the wrong path. This place had always been Bailu Academy, not some Green Mountain psychiatric hospital. Another anomaly? Unlike the previous living anomalies, this time it's an entire psychiatric hospital? Or is this hospital itself created by anomalies? Curiosity stirred within Fang Xiu. Throughout his journey, this was the first time he'd encountered such a sight, and his instincts told him it likely concealed secrets about the anomalies. Fang Xiu parked his bicycle and turned on his phone. He had switched it off earlier because his manager, Wu Dahai, kept harassing him with calls. Annoyed, he had simply powered it down. Upon checking, there were 13 missed calls from Wu Dahai and 3 more from Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was Fang Xiu's colleague and the person he got along with best at work. After some thought, Fang Xiu dialed Zhao Hao's number. Beep beep beep. After waiting about 30 seconds, Zhao Hao's voice finally came through, panting heavily and deliberately hushed. Brother Xiu, why did you only call back now? What's your situation over there? That bastard Wu Dahai has thrown a fit, saying he's going to fire you and making sure you don't get a single cent. Rapid-fire words poured from the other end of the line, his tone thick with urgency and concern. Fang Xiu fell silent. Is everyone okay? Even though Bailu Academy had already become a mental institution, from the sound of it, it seemed the colleagues working there remained unaffected. Hallucinations? Just like those other eerie things, is this psychiatric hospital also a supernatural structure that only I can see? Brother Xiu, why aren't you saying anything? Did something happen on your end? I'm fine. Fang Xiu's calm voice responded. You're all still at the workplace right now, aren't you? Yeah, we're all at work. Since you didn't come in today, damn Wu Dahai the turtle bastard took all his anger out on us, fucking overtime again. By the way, Brother Xiu, let's talk later. Fang Xiu interrupted Zhao Hao and hung up the phone, then turned it off again. He intended to investigate the Qingshan mental hospital. Naturally, he couldn't risk his phone ringing at a critical moment like in the movies, inviting unnecessary trouble. Fang Xiu walked straight toward the main entrance of Qingshan mental hospital. The front gate was eerie and dilapidated, shrouded in the dimming light of dusk like a monstrous maw ready to devour any who approached, utterly terrifying. Yet it hardly stirred any fear in Fang Xiu, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he no longer seemed capable of feeling fear at all. Every time he encountered the supernatural, the first emotions that surged within him were invariably fury, hatred, even excitement. Fear alone would never find its way into his heart. Click-clack, click-clack. The surroundings were so silent that only Fang Xiu's footsteps could be heard. But the next second, thud. Fang Xiu slammed heavily into thin air, his face throbbing with pain. An air wall? He was standing at the main entrance trying to walk in, but it felt like there was an invisible barrier blocking his path. He reached out to touch it. The surface was cold and rough against his fingers. This isn't an air wall. There's a real wall here, just invisible. Does this mean the mental hospital won't let anyone enter? Fang Xiu refused to believe in supernatural nonsense. Like a blind man, he kept feeling along the invisible wall with his hands, trying to find an entrance. Xiaofang, what are you doing over there? Is this some new performance art? A teasing voice came from nearby. Fang Xiu's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained completely unchanged. After being killed by his wife countless times, he had long mastered the skill of remaining as steadfast as a mountain. In such a bizarre mental hospital, if someone suddenly called out to you and you reacted, you'd probably be devoured the next second. Yet he did not remain entirely motionless. Instead, he continued to grope forward, moving toward the direction of the sound. When the distance was just right, he glanced sideways and saw someone standing distinctly to his left. A young man dressed in a security guard uniform, a cigarette dangling from his lips, was watching him with an amused expression. This man was none other than the security guard at Bailu Academy. Unlike security guards in other neighborhoods, the guards at Bailu Academy are quite young, given that it's positioned as a high-end community. As for when they'll be replaced with elderly guards, that would have to wait until most of the properties are sold. Hallucination? Or something sinister in disguise? While Fang Xiu was still pondering, the security guard had already approached and patted him on the shoulder. Xiaofang, why are you ignoring me? I saw you from afar earlier. First you were bumping into the wall, then you started feeling it up. What's the deal? Is the wall sexy or something? Fang Xiu felt the warmth from the hand on his shoulder, lost in thought. Physical contact? He wasn't one of them? Immediately, Fang Xiu turned around. Brother Zhao, have you been standing here all along? The security guard named Brother Zhao looked slightly surprised and even waved his hand in front of Fang Xiu's eyes. Little Fang, shouldn't you get yourself a pair of glasses? I was standing guard in the booth, standing straight as a rod. How could you miss me? Booth? There was no pavilion in Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Fang Xiu was absolutely sure of this. He instinctively glanced towards the direction Big Brother Zhao had just come from and froze instantly. There indeed stood a pavilion where there had been nothing just moments before. This exact small pavilion, which he'd passed by daily during work shifts and even entered before, where a small air conditioner provided cool relief during summer, now inexplicably appeared before him. How is this possible? Chapter 8, Time-Space Distortion? Spatial Overlap? Fang Xiu instinctively turned to look at the mental hospital gate from earlier, only to be startled by its complete disappearance. In its place stood a solid wall. Taking 2 steps back, he scanned his surroundings. No trace of the mental hospital remained. Before him now stood only the opulent splendor of 100 Willows Academy. Fang Xiu instinctively blinked his eyes, and when he opened them again, the psychiatric hospital had reappeared. Meanwhile, security guard Brother Zhao was nowhere to be seen. What on earth is going on? He fixed his gaze intently, staring intently at Green Hill Psychiatric Hospital. The next moment, something eerie occurred. Willow Grove Academy began to slowly materialize, akin to a cinematic fade in effect. At first, it was a faint silhouette, then it solidified, its colors gradually growing more saturated. And what was truly bizarre was that Green Hill Psychiatric Hospital was still there, too. The two buildings seemed to overlap as if fused together. A rupture in space-time? Or spatial superposition? Fang Xiu now felt as if his vision had blurred. Everywhere he looked showed overlapping afterimages of the mental hospital and Bailu Academy superimposed upon each other. He shifted positions and reached out to touch the wall, only for his hand to pass clean through the mental hospital structure until it finally made contact with Bailu Academy's solid surface. At this moment, I reached a judgment in my heart. This psychiatric hospital was likely the same as those supernatural entities, illusory, only visible, requiring certain conditions to be met before it could be interacted with. This place was still Bailu Academy, with the psychiatric hospital hovering over it like a holographic projection. Now, Fang Xiu abandoned his intention to find Wu Dahai. He wanted to hurry and uncover the secrets within the psychiatric hospital. Why were all the others living supernatural entities, while only here was their supernatural architecture? Hey, Fang, why are you walking away without saying anything? Security guard Brother Zhao's voice came from behind, but Fang Xiu paid no attention, focusing entirely on the mental hospital. He walked very slowly because the two buildings overlapped so much that sometimes he couldn't tell which was illusion and which was reality, making it easy to bump into walls. For example, right now, Fang Xiu was clearly near the greenbelt of Bailu Academy, but before him stood a dilapidated hospital ward. Fang Xiu didn't hesitate in the slightest and plunged headfirst into the hospital room wall as if diving into air, directly entering the interior. Before his eyes, the scene transformed into a corridor with benches. The walls were stained with long-dried blackish-red blood. It strongly resembled a scene from a horror movie. The place gave the eerie impression of stepping into a hospital from decades past. The walls were dark and gray, and instead of the usual marble flooring, the ground was covered in pale gray concrete. Fang Xiu didn't take the usual path but instead moved directly through the walls, searching everywhere. Something horrifying seemed to have happened in the mental hospital, as bloodstains were everywhere, even decaying bits of flesh. He passed through the lobby, dining hall, restrooms, activity room, all completely empty, until he reached a certain ward's doorway, where his footsteps involuntarily came to a halt. This hospital room was peculiar. Its entire door was a dark reddish hue, as if someone had splashed a bucket of blood that had dried over time. Viewed from afar, it resembled the gaping maw of a demon, sending chills down one's spine. Emblazoned on the door was the number, 104. Room 104? Fang Xiu's curiosity got the better of him. Taking a step forward, his body passed straight through the ward door and entered inside. The room was utterly ordinary, containing only a shabby bed tucked in the corner. There, a little girl in hospital gown curled up, her face buried between her knees and arms wrapped tightly around herself. A frayed floral bracelet dangled from her pale wrist, her features obscured. Fang Xiu kept his gaze fixed straight ahead as if the little girl didn't exist at all, yet the corner of his eye was secretly taking her in. He wouldn't foolishly believe there were any living people left in this uncanny mental asylum, even if the other party appears human. The little girl seemed to sense Fang Xiu's arrival and suddenly raised her head. Fang Xiu's peripheral vision instantly contracted because the little girl's face had no features. He walked straight ahead, while the little girl stared fixedly at Fang Xiu with her featureless face until he left Ward 104. After passing through Ward 104, Fang Xiu encountered many more wards along the way, each with their own numbers. He entered them one by one, meeting countless grotesque entities of varying forms. Most were savage and bloodthirsty. Their first instinct upon seeing a living person enter was to attack relentlessly. Fang Xiu didn't even blink, letting them assault him without resistance. He roughly counted them. There were at least several dozen similar wards. This meant the psychiatric hospital housed no fewer than several dozen paranormal entities. This psychiatric hospital must be hiding some major secret. As he walked, he suddenly froze in his tracks, because he suddenly discovered that the doors of rooms 162, 169, and 177 were actually open inside. They were completely empty, with nothing at all. Had the eerie things escaped? He continued deeper, but the path ahead was blocked by a villa in reality. Without a key, he had no choice but to detour. Yet when he finished taking the detour, he found himself in a doctor's office within the psychiatric hospital. The office was furnished with a desk strewn with stethoscopes and medical reports, stained crimson with blood. Fang Xiu stepped forward to examine the reports, and his pupils instantly shrank in shock. On one blood-soaked medical report, a few lines of text remained exposed. They read in bold, Experimental Subject Number 128, Bloodstain Obscures Text, Transformation Anomaly Level 21.64%, Transformation Failed. Transformed horrors. Are all horrors transformed from humans? Were those horrors in the ward once entirely human? Fang Xiu's heart was struck by an unspeakable shock. He wanted to keep reading, but in the next instant, he froze. Because all of this is currently illusory, like a hologram, there's no way he can physically pick up the medical reports and examine them one by one. Damn it! The secret was right before his eyes, yet remained unknowable, fueling his fury. Suddenly, a few strands of fine black hair drifted into Fang Xiu's line of sight. The strands of hair hung ominously in the air, their source unknown. Of course, Fang Xiu wasn't foolish enough to look up directly. Pretending to wander aimlessly, he subtly distanced himself and stole glances from the corner of his eye. What he saw was a beautiful female doctor in a white lab coat, her limbs stretched spider-like and elongated as she clung to the ceiling, staring down at him with hollow intensity. Her face was corpse-pale, with pitch-black hollows where her eyes should be grotesque patterns spreading from them. Her eyes held only whites, no pupils, and her hair draped over a meter long, cascading from the ceiling. In one skeletal hand, she clutched a gleaming silver scalpel. Doctor! A faint stirring arose in Fang Xiu's heart. Were these case reports written by her? Could it be she was once human too? Various guesses flooded my mind, but answers remained elusive. The supernatural would never respond to your questions. Fang Xiu had no choice but to press onward. If the doctor's office held clues, then the psychiatric hospital must conceal others. And the director's office, that had to be Asylum's nerve center. Perhaps all the mysteries lurked there. He kept walking through the psychiatric hospital, searching for the location of the director's office. Soon, he narrowed it down to an office area. Based on the typical layout of hospitals, Fang Xiu deduced that the director's office must be in this section. But as he approached the office area, he realized its real-world location was actually the sales office of Bailu Academy, the very place where Fang Xiu worked. Chapter 9, The Sales Office and the Dean's Office. The interior of the sales office was lavishly decorated, with bright marble floors covering the entire space. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the surrounding walls were adorned with numerous ornate designs. In the center of the hall stood a massive scale model, an exquisitely crafted miniature of 100 Willows Academy's layout. To the right was a reception area furnished with redwood tables and chairs, genuine leather sofas, and even a projection screen. Everything one could need was present. As soon as Fang Xiu entered the door, several colleagues in professional attire from the sales office shifted their gazes toward him. Once they recognized it was Fang Xiu, their expressions couldn't help but vary. After all, they had all seen his resignation announcement in the workgroup chat. Fang Xiu completely ignored everyone's stares and walked casually around the sales office lobby, his focus primarily fixed on the psychiatric hospital's administrative area. For him, nothing was more important than uncovering the bizarre secrets lurking beneath the surface. At this moment, a young man in a professional suit, with an ordinary appearance, a somewhat lean figure, and wearing bulky black-framed glasses, hurried over. It was Zhao Hao, who had called earlier. He lowered his voice and said anxiously, "Xiuji, why are you so late? Wu Dahai is about to lose his temper." Maybe. Before Zhao Hao could finish speaking, Fang Xiu interrupted him. "Ritian, let's talk about whatever it is later." Zhao Hao's given name Hao is written as Ritian in Chinese, so in the past, Fang Xiu used to jokingly call him Ritian. The current Fang Xiu chose to continue this habit from his predecessor. "Rest brother, you." Before Zhao Hao could finish his sentence, Fang Xiu had already walked away quickly, or more precisely, headed straight for the second floor of the sales office. Because the first floor office area of the psychiatric hospital didn't have the director's office, Zhao Hao glanced at Fang Xiu's retreating figure, let out a heavy sigh, and hurried after him. He thought Fang Xiu was going upstairs to ask Wu Dahai for money, fearing the situation might spiral out of control, so he chose to follow and check on them. When Fang Xiu entered the second floor of the sales office, he was effectively stepping into the second floor of the psychiatric hospital's administrative area. Although the stairway entrances of the two buildings were different, their floor heights were roughly the same. As soon as Fang Xiu reached the second floor, before he could even begin searching, an angry and frantic voice rang out. "Fang Xiu, you still dare to come to work? I already fired you, don't you know that?" A middle-aged man in a black suit and white shirt strode forward balding, pot-bellied, his chubby finger outstretched as he rained furious scolding down on Fang Xiu. The second floor was the sales office's workspace, and Wu Dahai's outburst immediately drew the attention of colleagues seated at their computers. Most wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to see Fang Xiu and Wu Dahai trade insults or even come to blows. Wu Dahai was notoriously harsh with his subordinates, earning little respect from them. While none dared to confront him openly, they secretly relished the thought of someone doing so. However, the expected confrontation never materialized. As his superior raged at him, Fang Xiu remained utterly expressionless, too indifferent to even bother with words. Mid-rant, Fang Xiu seized Wu Dahai's shoulder, shoved him aside, and strode forward without hesitation. Wu Dahai, despite his bulk, carried mostly flabby weight. Worse still, he hadn't anticipated Fang Xiu, usually meek and compliant, daring to lay hands on him. Staggering clumsily, he nearly toppled over, barely catching himself against a nearby computer desk. You dare push me. How dare you?" Wu Dahai steadied himself, his face flushing red with shock and anger. Especially when he noticed the gazes of other colleagues from the corner of his eye, he felt even more humiliated. Lawless, absolutely lawless. Security. Where's security? Wu Dahai wisely chose not to directly confront Fang Xiu, firstly because he couldn't win in a fight, and secondly, as a superior, if he brawled with a subordinate in such a setting, his career as a manager would essentially be over. Furious and cursing, he called security while spewing insults. Fang Xiu paid no attention to any of this. Under the bewildered gazes of those around him, he circled a few times before heading straight to the third floor of the sales office. Because the director's office wasn't on the second floor. "Fang Xiu, you've got some nerve, daring to shove me." Just as Wu Dahai was yelling, his expression suddenly changed. "Where do you think you're going? Who said you could go to the third floor? Get back here." He turned to his colleagues who were watching the spectacle and roared. "What are you all standing around for? Go stop him now." The instructed colleagues reluctantly got up, but by then, Fang Xiu's figure had already vanished from the second floor and headed to the third. Seeing this, Wu Dahai's face paled visibly, and he quickly called back those colleagues. "Forget it, come back, I'll go myself." He dragged his obese body and hurriedly chased after them to the third floor. Wu Dahai seemed very nervous, as if there was some unspeakable secret on the third floor. Fang Xiu entered the third floor, and his gaze immediately locked onto a door not far away. It was unmistakably labeled Director's Office. He strode quickly toward the Director's Office, while behind him, Wu Dahai was panting heavily as he caught up. In reality, Wu Dahai had no idea Fang Xiu was heading to the dean's office. He only saw Fang Xiu rushing straight to the last office at the far end of the third floor, and his face instantly turned pale. "Fang Xiu, get back here!" Click. The office door was flung open. Inside, a man's furious curses and a woman's startled screams rang out, followed immediately by the sound of scrambling to get dressed. Wu Dahai's face instantly turned deathly pale. "It's over. All over." He frantically tore at his white shirt, ripping off 2 buttons in the process, then dashed like a madman toward that office. Bursting through the door, he saw Fang Xiu standing motionless, staring straight ahead with unblinking eyes. Before him stood a luxurious office desk, where the laptop and documents had long been tossed to the floor, replaced by a disheveled pair, a man and a woman. The man was gaunt, with sunken eyes and an unhealthy pallor to his face, his pants already halfway down. The woman had a striking figure, her face adorned with meticulous makeup, wearing a professional skirt suit with a pair of long legs clad in black stockings, though they bore several large holes, while the high heels on her feet were nowhere to be seen. Fang Xiu stared fixedly at the woman's black stockings, or rather, his gaze was locked onto the desk in the director's office of the mental hospital. There was a piece of parchment placed on the table, but the woman just happened to be lying on top of it. "Who the hell are you? Who let you in here?" The man cursed loudly while hurriedly putting on his clothes. The woman, clinging meekly to the man like a bird sheltering under its mate's wing, also hastily tried to cover herself with clothes. Fang Xiu recognized both the man and woman. The man was the son of the developer of Bailu Academy, named Wang Ziting. The woman was Li Feifei, a top-performing sales agent at Bailu Academy and also the most visually striking among all the female sales staff. The sales team at Bailu Academy was directly established by the developer, making Wang Ziting, in the strictest sense, the son of Fang Xiu's immediate superior. "Wu Dahai, didn't I fucking tell you no one's allowed on the third floor?" Wang Ziting roared at Wu Dahai. "Young Master Wang, please calm down, calm down." Fang Xiu seemed completely out of his mind today. He not only hit me as soon as he arrived but also charged straight up to the third floor without saying a word. I couldn't stop him no matter how hard I tried. "Look here, the white shirt I just bought yesterday, this kid tore it apart. It's my fault, I'm getting old and couldn't stop him," Wu Dahai said with a mix of apology and fear on his face. Chapter 10, Do you want to know the truth about this world? Wang Ziting saw Wu Dahai drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his white shirt wrinkled with 2 buttons missing, and cursed furiously, "You useless fool." He then immediately turned his fury toward Fang Xiu. "Fang Xiu, what the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea who I?" Before Wang Ziting could finish his sentence, Fang Xiu shoved him to the ground, revealing the frightened and pitiful Li Feifei standing helplessly behind him. "Ow, you dare push me?" Wang Ziting instantly erupted in fury. "Ah!" Li Feifei screamed in terror, thinking Fang Xiu intended to assault her. But the next second, Li Feifei felt a powerful force strike her, and her slender figure was shoved off the desk. After pushing the two away, Fang Xiu's gaze fixed on the parchment atop the dean's desk. With a single glance, his mind shuddered violently. Written upon it were the words, "O chosen one favored by destiny, do you wish to know the truth of this world? Do you want to know what true strangeness is? If you've made it this far, your heart must be full of questions. Don't worry, my friend. I've left everything for you in room 520, Building C of Qingshan Mental Hospital. There, you'll find all the answers you seek. Go now, and search. When you uncover the truth, that will also be the moment you must make your choice. Follow your heart, and accept fate's gift." The signature contained a name. Zhou Qingfeng. Fang Xiu scrutinized every character, his heart sinking like dark water. Just as I thought. This psychiatric hospital conceals a monumental secret. This week, Qingfeng should be the director of Qingshan Mental Hospital. Then who was this letter addressed to? Was it written to himself or someone else? Could he have known he was coming all along? Old doubts remained unanswered while new ones surged forth. Building C, room 520? Perhaps all the answers lie within. Fang Xiu turned and walked away without hesitation. But at that moment, Wang Ziting, who had already risen to his feet, blocked the path with menacing aggression. "You think you can shove me and just walk away? Today?" Before Wang Ziting could finish speaking, suddenly, the light bulb overhead emitted a sharp crack. In an instant, it went out, plunging the entire room into complete darkness. Wang Ziting, who had been ready to throw a punch, immediately lost his target. "Damn it! A power outage? Wu Dahai, go turn on the backup generator. I'm telling you, punk, don't you dare run away." In the darkness, Fang Xiu remained oblivious to Wang Ziting's threats, for his mind was already swept by towering waves of shock. Because, at the very moment the power went out, Qingshan Mental Hospital had vanished. Though his vision was engulfed in darkness, the disappearance of the mental hospital wasn't caused by the lack of light. For the blackout had occurred in reality, not within the mental hospital. The psychiatric hospital was perpetually shrouded in dim lighting. Logically, if there had been a power outage in reality, he should still have been able to see the hospital in his field of vision. But now, the psychiatric hospital in his sight had vanished, as if swallowed whole by the darkness. The sudden turn of events filled Fang Xiu with an ominous sense of foreboding. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, switched on the flashlight, and cast its beam into the void, only to discover that he could only see the real office before him. There wasn't the slightest trace of the mental hospital. What on earth is going on? Fang Xiu bolted out and ran toward the second floor, desperate to check if the mental hospital had vanished from other areas as well. Seeing Fang Xiu flee, Wang Ziting cursed angrily and immediately chased after him. Wu Dahai, fearing something might happen to Wang Ziting, naturally followed close behind. The only remaining woman, Li Feifei, how could she dare to stay alone in the darkness? So the entire group surged toward the second floor. Once on the second floor, Fang Xiu moved around, searching for traces of the psychiatric hospital with his flashlight. Nothing, nowhere to be found. The psychiatric hospital vanished without a trace, like a mirage dissipating into thin air. The staff on the second floor remained remarkably calm. After all, it was just a power outage, and with so many people gathered together, even the female employees had no reason to be afraid. Except for a few staff members who were screaming in agony. Ah, the report I just finished filling out. I didn't have time to save it. Why did the power have to go out now, of all times? If I have to redo it, who knows how late I'll have to work overtime tonight. The sound of schadenfreude rose fittingly all around. Good thing I saved it. Same here. At that moment, Wu Dehai's voice rang out in the darkness. Stop howling already, someone go check if the circuit breaker tripped. I'm going to see what the hell caused this and made me redo my report. The employee who had just screamed volunteered to investigate, switching on his phone's flashlight as he strode resolutely into the darkness. Perhaps due to this region's abundance of eerie legends, an anonymous colleague joked from the shadows, "Need me to come with you? Better watch out for ghosts when you're alone." The power-checking employee scoffed, "Ghosts? The thought of working overtime later gives me more resentment than any fucking ghost. They'd have to call me boss if they saw me." With that, his figure gradually vanished into the blackness. The office erupted in laughter. "Hey, what's going on? Why is the flashlight on my phone so dim?" A female employee suddenly exclaimed in the darkness. Her colleague beside her said, "Maybe there's dust on it, try wiping it." "I already wiped it, no use. Damn this cheap phone. That's not right, why is my phone's flashlight so dim too?" "Mine too." In the darkness, many employees holding up their phones echoed in agreement. Fang Xiu's attention was drawn to this scene. When he looked toward them, his pupils instantly constricted. In the darkness stood or sat employees, nearly every one of them holding up a phone for illumination. By all logic, the light should have been ample, enough to brighten the entire office. And yet now, that radiance seemed suppressed by the darkness, forcibly compressed to a space less than half a meter around each person. What was even more eerie was that, according to common sense, the light from a flashlight should grow dimmer the farther it travels. But now, at the half-meter mark, there was a stark boundary between darkness and light not a single ray could penetrate beyond, as if cleanly severed by the shadows. In the darkness, some inexplicable floating creatures seemed to be writhing. It was eerie. Fang Xiu almost instinctively concluded this familiar sensation couldn't be wrong. Right at that moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from the distant gloom. Ah! The voice was familiar, it belonged to the employee who had gone to check the power earlier. The scream startled everyone. "Zhang Bo, what's wrong? Did you get electrocuted? Zhang Bo, stop trying to scare people on purpose." Bang! A heavy thud echoed as something hit the ground. Ah! Several female employees screamed in fright. "Stop screaming, Xiao Zhe. Go check it out immediately," Wu Dehai ordered urgently. The name Xiao Zhao hesitated briefly, but under the pressure of Wu Dehai's usual authority, had no choice but to comply and investigate. Xiao Zhao was the security guard Fang Xiu had encountered earlier. He had been summoned by Wu Dehai before, likely because of the nature of his job, which was why Wu Dehai immediately thought of him when danger arose. Xiao Zhao switched on his flashlight and slowly stepped into the expanse of darkness. Time ticked by, as about 5 minutes passed, but Xiao Zhao still hadn't returned. No sound came from the darkness. Chapter 11, The Spectral Domain. "Xiao Zhao," Wu Dehai shouted, but there was no reply in the darkness. Manager Wu, maybe we should call the police," someone suggested. Wu Dehai's face darkened, and he couldn't help but walk over to Wang Ziting's side with a flashlight to seek instructions. "Master Wang, what do you think?" At this moment, Wang Ziting's expression was exceedingly strange. His earlier anger had completely vanished, replaced instead by an unprecedented mixture of fear, unease, agitation, and even a tinge of ecstatic anticipation. He seemed to be afraid of something, yet also appeared to be expecting something. Fang Xiu noticed Wang Ziting's peculiar expression and immediately sensed something odd. He must know something. "Mr. Wang?" Wu Dehai called out again. Wang Ziting suddenly snapped out of his daze. "What did you just say?" "Mr. Wang, I was asking if we should call the police?" That scream just now was clearly not normal. "I'm afraid something might have happened." "Oh, right, call the police immediately." Wang Ziting seemed to recall something and hurriedly started dialing his phone. However, after a series of busy tones, the call never went through. At this moment, other employees also exclaimed in alarm, "The calls aren't connecting. Mine isn't going through either. How is this possible? Emergency calls connect even without a SIM card, but now they won't go through at all. The phone seems to have no signal at all." At this, the group grew even more panicked. Even an employee who frequented paranormal forums trembled as he said, "Could it be, we're seeing ghosts?" Everyone started talking at once, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Wang Ziting's face darkened as the lack of phone signal seemed to confirm something for him. Suddenly, he roared, "Shut up, all of you." After all, his status spoke for itself. That single shout instantly silenced the crowd. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed on him. The faint glow from his phone illuminated Wang Ziting's face, leaving most of it shrouded in shadows. Paired with his eerie expression, the effect was downright unsettling. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to appear calm. "Everyone keep quiet, what I'm about to say is crucial. It could mean the difference between life and death for all of us." The words life and death carried an eerie weight, striking everyone's hearts like a sledgehammer. Li Feifei, standing beside Wang Ziting, jumped in fright. "Young Master Wang, what are you saying? Life and death? Don't scare us like." "Shut your mouth," Wang Ziting roared, his outburst draining the color from Li Feifei's face. He took a deep breath, his voice slightly trembling. "If I'm not mistaken, we've most likely entered a haunted domain now." W1. "Young Master Wang, what's a haunted domain? Don't interrupt me. We don't have time for explanations now. I'll talk, you follow. Understand?" Wang Ziting's furious roar once again silenced the crowd. "Given my status and position, I naturally have access to far more information than ordinary people. The hidden truths of this world are beyond your wildest imagination. To put it simply, ghosts, what we call Gui, do exist in this world, and a Gui domain is their territory. You can think of it as an alternate dimension, a world ruled solely by these entities. What we must do now is escape from this damned Gui domain. Otherwise, everyone here will be killed by the Gui." His words sent a chilling shudder down everyone's spines. Weird. Everyone thought Wang Ziting was joking, but upon seeing his terrified and twisted expression, they realized he might be serious. "Young Master Wang, you must be joking, right? There's no such thing as ghosts in this world." "Damn it, didn't I tell you not to interrupt me? Fuck, you bunch of useless trash. If I wasn't an exorcist and needed you all to survive, do you think I'd bother sharing these secrets with you?" Wang Ziting's voice grew increasingly urgent, as if a knife were pressed against his neck. "Whether you believe it or not, fucking listen up, we've definitely entered a cursed domain now. The phone signal's gone, and the light is being suppressed, those are the proofs. Remember, only spirit masters can deal with supernatural entities. A spirit master is someone who can harness their own spiritual energy. My cousin is a spirit master, and all this is what he told me. For ordinary people to survive an encounter with the supernatural, the only way is to observe the entity's killing pattern and then do everything you can to avoid it. So from now on, everyone follows my orders, no one acts alone. Even if you need to pee, do it right where you stand." Wang Ziting's words left the group half convinced yet doubtful. After all, this challenged their decades-old worldview. Until actually seeing a supernatural entity with their own eyes, normal people would naturally cling to hope that it wasn't true. Perhaps the only person present who completely believed Wang Ziting's words was Fang Xiu, because his wife was a ghost. However, Fang Xiu wondered, although Wang Ziting knew of the existence of ghosts, by all appearances, he wasn't capable of seeing the spectral horrors that plagued the streets like Fang Xiu could. If Wang Ziting could truly see the countless ghosts infesting the streets, he would hardly be as panicked as he was now. Though he was holding up better than most ordinary people would, it still wasn't enough. He lacked the unshakable composure to face the crumbling world of horrors. There was no way he could survive in a reality teeming with the supernatural. But none of that mattered. What mattered were soul masters. When Fang Xiu learned that only soul masters could deal with the supernatural, the flames of hatred in his heart began to rage. Perhaps soul masters could see the countless supernatural entities filling the world and wield the power to oppose them. W1. "Young Master Wang, what do we do now? Should we hurry and run?" Wu Dahai asked in a trembling voice. "Don't run." Wang Ziting seemed to be triggered by something and shouted, "Everyone stay where you are. Running around recklessly in a paranormal domain is no different from seeking death. My cousin told me that you must never run around in a paranormal domain, let alone look or touch things randomly to avoid violating taboos." "Then, what do we do now?" "Observe. Everyone carefully examine your surroundings to see if you can spot anything unusual. The supernatural hasn't attacked us yet, which means we haven't triggered its killing pattern." Following Wang Ziting's instructions, the group began scanning their surroundings. Soon, 3 minutes passed without anyone discovering anything. No danger had manifested either. This subtly stirred unease among the crowd, making them increasingly skeptical of Wang Ziting's words. Some even began whispering theories. Perhaps it was due to shifting magnetic fields or some unknown scientific phenomenon causing the dimmed lights, dead phones, and power outage. As for the 2 missing colleagues, maybe they'd accidentally been electrocuted when the power came back on. "Should we go out and check? I kind of need to use the bathroom." Indeed, there are no such things as ghosts in this world. The whispering voices crept into Wang Ziting's ears, fueling his growing unease. He cursed inwardly, yet had no choice but to steady everyone's nerves, because he was just an ordinary man himself. His cousin, a spirit master, had once told him that the best way to uncover a ghost's killing pattern was to throw human lives at it. This was also why he had previously revealed secrets to everyone, letting them know the truth and uniting them around him. Only this way could he better deduce the ghost's pattern of killing and ensure his own survival. Everyone, stay quiet. Like I said, don't move around carelessly. If you need to use the bathroom, do it right where. Before Wang Ziting could finish speaking, a calm voice abruptly interrupted him. The ghost has appeared. The calm voice seemed to carry a certain magic, or perhaps the information it conveyed was simply staggering. The scene fell into instant silence. Chapter 12, The Spirit Wielder. What? Where's the anomaly? Everyone looked around in panic, but found nothing. Fang Xiu, what nonsense are you talking about? Where is any ghost? A terrified colleague glared angrily at Fang Xiu. Yeah, at a time like this, you're still deliberately scaring people. Fang Xiu gazed at the crowd with an utterly placid expression, his handsome, pale features appearing even more delicate in the darkness. Paired with his completely emotionless demeanor, it gave off an eerie sensation like a living doll. Everyone felt distinctly uneasy under the gaze of those eyes, still as stagnant water. Even the accusing voices against him gradually faded. Suddenly, Fang Xiu spoke. Wang Xiaoli is missing. Wang Xiaoli? Nonsense, Wang Xiaoli is right beside me. Wang Xiaoli, say something, a colleague hurriedly called out. However, Wang Xiaoli did not respond. The man's heart instantly skipped a beat. He quickly shined his phone light around, only to discover with horror that Wang Xiaoli, who had been standing right beside him moments ago, had truly vanished. Wang Xiaoli, Wang Xiaoli. He called out twice in succession, but no response came after a long wait. This sent the crowd into complete panic. Wang Xiaoli has really disappeared. Could it really be that a Gue has appeared? Fang Xiu, did you see what the Gue looked like? Wang Ziting suddenly asked. Although Wang Ziting had conflicts with Fang Xiu, in the face of life and death danger, he wouldn't go so far as to start a physical fight. Fang Xiu calmly replied, with limited visibility in the dark, I didn't see anything supernatural, only Wang Xiaoli disappearing. His composed demeanor made it seem as though what had vanished wasn't a person, but an ant. An ordinary person witnessing such an eerie situation would at the very least turn pale with fright, if not scream outright. Yet Fang Xiu unhurriedly described Wang Xiaoli's disappearance without the slightest trace of emotion in his voice. Everyone present wasn't foolish, having worked in the corporate world for years. They all had some ability to read expressions. Anyone could see that Fang Xiu's calmness was abnormally unsettling. Wang Ziting suddenly wore a suspicious expression. Fang Xiu, you don't seem afraid of the supernatural being at all. Could it be, you're a spiritual controller? Fang Xiu shook his head and countered. What's a spiritual controller? The doubt in Wang Ziting's eyes grew even thicker. Exorcists are those who harness their own spirituality. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics myself. Spirituality seems to be the power of the mind. My cousin told me that immense power lies hidden within the human psyche, yet everyone's mind exists in a state of obscurity, like a night luminous pearl shrouded in layers of dust. Exorcists are those who wipe away the dust, allowing the spirit within to shine with its luminous brilliance. Wang Ziting wanted to continue explaining, but Wu Dahai beside him interrupted directly. Young Master Wang, what point are we at already? How do you still have time for explanations? People have started disappearing. Hurry up and figure out a way for us to escape. Shut the hell up, Wang Zitung roared. Escape? How? Where to? Only 3 people have vanished so far. If we move around recklessly and trigger some taboo of the supernatural entity, we might all end up dead. Moreover, these secrets I'm sharing now are matters of life and death for us. Do you think spirit masters are born? They're not. They're made. Currently, the best way out is for someone to become a spirit master. So you're saying, Fang Xiu suddenly spoke, spirit masters are forged within these haunted domains? Wang Ziting nodded in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Fang Xiu's ability to maintain such sharp judgment even now. That's right. To become a spirit tamer, the only way is by harnessing the power of the supernatural entities. As I mentioned earlier, everyone's mind exists in a dust-covered state. To polish one's mind, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must experience the great terror between life and death. Only after undergoing this baptism of mortality can the dust upon one's soul begin to loosen. Alternatively, undergoing severe psychological trauma that shocks the mind can also work. The second method is to come into contact with the supernatural beings. By interacting with them, their power invades the mind, just like a rag wiping away dust. However, it's important to note that while the power of the supernatural can cleanse the dust from the mind, it carries its own contamination. While it polishes the mind, it also pollutes it. If the mind is compared to a dust-covered night pearl, then the power of the supernatural is like a blood-stained rag. While it wipes away the dust, it inevitably stains the pearl with blood. The so-called spiritual radiance is actually the distorted product of the innate luster of the human mind under corruption by the eerie. After listening, Fang Xiu had already formed a plan in his mind. It seems this is an idealistic world, where an exorcist's power originates from the fusion of their inner spirit and eerie energy. The state between life and death serves as a catalyst for both forces. Much like chemical reactions requiring heat, this liminal state functions as the heating process. At the thought of this, Fang Xiu felt slightly puzzled. Between life and death, encountering the supernatural, both conditions had already been met. So why hadn't his spiritual awakening been triggered? Or had it already been triggered without him realizing it? At this moment, Wang Ziting continued to explain, so, everyone here has a chance to become a spirit master. Once someone becomes a spirit master, there's hope of escaping this supernatural domain. What are the signs of triggering one's spiritual awakening? Fang Xiu asked again. First and foremost, physical capabilities surpass those of ordinary people, and sensory perception becomes extremely heightened. Once spiritual awakening occurs, one will develop a unique ability. This ability is a reflection of one's own soul. Since no two souls are identical, no two abilities are exactly the same either. Ability? A reflection of the mind? Fang Xiu first thought of death rewinding. Could this be his ability? No, that's not right. His physical fitness and senses were no different from an ordinary person's. There was absolutely no enhancement whatsoever. Moreover, he had a vague intuition that the ability to rewind death should have been possessed ever since he crossed over, rather than being something awakened by igniting spirituality. After careful consideration, it seems I currently haven't awakened any spiritual abilities. This raises the question, if the death-reverting ability doesn't come from awakened spirituality, and I've already met two conditions to become a spiritual master, why haven't I become one yet? At this moment, Fang Xiu suddenly realized he hadn't actually fulfilled all the requirements, because of the death-reverting ability. The state between life and death has been achieved. This shouldn't disappear with death reversion, as it's more of a mindset, like memories that remain unchanged through repeated deaths. After all, my mindset had already undergone earth-shaking changes through repeated deaths, but the conditions for encountering the supernatural haven't been met yet. Every time I interacted with my wife, I died. Surviving this time means no contact occurred. As for all those supernatural entities on the streets, Fang Xiu guessed they didn't count as encounters, because when not seen, these entities simply don't exist for humans. This time was completely different. The hidden evil seemed to have broken from illusion into reality, capable of killing without requiring the seen condition to be fulfilled. The disappearance of the psychiatric hospital, the ghost that could kill without needing to be seen, and the exorcists, all these pieces of information intertwined in Fang Xiu's mind. There must be some connection here, though it remained undiscovered for now. Despite being trapped in danger, Fang Xiu felt a rare flicker of exhilaration at this moment, because he saw hope for revenge, becoming an exorcist. Suddenly, Fang Xiu's peripheral vision flickered. Someone disappeared again. Chapter 13, say one more word and I'll kill you. What? The supernatural entity appeared again? Who disappeared? Amidst the chaotic search, someone soon cried out in alarm. Jia Liang is gone. Jia Liang! Jia Liang! Several colleagues who had a good relationship with him shouted hurriedly. Shut the hell up. You trying to summon one of those things? Wang Ziting roared, his last shred of sanity fraying as people kept vanishing one after another. His ability to remain calmer than most stemmed from having witnessed these bizarre powers firsthand through his cousin long ago. He had been mentally prepared. Moreover, filled with admiration for his cousin and aspiring to become a spirit master himself, his venture into this eerie domain was not solely driven by fear. There was also a faint yet delighted expectation silently sustaining him. Yet humans are akin to Lord Yi who profess to love dragons. When a true dragon appears before your eyes, you'll find the first emotion surging from the depths of your heart is often sheer terror. Young Master Wang, what do we do? I don't want to vanish. Li Feifei clutched Wang Ziting's sleeve with tearful eyes, her desperation irritating him beyond measure. You're asking me? Then who the hell should I ask? At this moment, a calm voice suddenly rose above the crowd. It was Fang Xiu. 2 to 3 minutes. What 2 to 3 minutes? The interval between disappearances is 2 to 3 minutes. Fang Xiu said calmly. To be precise, women vanish after 2 minutes, men after 3. Just now, security guard Xiao Zhao disappeared after 3 minutes, then Wang Xiuli vanished. And 2 minutes after Wang Xiuli disappeared, Jia Liang was gone. It seems this ghoul's killing pattern is to claim one victim every 2 to 3 minutes. If the inference is correct, someone else will disappear 3 minutes after Jia Liang vanished. Killing based on time? Damn it! How the hell do we avoid this? Wang Ziting's eyes were bloodshot, his emotions teetering on the edge of control. Fang Xiu ignored him and turned to walk into the darkness. The group immediately panicked. His best friend Zhao Hao immediately shouted, Shoga, where are you going? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Without turning back, Fang Xiu replied, of course I'm looking for a way out. You really think staying here waiting to die is the answer? There are 8 of us left now. At the rate of someone disappearing every 2 or 3 minutes, everyone will be dead in about 20 minutes. Might as well take a chance. Fang Xiu, stop right there, damn it. Wang Ziting suddenly roared in anger. Didn't I just say no one moves without authorization? Do you realize that if you break some supernatural taboo by yourself, we might all get dragged down with you? You're just an ordinary person, you don't understand about these supernatu. Fang Xiu stopped dead in his tracks and abruptly turned around. A pale, expressionless face appeared before the group like some lifeless corpse, completely devoid of vitality. Wang Ziting felt his breath catch in his throat as he met the gaze of that face. Then, without a trace of emotion, Fang Xiu spoke, "Say one more word, and I'll kill you, before the wraith does." Though uttered utterly without feeling, those words carried an indescribable chill. The moment he heard them, Wang Ziting felt as if a dense aura of death had enveloped him. Staring into Fang Xiu's calm eyes, Wang Ziting suddenly realized he meant every word. One more syllable, and he would die. As the heir to a wealthy family, he had extensive social connections and had even witnessed the eyes of a murderer under certain circumstances. Yet even the oppressive gaze of a murderer couldn't compare to the calmness in Fang Xiu's eyes. Wang Ziting's intuition was correct, the eyes of a murderer were indeed different from eyes that had witnessed death 18 times. Seeing Wang Ziting fall silent, Fang Xiu turned and vanished into the darkness. Zhao Hao hesitated momentarily at the sight, gritted his teeth the next instant, looking at Fang Xiu's retreating figure, then at the hesitant group lingering behind, before ultimately following. Wang Xiao, what should we do? Wu Dahai asked, voice trembling. Wang Ziting's face darkened, he hadn't dared show anger when Fang Xiu was present, but now that he was gone, his wrath surged uncontrollably. What should we do? If those two want to court death, let them. A pair of country bumpkins who don't even know about spiritual masters dare disobey my orders. But Fang Xiu doesn't seem like someone who'd willingly walk to his death. Should we follow him to check it out? Wang Ziting's fury flared instantly, follow my ass. I'd rather die, even if I have to face a fucking ghost. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream cut him off. Ah, another person is gone. Wang Ziting felt a chill run through his liver in an instant. He counted the remaining people around him, only 5, including himself, and immediately changed his tone. Hurry, follow them. Fang Xiu moved through the dark corridor, with Zhao Hao close behind him. The two pressed forward with their flashlights, walking for what felt like ages without reaching the end of the hallway. Normally, they would have reached the staircase at the corridor's end in just a few steps, but today, the hallway stretched endlessly into darkness like a bottomless pit. Xiu, brother Xiu, something's not right. Why haven't we reached the stairwell yet? Zhao Hao trembled uncontrollably, his body shrinking behind Fang Xiu like a frightened bird. Shu, be quiet. Fang Xiu abruptly stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the corridor. At the far end of the hallway, a ghastly green glow suddenly appeared like the sinister, unsettling light emitted by emergency exit signs in the darkness. Fang Xiu couldn't help but frown the instant he saw the light. This glow was exactly the same as the lighting in Qingshan Mental Hospital. An unbelievable conjecture took shape in his mind as he hurriedly quickened his pace towards the light. When he fully stepped into the brightness, he discovered himself standing in a narrow, cramped, and dilapidated corridor. The ceiling and walls were covered in dark stains and blood, with worn-out benches placed every few meters along the hallway. The place felt like stepping into a hospital corridor from decades ago, with dull gray walls and plain cement floors instead of the usual marble flooring. This was Qingshan Mental Hospital. Xiu, am I hallucinating? Where are we? Weren't we supposed to be at the office? This looks like some horror movie hospital. Zhao Hao's trembling voice came from behind Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu felt a stirring in his heart. Can Zhao Hao also see the mental hospital? Could it be that? Fang Xiu reached out his hand to touch the surrounding walls, receiving the cold, rough texture in return. His pupils suddenly contracted. Just as I thought. I found myself inside a mental hospital, but this time the institution was no longer illusory, it had become physical reality. Could it be that this mental hospital, like those living anomalies, had fulfilled certain conditions and thus broken into our world? Is this what they call a domain of horrors? Fang Xiu speculated that the previously hologram-like mental hospital had undergone spatial overlap with reality, swallowing the sales office whole as if embedding it within itself. No wonder I couldn't see the psychiatric hospital like before, I was already inside it. Chapter 14, the female doctor appears. This might be for the better, we're one step closer to the truth, Fang Xiu murmured to himself. He had never intended to leave but instead wanted to explore Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The two continued forward and soon discovered 2 large pools of blood not far down the corridor. The blood loss was staggering, splattering across the surrounding walls. Mixed with the bloodstains were fragments of flesh and bone, alongside shredded real estate office uniforms and security guard attire. Those flesh and bone fragments resembled leftover food scraps, marked with bite impressions and tearing traces as if gnawed upon. Staring at the familiar clothing before him, Fang Xiu knew with chilling certainty these belonged to the colleagues and security guard who had gone earlier to check the power supply. Clearly, they had all been devoured by the supernatural entity. Seeing this, Fang Xiu instantly understood why the ghost would reappear only after 3 minutes when the man disappeared. But for women, it was only 2 minutes. Turns out the time interval for the ghost's appearance was calculated based on body mass. Female colleagues in the property sales office were generally attractive, at least decent-looking and slim, which was an industry requirement. Thus, their body mass was significantly less compared to their male counterparts. It takes the ghost about 3 minutes to devour a male colleague, and roughly 2 minutes for a female colleague. Brother Xiu, they've all been eaten by ghosts. Zhao Hao beside him trembled uncontrollably, his face ghastly pale. Fang Xiu paid no attention to him, instead carefully examining the shredded clothing. The cuts on the fabric were incredibly neat, clearly made by some sharp blade. Recalling the supernatural phenomena he'd witnessed earlier at Qingshan Mental Hospital, the figure of that female doctor immediately surfaced in his mind. To achieve cuts this precise, it was highly likely done by the surgical scalpel in her possession. At that moment, dense footsteps echoed behind Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. They turned around to see Wang Ziting and his group emerging from the dark corridor. My God, what kind of place is this? Isn't this supposed to be a real estate office? It looks like a hospital. Wang Ziting and the others let out gasps of shock, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Indeed, no one could have anticipated this. They had clearly been walking through the corridor of the sales office, yet upon exiting, the once familiar space had inexplicably transformed into a hospital setting. Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao, you two came out first, did you notice anything? Did you see Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li? Manager Wu Dahai asked, his voice trembling. Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li, Zhao Hao shakily pointed at 2 pools of blood on the floor. Wang Ziteng and the others followed the direction of the pointing finger, their pupils instantly contracting in horror. Blood, so much blood. Li Feifei couldn't stop screaming. These are Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li's clothes. Wang Ziteng's face grew increasingly pale, his forehead slick with cold sweat, as if some horrifying image had flashed through his mind. They were eaten. As these words were spoken, a chill ran down everyone's spines. Young Master Wang, hurry, let's get out of here. I want to go home, Wu. Li Feifei was directly scared to tears, tugging at Wang Ziteng's arm and pleading incessantly. Wang Ziting suddenly snapped back to reality. Right, let's go now. He was just about to lead the group forward, but staring at the unfamiliar and deserted hospital corridor before him, he found himself utterly unable to take a single step. Who knows where this corridor leads? What if it connects directly to the lair of those horrors? Wang Ziting was bearing immense pressure now, like the first person walking ahead in a group visiting a haunted house. Yet, absurdly, everyone treated him as their pillar of strength, every last one of them cowering behind him. Fortunately, Fang Xiu soon came to his rescue, because Fang Xiu had finished observing and was now taking action. He walked calmly toward the depths of the corridor, with Zhao Hao trailing closely behind him. Seeing that others were clearing the path ahead, Wang Ziting no longer hesitated and strode forward directly. However, unlike Zhao Hao, he didn't follow too closely, whether out of pride or some other reason. He maintained a distance of about 3 meters. Tap tap tap. In the desolate corridor, the sound of tightly packed yet deliberately suppressed footsteps echoed, as if fearing they might draw the attention of unseen entities. Suddenly, the footsteps abruptly ceased, because Fang Xiu, who was leading the group, came to a sudden halt. Like a shepherd guiding his flock, when he stopped, Zhao Hao behind him stopped as well. Then came Wang Ziting and those colleagues. Wang Ziting really wanted to ask Fang Xiu why he had stopped, but felt too embarrassed to speak up. Asking would make it seem like he didn't dare to move unless Fang Xiu led the way. Fang Xiu, why have you stopped? Li Feifei's voice was full of panic. This woman had long been scared out of her wits, losing any trace of her former elite white-collar professionalism. Seeing Fang Xiu stop, she instinctively asked him in her desperation to leave this place. Instead of answering, Fang Xiu glanced at his phone and said after a moment of silence, "It's time." "What do you mean, it's time?" Li Feifei asked reflexively. The others were equally baffled. Only Prince Tang reacted instantly, his face abruptly changing color as he hurriedly raised his left hand to glance at the expensive watch on his wrist. 3 minutes have passed. The others immediately understood and turned pale with horror. At this moment, a series of clicking sounds came from behind the crowd. The sound was crisp, like the cracking of knuckles. When everyone turned around, their souls nearly fled in terror. There, hanging upside down from the corridor ceiling, was a woman in a white lab coat, her limbs elongated like a spider's, her hair disheveled, and her eyes completely white with no pupils. The clicking noise was the sound of her twisting her neck. Because she was hanging upside down from the ceiling like a spider, her face was oriented in the opposite direction from everyone else, the top of her head downward and her chin upward. But as her skull rotated a full 180 degrees, her face finally aligned with theirs. A silent terror began to spread like rising floodwaters. The concept of the ghostly entity existing versus actually appearing were two entirely different things. When she stood motionless before you, staring without blinking, even the toughest man would feel his courage shrivel. The female doctor fixed her gaze on the group. In the next instant, her limbs began flailing wildly as she crawled toward them, just like a human spider. Ah! Li Feifei's scream acted like a starting gunshot, sending everyone into a frenzied, desperate sprint. This time, no one needed to lead the way. In fact, they even cursed those blocking their path up ahead. The psychiatric hospital's corridors were inherently narrow, and in their panic to escape, people instinctively shoved and pulled whoever stood before them, desperate to save themselves. Some of the physically weaker ones were simply knocked to the ground. For example, Li Feifei. As a delicate beauty, she constantly clung to Wang Ziting's arm for protection, but when crisis struck, Wang Ziting was the first to fling her to the ground and flee for his life. Wang Ziting reacted with lightning speed. He was both the first to flee and the one charging farthest ahead. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao now stood directly in his escape path. But Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao didn't run away. Zhao Hao was utterly paralyzed with fear, while Fang Xiu kept observing. Just as he had speculated, the killer was indeed the female doctor they'd encountered earlier at the psychiatric hospital. After all, most of the supernatural entities at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital were confined to their own wards. Although some ward doors had been opened, they hadn't encountered any during their earlier exploration. The only one they'd met was this female doctor. She wasn't a patient but a physician, hence hadn't been locked up. Chapter 15, Touching the Ghost's Thigh. Get lost. Don't block the way. Wang Ziting roared in shock and anger, shoving the petrified Zhao Hao aside as he sprinted forward. As for Fang Xiu, the moment he saw everyone fleeing for their lives, he had already positioned himself firmly against the wall to avoid being caught in the chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Former office workers who used to sit for long hours now raced past Fang Xiu like trained athletes, cutting through the air with whooshing sounds. Poor Zhao Hao was knocked aside after being hit several times, falling to the ground. Wait for me, young Master Wang. Don't leave me behind. Li Feifei had already scrambled to her feet, her once pretty face now twisted in sheer terror, her makeup ruined by tears. She was currently in last place, not just because she had been pushed down, but also because she was wearing high heels, sky-high ones. Of course, it might also be related to her draining physical exertion earlier. It's worth mentioning that she wasn't just wearing extreme high heels, but also a tight pencil skirt, very form-fitting, very sexy, with the sole drawback of making running impossible. As anyone with experience knows, attempting to run would inevitably cause the skirt to ride up uncontrollably. Ah! Li Feifei hadn't run more than a few steps before she cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Her pale, slender ankle had turned red and swollen. The reality proves that running in high heels just isn't feasible. It's too easy to twist an ankle. Li Feifei, who had fallen, couldn't even register the burning pain in her ankle as she desperately tried to get up, yet in the very next instant, her vision went dark. Before her eyes appeared countless dense, inky strands of hair, slithering like tiny snakes. It was the female doctor's cascading hair that had descended upon her. Li Feifei's delicate body trembled, her heart stopping abruptly at that moment. Instinctively, she looked up and locked eyes with a pale human face, a pair of utterly white, pupilless eyes staring fixedly at her. Her entire body froze, as if all her strength had been drained in an instant. She couldn't move a muscle. It wasn't until the female doctor's hair slipped down and brushed against Li Feifei's face that the cold, slippery sensation jolted her awake. Ah! Li Feifei let out a piercing shriek and scrambled forward like a reptile, her smooth, tender knees scraping bloody marks on the concrete floor without her even noticing. Her only thought was to flee. Save me, she cried out to Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao for help. These were the only two people left in the corridor now. The others had long since run to the end of the hallway and disappeared around the corner. I don't want to. Before Li Feifei could finish her sentence, a silvery flash of the blade sliced through the air. Her gaze began to rise, spin, and then fall. Thud! A dull thud sounded. That was the sound of Li Feifei's head hitting the ground. The female surgeon's scalpel was razor-sharp, and her over 2-meter-long limbs gave her an incredibly wide attack range. With just a wave of his hand, the scalpel completed the decapitation. It happened so fast that Li Feifei's body remained in its kneeling crawling posture. From her severed, pale neck, the cut smooth and clean, a bright red fountain of blood surged outward. Some of the blood even splattered onto Zhao Hao. Fang Xiu, standing behind him, avoided the spray. Zhao Hao, who had just barely regained his composure, was once again terrified out of his wits. The only reason this horrifyingly bloody scene didn't make him wet himself was that he'd already emptied his bladder earlier. The female doctor who killed Li Feifei didn't stop but continued to swing the scalpel, beginning to dismember the corpse. She carried out the dismemberment with meticulous care, her movements precise and methodical. Though Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao stood right beside her, she didn't even glance their way. After finishing the dismemberment, the female doctor pounced on the remains like a starving tiger and began to feast. Witnessing this scene, Fang Xiu already had a suspicion forming in his mind. He roughly understood the female doctor's killing pattern. She killed those nearby, and only one person each time. Otherwise, there was no reason for the female doctor to ignore him and Zhao Hao. Her method of killing was dismemberment with a scalpel, followed by consumption. This killing pattern was likely related to the female doctor's profession when she was alive. With a scalpel in hand and precise dismemberment techniques, the female doctor must have performed numerous surgeries in the psychiatric hospital during her lifetime. Typically, when doctors operate, they handle only one patient at a time. It's nearly impossible for a doctor to wield two scalpels simultaneously, working on two patients at once. This is likely why the female killer only murders one victim at a time and uses a scalpel for dismemberment, meticulous, responsible, and focused to the end. As for cannibalism, that's probably just her instinct after turning into a supernatural entity. After understanding the murder pattern, Fang Xiu walked toward the female doctor and stood firmly beside her. The scene was bloody, but Fang Xiu remained unmoved. Credit had to go to his wife. He had experienced this scenario many times, though he was usually the one being eaten. Suddenly, Fang Xiu clenched his fist and struck the female doctor with full force. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the impact. Fang Xiu withdrew his fist, the blood dripping down in a steady rhythm. He frowned slightly, glancing at his injured hand and then at the female doctor's completely unharmed cheek. She continued eating with grace, seemingly undisturbed by Fang Xiu's rudeness. The punch felt as if it had struck steel. This single blow made him realize the gap between himself and the female doctor. It seems that all the supernatural horrors encountered so far possess lethality far beyond human resistance. Humans are as weak as ants in the face of these horrors. Perhaps only by becoming a spirit master can this situation be changed. At this moment, a trembling voice sounded from behind Fang Xiu. Xiu-ji, let's run. It was Zhao Hao. Clearly, Zhao Hao had recovered from his extreme terror. Unlike those co-workers who fled directly, he intended to call Fang Xiu along. But Fang Xiu didn't run. He remained standing calmly in place. This anomaly only eats one person at a time. That means when she's feeding, it's actually the safest moment. But I can see she's almost finished eating. Li Feifei has an excellent figure. She's not the skinny type, though her legs appear slender. Certain areas are extraordinarily voluptuous. Given her flesh volume, she should last at least 3 minutes, possibly even 4. No hurry. Fang Xiu spoke these blood-chilling words in an eerily calm tone. Zhao Hao, who had already reached his mental breaking point, actually vomited with a retching sound upon hearing the words flesh volume. There were vegetable leaves, instant noodles, white vermicelli, and enoki mushrooms. Clearly, tonight's dinner was spicy hot pot. Previously, Wang Ziting mentioned that becoming a soul master requires allowing the eerie power to corrupt one's heart. And within the entire cursed domain, the place with the densest power is naturally right beside the supernatural entity itself. So, I plan to stay a while longer. If you're scared, you can leave first. With that, Fang Xiu ignored Zhao Hao and reached out to stroke the female doctor's legs, over 2 meters long and bent like a spider's. He didn't know exactly how to let the eerie power corrupt his heart, but he figured physical contact would probably speed things up. It felt ice cold to the touch, like touching a corpse. Chapter 16, Silicone. Zhao Hao, who had just finished vomiting, witnessed a scene that completely shattered his worldview. He always considered himself quite perverted, watching adult films daily and taking care of his own needs. But who would have thought Brother Xiu, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be even more formidable than him? How dare you try to take advantage of supernatural beings? However, after considering Fang Xiu's earlier words, Zhao Hao quickly understood the purpose behind this approach. Perhaps it was due to experiencing too many shocks, or maybe Fang Xiu's calm demeanor gave him some confidence, or possibly because every ordinary person harbors a yearning for the extraordinary within their heart. These tangled thoughts emboldened Zhao Hao. Gritting his teeth, he surprisingly walked toward the female doctor as well. Fang Xiu saw him approaching and immediately shifted backward, making space for Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao stared at the long, slender, and pale legs before him, his outstretched hand trembling as if reaching to grab a venomous snake. Damn it! I'm going for it! Gah! So cold! Zhao Hao gasped in shock but didn't remove his hand. The two of them felt around for a while but didn't detect any changes. Suddenly, Zhao Hao spoke up. Who would have thought the first time I ever touched a woman's thigh, it'd be a ghost's leg? But kidding aside, these legs are outrageously long, literally longer than my lifespan. Fang Xiu gave Zhao Hao a surprised look, not because of the dark joke, but because he sensed some unexpected potential in the man. Although he was initially quite terrified, he adapted quickly and can even crack jokes now. Even if joking is meant to ease the tension and fear in his heart, not everyone would dare to make jokes at such a moment. 1 minute left. After 30 more seconds of searching, we leave immediately. We'll reserve enough time to escape, Fang Xiu declared decisively. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. Time passed second by second, and 30 seconds vanished in the blink of an eye. Go! Fang Xiu didn't hesitate, he immediately turned and dashed away, with Zhao Hao following closely behind. Fang Xiu could afford to act so boldly because he had already prepared himself. After all, he had previously entered Qingshan Mental Hospital. Though he hadn't explored every corner, he still remembered the general layout and some key routes. So he was confident he could use the terrain to his advantage and widen the distance between himself and the female doctor. However, just as the two of them reached the corner at the end of the corridor, a horrifying change occurred. Fang Xiu suddenly noticed a few strands of black hair descending before his eyes. When he looked up, his gaze locked directly with the pale eyes of the female doctor. How is this possible? Fang Xiu's heart skipped a beat. Could he have misjudged the murder rule? There should have been at least 2 more minutes to escape, so why had the female doctor caught up so quickly? He instantly turned to look at Li Feifei's corpse, then his pupils dilated in shock. All that remained of Li Feifei's body was a pool of blood. It had been completely devoured, and floating horrifyingly atop that crimson pool were several large lumps of silicone. Silicone. Fake. Fang Xiu was horrified. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined failing due to this particular oversight, though perhaps it was understandable given how little he interacted with women. He'd naively assumed all women were authentic. Yet in this world, there's no shortage of things that can pass as real. Swish! A silver flash sliced through the air. Fang Xiu's vision began to ascend as his head soared high, then plummeted heavily to the ground. May there be no silicone in heaven. A cold, slippery sensation traveled up from my palm. When Fang Xiu awoke, he was shocked to discover that instead of returning to his wife's side, he was caressing the female doctor's thigh. At that moment, Zhao Hao approached and began touching it as well. Fang Xiu hastily pulled out his phone to check the time and realized with horror that his death had rewound him back to the exact moment he'd started touching the thigh. A thought flashed through my mind. Could it be that death reloads are segmented by events? Just like different levels in a game, the first level was near the rental apartment, and the second level is the Qingshan Mental Hospital. Since the first level was already cleared, does the save automatically move to the second level? Fang Xiu didn't have time to think it through. Since he died from silicon last time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Let's go. Zhao Hao froze for a moment. Xiu Ji, we just got here and you're leaving already? This is my first time. Before Zhao Hao could finish, Fang Xiu turned and walked away. Not daring to stay alone, Zhao Hao immediately hurried after him. Only then did Fang Xiu's eerie voice drift over. Both her front and back are silicone, so there wasn't enough real flesh to sustain it for long. Zhao Hao froze for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, silicone? No wonder they're so big. The two of them ran all the way and soon reached the end of the corridor. There was only a right turn ahead, and without the slightest hesitation, they turned right. After taking just a few steps, a staircase appeared before the two of them. Go downstairs, Fang Xiu said, and the two began sprinting down the stairs. The lights in the stairwell grew increasingly dim, the darkness floating in the air like some kind of tangible particles. The two ran wildly down flight after flight, 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Before long, the sound of dense footsteps arose ahead of them. Then came the scream of a human. Ghost! The ghost is catching up. Fang Xiu recognized the voice. It was his colleague. He quickened his pace, practically leaping down the stairs. When he got closer, he saw it was indeed Wang Ziteng and his group. Wang Ziteng and his group naturally recognized Fang Xiu upon seeing him clearly, feeling slightly relieved. Clearly they had mistaken him for a pursuing supernatural entity. It's Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. You scared me to death. I thought it was those ghosts catching up. One colleague panted heavily while speaking. Zhao Hao looked at everyone with some surprise. Why are you running so slowly? Is this slow? We've gone down at least 20 flights already. How did you guys get here so fast? 20 floors. Zhao Hao paled instantly. That's impossible. Brother Xiu and I only went down 3 flights before we ran into you. What? Zhao Hao, don't talk nonsense now. Fang Xiu watched the panicked crowd with thoughtful eyes. At this moment, Wang Ziting suddenly realized, his face filled with panic, ghost walls. It must be ghost walls. My cousin told me that the power of ghosts can create hallucinations, possibly forming ghost walls. People trapped by ghost walls will keep circling in the same place, never able to escape. That's why Fang Xiu and the others caught up with us so quickly, because we've been circling in place all along. Wang Ziting's words poured oil on the fire, instantly throwing everyone into greater panic. Does anyone have extra items on them? Throw something on the ground as a marker. Fang Xiu's calm voice cut through the group's chaos. Wang Ziting clearly realized what Fang Xiu intended to do and hurriedly pulled a condom from his pocket, tossing it onto the floor. The others quickly caught on as well, throwing down items like banknotes and cigarettes in response. After setting the markers, the group began frantically dashing down the stairs once more. After descending half a flight of stairs, turning a corner, everyone discovered the stairs were lined with the very items they had just discarded. This is the lighter I just threw away. And my money too. Oh no, we're truly haunted. This is a ghost wall. What do we do now? If the ghosts catch up, we're done for. Chapter 17, The Haunting Loop. Wang Ziting picked up the used condom he had just discarded with a grim expression, confirming it wasn't a hallucination, it was the spiked variant he always used. His face darkened even further. Shut up, all of you, he bellowed. My cousin told me ordinary people can never escape from a ghost wall enchantment. The only way to break it is by awakening your spiritual intuition, so check yourselves right now and see if anyone has the potential to ignite theirs. After speaking, he desperately focused his mind on prayer, hoping to kindle his spiritual awareness. He didn't know whether being hunted by those horrors before counted as facing life and death, but at this point, prayer was all he had left. Fang Xiu paid no attention to the others' movements, instead feeling his way along the right wall. He never expected others to ignite spirituality and become spirit masters, because among these people, he was undoubtedly the most likely candidate to become a spirit master. Only he had truly experienced life and death, and been in intimate contact with the paranormal. If he couldn't become a spirit master, then the others stood no chance at all. So rather than praying, it was better to search for clues. He began recalling the overall layout of the mental hospital, feeling that the path to survival should be on the right side. Previously, when he had moved through the stairwell, the exit had been on the right. Even though he couldn't immediately identify which building of the mental hospital this was, he assumed the layout should be identical. Since the supernatural ghost walls were just illusions, closing his eyes and feeling his way down the right side would give him a high chance of finding the door. Fang Xiu closed his eyes and began feeling his way down along the right wall. His bizarre actions immediately drew the attention of those around him. After all, everyone was standing still, with only Fang Xiu breaking away from the group to act alone. It was impossible not to draw attention. Wang Ziteng observed Fang Xiu's actions thoughtfully. By now, even he could tell there was something unusual about Fang Xiu. He was too calm. From start to finish, not a trace of panic had shown on his face, not even when encountering supernatural entities. He couldn't help but recall the earlier scene. When the female doctor appeared, he had been the first to react and flee. But what had Fang Xiu been doing at that time? Fang Xiu hadn't run. Instead, he had stood pressed against the wall, protecting himself from being jostled. He was clearly in the frontmost position, yet he didn't choose to flee immediately. In the end, only Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao, and Li Feifei were left. Now that Li Feifei had disappeared, she was undoubtedly dead. But Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao had stayed in that hallway for at least a minute. What were they doing? Why didn't the paranormal entity kill them? Why didn't they flee? The two men lingered with the female ghost for a full minute. Were they taking advantage of her or something? Wang Ziting dismissed this absurd notion. Though he wasn't sure what the two had done during that minute, one thing was certain. The rule is that the ghost only kills one person at a time, 3 minutes for men, 2 minutes for women. During that time, it's absolutely safe. Even staying right beside the ghost won't matter. The fact that the two of them are still alive is the best proof. At that moment, Fang Xiu had already descended the stairs, putting some distance between himself and the others. Wang Ziting, seeing Fang Xiu descending the stairs, seemed to realize something and mimicked his actions, closing his eyes and feeling the wall as he went downstairs. The others were all drawn to their peculiar movements. Under Fang Xiu's fingertips, the wall had always felt solid and rough, but after he passed the 15th step, the texture beneath his fingers changed. It became smooth and increasingly cold, as if he were touching steel. Fang Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, staring at the bare wall before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed both hands against it, desperately searching for a door handle. At this moment, Wang Ziting, following suit, groped his way over and soon noticed the different texture too. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. It's a door. With a click, Fang Xiu turned the newly found doorknob, and the door swung open. Against the wall, an iron door had mysteriously materialized at some point. Now open, it revealed a dimly lit corridor. Whoosh! Wang Ziting rushed in frantically, leading the charge. Fang Xiu said nothing, calmly walking through the doorway on his own. The others, upon seeing the exit, also dashed inside like madmen. The group began fleeing down the corridor. Though Fang Xiu had entered second, he inexplicably fell behind to second to last position. It's not that he runs slowly, but that there's no need. When facing the female doctor, you don't need to outrun her, you just need to outrun the last person. Moreover, this conveniently allows you to grope her thighs a few extra times while she feeds, striving to ignite your spiritual awakening sooner. And sometimes, being at the front isn't necessarily a good thing. Fang Xiu knew all too well that this psychiatric hospital housed more than just the female doctor. Though most horrors were locked in their wards, one mustn't forget some ward doors stood wide open. Running at the forefront, Wang Ziting suddenly came to a halt, and one by one, the others followed suit. Before them appeared two diverging paths, one to the left and one to the right. Both tunnels were pitch dark, with visibility less than a meter ahead. No one could see what lay beyond either route. No one dared proceed just yet. What if they chose the wrong path and wound up cornered by the female surgeon, like turtles caught in a jar? At that moment, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the rear of the group, settling on Fang Xiu, who had just caught up with them. Since Fang Xiu had previously found a way out of the ghost wall predicament, they naturally assumed he might also discover the current path to survival. Unfortunately, even Fang Xiu wasn't sure which path to choose. He hadn't thoroughly explored the mental hospital before. Instead, he had drifted through its walls like a ghost, only grasping the general layout and some familiar routes. To his dismay, neither of these two paths fell within his knowledge. Fang Xiu, which path should we take? Wang Zitung quickly asked. Under the group's expectant gaze, Fang Xiu couldn't help but find it amusing. They had been desperate to push him away while fleeing, yet turned to him again when trouble arose. Wasn't this the textbook definition of being used as a tool? But Fang Xiu didn't care, because he also saw these people as mere tools. Right now, the female doctor was invincible against them. The only way to buy time was to throw lives into the fray. Fang Xiu didn't speak, instead directly choosing the path to the right. Even though he didn't know which path was right, he understood this was no time for delay. Every moment now had been bought with human lives. Everyone watched as Fang Xiu turned to the right, and without the slightest hesitation, they all followed suit and ran toward the same direction. And right at that moment, the cracking sound of twisting joints echoed through the air. Everyone turned to look. There, hanging upside down from the ceiling like a spider, was the female doctor, her ghastly pale eyes fixed unblinkingly on them. Her white lab coat stood out starkly in the dim hallway light. Ah! Run for it! Out of my way! The crowd erupted in an instant, fleeing for their lives with desperate speed. But human speed was no match for the female doctor. 2 legs could never outrun 4. In a flash, the doctor's ghostly figure appeared on the ceiling above the crowd, long black hair dangling as it lashed out toward the last person in line. Chapter 18, Human Nature. The last person was manager Wu Dahai. He was the oldest among them, and also the fattest, having gained weight in middle age, so his physical stamina was naturally lacking. But whether on purpose or by accident, Wu Dahai grabbed onto someone in front of him in his frantic escape, yanked them hard backward, and used the momentum to propel himself forward. The person he pulled stumbled, nearly fell, and naturally became the last one. Swish! A silver flash streaked by. The last person pulled by Wu Dahai was instantly decapitated, not even having the chance to let out a scream. Fang Xiu stopped in his tracks upon witnessing this scene, patted his thighs twice, then continued running forward without any concern of falling behind. Young and strong, coupled with frequent exercise, he was at the pinnacle of his physical prime. He didn't know how to quickly ignite his spiritual potential, so he could only make these attempts without knowing if they were meaningful. The corridor on the right was long, and the group ran for a full minute before finally reaching the end, where it abruptly opened up into a wide space. It was a dining hall. The dining hall was spacious and completely empty, filled with aged tables and chairs. In the corners stood cooking stoves and several large black cauldrons. Wang Ziting was delighted at the sight. Dining halls usually have exits leading outside. Hearing this, the group grew visibly excited. Ignoring the eerie surroundings entirely, they scanned the area and immediately spotted the door at the far left of the dining hall, then dashed toward it. Fang Xiu maintained his position as second to last, running with calm composure while casually observing his surroundings. Entering the doorway, they were met with another dim and narrow corridor, except this one seemed even darker, the fluorescent tubes on the ceiling flickering as if they might go out at any moment. No one cared about the environment, they only wanted to escape as quickly as possible. The group soon reached the end of the corridor, where Prince Ziting, leading the way, wore an expression of utter dread. It's a dead end. The end of the corridor turned out to be a dead end. This defied all logic in Wang Ziting's understanding. Crowded places like cafeterias usually had emergency exits or passages leading outside. How could there simply be a dead end? Could it be that the entire hospital was completely sealed off, never intended to let anyone leave? Look, there's a door here, a colleague suddenly exclaimed. At the end of the corridor on the right stood a narrow wooden door, so narrow it barely allowed one person to pass. The paint had faded, and there was a small glass window embedded in it. Spotting the door, the group didn't stop to think, they rushed inside without hesitation. Regardless of what might be inside, anything was better than facing the supernatural horrors outside. Fortunately, no supernatural entities lurked within. It was a cramped storage room filled with brooms, mops, and broken chairs, an assortment of discarded cleaning supplies and furniture. So cramped was the space that all 5 of them struggled to find footing after squeezing inside. Damn it! It's a storage room. There's no way out. Wang Ziting cursed hysterically, his composure shattered. The others wore matching expressions of despair. A dead end. This is a dead end. Trapped by the supernatural like a turtle in a jar. Did I choose wrong? Fang Xiu calmly thought to himself, it seems next time he should take the path on the left. He remained utterly calm. As for him, this was merely a trial run. After some deliberation, he decided to reload and choose the left path this time. Turning back now was out of the question. 2 minutes had already passed, leaving only 1 minute before the female physician's next attack. Doubling back would simply deliver him straight into her clutches. While sacrificing one person to help the others escape was an option, Fang Xiu didn't see much point in it. Now only 5 people remain, including myself. No one knows how much farther we need to run, nor how many more lives will be lost along the way. Just as Fang Xiu was about to exit the door to rewind the death of the female doctor, Wang Ziting's furious accusations rang out. It's all your damn fault, Fang Xiu. If you hadn't chosen the wrong path, would we be trapped here now? Fang Xiu, if you didn't know which path to choose, why didn't you discuss it with us? You had to take it upon yourself to choose the right one. Wu Dahai also chimed in angrily. Aside from Zhao Hao, the other remaining person didn't explicitly say anything, but their eyes revealed some degree of blame. A faint, uncontrollable smile tugged at Feng Xiu's lips. He rarely smiled these days except when facing something supernatural in his extreme excitement. Yet for some reason, looking at Wang Ziting and the others now, he felt the urge to laugh. Zhao Hao stepped forward defiantly. Brother Xiu never forced you to come along, you chose to follow. You were the ones who asked for directions, and now that we've taken the wrong path you blame him? If you're so capable, why didn't you choose the way yourselves? We might not be capable, but at least we don't act unilaterally like him. If he didn't know the way, we could have discussed it together. We trusted him to choose, who knew he'd pick so recklessly. He betrayed our trust and led us to certain death. Wu Dahai truly lived up to being a manager. His words instantly left the inarticulate Zhao Hao speechless in the argument. Enough, stop quarreling, Wang Zitung shouted. The top priority now is figuring out how to survive. From my observation, the supernatural entity only attacks one person at a time. After each attack, there's a safety window of 2 to 3 minutes, so the only solution is for us to choose someone to lure the entity away while the rest escape. The moment Wang Ziting uttered these words, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned eerie. Even a fool could tell this wasn't diversion, this was suicide, trading one's own life for everyone else's. Wang Ziting observed everyone's expressions carefully, having already made up his mind. His sudden questioning of Feng Xiu earlier was precisely to lay groundwork for this moment. When everyone harbored resentment toward Feng Xiu, who else could possibly be chosen for the suicide mission? Wang Ziting knew perfectly well he had to act this way. In situations like these, the first to strike holds advantage. Panicked people easily succumb to herd mentality, seldom stopping to think critically. If anyone else had suggested that Wang Ziting was a heartless rich kid who should die first, the outcome would likely have been his actual death. Amid the eerie atmosphere, Wang Ziting made an unexpected move. He abruptly shoved Feng Xiu. He even shouted at the top of his voice, if it weren't for Feng Xiu, none of us would be in this desperate situation. He must atone for his sins, come on, help me. The remaining few exchanged uneasy glances. Though none of them wanted to die, they still lacked the resolve and the nerve to survive by sacrificing someone else. Let go of Brother Xiu. Zhao Hao roared furiously as he charged towards Wang Ziting. Wang Ziting was startled and immediately shouted, Wu Dahai, hurry up and give me a hand, damn it. When seeking help from a crowd, it's most effective to call out one person's name. Assigning responsibility directly yields surprisingly good results. Don't just say, can someone help me? Instead, be specific, call out a person by name if you know it, or describe their distinguishing features if you don't, singling out one individual to assist. Wang Ziting was quite proficient in these simple psychological tricks. Though he indulged in pleasures, the elite education he received since childhood still proved useful. Chapter 19, I'm saving you here. Upon receiving the signal, Wu Dahai responded immediately. After all, he had always followed Wang Ziting's lead in daily life. Bang! Wu Dahai directly rammed his obese body into Zhao Hao, knocking him violently to the ground. Then, together with Wang Ziting, he pushed Xiu Fang out the door and forcefully shut the storeroom door. At that moment, it was as if the space inside and outside the door were two separate worlds. Outside the door, Xiu Fang stood alone by the entrance. Inside were his colleagues. Through the small window on the door, Xiu Fang could clearly see each of their expressions. Zhao Hao seemed to have hit some furniture when he fell, now wailing in pain on the ground. Wang Ziting and Wu Dahai were pressing against the door with ferocious expressions. The last remaining person kept their head down, not daring to look at the window at all. Inside the room, Wang Ziting shouted at Wu Dahai, push harder to block the door. We absolutely can't let Feng Xiu get in. Don't worry, Master Wang. Although this shabby wooden door can't stop ghosts, it'll definitely hold against people. Wu Dahai chimed in agreement. However, after barricading the door for a while, the two men noticed there wasn't the slightest force coming from outside, no pounding, no kicking, nothing at all. Exchanging glances, they lifted their heads curiously toward the small window. There, pressed against the glass from outside, was a pale face smiling serenely as it watched them. Both men instantly felt their hair stand on end. I always thought I'd never take an interest in people again, but who knew that sometimes humans can be far more fascinating than ghosts. Ha ha ha, thank you for renewing my interest in this world. Next time, I'll make sure to repay you properly. Feng Xiu's voice crept through the rotten wooden door into Wang Ziting's ears. The bizarre words made no clear sense, yet the sinister undertone filled both men with an ominous premonition. At that moment, a clicking sound began to echo. The female physician appeared. This familiar sound was like the king of hell coming to claim lives, instantly making Wang Ziting and the others in the storage room hold their breath, terrified of drawing the ghost's attention. Even though they knew the female physician's killing pattern, when the ghost appeared, instinctive fear still gripped them. Feng Xiu naturally heard the sound, but he didn't even turn his head, still smiling as he gazed at Wang Ziting and the other person, as if trying to memorize their faces. The next instant, swish! A silver flash streaked through the air, and Fang Xiu's head fell heavily to the ground. Now's the time, run! Wang Ziting roared inside the room, forcefully pushing the door open and sprinting out in a frantic dash. As he fled, he instinctively glanced back at Fang Xiu's severed head. The head's face still bore a smile, its calm eyes quietly watching him. Wang Ziting felt his heart nearly stop, fleeing the scene without looking back. A cold, slippery sensation passed from Fang Xiu's palm. Long, pale thighs came into view. Back again. Fang Xiu muttered to himself, then a strange smile crept onto his lips. The smile vanished in an instant, so quickly that Zhao Hao beside him didn't even notice. Fang Xiu, who had just experienced death and rewound time, didn't make any different moves. Like a replay of a TV drama, he meticulously repeated everything he had done during his last time rewinding. Groping the thigh, running away, going downstairs. The dim light in the stairwell seemed to thicken the darkness into tangible particles floating in the air. Fang Xiu led Zhao Hao sprinting downstairs 1 flight, 2, 3. Before long, the sound of dense footsteps echoed ahead of them. Then came the screams of people. The ghost is catching up. Fang Xiu, as before, leaped down the stairs to the floor below, successfully reuniting with Wang Ziting and the others. It's Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. You scared me, I thought the ghost had caught up, a colleague gasped for breath. Zhao Hao looked at everyone with surprise. Why are you all running so slow? Is this slow? We've gone down at least 20 flights. How did you guys run so fast instead? The dialogue unfolded just like before. A ghost wall. It must be a ghost wall. Wang Ziting began to explain about the ghost wall, but before he could finish, there was a sudden loud bang. The door opened. Fang Xiu stood quietly in front of the door. Wang Ziting froze, and so did everyone else. Wasn't this supposed to be a ghost wall? How did they suddenly find the exit? But nobody dwelled on it too long, instead rushing madly toward the exit. Soon, the group reached the fork in the path again and came to a halt. Fang Xiu, have you ignited your spiritual awakening? Wang Ziting's expression was somewhat complicated. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze immediately focused on Fang Xiu. They had previously heard Wang Ziting say that only spirit masters could fight against the supernatural, and that one must first ignite their spiritual awakening to become a spirit master. Now hearing Wang Ziting ask Fang Xiu this question, each of them naturally felt a renewed hope for survival. No wonder Wang Ziting asked this way, as Fang Xiu's breakthrough of the ghost wall this time differed from the last. Previously, it was through groping, but this time, he walked straight to the door's location and opened it. Thus, Wang Ziting mistakenly believed Fang Xiu relied on some psychic sense to locate the door. Facing the expectant and complex gazes of the crowd, Fang Xiu did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and glanced at the time. Then he looked up. 1 more minute, the ghost will appear in 1 minute. Everyone was instantly horrified. You actually know the exact time when the supernatural beings appear. So you really have become a spirit controller, Fang Xiu. 5 million, I'll give you 5 million if you can take me out of this supernatural domain. Wang Ziting's voice was filled with desperation. Fang Xiu, hurry and lead us to safety. You must know which path to choose, right? As long as you guide us out, we will definitely repay you. Fang Xiu shook his head at that moment and calmly said, no rush. His single no rush practically killed everyone else with anxiety. Before we leave, there's one more thing I need to do. Wu Dahai was so angry he nearly swore. What could possibly be more important than escaping? Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, cutting off Wu Dahai's words. For a moment, everyone stared dumbfounded at Fang Xiu, who was slowly retracting his foot, and at Wang Ziting, who remained curled up on the ground like a shrimp. Wang Ziting's face was twisted in agony, his skin flushed crimson, veins bulging as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. One anguished scream after another tore from his throat. As the crowd watched him, they collectively hallucinated the unmistakable sound of eggs cracking. Ah. Wang Ziting was in so much pain he couldn't utter a complete sentence. As the loyal lapdog, Wu Dahai was the first to react, angrily demanding from Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly kick someone? The other colleagues immediately chimed in with agreement. Yeah, why did you hit someone for no reason at all? No one expected Fang Xiu to act so suddenly, and with such brutality, not even the victim himself, Wang Ziting. He might never understand why he was kicked right after mentioning 5 million. Was it because the money was too little? If it was, just say so. At that moment, Fang Xiu offered his explanation. In a calm tone, he said, the supernatural entity moves far faster than any human. The moment that minute is up, someone will inevitably die. Now that Wang Ziting is immobilized, it'll be him. So, I'm actually saving the rest of you. Help us. Everyone was frozen in shock, probably racking their brains trying to understand Fang Xiu's reason for hitting someone. This was it. Without giving anyone time to react, Fang Xiu immediately swung his leg again. The next instant, another agonized scream pierced the air. This time, it was Wu Dahai who collapsed to the ground. Wu Dahai's posture was identical to Wang Ziting's, clutching his crotch, writhing on the ground in agony, his screams echoing incessantly. Only, his endurance was clearly inferior to Wang Ziting's. After just 2 howls of pain, he actually passed out. As everyone knows, the family jewels are a man's most vulnerable spot. Fan Xiu hadn't held back at all, the kick was solid and thorough, crushing them completely. So Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai were definitely incapacitated for the time being. The group completely lost it this time. Fan Xiu had inexplicably kicked out twice without warning, severely injuring Wang Ziting and Wu Dahai. Brother Xiu, you, what are you? Zhao Hao instinctively took a few steps back from Fang Xiu, unconsciously covering his crotch. The others also looked at Fang Xiu with wariness and suspicion in their eyes. Fang Xiu, what the hell are you doing? Attacking Wang Ziting was to save us, but why attack Wu Dahai? A colleague shouted furiously at him. No one wants to stay with someone who could attack without warning, especially when the blows are this vicious, aimed straight at ending one's bloodline. Fang Xiu remained composed in the face of everyone's questioning, still calm as ever. Keep one as a spare. Chapter 20 The Taste of Revenge. Prepare a backup. Everyone looked at Fang Xiu's calm face, their hearts instantly roiled with shock and awe, because his actions were far too brutal and unexpected. It completely stunned them. Indeed, no one wishes to die for another, and when forced to choose, the decision must be made. Yet this Fang Xiu gave no room for discussion or choice, instead directly striking without hesitation. Harming one person was bad enough, but to actually keep a spare, this utterly abnormal way of doing things completely shattered everyone's worldview. As a result, they were all now extremely wary of Fang Xiu, fearing he might keep another spare. However, Fang Xiu did not strike again. The right path leads to death. Those who want to live can take the left. They looked at Fang Xiu with suspicion, clearly no longer trusting him. One person asked, if the safe path is on the left, then why aren't you taking it? I was waiting to feel up some thighs. Feel up? Thighs? Everyone present except Zhao Hao thought they must have misheard. Where exactly in this haunted realm would one go to touch thighs? Touch the thighs of the supernatural? At that moment, the sound of joint rotation echoed as the female doctor descended from the ceiling, the clicking noises coming from her crawling on all fours. Her pale lips still bore traces of crimson blood, now dripping steadily downward. Ah! The two screamed in panic and turned to flee, yet hesitated, fearing Fang Xiu might be lying to them. They only ran a short distance into the left corridor but didn't dare go further. In contrast, Fang Xiu didn't flee. Instead, he walked straight toward the female doctor. Of course, he stopped just a short distance away from Wang Ziting. Seeing Fang Xiu approach, Wang Ziting's eyes burned with a mix of hatred and fury. He reached out desperately, as if determined to grab Fang Xiu's pant leg, dragging him along to the grave. Bang! Fang Xiu stomped down, pinning Wang Ziting's hand firmly beneath his foot. Arg! You! The excruciating pain drove Wang Ziting completely mad, his rage burning away nearly all reason. At that moment, Fang Xiu slowly lowered his head and calmly asked, "Do you like my way of repaying you?" Before Prince Tang could answer, a silver flash streaked through the air, leaving only utter stillness behind. Fang Xiu rose unhurriedly, as though he'd merely completed some trivial chore. Then he walked over to the female physician and casually draped an arm around her thigh. The nearby onlookers were utterly paralyzed with terror. Even witnessing it firsthand, they couldn't believe that Fang Xiu's claim of touching thighs meant literally groping a ghost's thigh. At this moment, Fang Xiu turned back to look at Zhao Hao. Coming? Fang Xiu had never forgotten what Zhao Hao did for him in the storage room earlier. Though he no longer possessed emotions one might call gratitude, he still wanted to help Zhao Hao however he could, because he could feel his emotions fading, or rather, his humanity gradually slipping away. His heart brimmed with too much hatred and madness. He didn't reject these feelings, yet neither did he want to lose every last trace of human emotion. Zhao Hao hesitated in the face of Fang Xiu's invitation, solely because Fang Xiu's current appearance was far too terrifying. His serene face was smeared with blood, the pale skin juxtaposed against the crimson stains creating an eerie beauty. At his feet lay Wang Ziting's mutilated limbs, standing beside the supernatural entity so indistinguishable that for a moment it was impossible to tell which was truly the monster. Zhao Hao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust Fang Xiu. He had very few friends, perhaps only Fang Xiu was his true friend. He came from an ordinary family with less than average looks, which made him an overlooked figure at the real estate sales office. Only Fang Xiu, an orphan, was willing to befriend him. Over time, the two became close friends. Slowly, Zhao Hao walked up to Fang Xiu's side, and the two of them sat together, rubbing their thighs. As for the remaining two, they had already run away outright. They weren't scared off by the supernatural, but when Fang Xiu turned around, they were terrified into fleeing. "Xiuji," Zhao Hao hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Why did you suddenly attack Wang Ziting and Wu Dahai?" This entity's movements are far beyond human capabilities. To survive, the only way is to buy time with human lives. Someone must be sacrificed. Given Wang Ziting and Wu Dahai's status and influence, who do you think they'd choose if it came down to it? Me, who has conflicts with them. Or you, who's always been the outcast? Zhao Hao's face was unnaturally pale. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Xiu added, "Can you feel that slight chill creeping into your body?" Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Fang Xiu felt a stirring in his heart and focused intently. That wasn't an illusion. A truly eerie chill was indeed transmitting from the female doctor's thigh into his palm, then flowing through his entire body. Could this be the corruption of supernatural power? Why didn't he feel anything when touching thighs before? No, perhaps I had felt it before, but it was too faint. Now it seems to be approaching a certain critical point, which is why the sensation has suddenly intensified. If my guess is correct, this is most likely a precursor to awakening spiritual perception. Zhao Hao didn't sense anything because he hasn't truly experienced life and death. His mentality hasn't reached that level. After feeling around a while longer, Zhao Hao suggested, "Brother Xiu, it's about time. Let's head out. Don't worry, there's still Wu Dahai. I feel like I'm about to awaken my spiritual awareness any moment now." Zhao Hao was instantly overjoyed. "Really, Xiugu? That's amazing, we're saved. What does illuminating spirituality feel like? Why can't I sense anything at all?" Though you've been steeped in the uncanny for a long time, your mentality hasn't been tempered enough. You haven't truly experienced life and death, so you can't sense it. Zhao Hao hesitated, wanting to ask, "If we've been together all this time, then when exactly did you experience life and death?" After speaking, Fang Xiu immediately pulled Zhao Hao back, waiting for the female physician to dismember Wu Dahai before continuing to stroke the thigh. Wu Dahai was quite fat, and with his ample flesh, sustaining for 5 minutes wouldn't be a problem. Fang Xiu decided to stroke for 2 more minutes, reserving 3 minutes for escape. If the spiritual awakening didn't ignite within those 2 minutes, he would have to stop regardless. With that, he closed his eyes, his palm moving randomly as he focused intently on the sensation. Chapter 21 The Most Suitable Ability. In his perception, an increasing amount of chilling energy gathered within his body. Yet once inside, it vanished without a trace, as if stones sunk into the ocean. This made Fang Xiu rather curious. Where exactly did these eerie energies go after entering his body? Could it be the mind? He couldn't help but immerse his consciousness, letting it flow with those cold currents toward an unknowable place, like a lone boat drifting on a river that ultimately merges into the sea. Here, Fang Xiu perceived a grayish, dust-covered heart beating sluggishly, as if sullied by grime, into which all the cold currents eventually seeped. Is the mind the heart? No, that can't be. The mind couldn't possibly be the heart. The mind has no fixed form, and its manifestation as a heart is merely a subconscious reflex. This is my mind, I should be able to control its shape. With a focused thought, the dull gray heart slowly transformed into a sword, then into a blade, and even into Fang Xiu himself. Clearly, Fang Xiu's speculation was correct. But the shape of the soul doesn't matter, what matters is igniting its spirit. And so, the soul once again took the form of a heart. As more and more cold air seeped in, the heart beat even more violently, faintly emitting a soft glow, though all of it was blocked by the dust layered on its surface. Fang Xiu waited patiently for a while, and finally, a transformation occurred. There is no so-called breakthrough bottleneck as in fantasy novels, only the natural course of things. A patch of dust at the corner of the heart suddenly vanished, as if wiped away by something unseen. From that very spot bloomed a wisp of black light, resembling a dark abyss. This was the original glow of Fang Xiu's soul. The next instant, all the eerie auras converged toward the exposed corner, coalescing into a crimson-red glow like blood, then invading inward along the edges of his mind. The black light and blood-red glow intertwined, the latter seemingly trying to taint the former into its own color. Yet no matter how they merged, the black light remained unshaken. Eventually, the blood-red glow completely dissolved into the black light, and silence returned to all things. Precisely at this moment, Fang Xiu felt himself undergoing a world-shaking transformation. His entire being seemed to be cleansed by a black light in an instant. All his senses became extraordinarily acute. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, every sensation transformed dramatically. If before the world had seemed veiled behind a thin layer of gauze, now that gauze was gone, and the truest essence of reality lay bare before his eyes. Beyond the enhancement of his senses, he felt his cognition and neural reflexes had also sharpened noticeably. While his physical strength improved only modestly, his control over his body had increased drastically. If an ordinary person could only engage about 40% of their muscles, Fang Xiu could now mobilize over 80%. Muscle movement is controlled by the brain, which in turn is governed by the mind. Typically, a person can only fully mobilize their muscles under extreme mental tension or life-threatening situations. Though this varies from person to person, most people never achieve it, even in the face of death. Take the example of the famed Han Dynasty general Li Guang. During a patrol, he once mistook a rock in the grass for a crouching tiger. Drawing his bow with all his might, he shot an arrow that embedded itself 3 inches deep into the stone. Yet, from that day onward, no matter how hard he tried, he could never replicate the feat. But now, Fang Xiu can unleash such power at will. His body remains the same, yet his control over it has undergone a dramatic transformation. Moreover, as his physical condition improves in the future, the strength he can unleash will only grow greater. Gradually, Fang Xiu opened his eyes, the clear whites and blacks of his pupils shimmering with a faint dark light. So this is spiritual essence? At this moment, he had gained a deeper understanding of spiritual essence. The so-called spiritual essence is the product of one's innate mental power being twisted by sinister forces. The mind possesses immense power, yet this strength cannot influence the physical world, it exists solely in the realm of illusion. Just as every individual is the god of their own inner world, within your heart you may fantasize about omnipotence, yet none of it manifests in reality. Supernatural forces serve as the bridge shattering the boundary between illusion and reality. A mind fused with supernatural power gains the ability to affect the tangible world. Of course, this doesn't imply that achieving spiritual awakening grants omnipotence in both mental and physical realms equally. First, the spiritual light only illuminated a corner, not the entirety. According to Fang Xiu's estimation, the illuminated portion occupies merely about 1% of the entire mind's area, meaning only 1% of his spirituality had been awakened. Second, even if spirituality were fully awakened at 100%, it likely wouldn't grant the limitless power he imagined. This is because the mind is not equivalent to fantasy, it is a composite of imagination, emotions, memories, mentality, and everything else combined. The power of the mind is the power of the heart. The stronger your inner self becomes, the greater the spiritual power, provided, of course, that there is enough anomalous energy fused into it. Otherwise, it cannot affect reality. Every form of power has its own manifestation, and the power of the mind is no exception. Its manifestation is connected to each person's inner self. Whatever you care about most, desire most, or need most will be what manifests. At the same time, it is also influenced by personality, imagination, environmental factors, and more. This is why every spirit master possesses different abilities. A spirit master's ability is the manifestation of their mental power. This is what is known as the power of mental reflection. What is my ability then? Fang Xiu couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Or rather, what is it that I desire most deeply? Carrying this question, Fang Xiu began to stir his pitch-black spiritual energy. The next moment, he sensed a surge of information, and his entire body froze. Because, his ability was pain. So my heart is filled with nothing but pain? Fang Xiu felt deeply puzzled. He continued concentrating, probing carefully, and immediately received a more detailed breakdown of his ability. Hitting someone can make the victim feel pain. Fang Xiu felt like he was reading a meaningless statement. This counts as an ability? Even without this so-called ability, punching someone would still make them feel pain. When Fang Xiu began to use his ability, he was astonished to discover that he seemed to see his own death scenes within the pitch-black spiritual energy. Moreover, a familiar sense of agony surged through him, the pain carried by every death he had experienced. It wasn't just physical suffering, it was mostly psychological torment. All the pain caused by the negative emotions he had ever endured seemed to be condensed within this abyssal spiritual energy. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Xiu finally understood the true nature of his ability. It inflicts upon its enemies the very pain it has endured, making them share the same agony. Ha 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 ha! Fang Xiu suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, startling Zhao Hao, who was standing nearby. Brother Xiu, have you succeeded? Fang Xiu didn't answer, but continued laughing hysterically. Amazing! This ability is simply incredible. Fang Xiu roared internally, too excited to control himself. Because he was utterly satisfied, even the powers to control time and space couldn't compare to how pleased this ability made him. Because this was what he truly desired deep in his heart. After arriving in this world, he had been killed by the supernatural horrors too many times. Now, all that suffering had transformed into power he could unleash back upon them. Making the supernatural horrors experience his pain, could there be any sweeter justice in this world? Chapter 22, Scalpel. Brother Xiu, it's been 2 minutes already. Zhao Hao interrupted Fang Xiu's climax. Fang Xiu's expression instantly regained its composure. You go on ahead first. I want to experiment with the power of spirituality. So you've really become the spirit master that Wang Ziting mentioned? Zhao Hao exclaimed in delight. Fang Xiu nodded, and then Zhao Hao shrewdly ran toward the left corridor. Suddenly, Fang Xiu raised his right hand, channeling spiritual energy into it. Glancing at the female doctor still eating, he muttered to himself, let you be the first to feel pain. He was quite satisfied with the characteristics of the pain ability, and likewise, he suspected it was formidable. If this ability fell into someone else's hands, it would naturally be weak, but in his grasp, it's a divine skill. It's a one-hit kill. because this single punch carries the agony of his 21 deaths. Who could possibly withstand that? And as his death count rises in the future, the accumulated suffering will only grow, meaning this is an ability with limitless potential for enhancement. Boom! Fang Xiu threw a punch straight at the female doctor's head. The feeding physician showed no reaction whatsoever. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Roar! The female doctor immediately let out an agonized scream, her body crashing to the floor. Her slender hands clutched her head desperately, trembling violently, even dropping the scalpel she had been holding. Fang Xiu, who had initially achieved some success, furrowed his brow. This punch didn't produce the results he had hoped for. The female physician was in pain, but clearly not as much as he had been initially. During the spiritual transfer, there was obvious resistance. Moreover, after this punch, his own spiritual energy had completely drained. He couldn't deliver a second punch. 1% of his spiritual energy was still too weak, and the reason for the lack of noticeable effect was likely due to failing to break through her defenses. The female doctor's head showed no obvious external injuries, only minor damage, which prevented the full transmission of pain. It seems next time I'll need to truly harm the supernatural entity to be effective. The power of fists has its limits. It's best to rely on weapons. But can ordinary weapons channel spiritual energy? At this thought, Fang Xiu suddenly noticed the scalpel the female doctor had just dropped on the floor. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the scalpel from the floor. It was icy cold to the touch, like a piece of frozen steel. The moment it touched his hand, he felt an overwhelming surge of violent negative emotions assaulting his mind: resentment, fury, hatred, and countless other dark sentiments. Such savage negative emotions were nearly enough to shatter a person's soul. An ordinary person would likely be instantly overwhelmed by these negative emotions upon contact, turning into a monster that knows only slaughter. However, Fang Xiu was no ordinary person. If these negative emotions were likened to ink, they would stain any soul pitch black. But what if the soul was already black to begin with? Covering black paper with ink, it remains black. So these negative emotions didn't crush Fang Xiu's spirit. Instead, they gave him a sense of encountering his own kind. Gradually, countless fragmented images appeared before Fang Xiu's eyes, one after another, half-human, half-supernatural beings bound to operating tables, or an impossibly sharp scalpel sliced and dismembered them. Suddenly, realization struck him. The female doctor must have used this very scalpel to experiment on one supernatural being after another in that mental hospital, causing the blade to absorb endless resentment from those entities. Later, some mishap must have occurred at the mental hospital, and the female doctor's psyche was shattered by the resentment clinging to the scalpel, transforming her into something sinister as well. This implied that the true source of the anomaly was the scalpel itself, while the female doctor had merely fallen under its influence. Now that I possessed this blade, could I actually kill her? Swish! A flash of cold silver light sliced through the air, aimed ruthlessly at the pale throat of the female doctor. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out, instantly followed by a shower of sparks. The female doctor's neck remained completely unharmed. Fang Xiu froze momentarily. This is impossible. How could a scalpel capable of slicing through countless horrors fail to cut the female doctor? Unless, it requires spiritual energy. He realized it in an instant. This scalpel needed spiritual energy to function. His current exhaustion had left him powerless to wield its true might. It seems revenge will have to wait for now. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Xiu turned and fled. He feared that once the female doctor recovered, she might stop feeding on Wu Dahai's corpse and turn to attack him instead. Zhao Hao, who had been waiting in the left passageway, immediately joined Fang Xiu in fleeing when he saw him running. Running, Fang Xiu exited the corridor and arrived at a spacious hall. The hall was completely empty, and there, he once again encountered the two colleagues from earlier. At this moment, the two colleagues were hiding behind a large pillar in the hall. Originally, Fang Xiu wouldn't have been able to see them due to the pillar blocking his line of sight. But ever since igniting his spiritual sense, his five senses had grown increasingly keen. He could easily hear their rapid breathing and the uneasy beating of their hearts. The hall had 4 doors positioned at the east, south, west, and north. No one knew what lay behind them. Brother Xiu, there are 4 doors here, which way should we go? Zhao Hao asked. The two colleagues hiding behind the pillar immediately stepped out upon hearing voices. Thank goodness, you two are safe. Fang Xiu, lead the way quickly. Zhao Hao jumped in fright. Damn, you two were hiding here all along. You ran off pretty fast earlier, and now you're making Brother Xiu give directions. The two grinned awkwardly without replying, instead casting pleading glances toward Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu paid them no heed, calmly staring at the 4 doors instead. Simple, we'll try them one by one. Zhao Hao and the others froze in stunned silence. In this eerie realm racing against time, who has the luxury to try them one by one? Just as the group was about to advise caution, Fang Xiu had already started walking towards the westernmost door. The others could only follow. But just then, roar! An inhuman roar reverberated through the entire space. The ceiling suddenly began to tremble, as if something was running across it. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale with fright. A ghost! The ghost has caught up with us. How is this possible? Wang Ziting and Wu Dahai are two grown men, how could it move so quickly? Fang Xiu quickly realized that it was most likely because he had attacked the supernatural entity, or perhaps by snatching its scalpel, he had disrupted the female doctor's killing pattern. Go! He gave a low shout, then flung open the westernmost door and dashed inside, with the others filing in closely behind. Beyond the westernmost door was a staircase leading upward, and so everyone began frantically climbing the steps. Among them, Fang Xiu was the fastest. Although his spiritual energy was drained, the enhancements from having awakened it still remained, allowing him to mobilize most of his muscles and unleash astonishing strength. But no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't outpace the supernatural. The female doctor seemed to have no special abilities, her only extraordinary trait was her extraordinarily long legs, allowing her to scuttle with freakish speed. In mere moments, she appeared at the top of the staircase. Completely ignoring everyone else, she lunged straight at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu had no time to dodge. Instantly, he was pinned to the ground as the doctor's unnaturally elongated limbs locked onto his like steel shackles. Roar! With a furious shriek, the female doctor bared her blood-soaked maw and plunged it toward Fang Xiu's throat. Squelch! Blood sprays out. Fang Xiu, deceased. Chapter 23, The Safe Passage. A cold, slimy sensation touched him. Fang Xiu went through the same ordeal once more, yet he made all the exact same choices as before. Killing Wang Ziting and Wu Dahai, igniting spirituality, snatching the scalpel. There was no way he would give up that scalpel, a blade capable of cutting through countless supernatural horrors. Combined with his pain-inducing ability, it was an instant kill. The scalpel breaks defenses, the pain ability delivers death, a perfect match. Even if it meant angering the female doctor and disrupting the murder's pattern, he was determined to do so. But this time, he chose to escape through the northern door. To the north was an elevator, and it was still operational, but it moved too slowly. Just as the doors were about to close, a pale, enormous hand reached out. Fang Xiu, deceased. To the south. The south side was the operating room, in complete chaos with various medical instruments crushed into fragments by tremendous force, and dark bloodstains everywhere. And it's a dead end. Fang Xiu, deceased. Finally, only the eastern door remained. If this door offered no way out, then Fang Xiu would have no choice but to abandon the scalpel he had just obtained. Yet fortunately, the eastern path truly was the way to survival. It was a long corridor, on one side lay a public restroom, and further ahead, the path split into three branches, left, right, and center. The moment he saw the restroom, memories of the psychiatric hospital he had walked through before flashed vividly in Fang Xiu's mind. The reason it left such a profound impression was because this was the only restroom he had ever seen inside the mental hospital. At that time, he walked through the restroom and turned left, where he spotted a sign. It read, "Emergency Exit." Just like in shopping malls, schools, and hospitals, there's always an emergency exit established for emergencies, complete with directional signs. Though he didn't know whether the mental hospital's emergency exit was truly safe, he had no choice but to try it now. He ran desperately toward the emergency exit, yet was overtaken and killed by the female doctor near the public restroom before he could make it. Does he really have to give up the scalpel? Fang Xiu quickly dismissed this thought. Though the female doctor was far faster than him, he could use his repeated death resets to predict her attack patterns. If death reload is used well, to some extent, it equals foreseeing the future. Ninth death reload. Go east. In the hall, Fang Xiu didn't hesitate for even a second, immediately leading Zhao Hao through the eastern door. As for the two colleagues hiding behind the stone pillar, they weren't fools either, they quickly emerged and followed through the eastern door. Upon entering the eastern door, inhuman shrieks erupted, and the ceiling began violently shaking. "Ah!" screamed all three of them in unison. Amid the terrified screams of Zhao Hao and his two companions, the female physician appeared on the ceiling. The three of them were terrified out of their wits, pushing and running for their lives, afraid of being the ones left behind. However, the female physician leaped right over their heads, charging straight towards Fang Xiu. At that moment, Fang Xiu was running without even looking back. Zhao Hao was instantly horrified. "Brother Xiu, hurry." His words trailed off as he froze in place, for what he witnessed next defied all logic. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Fang Xiu sensed the female physician's massive hand reaching down from the ceiling to viciously grasp at his skull. With uncanny prescience, Fang Xiu tilted his head slightly, causing the ghostly pale hand to graze terrifyingly close past his scalp. Missing her target, the female physician immediately retracted her arm with a swift, gale-force motion filled with malice. But Fang Xiu ducked low again, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then came the third strike, the fourth, the fifth. The female physician's hands became near-invisible blurs as she attacked relentlessly, yet Fang Xiu kept dodging each move with eerie composure, always escaping by the narrowest margin. Finally, the female physician lost all restraint, her entire body launched downward from the ceiling like some monstrous humanoid spider. But just before she pounced, Fang Xiu stumbled as if tripped by something, his body lurching violently forward. Using the momentum of his forward tilt, his speed increased slightly, but his posture became highly unstable, as though he might fall any second. And fall he did. Yet even after falling, his momentum didn't stop. He performed a donkey roll to the left, tumbling towards the corridor on that side. Bang! The spot where he had just fallen was smashed into a deep pit precisely by the female physician. Missing her target, she grew even more furious and chased toward the passage on the left. Zhao Hao and the other two were stunned, barely registering the blur of movement as Fang Xiu effortlessly dodged multiple attacks before their eyes could even follow. Is this what a spirit master truly is? Zhao Hao felt a mix of admiration and longing. Who wouldn't dream of the extraordinary? Little did Zhao Hao know, this wasn't the work of a spirit master, nor was Fang Xiu as unfazed as he seemed. This was a feat only achievable after dying 9 agonizing deaths. At the left corridor, Fang Xiu finally spotted the emergency exit sign glowing with an eerie green light. This was the first time he had seen the signpost across his 9 deaths and reboots. He didn't know how to evade it next, anticipating several more deaths ahead. But just then, something eerie unfolded. The female doctor who had just entered the left corridor suddenly let out a blood-curdling shriek upon seeing the signpost. The voice was laced with fear, terror, and trembling. After the scream, the female doctor abruptly turned around and fled like a ghostly shadow. Fang Xiu immediately halted his steps, his brow slightly furrowed. The female doctor's escape didn't bring him the slightest joy. Instead, it made him even more solemn. Why did she flee at the sight of the sign? It could only mean there was something hidden here that even the female doctor feared. Fang Xiu frowned at the sign. Behind it lay a dimly lit passageway, illuminated only by the sign itself. Yet the iron door at the end of the corridor could faintly be seen. According to normal logic, the path to survival lies beyond that door. At that moment, Zhao Hao and the others came running over. Brother Xiu, are you alright? How did that supernatural entity run away? Zhao Hao asked with concern evident on his face. Fang Xiu shook his head, signaling that he was fine. The other two looked pleasantly surprised. This is the emergency exit. The way out must be here. The two of them wanted to leave quickly, but they weren't fools either. Seeing Fang Xiu standing motionless, they naturally weren't about to stupidly charge ahead as scouts. Fang Xiu, why aren't you moving? Is there something wrong with this path? Let's rest for a while before continuing. With that said, Fang Xiu abruptly sat down right where he stood and closed his eyes to rest. He was waiting for his spiritual energy to recover. The female doctor was scared away outright, and he couldn't even defeat her, so he had to wait until his spiritual power recovered before attempting anything. Zhao Hao glanced at Fang Xiu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and they exchanged helpless looks. He felt helpless in his heart, but there was nothing he could do except rest. They truly needed the rest. From the moment the eerie domain appeared until now, it had only been a matter of several dozen minutes, and during that time, they had been running desperately, hearts pounding with terror. As office workers, their physical stamina had long been severely depleted. Suddenly taking a rest now actually gave them slight dizziness, accompanied by waves of weakness. Half an hour later, Fang Xiu abruptly opened his eyes and sat bolt upright. This sudden movement startled all three of them. Chapter 24, Darling, how could I live without you? Let's go. Fang Xiu merely uttered a single word before heading straight for the emergency exit. His spiritual energy was only at 1%, so it recovered quickly. Now that he had recovered, there was no need for hesitation. He walked slowly while frantically sharpening his senses, constantly scanning his surroundings to ensure he could react instantly if anything unexpected occurred. Soon, he passed the sign, and nothing happened. He continued forward, the door getting closer, with Zhao Hao and the others following closely behind. No one encountered any danger. But the more this happened, the more something felt wrong deep down. How could a place that scared off the female doctor have no danger at all? Finally, he reached the door. Still, nothing had happened. Could it be that the real danger is hiding behind the door? Bang! He pushed open the door, revealing an expanse of pitch darkness behind it, utterly devoid of light, like a black hole. Brother Xiu, is there really a path in here? Could there be something dangerous? We have to go even if there's danger. Fang Xiu responded before stepping directly through the doorway, where darkness like the maw of an abyss slowly swallowed his figure. Darkness. A pitch-black darkness where you couldn't see your own hand. Inside, nothing could be seen. Most unsettling was the absence of all sound, a silence so complete it felt suffocating. No footsteps, no voices from Zhao Hao and the other two either. Fang Xiu still had no idea whether they were following him. He tried opening his mouth. His vocal cords vibrated, but no sound came out. Attempting to look back, he found the door behind him had already vanished. Only darkness surrounded him. Waving his hands around, he touched nothing solid, let alone Zhao Hao and his companions. At this point, the only option left was to keep moving forward. A minute passed, then two, and even after walking for 10 minutes, the surrounding darkness remained unbroken, as if this path stretched endlessly into oblivion. This lonely darkness could drive any sane person to the brink of madness, yet it had no effect whatsoever on Fang Xiu, for his heart was blacker than this path. Just as Fang Xiu began to believe he might perish trapped in this darkness, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Then the light expanded, and the darkness receded wildly. The surrounding scenery flooded back like a tide. Fang Xiu froze in shock, because he had escaped. That's right, he had left the psychiatric hospital. As the darkness faded away, he found himself standing in the middle of a road lined with rows of bright streetlights, flanked by meticulously landscaped greenery on both sides. This was the tree-lined avenue he had walked before, the one leading to Willow Grove Academy. Turning around, he immediately saw the delighted expressions of Zhao Hao and the other two, as well as Willow Grove Academy in the distance. Is it really over? Thank goodness, Xiaogu, we made it out of that cursed realm alive, Zhao Hao shouted excitedly. The other two weren't exceptions either, their faces filled with wild joy at surviving the ordeal. Hurry, let's get away from this damned place. The two of them didn't want to stay here for a second longer. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately took off running. Brother Xiu, we should leave too. What if the supernatural entities inside come out? Zhao Hao suggested. But Fang Xiu didn't respond. Instead, he stared fixedly at Bailu Academy, his frown deepening by the moment. Why had Qingshan Mental Hospital disappeared? I couldn't see the Qingshan Mental Hospital before because once you're inside, you can't survey the whole layout like when you're outside. But now that I've come out, I should be able to see the mental hospital. Yet strangely enough, it simply vanished, leaving only the 100 Willows Academy. Moreover, why was leaving so smooth without encountering any dangers? The female doctor merely glanced at the signpost before turning around and fleeing. They actually encountered no danger at all. Could it be that the female doctor had some restriction preventing her from leaving the mental hospital, so she was scared away when she saw the exit? Puzzled beyond measure, he could only leave first under Zhao Hao's incessant urging. But as they walked on, Fang Xiu discovered yet another shocking truth. It's gone. All the horrifying entities that once filled the streets, even the indescribable horrors in the sky, they've all completely vanished. What on earth is happening? Fang Xiu's mind was in complete turmoil at this moment. He could accept inexplicably escaping danger, could accept the disappearance of the psychiatric hospital, all these he could accept. But the one thing he couldn't accept was the eerie disappearance of all those paranormal entities from the streets. Because then he wouldn't be able to exact his revenge. These entities must not leave. They must only perish. From that moment, Fang Xiu ran home like a madman, with Zhao Hao unable to keep up beside him, quickly left far behind. Fang Xiu ran wildly, his mouth muttering in a frenzy. No, no, no. You can't disappear. You mustn't vanish. At least my wife absolutely cannot disappear. Wife, you can't vanish, you have to wait for me at home. After running quite a distance, he finally spotted a taxi. He hurriedly got in and urged the driver to speed straight to his rented apartment. After a long while, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the residential area where Fang Xiu lived. Here we are. That'll be. Hey, don't run. You haven't paid yet, the driver shouted, but Fang Xiu had already dashed away like a leopard, vanishing into the night. The driver's expression turned eerie, because Fang Xiu had run impossibly fast, gone in the blink of an eye. He didn't dare to chase Fang Xiu for the fare, not only because of the inhuman speed, but also because of Fang Xiu's behavior in the car. It was enough to scare him off. That man's not right. What normal person would have bloodshot eyes, tremble nonstop on the bus, and keep muttering, wife, you can't go, mustn't go. Probably got left by his wife. Poor fellow, the driver sighed before driving off. Fang Xiu sprinted wildly through the neighborhood where, just like outside, nothing supernatural could be seen, making his mental state deteriorate even further. Bang! Fang Xiu violently pushed open his front door and plunged inside like a madman. Wife, where are you? Come out now. He frantically searched around. Living room, bedroom, bathroom. Nothing, still nothing. Wife, I can see you. Come out now. Fang Xiu roared with bloodshot eyes. But that beautiful, gentle wife never appeared again. No! Fang Xiu's mental state completely shattered as he screamed hysterically like a broken man. You can't disappear. Anyone in this world can vanish except you. Wife, how can I live without you? Wife, you've actually killed me 18 times. Now that you're gone, how am I supposed to spend the rest of my life repaying you? Chapter 25 Capital Deception. An hour later, Fang Xiu lay on the bed with hollow eyes, like a soulless husk, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had died dozens of times, been driven mad by the supernatural, had complete breakdowns, yet in the end, he always came back to life. Madness and hatred dragged his sanity back from the brink of hell. From then on, revenge against his wife, revenge against the supernatural horrors of this world, making all these horrors suffer, became the meaning of his existence, just as his name implied, until death do him part. Now that the horrors were gone, what should he do with this burning hatred? Where was the meaning in living? Like this, he spent the entire night staring blankly at the ceiling. Until the next day, Zhao Hao called. Brother Xiu, look at the news quick. His voice was full of urgency. but Fang Xiu didn't react at all. Brother Xiu, the news reports that Bailu Academy caught fire. Hearing the words Willow Court, Fang Xiu's eyes regained a trace of vitality as he began checking the news on his phone. The first headline that caught his eye left him utterly stunned. The article read, at 1949 yesterday, a major fire broke out at the sales office of Willow Court in Luting City's development zone, with the affected area covering approximately 1,000 square meters. Firefighters immediately launched rescue operations upon receiving the report, and the blaze was extinguished by 2200 hours. Statistics show the accident resulted in 11 fatalities. The death list is as follows. Did the 100 Willow Villa fire occur yesterday at 7:49 p.m.? How is this possible? Fang Xiu clearly remembers that at this exact time yesterday, they were fleeing inside the spectral domain. Because they needed to frequently check the time on their phones, he remembers it very clearly. Moreover, when they left 100 Willow Villa yesterday around 9 p.m., there was no sign of any fire whatsoever. He hurriedly glanced at the death list, only to find his own name glaring back at him. He even spotted a string of familiar names. Zhao Hao, Wang Ziting, Wu Dahai. Over the phone, Zhao Hao's voice rang out, frantic and terrified. Xiu Ji, did you see? Our names are on that death list. Does that mean we're already dead? Fang Xiu remained silent, but the light in his eyes visibly returned at a startling speed. Xiu Ji, are you listening? Ha ha ha. Fang Xiu suddenly erupted into a burst of mad laughter, barely containing his excitement. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful, simply wonderful. I knew they hadn't disappeared, they're just playing hide and seek with me. Xiu Ji, what are you saying? You're scaring me. Thud. Fang Xiu hung up the phone and saw the news of his own death. It thrilled him beyond measure. This meant the supernatural incidents hadn't ended, and the horrors hadn't vanished. Could anything bring him greater joy? Just then, ding! A WeChat notification chimed. It was a message from the real estate office's workgroup chat. Manager Wu Dahai was at Fang Xiu's place. Fang Xiu, why haven't you come to work yet? Why haven't you come to work yet? Why haven't you come to work yet? A barrage of messages flooded in. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh. The deceased Wu Dahai summoning him to work? Ha, fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Do dead people still have to work? It seems Wu Dahai has turned into a capitalist ghost after death. This was the first time in Fang Xiu's life that he couldn't wait to go to work, but he didn't reply in the group chat because he wanted to see what other surprises Wu Dahai had in store for him. As Fang Xiu remained silent, the constant ding-ding-ding of his phone notifications grew increasingly frantic. In the end, a line of blood-red characters unexpectedly appeared. Do you really think I can't find you just because you're silent? The screen was covered in gory, blood-soaked words, ominous and horrifying. Then, those blood-stained letters began to shift gradually, merging together as if a pool of fresh, crimson blood had materialized on the phone screen. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood began to boil, like water in a rolling boil, until gradually, an eyeball emerged from the blood. Stranded with countless crimson veins, it grew outward from the phone screen. That eerie eye stared fixedly at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, I see you. Wu Dahai's eerie voice actually came from the eyeball. The scene was utterly bizarre, enough to drive any normal person mad, but Fang Xiu was the exception. After a moment's thought, he calmly asked, when will my commission be paid? The eyeball seemed momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Fang Xiu's reaction. As long as you come to work, we'll send it, the eyeball replied. Understood. With that, Fang Xiu suddenly thrust out his hand and grabbed the bloodshot eyeball as if plucking a weed, wrenching it forcefully from the phone screen. Excuse me, this is my only phone, please don't hog it. The eyeball let out a pained howl, then abruptly dissipated into thin air like a bubble. Fang Xiu spread his hands, they were empty, no eyeballs, no blood. An illusion? Things are getting more interesting, might as well go to work. So Fang Xiu set off once more, heading to Bailu Academy. This time when he arrived at 100 Willows Academy, he was shocked to discover that the entire sales office of the compound had been burned pitch black, clearly ravaged by an extraordinarily severe fire, with police tape cordoning off the area. He stepped straight over the police tape and entered the sales office. The moment he crossed the threshold, the scene underwent a miraculous transformation. In a daze, it seemed he had returned to the sales office of the past. Everywhere was resplendent with gold and jade, polished marble floors stretching beneath an enormous crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Even Li Feifei, long since deceased, was there in her professional attire and black stockings, chatting with colleagues. They even greeted Fang Xiu when they saw him coming. Li Feifei teased with a playful smirk, "Oh, look who's here, little Fang. You're early today." Fang Xiu walked up and gave Li Feifei a squeeze, warm, full, and delightfully springy. "Is it real?" Li Feifei screamed and slapped Fang Xiu's hand away, starting to curse angrily. Fang Xiu ignored her and walked straight up to the second floor. Just as he reached the second floor, Zhao Hao came rushing toward him in a panic. "Brother Xiu, were you caught and forced to come work here too?" "No, I like going to work. Where's Wu Dahai?" Zhao Hao was momentarily taken aback before replying, "He's in his office." Fang Xiu nodded and went to find Wu Dahai. As he passed through the work area, colleagues who had died before were all at their workstations, some working, some slacking off, just as they had been before. Just as he was about to enter Wu Dahai's office, Wu Dahai walked out first. Upon seeing Fang Xiu, he immediately began shouting curses. "Fang Xiu, why are you only coming to work now? I had added you in the group chat, why didn't you respond? Do you even realize? When will my commission be paid?" Fang Xiu's calm question cut through Wu Dahai's endless rant. Wu Dahai snorted coldly, "Commission? You have the nerve to ask me for commission? With your work ethic, even in death, you'd still be this revolting. What are you talking about? Who died? Can you speak properly? I'm alive and well, it's you who should." Wu Dahai's anger flared as he pointed a finger at Fang Xiu's nose, his words firing like a machine gun. His loud voice drew the attention of the entire office, turning co-workers into spectators. Swish! A silver flash streaked by. The whole world fell silent. Under everyone's horrified gazes, a gleaming silver scalpel was seen plunged straight into Wu Dahai's thick neck. The scalpel's handle was gripped tightly by none other than Fang Xiu's large hand. Fang Xiu's calm gaze met Wu Dahai's furious, wide-eyed stare as he said flatly, "Now he's dead, isn't he?" Chapter 26. You understand humans well, but not silicone. Thunk! Fang Xiu pulled out the scalpel. Bang! Wu Dahai's plump body instantly fell to the ground with a thud. At that moment, his colleagues suddenly froze in place. Each stood rigid as a corpse, their faces turning deathly pale, even Zhao Hao was no exception. In the next instant, they moved. Their bodies began twisting grotesquely, their necks and spines arching at inhuman, exaggerated angles. Their muscles swelled and writhed like boiling water. Transform? Is that what you want? Fang Xiu muttered to himself. Then I'll interrupt your cast. Unlike those dim-witted characters in TV dramas, he wouldn't just stand there waiting for them to finish their transformation. Guided by his heightened instincts, Fang Xiu unleashed his full strength. His movements were as agile as a leopard's as he fiercely charged toward the group. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. A silver light flashed across the area. By the time Fang Xiu came to a stop, his figure had already reached the other end of the office space. In that single fleeting second, he had traversed the entire office and left a hole in each person's neck. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of falling corpses never ceased. Then, a series of cracking noises erupted from behind Fang Xiu. "Female doctor, is it? I've been waiting for you." He turned around, the familiar female physician suddenly appeared behind him, her unnaturally elongated limbs dangling from the ceiling. Thick, viscous black hair cascaded down as drool intermittently dripped from her blood-red maw. Her pupil-less, white eyes stared unblinkingly at Fang Xiu. Suddenly, the female doctor lunged at Fang Xiu like a phantom. But this time, Fang Xiu did not resist. Instead, he stood calmly in place, quietly awaiting her attack. Swish! The female doctor's ghostly pale hand viciously struck toward Fang Xiu's neck. Yet the next moment, something astonishing happened. Her hand passed straight through Fang Xiu's neck as if through empty air. Had enough fun? Come out already. Fang Xiu gazed calmly at his surroundings. In an instant, the female doctor disappeared, the corpses littering the floor vanished, and even the entire sales office shattered like glass. Behind the fragments lay none other than the emergency exit of Qingshan Mental Hospital. The glaring emergency exit sign hung conspicuously on the wall. Beside Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao and the other two lay scattered on the ground in grotesque postures. Each of their faces bore twisted expressions of terror, along with numerous chaotic wounds, their breath completely gone. Fang Xiu slowly rose from the ground. In the darkness, a pair of eerie crimson eyes stared fixedly at him. Those sinister eyes seemed to lack a true physical form, enveloped by amorphous black smoke that continuously churned. A dream? Seems this is your ability, Fang Xiu remarked calmly. A hoarse and teeth-grindingly eerie voice emitted from the sinister eye shrouded in black smoke. How did you see through the dream? Your dream was very realistic, and you understand humans well. Unfortunately, you don't understand silicone. Silicone? The eerie eye seemed confused. He asked again, why don't you feel fear? Oh, Fang Xiu let out a surprised sound. So you rely on fear to kill? In your dream world, the more afraid one is, the faster they die. No wonder that death list appeared, with the dead reviving to call me to work. To be honest, I was quite happy to see a brand new anomaly again, but I didn't like the dream you just created at all. How dare you, of all anomalies, create a world without anomalies? Is that what an anomaly like you should be doing? The shadow smoke's eerie eyes remained silent, instead staring fixedly at Fang Xiu as if trying to memorize his face. The next second, he began to fade slowly until he disappeared completely. Fang Xiu glanced at the brutally slain bodies of Zhao Hao and the other two, having already pieced together the sequence of events. This was a sinister entity capable of manipulating dreams, the same female doctor he had frightened away. If his assumptions were correct, the female doctor was likely the weakest supernatural entity in the entire Qingshan Mental Hospital. Because the way she became an anomaly was different from other anomalies. Other anomalies seem to have been transformed from humans through experiments. But the female doctor never conducted any experiments. She merely became an anomaly after being infected by a scalpel. There's a fundamental difference between the two cases. This is evident from the fact that the female doctor possesses no special abilities, and her killing pattern is rigidly singular. Oh, come to think of it, the female doctor wasn't entirely ordinary, at least she had exceptionally long legs, over 2 meters in length. Because the factors that turned them into supernatural entities were different, there was a vast disparity in their powers. When the female doctor encountered a genuine supernatural being, she fled in terror. This nightmare-controlling supernatural entity must have escaped from that open hospital room. While they were resting, it had somehow made them fall asleep unnoticed and silently entered their dreams, creating terror within. The more you fear, the faster you will die in your dreams. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Feng Xiu, a man who wouldn't fear ghosts, but instead feared not seeing them. To be precise, when Feng Xiu found the supernatural disappear in his dream, it wasn't fear he felt, but utter despair. Fortunately, this ghost, in its attempt to frighten him, deliberately created various eerie incidents, reigniting Feng Xiu's will to live. Moreover, the supernatural entity didn't understand silicone and was seen through by Feng Xiu. Of course, the main reason for this entity's failure was that Feng Xiu simply couldn't feel fear. Feng Xiu walked over to Zhao Hao's side. By now, Zhao Hao was strangling himself with both hands, his face turning purple. He reached out to check for breath, confirming Zhao Hao was indeed dead, having choked himself to death. No normal human being could possibly accomplish such a thing, but then again, eerie entities were never normal to begin with. Suddenly, Feng Xiu pulled out a scalpel and plunged it into his own neck. His consciousness gradually blurred as he sank into darkness. At the emergency exit sign. This is the emergency exit. The way out must be here. Two colleagues looked at the safety exit sign with delighted expressions. Zhao Hao beside him was also beaming with delight. This time, Feng Xiu didn't choose to rest to recover his spiritual energy. Since the entity's ability was to control dreams, the best approach was simply not to fall asleep. Last time when we rested, everyone unknowingly fell asleep, so this time we won't rest and just keep moving forward. Go! Feng Xiu calmly said this and then took the lead towards the emergency exit, with Zhao Hao and the other two closely following behind. Bang! The door to the emergency exit was pushed open, and everyone filed in one after another. It was still complete darkness without any light. Upon emerging from the darkness, the group found themselves outside Bailu Academy once again. Feng Xiu glanced at the empty street, then looked up at the blank sky. Without hesitation, he took out the scalpel again and made another slash across his own neck. Chapter 27, The Ghost Rider. Feng Xiu tried a few more times afterward, but even with knives plunged into his thighs, he would still fall into the dream. By now, Feng Xiu understood surviving this trial depended entirely on Zhao Hao himself. Only by conquering fear could one live. This is the emergency exit. The way out must be here. At this moment, Feng Xiu turned around and said to Zhao Hao and the others, inside the emergency exit lurks an eerie entity that induces hallucinations. Within these illusions, terrifying visions will appear. You might even be deceived into thinking you've escaped the cursed domain, but it's all false. The only way to break free from the illusion is to conquer your fear. Within the hallucination, the more you fear, the quicker you'll perish. What? There's another ghost here? A colleague panicked immediately upon hearing this. Judging by his reaction, he seemed terrified enough already without even experiencing the dream. Ritian, remember this, everything you're about to see is fake. Don't be afraid. Only by doing so can you survive, Feng Xiu instructed solemnly. Zhao Hao nodded with lingering fear, knowing Feng Xiu wouldn't lie to him. By the way, if you see Li Feifei in the illusion, give her a pinch. Fake ones feel different from the real one. That's the flaw in the illusion. Zhao Hao froze momentarily. But I've never touched the real one before. Feng Xiu ignored him and opened the door, stepping into the dream. Feng Xiu found himself in the same dream as before. He had already tested it. Zhao Hao and the others in his dream were all fake, meaning everyone was having different dreams. He couldn't help Zhao Hao in the dream. Knowing it was a dream, Feng Xiu felt no fear whatsoever, so he quickly broke free from the illusion. When he woke up, he didn't see the sinister entity, only Zhao Hao and the other two lying haphazardly on the ground. At this point, they weren't dead yet. However, their condition was dire. Each face was twisted with terror, some even convulsing violently. Zhao Hao was forcefully choking himself, his face turning blue as he was on the verge of suffocation. Feng Xiu quickly rushed over to pry his hands away, allowing Zhao Hao to breathe again, though his condition remained poor. Zhao Hao, wake up! He shook Zhao Hao, but it had no effect. Bang bang bang! A dozen hard slaps across both sides of Zhao Hao's face still couldn't wake him up. Helpless, Feng Xiu had no choice but to pull out a scalpel and stab Zhao Hao's thigh, even resorting to using a hint of his pain-inducing ability. Zhao Hao's expression grew increasingly agonized, yet he simply wouldn't awaken. Moments later, Zhao Hao's head lolled to one side, dead. Then Feng Xiu died too. After that, Fang Xiu tried several more times, but no matter how much he warned them, Zhao Hao and the others would always die in their dreams. They simply couldn't overcome their fear. Fang Xiu fell silent. He wanted to save Zhao Hao, but he couldn't. He decided to try one last time. If it still didn't work, he would have no choice but to give up. How could he help Zhao Hao conquer his fear? He thought of a method to divert his attention. Since he couldn't overcome it, he would avoid it. He had to find another intense emotion to dilute the fear. Fear is an instinctive human emotion. To counter it, one must rely on another instinctive emotion. Recalling Zhao Hao's characteristics, there didn't seem to be anything special about him: unattractive looks, introverted personality, timid, and given to excessive daydreaming. The only notable feature is probably its uniqueness. Uniqueness? Food and lust are human nature. This too is a kind of instinctive emotion. Fang Xiu felt like he had found a breakthrough. Ritian, isn't your favorite movie that private tutoring film after school? Zhao Hao was instantly shocked. Bro Xiu, how do you know that? Did you peek at my phone? Never mind how I know. Open your phone right now, turn the volume to max, and play that movie on speaker. Zhao Hao began doubting his own ears, stammering as he spoke. Xiu Ge, are you joking? If you want to watch it, let's watch after we escape. Playing it out loud here is no different from taking a shit in public. I'm not joking. This is saving your life. Play it now, immediately. Seeing how serious Fang Xiu was, Zhao Hao reluctantly took out his treasured movie under pressure. As the BGM started playing, the eerie corridor seemed slightly less terrifying, the atmosphere of fear dissipating somewhat. Both colleagues were gazing at Zhao Hao with extremely peculiar expressions. Zhao Hao's face was flushed with embarrassment. His expression couldn't have been more awkward at that moment. You'd better watch carefully and fully immerse yourself as the student in the film. Once we enter the illusion later, don't think about anything else, just close your eyes and desperately embrace that role. That's the only way to overcome your fear. Zhao Hao took a deep breath, nodded, and then began to focus intently. You too as well, distract yourselves with whatever interests you most to overcome fear. The other two clearly lacked Zhao Hao's special knack and had nothing saved on their phones, so they could only watch along with him. This goes to show that while men's interests may vary in type, they largely fall into similar categories. 5 minutes later, Fang Xiu glanced at Zhao Hao and decided the timing was about right. As for the other two, they showed absolutely no reaction whatsoever. The evidence shows that not just anyone can still react when faced with fear, but this was all Fang Xiu could manage. After giving a few more instructions, he led them through the door. The dream struck. Fang Xiu quickly freed himself from the dream and looked at Zhao Hao and the other two, who had collapsed on the ground. The two colleagues wore expressions as terrifying as before, seemingly enduring something horrific, with wounds even beginning to appear on their bodies out of thin air. This time, looking at Zhao Hao, fear was still evident on his face, yet mingled with it was a faint trace of lewdness. This made Fang Xiu quite relieved. Apparently, having distinct traits wasn't always a bad thing after all. He still remembered that once during a casual chat, Zhao Hao had mentioned how one afternoon after waking up from a nap, he found himself unable to open his eyes no matter what, and his body wouldn't move. He was being pressed down by a ghost. In a daze, it felt as though a female ghost in white was pressing down on him. His first reaction was fear. The ghost's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. But his second reaction was noticing how strikingly beautiful the ghost was. For some inexplicable reason, as he looked at her pressing down on him, he felt an urge to kiss her. So, he puckered his lips, but just as he was about to make contact, he woke up. The sleep paralysis ended. Zhao Hao deeply regretted it afterward. At the time, Fang Xiu thought Zhao Hao was joking, but now it seemed the guy was probably telling the truth. He's truly seeing ghosts and still thinks they're handsome, actually daring to make a move. A modern-day Ning Kaichen. At this moment, the dream seemed to reach a critical juncture as his two colleagues tilted their heads and suddenly started bleeding from all 7 apertures. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao's face grew increasingly terrified. Suddenly, Zhao Hao in his sleep let out a muffled gasp and occasionally puckered his lips. Chapter 28, My ability is to foresee the future. The scene was somewhat jarring to behold. Even though Fang Xiu had witnessed many indescribable horrors, he still found it difficult to look directly at Zhao Hao at that moment. However, Fang Xiu soon noticed something unusual. Through his spiritual perception, he actually detected spiritual fluctuations emanating from Zhao Hao. Is Zhao Hao about to awaken his spiritual powers? The next second, Zhao Hao abruptly sat up from the ground, his face flushed and breathing heavily. After taking in his surroundings, he froze momentarily before suddenly bursting with joy. Brother Xiu, have I become? Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of something, his eyes filled with wariness as he stared at Fang Xiu. Are you Brother Xiu? Noticing Zhao Hao's reaction, Fang Xiu felt he had matured a bit, showing at least some critical thinking, though not much. To prove this wasn't a dream, Fang Xiu listed off some of Zhao Hao's favorite movies. Ah, stop talking. You really did peek at my phone, Xiu. Zhao Hao's face flushed with embarrassment as he scrambled up from the floor, urgently trying to silence Fang Xiu. Alright, let's get ready to leave. Zhao Hao nodded, but his pupils contracted involuntarily when he saw how their two colleagues had died. He let out a sigh. This time, the two of them stood before the genuine main gate. Previously, what they called opening the door actually happened in dreams. Every time they reached the door, they had already entered the dream. Fang Xiu placed his hand on the door and suddenly felt something strange. Why hadn't that ghost appeared this time? The first time he broke free from the dream, when he was the only one left alive, the ghost appeared and asked why he wasn't afraid. In the following few dream breaks, the ghost never appeared. Fang Xiu guessed it was probably because Zhao Hao and the others hadn't died yet, so the ghost remained within the dreams and didn't come out. But this last time, when everyone's dreams had ended, the ghost didn't show up as usual. Why was that? Somehow, Fang Xiu suddenly recalled Zhao Hao's bizarre movements right before he woke up, kissing and grabbing at thin air. Could it be? He already had a guess in his mind, but he didn't voice it right away. Instead, he pushed the door open forcefully. All that met their eyes was still the void-like darkness. The two walked onward for about 10 minutes before finally glimpsing light. Under the light's banishment, the darkness receded like tidal waters, revealing the scenery beyond. They found themselves standing on a road. This time Fang Xiu was certain it wasn't a dream, because he could see those indescribable horrors on the dome, with scattered entities lurking in the surrounding grove. Not far behind them stood the 100 Willow Academy sales office, while Green Mountain Mental Hospital had vanished without a trace. Yet in Fang Xiu's perception, Green Mountain Mental Hospital hadn't disappeared, it remained right there, embedded within the sales office structure. This struck Fang Xiu as profoundly strange. Why had he been able to see the mental hospital before, but couldn't perceive it now? The sales office once couldn't block the view of the mental hospital, but now the mental hospital has merged into the sales office. Could it be that the mental asylum has merged into reality, so now it's obscured by real objects, whereas before it was in an illusory state and thus couldn't be blocked from view? Great, Xiu, we made it out. Zhao Hao's face was brimming with ecstatic relief at having narrowly escaped death. Fang Xiu didn't respond to the banter, instead posing a question. Ritian, have you awakened spiritual perception? Spirituality? Zhao Hao was stunned. Just now inside the illusion, I did feel something strange. After speaking, he closed his eyes to carefully sense it. A moment later, he opened his eyes with an expression of ecstasy. Xiu, I feel like I've become a superhuman now, not just my 5 senses, even my strength has increased. If that long-legged ghost shows up in front of me again, I'll crush her with one punch. Fang Xiu nodded, unsurprised by this. After all, Zhao Hao had groped plenty of thighs before, experienced life and death in the dream, and had prolonged, deep contact with that dream-controlling monstrosity, meeting all the conditions for spiritual awakening. But in that state, what ability would Zhao Hao awaken? What ability did you awaken? Ability? Zhao Hao focused for a moment, then scratched his head helplessly. I don't seem to sense any ability at all. Can't sense it? Fang Xiu was momentarily taken aback, but since he wasn't very familiar with spiritual matters himself, he decided not to press further. Could I be talentless? Didn't Wang Ziting say everyone who awakens their spirituality gains abilities? Zhao Hao's joyful expression faded as his face fell slack. Brother Xiu, what's your ability? Foreseeing the future. What? Foresee the future? Zhao Hao displayed an expression of utter shock. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu calmly nodded in response. It wasn't that he intentionally meant to deceive Zhao Hao, but rather he was planning for the future. With his ability to restart from death, he would inevitably demonstrate various foresight traits to some degree, so it was better to simply claim he could predict the future. Moreover, the ability to foresee the future held immense value. If an organization of spirit masters truly existed, this power would likely allow him to gain considerable benefits. Since this world harbors the supernatural yet hasn't descended into chaos, with few reports of paranormal incidents reaching the public, it must mean there's a massive organization of spirit masters maintaining order. They undoubtedly possess methods to grow stronger, along with various resources tailored for spirit masters. Fang Xiu's thirst for power burns intensely. To achieve his goals, he must elevate his own worth. Staying low-key? Quietly amassing strength? Pretending to be weak to catch others off guard? Had he not died repeatedly at the hands of supernatural entities, he might have chosen to remain inconspicuous. But now, he only wants to grow powerful quickly to exact his revenge. Just like genius disciples in fantasy novels who receive abundant resources regardless of which sect they join, Fang Xiu's current strategy is to pose as a prodigy. As for why he didn't reveal his true abilities, it's simple, he didn't know if dual ability users existed in this world. If it worked like the anime One Piece in his previous life, where a person could only consume one devil fruit and possess a single ability, then exposing his dual abilities would be asking to be dissected. Sometimes being half a step ahead makes you a genius, but taking a full step ahead makes you a madman. Brother Xiu, no wonder you knew which path to take in the haunted domain and could anticipate where the ghosts would appear at the emergency exits. So your ability is precognition. Zhao Hao suddenly had an epiphany. In his previous terror within the eerie domain, fear had blinded him to Feng Xiu's uncanny foresight. He had merely obeyed instinctually without questioning. But now, looking back, every decision Feng Xiu had made was correct, including how to save Zhao Hao himself. What is this if not foreseeing the future? At first, he was thrilled that Feng Xiu had obtained such an awesome ability, but soon enough, the thought of his own powerlessness instantly plunged him into gloom even deeper than before. Afraid your brothers will suffer, yet afraid they'll drive a Range Rover. This phrase perfectly captured Zhao Hao's state of mind. Chapter 29 The Sun Gazer. Tian, look up, do you see anything eerie in the sky? Feng Xiu suddenly spoke up. Zhao Hao was instantly startled. Eerie? Where? He hastily craned his neck upward but saw only a bright moon scattered with sparse stars against the pitch-black, curtain-like sky. Brother Xiu, there aren't any horrors in the sky, are you seeing things? Maybe I just mistook some bats for horrors. Feng Xiu's brow unconsciously furrowed. Could it be that even others who've awakened spirituality and become spirit masters can't see the horrors filling this world? Was it because Zhao Hao was too weak as a newly minted spirit master, or was it that even spirit masters couldn't see the eerie phenomena pervading the world? Feng Xiu sincerely hoped it was the former, because that would mean he wasn't alone, that there were others like him in this world who could also see those terrifying entities. Let's go, head home and get some rest. Go home and sleep? Zhao Hao asked in astonishment. Brother Xiu, all our colleagues are dead, we're dealing with supernatural horrors, and you still want to go home to sleep? What? Are you planning to call the authorities or something? Well, you're right. For supernatural matters, we should find a Taoist priest. No need to call anyone, someone will come to us. Since this world has both supernatural beings and spirit masters, there must be an organization dedicated to dealing with these anomalies, otherwise, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. By the way, how did you break free from the dreamscape? Zhao Hao's expression visibly stiffened with embarrassment. How else can we break through? Just like Brother Xiu taught us, ignore everything and desperately immerse ourselves in the footage. Then why were you making gestures at thin air earlier? What? I was doing that? Zhao Hao's face instantly burned crimson. Not only making movements, but also making sounds, and, please stop. Xiuji, I'm begging you, don't say another word. If you keep going, I'll really die of embarrassment. Then tell me what exactly you experienced in that dream. Of course, I'm not interested in your dream itself, I just want to understand why you lack abilities. Could there have been some mistake during your awakening? Feng Xiu said with complete calm. Really, Brother Xiu? Alright, but you must promise not to tell a single soul other than the two of us. Actually there wasn't anything special. After entering the illusion, I just kept my eyes shut the whole time, filling my mind with thoughts of teachers lecturing. Later, all sorts of terrifying sounds started appearing in my ears, and I even felt icy corpse-like hands touching me. I was absolutely terrified. So to distract myself, you took matters into your own hands? Feng Xiu got straight to the point. Zhao Hao flushed crimson as he defended himself. That was just a stopgap measure to divert my attention. Feng Xiu nodded, expressing full affirmation of Zhao Hao's explanation. What happened after that? Later, the voices around me changed, transformed into Li Feifei's voice, so gentle, and touching my hand became warm and smooth too, so I just opened your eyes? Do you like Li Feifei that much? Brother Xiu, didn't you say? If I see Li Feifei, I should give her a pinch to check if she's real. That's the flaw in the illusion. So did you figure out if she was real or not? I've never touched either real or fake, Zhao Hao said somewhat aggrieved. What happened next? Later, Li Feifei kept tempting me, and I really couldn't resist. But you can't blame me for that. Who could when she was wearing a JK outfit with black ribbon chokers with little bells, plus those white frilly socks? I mean, what man could possibly withstand that kind of temptation? Then she started giving me this lesson, but as it went on, Li Feifei's eyes turned blood red. Her mouth started stretching sideways, all the way to her ears. I was literally scared to death at that point, my mind completely overwhelmed by terror. Feng Xiu nodded in agreement, confirming the connection. There had indeed been a period when Zhao Hao was extremely dispirited. It seemed he'd been thoroughly terrified. So how did you snap out of it later? At that moment, Li Feifei opened her bloody maw wide, ready to tear me apart. I knew I was doomed, but then I thought, I'm still a virgin. Dying like this would make my whole life a waste. I decided even if I had to die, I wouldn't go out so pathetically. So I hardened my heart, didn't care whether Li Feifei was a monster or not. Ghost or demon, I'd fulfill my final wish before dying. Feng Xiu. At this moment, he finally understood why that haunting creature never appeared after the dream was shattered. Perhaps it was too ashamed to show its face, fearful of Zhao Hao, the Sun Eater. Noticing Feng Xiu's silence, Zhao Hao also felt extremely awkward and hurriedly added, when death is at your doorstep, why worry about so much? Life, after all, is about leaving no regrets, wouldn't you agree, Brother Xiu? I think it's time for you to go home. Zhao Hao. Fang Xiu then briefly gave Zhao Hao some instructions on how to respond if anyone came asking questions. After aligning their stories, the two went their separate ways and headed home. When he got home, Fang Xiu was greeted by his gentle wife. "Honey, you're back. Have you eaten yet? Should I make you some noodles?" My wife wore a gentle smile on her face, still dressed in that pale blue silk spaghetti strap nightgown, her fair and slender long legs exposed to the air. Seeing his wife as tender as ever, all the tension in Fang Xiu's heart instantly melted away. It felt so good to see his wife again. Fang Xiu gazed intently at his wife's exquisite face, awestruck by her breathtaking beauty. No Photoshop filter could create such perfection. "Yeah, I'm back," he replied with a smile. The gentle smile on his wife's face instantly vanished, replaced by a horrific mask of greed and madness. The speed of this transformation could put professional face changers to shame. "Look here." Before my wife could finish her words, whoosh, a flash of silver light abruptly appeared. A scalpel transformed into a blur as it viciously plunged towards my wife's fair neck, brimming with Fang Xiu's dark spiritual energy. The power of pain was unleashed to its maximum in that instant. During this time back home, his spiritual energy had already recovered enough to wield the scalpel again. Just as Fang Xiu's scalpel was about to pierce his wife's fair neck, everything went black before his eyes, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he woke again, he found himself standing outside his home once more. "Dad, the respawn point has changed too," Fang Xiu murmured, staring at the floor. The dim light in the aged hallway cast deep shadows across his face. "So this is my wife's true power? Never imagined that awakening spiritual awareness would only make the gap more apparent. This time I didn't even realize how I died." It seems the disparity between supernatural entities exists, perhaps greater than between humans themselves. It seems choosing not to continue exploring the mental hospital was the right decision. After the female doctor was frightened away, Fang Xiu had considered continuing his exploration of Qingshan Mental Hospital, but ultimately decided against it. There was no point. His abilities were too weak, and he lacked understanding about spiritual energy usage or even fundamental knowledge about spirit masters. There were just too many variables. That female doctor was merely the weakest supernatural entity in Qingshan Mental Hospital. If he couldn't even handle her, how could he possibly deal with the other entities locked away in their rooms? Don't forget, some doors in the rooms are open. The one manipulating dreams is among them, while the others hide in unknown places. This time I was lucky to encounter a non-aggressive nightmare wraith, which allowed me to escape. If it had been any other kind of supernatural entity blocking the door, even with the ability to respawn after death, I'd probably have been trapped forever in Qingshan Mental Hospital. In the face of absolute power, even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 do-overs wouldn't make a difference. So Fang Xiu decided to first familiarize himself with his own psychic abilities, understand spirit masters, make contact with related organizations, and gather more information before making any further plans. Chapter 30, The Global Paranormal Incident Joint Investigation Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Bang! He opened the front door. His wife stood at the entrance like a virtuous wife and loving mother. "Honey, you're back. Have you eaten? Would you like me to make some noodles for you?" Fang Xiu ignored his charming wife, acting like an office worker coming home late from overtime, using exhaustion as an excuse to avoid his marital duties. He took a hot shower on his own and then lay down to sleep. Though he claimed to sleep, he was actually studying spiritual cultivation. He was desperate to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he uncover the secrets of Qingshan Mental Hospital, understand the truth about the supernatural, and eventually take revenge on his wife, making all the supernatural entities in the world suffer. That night, he studied for hours but made little progress. The main issue was his near-total ignorance of spiritual cultivation. All his information came from Wang Ziting's accounts, which Wang had heard secondhand from his cousin, leaving him with only a few truly useful pieces of knowledge. Helpless, I could only sink into deep sleep. The Greenvine City Investigation Bureau. This is a department that few ordinary people know of. No one knows what exactly its duties entail, nor where it is located. Despite being so low-profile and secretive, this department holds formidable prestige among the circle of spirit masters throughout Greenvine City, because it serves as a special department guarding against the supernatural and ensuring the safety of the entire Lteng City. The Investigation Bureau, formerly known as the Global Supernatural Incident Joint Investigation Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, commonly referred to as the Investigation Bureau. The headquarters of the Lteng City Investigation Bureau, the conference center. A group of people were gathered around the conference table. There were both men and women among them, some dressed in formal attire, others in casual clothes, and even a few in eccentric costumes. Each had their own distinctive features, but the one thing they all shared in common was youth. Most appeared to be in their 20s or 30s. The eldest among them was likely the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, a 40-something figure exuding natural authority in his black suit. "Let's convene this emergency meeting immediately. As you all should be aware, 5 hours ago a paranormal anomaly zone emerged at the Willow Grove Estate sales office in our city's development district. Currently, the anomalous zone remains confined to the sales center with no signs of expansion detected thus far, the middle-aged man stated directly to begin the proceedings. The expressions on everyone's faces were peculiar. These bizarre occurrences have been happening more and more frequently, someone said with a grave expression. Isn't this a good thing? For us spirit masters, the more supernatural incidents there are, the faster our powers grow. Such arrogance. Careful you don't end up dead at the hands of the supernatural. You wanna fight or what? Afraid of you? The middle-aged man watched the chaotic crowd with an expressionless face. Clearly, he was long accustomed to this group's way of handling things. The middle-aged man was named Wang Dihai, chief of Ulteng City's investigation bureau, yet he wasn't a spirit master, but merely an ordinary man. Yet such an ordinary person had to manage a whole team of spirit masters. Nearly all city investigation bureaus were configured this way because spirit masters had excessively high mortality rates. They were combat personnel, not managerial staff. No one wanted to squander resources by assigning spirit masters to tedious administrative duties. Moreover, due to their minds being tainted by supernatural forces, most spirit masters developed eccentric personalities, some even grew violent. These reasons collectively rendered spirit masters unsuitable for the role of bureau directors. However, among the spirit masters, there are captains who cooperate with the bureau chief in management. Enough! Wang Dihai slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Anyone who continues to disregard meeting discipline will have their spirit master spiritual materials have next month. With just one sentence, the entire meeting room fell silent. Clearly, all the spirit masters cared deeply about the so-called spiritual materials. As spirit masters, they possess physical abilities beyond ordinary people and various supernatural powers. For such individuals, earning money comes easily, so their need for wealth isn't particularly strong. Yet spiritual materials are absolute necessities, these are matters of life and death to them. This is also the key reason why the Investigation Bureau can attract so many spirit masters. After all, few are willing to work purely out of passion if they're to risk their lives against the supernatural. Sufficient incentives must be offered. Seeing the venue quiet down, Wang Dihai composed himself once more. Shaolin, pull up the surveillance footage from around the Bailu Manor area. Alright, Chief Wang. A young woman dressed in secretarial attire, appearing very efficient with gold-rimmed glasses, promptly began operating the computer to project the surveillance footage onto the meeting room's screen. Everyone turned to look at the screen, which displayed surveillance footage from around Bailu Villa. There was no footage from inside the residence. To be precise, it's not that there was nothing, rather, the internal surveillance seemed to have been corrupted by some eerie force, causing all monitoring equipment to malfunction. The surveillance footage began to flicker. Then, an image of the main road leading to 100 Willows Academy appeared. The main road was completely empty, only the trees on either side rustled in the wind. Fast forward. The secretary, Miss Kobayashi, began fast forwarding. Stop. The screen froze and then started playing again. The next second, the air on the main road in the picture suddenly twisted, and two figures appeared out of nowhere. It was Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. These two are survivors from the haunted domain of Bailu Academy. The better-looking one is Fang Xiu, the creepier one is Zhao Hao. Both worked at the Bailu Academy property sales office. Shaolin, read out their profiles. Shaolin immediately opened the folder in his hands and began reading. Fang Xiu, age 20, male, local to Luton City, orphan, graduated from Zhao Hao. According to our investigation, there was nothing particularly remarkable about either individual's life history. They appeared to be ordinary people before entering the haunted domain of 100 Willows Academy. What are your thoughts? Wang Dihai asked the assembled group. A young man wearing a studded leather jacket sneered dismissively. If ordinary people can emerge alive from this haunted domain, the danger level probably tops out at Class D. For something this trivial, just send any random operative to clean it up. I don't think so. Look at Fang Xiu in the surveillance footage, his demeanor is far too calm. This isn't how an ordinary person would react after surviving a haunted domain. There's no relief at cheating death, no lingering fear from encountering the supernatural. His tranquility is unnatural. If he was truly an ordinary person before, it's highly likely he became a spirit master during his time in the haunted domain, countered a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses. The studded leather jacket man scoffed dismissively. If even a novice spirit master who just awakened their spiritual power could survive this haunted domain, its danger level is probably C rank at best. A domain this weak could be handled by any seasoned spirit master. Never judge a haunted domain you haven't experienced firsthand. Its danger level might be far higher, and these two might have survived merely by luck. A rookie soul master who's just awakened their spiritual abilities and got lucky could survive in that eerie domain. The danger level is probably about. Shut the hell up, Wang Dihai roared, glaring at the spike-haired man. He felt a headache coming on. He must have been out of his mind to think discussing this with these people was a good idea. So he made the call immediately. Shen Lingxue, Li Wenhao, you two go investigate Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. Check if they've become soul masters, assess their ability levels, mental contamination, whether they're worth recruiting, and get a read on how dangerous the 100 Willows Academy Eerie domain really is. Got it, Chief Wang. Got it. Chapter 31, Zhao Hao's ability. Early the next morning, Fang Xiu was abruptly awakened by Zhao Hao's phone call. Bro Xiu, I figured out what my ability is, came Zhao Hao's excited voice through the phone. What ability? Fang Xiu said calmly. You'll be shocked when I tell you. The reason I couldn't sense my ability yesterday is because it only activates after 11 p.m. and lasts until 1 a.m. After getting home yesterday, I couldn't sleep no matter what. Then right at 11, the ability just appeared on its own. So what exactly is this ability? Bro Xiu, don't be jealous when I tell you. Though your ability is strong, mine is literally every man's dream ability. You have no idea, after testing it out all night yesterday, it was just beep beep beep. Fang Xiu hung up the phone. A moment later, Zhao Hao called again. Brother Xiu, if you're just going to keep talking nonsense, then quit bothering me. Over the phone, Zhao Hao's aggrieved voice responded, my ability is that after 11 o'clock, I become more handsome, and my physical abilities improve all tone muscles. That's it? I'm hanging up. Just as Fang Xiu was about to end the call, Zhao Hao urgently shouted, Don't, I wasn't finished. You think my ability ends there? The best part is coming. The physical boost is just a side effect, what it truly enhances is my stamina with women. You have no idea how strong I am in that aspect, bro. I tested it yesterday, and it was simply incredible. Beep beep beep. Fang Xiu decisively hung up the phone. Although he never expected Zhao Hao to awaken any extraordinary abilities, he hadn't anticipated his power would be so improper. Looking more handsome, packed with muscles, enhanced sexual performance, isn't this just like an Aerostar? I should have known. What kind of decent ability could someone who overcame fear by watching adult films possibly awaken? The abilities of a spirit master are deeply connected to the soul, it's the power of the heart's reflection. Whatever your heart desires will manifest. As for why the ability only activates after 11 o'clock, Fang Xiu understood perfectly well. After all, 11 o'clock was usually the time Zhao Hao lay in bed, drifting off to sleep. So, just what kind of fantasies was Zhao Hao indulging in every night at 11, as he lay in bed, that awakened such an ability? The exact details remain unknown, perhaps only Zhao Hao himself knows. Darling, it's time for breakfast. The gentle wife walked through the door and entered the bedroom, speaking softly to Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu's gaze remained utterly unperturbed as he casually rose to his feet and proceeded to make breakfast for himself. My wife keeps telling me to eat breakfast every day, but she's never made it once. Damn bitch, may she swallow 1,000 needles. At this moment, a black business sedan was quietly parked by the street below Fang Xiu's residential complex. A man and a woman sat inside the vehicle. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a black suit with gold-rimmed glasses, his posture erect and his demeanor sharp. The woman had delicate facial features, her small face both pretty and beautiful. She wore a black uniform suit with a skirt, beneath which stretched black stockings of fine weave and deep color, clearly not the cheap kind that tears at the slightest tug. On her feet were exquisitely carved high heels. This outfit, paired with her tall stature and icy demeanor, lacked the vulgarity often associated with black stockings, instead adding a touch of striking sophistication. This man and woman were none other than Shen Lingxue and Li Wenhao from the Investigation Bureau. At present, Li Wenhao had black earbuds in his ears, connected to surveillance equipment before him. A moment later, Li Wenhao removed his earphones. Shen Lingxue nearby calmly inquired, Did you manage to monitor their phone conversation? Li Wenhao nodded. From their dialogue, we can preliminarily conclude both were ordinary people before. Their spiritual awakening occurred within the haunted domain of 100 Willows Academy, turning them into spirit masters. What about their abilities? Fang Xiu's abilities weren't mentioned on the phone, but judging from Zhao Hao's tone, they probably aren't too shabby. Let's hope they're genuinely decent. The Investigation Bureau is desperately short-staffed right now. If Fang Xiu's capable enough and passes the mental contamination test, we could consider recruiting him. What about Zhao Hao? At the mention of Zhao Hao, Li Wenhao's face clouded with hesitation, clearly struggling to find the right words. Shen Lingxue frowned slightly. What's wrong? Spit it out. Yes, Li Wenhao promptly replied with a hint of deference. It was quite evident that Shen Lingxue held a significantly higher status than Li Wenhao. This was only natural, since Shen Lingxue was a spirit master while Li Wenhao was not. He was merely an ordinary person. The Investigation Bureau is concerned about the mental state of spirit masters, so they typically assign an ordinary person to each spirit master as a supervisor. This is to prevent spirit masters from losing control due to mental distress or making mistakes. It's a good idea in theory, but usually, the spirit master holds the upper hand since they possess power. If the supervisor's persuasion fails, the only recourse is to report to higher-ups, who then mete out corresponding punishments. Typically, Spirit Master Supervisor pairings follow a male-female arrangement. A male Spirit Master is paired with a female investigator, and a female Spirit Master with a male investigator. When yin and yang are in harmony, the likelihood of conflict decreases. Only then did Li Wenhao hesitantly explain. According to Zhao Hao himself, his ability activates between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. nightly, making him more handsome with well-defined muscles and enhanced physical capabilities, primarily improving his sexual performance. Upon hearing the words sexual performance, Shen Lingshue's aloof face clearly showed a flash of disgust. TCH, with abilities like that, he'd be perfectly suited to work as gigolo at a nightclub. Shen Lingxue gave a cold snort before continuing. Someone with such a filthy mind and disgusting abilities doesn't deserve to be recruited into the investigation bureau. Also, Zhao Hao must be strictly monitored from now on, otherwise, who knows what despicable things he might pull with his abilities. Understood. Li Wenhao nodded with an inner sigh. Shen Lingshue's attitude toward Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao was like night and day. One was recruit-worthy, while the other not only wasn't recruited but had to be kept under tight surveillance. Not that Fang Xiu was particularly valued, it's just that Zhao Hao's abilities left far too terrible an impression. Let's go and meet Fang Xiu first. Chapter 32, The Investigation Bureau Pays a Visit. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded at Fang Xiu's front door. In his perception, he clearly heard two people knocking on the door, even hearing them coming upstairs. Fang Xiu peered through the peephole and saw a man and a woman wearing work uniforms. He opened the door without hesitation, not worrying at all that they might be supernatural entities, because entities couldn't affect reality unless seen, meaning they were incapable of knocking on doors in the first place. Moreover, showing up at this hour still wearing work uniforms, they were most likely from a special department. Once the door opened, Li Wenhao produced an investigative bureau ID and said, Fang Xiu, right? We're staff from the Global Supernatural Incidents Joint Investigation Strategic Defense Offense and Logistics Support Bureau. Here are our credentials. Fang Xiu calmly examined both IDs and learned their names. Not the least bit surprising, with surveillance cameras everywhere nowadays, there was no way the special department wouldn't have tracked him down. The only surprising thing was that this special department's name was exceptionally long, so long that someone with weak lung capacity couldn't utter it in one breath. Come in. Fang Xiu ushered the two visitors inside, during which Shen Lingxue and her companion kept studying him with their eyes. Fang Xiu was also observing them, or more precisely, trying to confirm whether they could see his wife. At this moment, his wife appeared quite delighted, perhaps because the larger company made her happy. Standing gracefully to the side, she said softly, Honey, we have a guest at home. Shen Lingxue and Li Wenhao's gazes remained fixed on Fang Xiu, seemingly oblivious to his wife. Can they not see her? Or have they already reached the level of ignoring supernatural entities like I have? Fang Xiu wondered silently. As a member of a special department, their abilities must be far stronger than a novice spirit master like himself, and they likely possess much more knowledge about supernatural anomalies. If even they couldn't see his wife, then it proved he alone was special. The ability to see supernatural entities might not be related to whether one is a spirit master or not. However, Fang Xiu hadn't reached a definitive conclusion yet, he needed to probe further. While Fang Xiu was making his conjectures, Shen Lingxue and her companion were also studying him intently. The two found Fang Xiu's demeanor rather peculiar. Calm, far too calm. It wasn't at all the reaction one would expect from someone who'd just survived a paranormal incident. They'd encountered many survivors of supernatural events before. Most were visibly shaken, even those who'd become spirit masters. Their mental states were usually far from stable. Typically, when survivors met investigators from the bureau, some would flee while others bombarded them with frantic questions, desperate to uncover the truth behind the anomalies. But none had ever remained as unnervingly composed as Fang Xiu. After the three sat down in the living room, Shen Lingxue observed, You don't seem the least bit surprised by our arrival. Did you already know about the investigation bureau? Fang Xiu shook his head, no. But since supernatural entities exist in this world without causing chaos, there must be some force maintaining social harmony behind the scenes. That's not hard to deduce. Indeed, it's not difficult to guess, but ordinary people who've experienced supernatural events usually don't remain as calm and analytical as you. Shen Lingxue remarked with a hint of admiration. Your assumption is correct. Our investigation bureau is a special department dedicated to dealing with supernatural entities, the official organization for spirit masters. We're here today for two purposes. First, to investigate information about the supernatural domain at 100 Willows Academy, and second, to evaluate whether you're qualified to join the investigation bureau. Although there are quite a few freelance spirit masters among the people, only the investigation bureau possesses absolute information, absolute ruling power, and the vast resources needed by spirit masters. So this is an opportunity for you. Now for the first item, tell us everything you know about the eerie domain of 100 Willows Academy. Before answering your questions, I have a few of my own that need clarifying, Fang Xiu said calmly. Shen Lingxue frowned slightly. Right now, I'm the one asking the questions. At this moment, Li Wenhao hastily interjected, Investigator Shen, Fang Xiu has just experienced a supernatural incident and must have many questions. Shouldn't we answer his inquiries first to help him clarify his thoughts? That way, he'll be in a better position to respond to our questions later. Shen Lingxue gave a slight nod, signaling her agreement. Li Wenhao smiled at Fang Xiu and said, Fang Xiu, feel free to ask whatever's on your mind. After all, you're a spirit master now and will learn these basics eventually. You can ask anything that doesn't involve classified information. Fang Xiu glanced briefly at the two of them, already forming his own assessment in his mind. Shen Lingxue should be a spirit controller, while Li Wenhao isn't. Those who survive supernatural events have different eyes, they carry a distinct aura that sets them apart. This perception comes from one's own spiritual sensitivity. So this must be the Bureau's standard arrangement, pairing one spirit controller with an ordinary person? Since spirit controllers' minds are contaminated by the supernatural, they often develop eccentric or extreme personalities. Having an ordinary person as supervisor does serve as some form of oversight. It's unknown how twisted Shen Lingxue's mind has become, but currently her personality appears cold, arrogant, and domineering, whether innate or influenced by the supernatural. However, Fang Xiu didn't care about these matters. He only wanted to uncover the truth about the supernatural. First question, what exactly is the supernatural? Fang Xiu inquired. Li Wenhao smiled faintly. This is the exact question most survivors from supernatural domains ask. Yet I must regrettably inform you that the Investigation Bureau still hasn't established a clear definition for the supernatural. Where does the eerie come from? What is the eerie? What is its purpose? For now, no one can give a definitive answer, at least. Someone of my rank isn't privy to that information. The only thing I can tell you is that the eerie appears without warning, seemingly at random. So far, its sole purpose appears to be devouring people, or more precisely, consuming human hearts, which you could also interpret as feasting on spiritual energy. A preliminary definition of the eerie describes it as a distorted spiritual entity carrying its own source of corruption. Their manifestations vary, some have flesh and blood, others resemble soul-like forms, and some exist purely as conceptual entities. The one consistent trait is that all eerie beings harbor extreme malice toward humans. They seem to strengthen themselves by consuming human hearts, and each eerie serves as a source of corruption. Like radioactive material, they endlessly emit contaminating radiation into their surroundings. This radiation can pollute people's minds, stimulate negative emotions, and distort the soul. Since you can become a spirit master, you should know that a spirit master's power is the product of being contaminated by the supernatural. The second question, how are the power levels of spirit masters classified? Chapter 33, have you seen my wife? Oh, Li Wenhao showed mild surprise. It seems Mr. Fang knows something about spirit masters. Without questioning how Fang Xiu knew, Li Wenhao continued explaining, since you're aware of spirit masters, you must also know about spiritual affinity, so I won't elaborate further. The power levels of spirit masters are determined by how much spiritual affinity they've awakened. New spirit masters like yourself, Mr. Fang, typically awaken about 1% of their spiritual affinity, what we call first-rank spirit masters. The awakening range between 1 to 20% all falls within the first-rank spectrum. It manifests as initial ability manifestation, just obtaining powers, with these abilities strengthening as spiritual affinity increases. Igniting spiritual energy from 21% to 40% marks the second-tier spirit manipulator, characterized by enhanced abilities. One's powers become significantly strengthened and undergo a qualitative transformation. From 41 to 60, they are third-tier spirit tamers. Their specific abilities are classified, and at my clearance level, I'm not privy to those details. And so on, there were still the fourth and fifth stages beyond this. What happens when spirituality reaches 100%? Li Wenhao shook his head. I don't know. To my knowledge, there currently doesn't exist anyone in the world who has achieved 100% spiritual awakening. The difficulty of spiritual awakening becomes increasingly harder the further you progress. For an exorcist to ignite more of their spiritual potential, they must constantly seek out powerful supernatural entities, repeatedly face life and death situations, and break through during these perilous moments. However, as they confront increasingly stronger supernatural beings, the mortality rate skyrockets. Moreover, no supernatural entity capable of helping someone achieve 100% spiritual awakening has appeared yet. Exorcists and supernatural entities are natural adversaries, yet they also complement each other. The stronger the supernatural entity, the more powerful an exorcist can become. However, the current strength of supernatural entities isn't sufficient to nurture exceptionally powerful exorcists. Therefore, not only are there no exorcists with 100% spiritual awakening, there aren't even any who have reached the fifth tier. The fifth tier exists only in theory. As for fourth-tier spirit masters, there are scattered rumors across various countries, but no one knows their veracity. Such figures have become the stuff of legend, whether they exist remains unclear. At any rate, currently the strongest individuals recognized globally are all third-tier spirit masters. The third question. Fang Xiu wanted to ask a third question, but Shenling Xue cut him off impatiently. I don't have time to answer all your questions here. Li Wenhao, give him the URL for the Global Supernatural Forum, let him research it himself. Li Wenhao had no choice but to give Fang Xiu a website address and caution. This is a darknet site, arguably the largest paranormal forum globally. It has basic information, but if you want classified details, you'll need to pay. One more thing, since it's an international forum, it's beyond our bureau's oversight. Be careful not to trust random emails from strangers while browsing. Fang Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. Now it's our turn to ask questions. Tell us everything about your experience in the Bai Lu Academy anomaly, down to the smallest detail. If you dare to lie and cause irreparable damage, you'll bear full responsibility, Shenling Xue warned with a sharp tone. Ignoring the threat, Fang Xiu remained calm as he said, I have one last question. Shenling Xue's delicate brows instantly furrowed as she glared with hostility. Are you quite finished yet? Fang Xiu ignored her piercing gaze and pointed beside himself, asking, Can you see my wife standing here? The moment these words left his mouth, the previously indignant Shenling Xue froze. She glanced at the utterly empty space to Fang Xiu's right, her eyes darting around only to find no trace of any so-called wife. Li Wenhao was equally stunned. What are you talking about, Fang Xiu? The records show you don't have a wife, you don't even have a girlfriend. Can't you see it? Or are you pretending not to? Fang Xiu gazed calmly at the two of them, murmuring incessantly. The atmosphere in the room turned eerie in an instant. Li Wenhao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He suspected Fang Xiu's mental state wasn't normal. That had to be it. How could an ordinary person remain so composed after encountering such bizarre horrors? Especially after being corrupted by that sinister power and becoming a spirituality master, their state was inherently unstable. Under such overwhelming circumstances, Fang Xiu's calm demeanor was already abnormal in itself. And now he's asking others if they can see his wife? You're a single guy, don't you have any self-awareness about whether you even have a wife? This Fang Xiu doesn't just have mental issues, it's worse than ordinary spirit masters. He's even started hallucinating. Fang Xiu, are you just messing with us? Shenling Xue suddenly snapped in anger. Fang Xiu glanced at the furious Shenling Xue and thought she didn't seem to be pretending, but it didn't matter anyway, as he still had a backup plan. Then he turned to look at his wife, their eyes meeting. Dear, I see you now. You can see me. A voice filled with suppression and ecstasy rang out. Thud. Shenling Xue and Li Wenhao abruptly stood up, looking at Fang Xiu's right side as if they'd seen a ghost. In the previously empty space, a stunning woman in a moonwhite silk nightgown had suddenly materialized out of nowhere. But the beauty's cold white skin began to crack like porcelain, developing dense fissures. In the blink of an eye, countless intricate black cracks spread across her entire body, as if she were a shattered ceramic figure. From within those black fissures came the sound of running water. Crimson blood, like squirming worms, began oozing out through the cracks. My wife's silky long hair began to move as if alive, writhing like twisted black snakes dancing wildly in the air. By now, her cherry-like mouth had stretched to her earlobes, her neat teeth turning jagged. Inside her mouth nested yet another mouth, as if her throat had grown teeth of its own. Unbelievable! Shenling Xue exclaimed in horror. Damn it! Fang Xiu, what kind of person are you? Your wife is actually a supernatural entity. Fang Xiu frowned slightly. Only now can they see her? It seems that because I saw my wife, it triggered some kind of medium, causing the originally illusory wife to enter reality. That's why Shenling Xue and the other person can see her now. Just like with the Qingshan mental hospital incident before, at first only I could see it, but then it broke into reality, merged with the sales office, and all my colleagues could see it too. This means that seeing the eerie has nothing to do with exorcists, whether ordinary people or exorcists. None can see the eerie beings filling the streets. If Zhou couldn't see them because he was too weak, then there's no reason why Shenling Xue, who came from the investigation bureau, wouldn't be able to either. Perhaps I'm the only one in the world who can see them. This realization weighed heavily on Fang Xiu's heart. He didn't want this uniqueness at all. No one would enjoy being surrounded by eerie creatures everywhere, knowing that discovery meant certain death. It felt like walking through a jungle of blades, nerves constantly on edge. One careless move and you'd be hacked to pieces by the random blades. Giggle giggle, human. The old woman's mouth erupted with a grating laughter that set teeth on edge. Seeing this, Shenling Xue struck first. She stretched out her delicate white palms, and the air abruptly distorted as two violently explosive flames ignited in her hands. The room's temperature skyrocketed, even igniting nearby curtains and sofas into spontaneous flames from the sheer heat. Such was the intensity of those flames. Two balls of explosive flames were flung out by Shenling Xue. He viciously attacked his wife. Chapter 34, is this really free content? Boom! The flames burst violently over my wife's body, yet they were instantly extinguished as if doused with cold water, leaving her completely unharmed. What? Shin Lingshue's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. Unharmed? Run! She had already realized the eerie entity before her was something she couldn't possibly handle. She turned to flee, but at that very moment, the pale, chilly hand of the old woman waved gently through the air. Something seemed to stir the atmosphere. Just as Shin Lingxue and her companion were about to run, their heads slid cleanly from their necks, the severed edges as smooth as mirrors. Whoosh! Fang Xiu didn't hesitate for even a second, immediately pouncing towards the corpses of Shin Lingxue and the other person, then began rapidly searching through their remains. Darling, what are you looking for? His wife's gentle voice sounded beside Fang Xiu's ear. Fang Xiu ignored her and continued searching for any useful information. The next moment, a sharp pain surged through him, his vision darkened, and his consciousness gradually faded. Night, dotted with stars. Fang Xiu stood at his doorstep, at the exact moment of having just escaped from Qingshan Mental Hospital and returned home. Oh, has the death checkpoint not changed? It seems escaping from Qingshan Mental Hospital counts as one event point. When I returned home and tested my wife with a scalpel leading to my death, that enters the next checkpoint. Without new supernatural events occurring, the checkpoint shouldn't change. Then tomorrow at 8:40 a.m. will be when the investigative bureau arrives. It's time for precognitive abilities to appear before the world's eyes. Fang Xiu decided to launch his plan. Now that he knew about the bureau's existence, it made no sense not to exploit it. After all, it's nearly impossible for a single person to make all the world's horrors suffer alone. External forces must be harnessed. Bang! He opened the door and returned home, ignoring his wife as he walked straight to the bedroom. Then he turned on the computer and began browsing the Global Uncanny Forum. This was given to him by Shin Lingxue and Li Wenhao last time. Although the two hadn't appeared yet, Fang Xiu had already memorized the web address. Upon opening the website, a skull that nearly filled the entire screen appeared before his eyes. As the skull slowly faded away, a dark red interface was revealed. Inside, there were many sections: European and American, Asian, Japanese, and Korean, domestic. Each section had numerous categories: supernatural, ghostmasters, cursed artifacts, bounties. Fang Xiu quickly scanned the titles of various posts, instantly feeling great interest, as these likely contained the truth about this world and eerie truth. Though perhaps not entirely complete, it would still be much faster than exploring on his own. However, when he casually clicked on a post about the origins of the supernatural, a prompt popped up, reading, "Insufficient balance, please recharge." Fang Xiu's gaze shifted to the bottom of the post, where a string of zeros came into view. He roughly calculated that viewing this post would probably cost about 1 million. This left him momentarily speechless, with only a few hundred yuan in his bank card. Then he glanced at other posts. Without exception, the cheaper ones cost 10 or 20,000, while those involving even slightly confidential information started at 1 million, with some even reaching upwards of 10 million. Is this the world of the spirit masters, the rich? Fang Xiu murmured in a subdued tone. After realizing his poverty, Fang Xiu became even more determined to feign the ability to foresee the future. He resolved to exploit this gift for maximum gain, otherwise, he couldn't even afford to browse forums casually. Reluctantly, Fang Xiu had no choice but to open the basic section of the domestic forum. The posts here were mostly worthless common knowledge, along with dubious rumors of uncertain authenticity, even some outright bragging threads. His eyes landed on the top-ranked trending post. The title read, "I've awakened the power to control time." Time manipulation? The sight of that post made Fang Xiu's heart sink. If even time manipulators had emerged, the value of his future prediction ability would plummet dramatically. He clicked to open it and saw the post read. It was a pitch-black night with howling winds, when suddenly lightning flashed and thunder roared. A blood-red moon rose in the east. After reading through 1,000 words of adjectives, the post concluded with, "And that's how I awakened the ability to control time." Unlike the time-stopping or rewinding scene in movies and TV, I named my ability wasting time. For example, by the time you finish reading this post, I've successfully wasted 5 minutes of your life. Beneath the post, countless people left comments. That. You damn. I can't be the only one who got tricked. Gotta bump this post. Clap. Fang Xiu silently closed the post. He glanced at the poster's name, Cosmic Invincible Warrior Pretty Girl. Committed the name to memory in silence. Is this what you get to see for free? After calming down for a while, he continued browsing. After spending an hour, he finally found several posts officially published by the Bureau of Investigation. Since they were officially verified, the information contained was mostly substantial and reliable. There were brief discussions on the origins of the supernatural, basic knowledge for spirit handlers, and introductions to cursed artifacts. Fang Xiu randomly clicked on one and immersed himself in it. Just like that, he spent the entire night browsing. he gained a preliminary understanding of the supernatural spirits and some basics about spirit masters. It wasn't that there was too much useful information, rather, there were too many garbage posts, along with misleading clickbait titles of dubious authenticity, which wasted a great deal of Feng Xiu's time. After a night's work, he turned off the computer, already forming a preliminary framework in his mind. The classification of supernatural anomalies is based on their threat level, ranked from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, and D. Some supernatural entities may not possess great individual strength but carry significant destructive potential, resulting in higher ratings. Take for example a foreign anomaly codenamed Plague. Though physically weak, even a first-grade spirit warden could destroy it by locating its core while taking proper precautions. This entity could spread epidemics on a massive scale, causing millions of deaths. Thus, it was rated as Class A. A-class supernatural entities, if left unchecked, have the capability to exterminate the population of a major city within a short time frame. S-class entities are categorized as nation destroyers, possessing the ability to annihilate an entire country in brief spans. Generally, the higher the threat level of a supernatural entity, the greater its power tends to be, with plague-like entities being rare exceptions. The origins of these entities remain unverifiable, though shadowy legends seem to have existed since ancient times. Some theorize that the mythical figures and practitioners of old might very well have been spirit tamers. Later, for some unknown reason, talented individuals and eerie legends vanished for a period of time until modern times arrived, when supernatural tales resurged. In between lay a nearly century-long blank, and no one knew why. At least the free section didn't have the answer. All the eerie occurrences basically appeared out of thin air, without warning, without any discernible pattern. At first, the eerie occurrences were rare, scattered sparsely across the globe. But as time passed, they began appearing with alarming frequency. Chapter 35 Feng Xiu's ability is to foresee the future. I spent all night reading posts, but didn't find anyone say they could see the eerie things all over the streets. Seems like I'm the only one in the world who can see them. Feng Xiu fell into deep thought. The forum claimed that supernatural entities appeared out of thin air, seemingly at random. But he knew the truth, those horrors had always been lurking nearby. What people called appearing from nowhere was merely the moment when certain conditions were met, allowing them to breach into reality. To outsiders, it appeared out of thin air. These free posts don't contain much useful information at all. The next goals are to make money and get stronger. He began recalling the basic spiritual manipulation techniques he just read about, all elementary skills. It teaches you quick methods for directing spiritual energy and daily exercises. Somewhat useful, but not much. However, besides that, Feng Xiu's greatest gain was learning about supernatural artifacts. So-called cursed artifacts are objects imbued with supernatural powers. Some take the form of weapons like blades and swords, while others might be everyday items such as mirrors, bracelets, and the like. Regardless of their form, these artifacts carry eerie energies within them, boasting all sorts of unimaginable capabilities. Each one is exceptionally valuable, with some of the most potent cursed artifacts fetching prices upwards of 100 million. However, wielding these artifacts doesn't come without cost. The more powerful the artifact, the stronger its capacity for psychic corruption, akin to radiation. Frequent use of cursed artifacts inevitably leads to the contamination of one's soul, ultimately distorting the user into a monster resembling the supernatural entities themselves. When Feng Xiu read about cursed artifacts, the first thing that came to mind was his own scalpel. Without a doubt, the scalpel was one such cursed artifact. Having dissected countless supernatural beings, it had long been tainted by their sinister power. He wasn't concerned about the corruption of his soul. After all, it had already been twisted beyond recognition. This means he can use supernatural artifacts without regard for the cost, completely unafraid of mutation. In addition to introducing supernatural artifacts, the post also briefly explained methods for controlling them. The most basic control method involves injecting spiritual energy to activate an artifact's power. However, to wield an artifact as effortlessly as moving one's own arm where the artifact responds to thought, one must invade its core with spiritual energy to establish a connection, thereby maximizing the artifact's potential. It's akin to a divine weapon recognizing its master in fantasy novels. However, the risks of getting a cursed artifact to recognize you as its owner are tremendous. Once a psychic connection is established with the artifact, it's as if you've abandoned all defenses. Every time you use the cursed artifact, its corruptive nature directly affects your mind, drastically increasing the risk of mutation. Feng Xiu checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock, with a little over 3 hours left before the investigation bureau's representatives would arrive. Time should be sufficient, he thought. He spoke as he took out his scalpel, channeled his spiritual energy, and began delving deeper into the blade itself. Gradually, it was as if his consciousness had entered a realm of darkness, where countless eerie howls seemed to exist. As if driven mad, they frantically assailed Feng Xiu's mind. Torrents of savage, murderous, and despairing negative emotions surged into his body, seeking to twist his soul into a monster. Yet, Fang Xiu's mind was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how much negativity flooded in, his expression remained unervingly calm. The scalpel's purpose was to distort Fang Xiu's mind, but what if his mind was already twisted? It's like committing murder. If the person you intend to kill is already dead, how can you kill them? Is this the extent of your despair? Fang Xiu said calmly. In the next moment, he channeled his spiritual power to imprint his own mark directly within the scalpel, instantly establishing a connection between them. When he withdrew his spirituality, he was astonished to find it had grown stronger. Another 1% had been illuminated. This meant his spirituality had now reached 2% illumination. It seems the scalpel's power helped ignite part of my spirituality. This made Fang Xiu increasingly satisfied with the scalpel. Beyond its enhanced spirituality, he also discovered the scalpel's true abilities. The scalpel possesses two abilities. First, its fundamental capability, cutting. The cutting power continuously strengthens depending on the amount of spiritual energy infused. Another ability is to mobilize the eerie power contained within it to enhance oneself. However, since the scalpel harbors too much eerie power, this force is extremely chaotic. When strengthening oneself, one will almost certainly lose rationality and place immense strain on the body. Moreover, failing to exit this state within a certain timeframe may lead directly to mutation. Fortunately, Fang Xiu wasn't worried about losing his sanity, he was only concerned about his body's inability to endure it. He checked the time again, it was already past 7. Breakfast would be ready soon. He walked out of the bedroom, ready to make breakfast. His wife approached him with a gentle, serene smile. "Honey, it's time for breakfast," she said. Fang Xiu walked straight through her body and went to make breakfast himself. 1 fried egg, 2 slices of bread, and a glass of milk. While eating, Zhao Hao called. Brother Xiu, I've figured out what my ability is." Zhao Hao's excited voice came through the phone. The surname ability. Fang Xiu replied calmly while chewing on his bread. Wait till you hear it. Wait, how did you know? Zhao Hao was stunned. Fang Xiu didn't speak, continuing to eat his bread instead. He couldn't be bothered to answer such an idiotic question. A moment later, Zhao Hao finally caught on. Brother Xiu, you predicted this? How boring. Truly boring. I was planning to show off a little, but you already saw it coming. Brother Xiu, I've realized the fatal flaw of your future prediction ability. There are no more surprises left in life. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I've got 2 guests coming soon. Wait, don't. Snap. Fang Xiu ended the call and continued with his breakfast. Outside the residential complex, inside a black business vehicle, Li Wenhao, who had been eavesdropping, was visibly shocked. The monitoring device slipped from his hand and hit the ground with a sharp clatter. Shen Lingxue beside him immediately frowned. What are you doing? Li Wenhao snapped back to reality, too shocked to even pick up his fallen equipment. I can hear Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao's abilities, he exclaimed. Oh, Shen Lingxue showed a faint curiosity. What kind of abilities could have made you lose your composure like this? Tell me one by one. Start with Zhao Hao's. Zhao Hao's ability is his surname ability. Shen Lingxue. Her face visibly darkened at a noticeable pace, indeed shocking enough. No, Zhao Hao's ability isn't important, what matters is Fang Xiu, Li Wenhao said urgently. What ability does Fang Xiu have? Shen Lingxue couldn't help but become slightly more serious. She knew very well that although Li Wenhao was an ordinary person, he had received professional training and had encountered many spirit masters and even supernatural entities. Ordinary matters weren't enough to make him react with such alarm. Foreseeing the future, Li Wenhao said gravely. Chapter 36, My eyes can see the future. What? Shen Lingxue was instantly startled. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Fang Xiu's ability is foreseeing the future? Li Wenhao nodded. Our surveillance equipment is professional grade. Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao were just ordinary people before. The possibility of them discovering that they're being monitored is practically zero, so we can probably rule out the chance they were acting during the phone call. Moreover, Fang Xiu just said one more thing. At this point, Li Wenhao couldn't help but take a deep breath. What did he say? Shen Lingxue asked. He said 2 more guests will be arriving soon. What? 2 guests? Could he possibly be talking about? They locked eyes, both seeing shock reflected in each other's gaze. Li Wenhao said slowly, Fang Xiu has a very limited social circle. On top of that, he's an orphan without any visiting relatives. So the guests he mentioned are most likely referring to you and me. Shen Lingxue fell into silence. A moment later, her lips moved slightly. Does such a thing as the ability to foresee the future really exist in this world? Even if it does, it shouldn't manifest in a first-tier spirit master. Indeed, Li Wenhao nodded. The more powerful an ability, the greater its limitations. Take that spatial ability user we interviewed earlier, for example. Although he could teleport, as a first-tier spirit master, he could only move 10 centimeters at a time before his spiritual energy was depleted, needing to wait an hour before he could teleport again. 10 centimeters per hour, that teleportation ability is slower than a turtle's crawl. For a spatial ability user like him to apply teleportation in actual combat, he would need to reach at least the second rank. If Fang Xiu truly had the ability to foresee the future, as a first-rank spirit master, his capabilities shouldn't be much stronger than that spatial user, perhaps just predicting events a second ahead. Yet he foresaw us going to visit him all this time in advance? Don't jump to conclusions, Shenling Xue said gravely. It could be a coincidence, or maybe someone at the bureau leaked our movements. Investigator Shen, what if we don't visit Fang Xiu today? That would break his prophecy, wouldn't it? Li Wenhao suddenly suggested. Shenling Xue shot him a look as if he were an idiot. Our mission is to investigate Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. Now you're backing out just because of one phone call? How are you going to explain yourself to Director Wang when we get back? What if this is all a trap set up by Fang Xiu? Wouldn't we become the laughingstock in the future? Besides, if Fang Xiu truly can foresee the future, imagine how valuable he'd be once he joins the bureau. Surely you understand that, don't you? Li Wenhao gave an awkward chuckle. I was just saying, wanted to test if his precognition was really that accurate. Of course we're still going. Let's go. Shenling Xue opened the car door, a breeze swept by, pressing strands of her hair against her pale, delicate cheek. I'd like to see whether this future prediction is real or fake. The two got out of the car and headed straight towards Fang Xiu's home. When they reached the 5th floor and were about to knock, they discovered the door was slightly ajar. It opened with just a gentle push. The two exchanged glances, unsure whether Fang Xiu had foreseen their arrival or simply hadn't closed the door properly. As they entered the room, they saw a handsome man with an upright posture calmly brewing tea. It was none other than Fang Xiu. On the tea table sat 3 cups, one placed before Fang Xiu and the other 2 beside it, steam still rising from the freshly boiled water. Seeing the teacup, Shenling Xue and Li Wenhao were instantly startled. Was it true foresight? Or were there surveillance cameras outside the community? At that moment, Fang Xiu spoke. Miss Shen, Mr. Li, please have a seat. The moment these words were spoken, shock deepened on both their faces. They could say with absolute certainty that this was their first time meeting Fang Xiu, and they hadn't known each other before this. Moreover, as bureau investigators, their identity records were classified information Fang Xiu shouldn't have been able to access under any circumstances. Always bold due to her formidable skills, Shenling Xue took the lead by sitting on the sofa, fixing Fang Xiu with a scrutinizing gaze. How did you know our last names? And how did you know we were coming? Fang Xiu ignored Shenling Xue's scrutiny and skepticism, calmly replying, my eyes can see the future. Hearing Fang Xiu openly admit this, a wave of shock surged through both of them. However, despite her astonishment, Shenling Xue's doubts remained unresolved. Can you see the future? How can you prove it? You're both from the Investigation Bureau. There are 2 purposes for this visit. One is to investigate the paranormal territory of 100 Willows Academy, and the other is to assess whether Zhao Hao and I have the qualifications to join the Bureau, Fang Xiu said calmly. Mr. Fang, this doesn't prove you can predict the future. Our purpose for coming could easily be guessed if you had prior knowledge about the Investigation Bureau, Li Wenhao said, shaking his head. Fang Xiu turned his gaze to Li Wenhao and continued calmly, you've had a secret crush on Shenling Xue for a long time. There's a love letter in your left breast pocket that you wrote in advance. It says, Ling Xue, by the time you read this letter, I'm probably already dead. There's something I've always wanted to tell you. Don't say any more. Li Wenhao abruptly stood up, his face flushed red as he stopped Fang Xiu. Shenling Xue glanced at Li Wenhao with surprise. Li Wenhao quickly explained, Investigator Shen, you know me, Fang Xiu is absolutely talking nonsense. I really didn't write any love letters. Enough, Shenling Xue signaled for Li Wenhao to calm down. I've received many love letters since I was little, so I'm not surprised you'd do such a thing. But judging from your tone, you were planning to tell me only if you died on duty someday. That part does surprise me a bit. Still, there's no chance between us. Li Wenhao's face flushed even redder. I know, So you really wrote a love letter? Show it to me. Shenling Xue extended her hand. What? I just want to check if the content matches what Fang Xiu said. Li Wenhao had no choice but to fish out an envelope from his left breast pocket. Shenling Xue took the envelope and, after opening it, quickly scanned the first few lines, her expression growing increasingly shocked. Because the words written there were exactly what Fang Xiu had described, without the slightest discrepancy. She flung the love letter back at Li Wenhao, staring fixedly at Fang Xiu as she said, Given Li Wenhao's personality, since he intended for me to know only after his death, it's simply impossible that he would have shown this letter to anyone else. But just because you know the contents of the letter doesn't mean you can predict the future. After all, the letter wasn't written in the future, it was written in the past. Chapter 37. This isn't foresight, it's clearly X-ray vision. Facing skepticism, Fang Xiu continued, Miss Shin, your ability is fire manipulation, and your measurements are 85, 63, 80. Shen Lingshua's expression immediately darkened. My abilities aren't some great secret. Anyone in the ghost control circles would have heard something. As for the 3 dimensions, a glance could give you a rough estimate, though ordinary people usually aren't as accurate as you were. Miss Shen, there's another hidden secret you're keeping. Shall I reveal it? Fang Xiu inquired. Li Wenhao immediately perked up with interest. Go ahead. I have no shameful secrets, Shen Lingxue retorted with slight defiance. Miss Shen, you have an extreme obsession with pink. Your underwear, innerwear are all pink, and you even have a pink tattooed on your body. Boom! A dazzling burst of fiery light erupted from Shen Lingshue's pale hands, sending a searing wave of heat sweeping across the entire scene in an instant. Glaring at Fang Xiu with utter humiliation and fury, she spat out. This isn't foreseeing the future at all, you clearly have X-ray vision. You and Zhao Hao are both cut from the same cloth. Neither of you are any good. Facing the scorching flames, Fang Xiu calmly said, First, let me clarify, the ability to foresee the future isn't what you imagine. I can't simply know everything that will happen at will. Sometimes, I merely catch glimpses of fragmented scenes. For instance, last night I foresaw the scene of you two arriving, and then I expended my spiritual energy to perceive your presence. I saw more glimpses of the two of you and learned some information. I saw Mr. Li taking out a love letter to read over and over again late one night, and I saw Miss Shen folding her lingerie at home. Shen Lingxue slowly extinguished the flames, but the hostility in her eyes remained. She couldn't shake the feeling that Fang Xiu must have seen more than he admitted. After all, that tattoo was inked right on the. Nothing you've said can be proven. This doesn't count as true precognition. Then what would you consider true precognition? After a moment's thought, Shen Lingxue replied, Tonight's lottery numbers. Fang Xiu nodded, then picked up a piece of paper and a pen. He swiftly wrote down a string of numbers before handing it to Shen Lingxue. Shen Lingxue suspiciously examined the string of numbers in her hand. Miss Shen, let me make this clear up front, the future isn't set in stone. Every action you take now will alter it. For instance, if you use the Bureau's authority to change today's winning lottery numbers, then of course the numbers I provided won't come up. So, if you want to verify the accuracy of those numbers, don't do anything that could influence the future. And most importantly, don't buy a ticket. Fang Xiu said with a calm expression, giving off an incredibly confident illusion as if he'd genuinely foreseen it all. Actually, it was all made up. His real plan was to check the lottery results at night and then die to reset. Shen Lingxue saw Fang Xiu's confidence and was already halfway convinced in her heart. But his words still carried doubt. Xiu Fang, you'd better not be lying. If I find out the numbers don't match, that means you're tricking me. You. Fang Xiu interrupted directly, if I'm wrong, I'll pay with my life. Shen Lingxue was taken aback, never expecting Fang Xiu to be so confident. At that moment, Li Wenhao also leaned over to look at the numbers. After staring at them for a brief moment, he suddenly let out a puzzled sound. Ha, wait a minute. Aren't lottery numbers supposed to be 7 digits? Why are there only 6 here? Ha, 7 digits? Are you sure? Shen Lingxue questioned skeptically. Of course I'm sure. I've bought these many times before. Fang Xiu, you're lying to me. Shen Lingxue instantly grew furious. A lottery ticket with 7 digits had only 6 numbers written on it. How could this possibly win? Yet at that moment, Fang Xiu calmly walked over, picked up the pen, and casually added a 1 at the end of the 6-digit number. He set down the pen and said to the stunned pair, Sorry, I missed a digit earlier. It's correct now, tonight's winning number is this one. Watching Fang Xiu's confident and casual demeanor, Shen Lingxue and the other felt as if their intelligence was being mocked. Honestly, it wasn't Fang Xiu's fault. He hadn't bought many lottery tickets in either of his lifetimes, so how could he possibly remember how many digits there were? If you can see the future, how could you possibly leave anything out? Shen Lingxue clearly didn't believe him. What you need to do now is wait, not question. When the facts come to light, all doubts will vanish like smoke, Fang Xiu replied with his usual confidence. At that moment, Shen Lingxue suddenly said, If you can truly foresee the future, why wait for the lottery results? You could just predict what I'm about to do next. Fang Xiu calmly glanced at her. Do you think a first-tier spirit master like me can foresee the future multiple times? Besides, why should I prove it to you? Are you high-ranking officials of the Investigation Bureau? If I prove it to you now, will I have to prove it all over again to the higher-ups once we reach the Investigation Bureau? Sorry, I can only foresee the future, I'm not omniscient. You! Shen Lingxue immediately raised her delicate eyebrows in anger. Li Wenhao hurriedly intervened to smooth things over. Investigator Shen, calm down. After all, the truth will come out when the results are announced tonight. Mr. Fang, let's talk about your previous experience in the 100 Willows Academy's Eerie Domain now. Fang Xiu nodded. That Eerie Domain is called Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Green Mountain Mental Hospital? Li Wenhao appeared visibly puzzled. Shen Lingxue scoffed coldly, naming the supernatural domains as the Bureau's business. Fang Xiu ignored her and continued. Qingshan Mental Hospital appeared suddenly, overlapping with the 100 Willows Courtyard sales office. By the time we noticed, everyone had already entered the psychiatric hospital. Mr. Fang, how can you be certain it's a mental hospital? Because the supernatural domain is clearly a hospital, and I saw the sign inside Qingshan Mental Hospital. Then, Fang Xiu briefly recounted what happened in the eerie domain, withholding many details. As just a first-tier spirit master, even with the ability to foresee the future, he couldn't casually reveal such predictions. Naturally, he omitted the matter of the scalpel, a valuable spectral artifact, the emergence of which could stir unnecessary trouble. After a long silence, Shen Lingxue and her companion fell deep into thought after hearing his story. Fang Xiu, are you saying that within the haunted domain of Willow Grove Academy, besides the ghostly female doctor and the entity controlling dreams, there might be other supernatural entities? Did you foresee this? Shen Lingxue was remarkably stubborn. Even now, she insisted on referring to Maple Hill Psychiatric Hospital as the haunted domain of Willow Grove Academy. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. Spirit hunters were fundamentally mentally twisted people, some severely affected, others showing lighter symptoms. Shen Lingxue could be considered relatively mild. She didn't exhibit tendencies toward killing or brutality, merely being prideful, domineering, irritable, obstinate, petty, difficult to get along with, arrogant, overly suspicious, and just a few minor flaws. Chapter 38, Weakness and ignorance are not the obstacles to survival, arrogance is. I had no way of foreseeing. My spiritual awareness only allowed me one glimpse of the future, and that was when choosing between the forked paths. Facing the left and right divergences, I saw two separate visions. One painting depicted the correct path, displaying a safe passage along with the eerie control over the dreamscape. Zhao Hao and I managed to escape successfully. The other was a path of wrong turns, lined with hospital rooms, their doors tightly shut save for a few left ajar. Behind each door emanated an aura of unspeakable horror, something dreadfully unnatural seeping through the cracks. In this future, Zhao Hao and I were overtaken by the female doctor and slain. So I concluded that within Qingshan Mental Hospital, there exist at least several dozen supernatural entities. Several dozen supernatural entities. Li Wenhao's voice instantly rose an octave. Mr. Fang, are you certain? Fang Xiu nodded. My instincts aren't wrong. Shen Lingxue scoffed in disbelief. Fang Xiu, do you even hear what you're saying? Although supernatural incidents have occurred globally, there's never been a documented case where dozens of supernatural entities coexisted within a single haunting domain. In fact, under normal circumstances, each haunting domain originates from just one supernatural entity. Other entities may occasionally wander into the domain by accident, or multiple domains may merge under rare conditions. But the idea of dozens of entities gathering together is downright impossible. Unlike humans who seek company, supernatural beings can hardly maintain peace when gathered in one place. So if you weren't mistaken, what you saw weren't actual supernatural entities, they were merely their enslaved minions. Often, some powerful supernatural entities can control many spectral slaves. These slaves are usually humans or animals who have died and are forcibly controlled by the supernatural. Although they are numerous, their strength is typically weak. You were probably terrified at the time and, on top of that, had no understanding of the supernatural. That's why you mistakenly took the spectral slaves for actual supernatural entities. Fang Xiu said nothing more, merely stating calmly, at your level, it would be difficult for you to comprehend what I'm saying. All you need to do is report the facts accurately. He had browsed the global supernatural forum and naturally knew what spectral slaves were. That's why he was certain the creatures confined in those hospital rooms were all genuine supernatural entities. However, he had no intention of explaining it to Shen Lingxue at first. Giving too many explanations would risk exposing his precognitive abilities, and second, arrogant women simply wouldn't listen to reason anyway. He believed that as long as he reported truthfully, those in charge would make the right decision. With my level? Shen Lingxue gave a cold laugh. How many supernatural encounters have you, a newly minted spirit warden, even experienced? You call this supernatural just because you say so? I bet you've never even laid eyes on a ghost servant, have you? Fang Xiu took a sip of tea and said leisurely, indeed, weakness and ignorance are not the barriers to survival, it is arrogance. Li Wenhao noticed the tension in the air and quickly tried to mediate. Mr. Fang, if I'm not mistaken, you were just an ordinary person until yesterday. Yet you seem quite familiar with the Shadow Realm and Spirit Masters. How did you acquire this knowledge about the supernatural and Spirit Masters? Was it through precognition too? The Global Paranormal Forum, Fang Xiu calmly uttered these words. By the way, this forum was actually given to me by the future you. Li Wenhao found this statement utterly baffling. Given by me? He didn't even have time to be surprised and continued, Mr. Fang, the ability to foresee the future is extremely important to the Bureau. So today we must ask you to come with us to the Bureau. Okay. Fang Xiu set down his teacup and stood up to walk toward the door. An hour later. Fang Xiu was taken to Green Vine City's investigation bureau. The bureau was located in an underground facility, extremely well concealed. But there were still many eerie things here. Those illusory supernatural entities wandered unconsciously through the investigation bureau, completely unnoticed by anyone. Witnessing this, Fang Xiu became even more convinced that spirit masters couldn't see the ghosts roaming the streets either. Only he could see them. Otherwise, an organization specialized in handling supernatural incidents wouldn't have so many wandering spirits unnoticed. Soon, he was directed to wait in the break room, while Shenling Xue and Li Wenhao went to report to the director. Chief's office. Wang Dihai sat upright in his office chair, sipping tea as he listened to their report. However, as the briefing progressed, Wang Dihai had long since set down his teacup, and his initially calm expression grew increasingly astonished. "Are you certain it was precognition?" Wang Dihai asked with evident disbelief. Li Wenhao nodded solemnly. "Fang Xiu truly foresaw our visit, he even knew our names and some personal details." Shenling Xue beside him also nodded in confirmation. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention the love letter or the pink obsession. Wang Dihai pondered for a moment and asked, "Aside from you two, who else knows about the ability to foresee the future?" "Also Zhao Hao, who came out of the paranormal domain alongside Fang Xiu." Whether this is true or not, classify it as confidential for now. Arrange for Zhao Hao to maintain secrecy. The ability to foresee the future is of utmost importance. Once its authenticity is confirmed, absolutely no leaks can be allowed. Understood? Got it. What about the lottery numbers? Found you. Li Wenhao hastily handed Wang Dihai the slip of paper with the winning lottery numbers written on it. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Wang Dihai said, "Accurately predicting winning lottery numbers doesn't necessarily mean he can foresee the future. It's entirely possible Fang Xiu had already planted accomplices at the lottery drawing location to rig the results. Li Wenhao, hurry up and arrange this. Find 2 trustworthy people to oversee tonight's lottery draw. The results must be completely random, no exceptions." "Yes, Chief Wang." Li Wenhao rushed off to arrange the lottery matters. At this moment, Wang Dihai turned his gaze to Shenling Xue once more. "Xiao Shen, considering you're a seasoned spirit adept, what's your take? Do you think Fang Xiu is lying?" Although Shenling Xue was dissatisfied with Fang Xiu's attitude, she still answered truthfully, "I'm not sure." Though Fang Xiu initially missed writing one digit, he remained utterly composed without a trace of panic. If he were a fraud, he'd have to be one with exceptional nerves. Besides, he had no reason to deceive us. The ability to foresee the future is unlike anything else, it's too easily exposed. Even if he could trick us once, could he really do it twice? But personally, I feel Fang Xiu is lying. "Oh, what makes you think so?" "A woman's intuition." Wang Dihai. He took a sip of tea, paused, and said, "What's real can't be faked, and fakes can never become real. Everything will be revealed when the results come tonight. It's a pity he's just a newly initiated spirit master, too weak in spiritual power. Otherwise, some other tests could have been conducted." By the way, did he really say there are dozens of paranormal entities in Qingshan Mental Hospital? Chapter 39, Is Fang Xiu equal to Wei Guangzheng? At this mention, a mocking smile curled at Shenling Xue's lips. "Director Wang, surely you don't believe what he said? Across the entire world, there isn't a single cursed zone where dozens of anomalies can coexist. That Fang Xiu is just a rookie. Even if he could truly foresee the future and saw dozens of anomalies, it would only mean he saw the puppets controlled by those anomalies. When people are gripped by extreme fear, even the slightest disturbance is magnified endlessly. Based on my assessment, there should only be 2 anomalies within the cursed zone of Bailu Academy. If there really were dozens of anomalies, Fang Xiu wouldn't have made it out alive, not even if he were omniscient, let alone just precognitive. One anomaly takes the form of a female physician, codename suggested as the Cursed Doctor. Its killing pattern is targeting the nearest victim, and it only kills one person at a time. It won't attack again until it has finished consuming its previous victim. From the description, the Cursed Doctor appears to be a Class D anomaly. Another entity that manipulates dreams is tentatively codenamed Nightmare. Its killing pattern involves murdering victims within their dreams. It can forcibly induce nearby people into slumber, conjuring various terrifying phenomena in their dreams to amplify their fear. Death occurs the moment fear takes hold. However, if one remains unafraid, Nightmare poses even less danger than the Surgeon Ghost, as it appears to lack physical attack capabilities. Given its unique traits and threat level to ordinary people, it is recommended to classify it as a Class C supernatural entity. After all, the Surgeon Ghost lacks mass-killing capabilities, whereas Nightmare can plunge multiple people into dreams simultaneously. In conclusion, considering that 100 Willows Academy is a fixed supernatural domain located in a sparsely populated area, it is recommended to classify its threat level as Class C. How terrifying can a nightmare's dream really be? Wang Dihai mused thoughtfully. Shenling Xue casually examined her freshly manicured nails, replying with disinterest, "How terrifying. Just enough to frighten ordinary people." Fang Xiu already has decent mental resilience, plus he anticipated the nightmare's abilities beforehand, knowing it's all an illusion, so of course he wouldn't be scared. As for Zhao Hao, that cowardly lecher survived by drowning his fear with adult films. This proves even such rookies could overcome the nightmare, let alone veteran spirit masters who've survived multiple supernatural incidents. The ability of the nightmare is suited for sudden attacks, but once it's known in advance that it's all an illusion, its threat level might not even compare to that of the female doctor. Wang Dihai nodded in agreement. He still trusted Xin Lingshue's judgment, as she was, after all, a seasoned spiritual master who had experienced numerous supernatural incidents. Approved codename. Establish files for the ghost doctor and the nightmare. As for the haunted asylum domain, all deployments will wait until after tonight's lottery results. If we don't win, it means Fang Xiu is suspicious, and his words can no longer be trusted. Without the ability to foresee the future yet knowing so much information, there must surely be a massive organization behind him. This could even be a conspiracy targeting the bureau. Next, bring Fang Xiu here. I want to meet him. Shen Lingxue looked slightly surprised. Director Wang, you want to meet Fang Xiu in person? That probably goes against regulations. We still don't know what Fang Xiu's true abilities are. What if he's backed by some unofficial organization whose real goal is to falsely claim he can predict the future and then infiltrate the investigation bureau? Moreover, he hasn't undergone any mental corruption testing yet, so we don't even know how high the risk of him losing control is. For safety reasons, it's better to let the squad leader meet with him. Wang Dihai, however, shook his head. Squad leader Yang isn't at the bureau right now. He's currently tracking down the whereabouts of the head ghost. What about the deputy captain? Wang Dihai smiled. He went too. Shen Lingxue was immediately astonished. The two of them could actually act together? Do you think those two could possibly work together? They're competing, both acting separately to see who can solve the severed head supernatural incident first. Shen Lingxue was speechless. Is this the damn competitive urge between men? A captain and a deputy captain, they really are unusually childish, treating paranormal incidents like what, a competition? Alright, go call Fang Xiu. Inside the investigation bureau, even if he has ill intentions, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. Seeing Wang Dihai's insistence, Shen Lingxue had no choice but to comply, though she added, I'll first have him undergo mental corruption testing. Only if he passes will I bring him over. With that, Shen Lingxue unilaterally made the decision and walked away directly. Wang Dihai froze for a moment, then chuckled silently to himself. He understood Shen Lingxue was protecting him, yet as a leader, having his orders obstructed still smarted slightly. But he'd long grown accustomed to this. Managing spirit masters as an ordinary official was always fraught with such friction. Inside the rest area, Shen Lingxue placed a professional spiritual polygraph before Fang Xiu. Her pale hand held a test paper. Next, you will undergo a mental contamination test. This is a spiritual lie detector, different from ordinary ones. It detects lies through spiritual fluctuations. Professional agents can deceive regular lie detectors with training, but no one can fool a spiritual lie detector. Spirituality reflects the soul. As long as your words contradict your heart, it will react, so you must answer truthfully and not lie. This test is mandatory for every newly appointed spirit master. The investigation bureau won't allow a severely mentally contaminated spirit master to remain in society. Fang Xiu nodded slightly. First question, if there were a powerful supernatural entity slaughtering people throughout the city, what would you choose to do? Option 1, fight the entity. Option 2, run away alone. Option 3, save as many people as possible, evacuating whoever you can. I choose option 1, fight the supernatural entity. Fang Xiu said calmly. Shen Lingxue gave Fang Xiu a somewhat doubtful glance, then turned to check the psychic lie detector. The results showed he was telling the truth. She was slightly taken aback. She had never imagined Fang Xiu to be the kind of person who would willingly sacrifice his life for others. In answering this question, Fang Xiu hadn't lied. He truly harbored hatred for all supernatural entities. Even when outmatched, he would still attempt to fight, gathering more information to uncover their weaknesses. If he couldn't kill them the first time, he'd try again, and if not the second, then a third. Second question, if supernatural incidents continue to escalate in the future, with humanity clearly overpowered, and an intelligent supernatural entity were to invite you to join their side, offering immense power, unimaginable authority, and status, would you accept? Never. Really not? What if the supernatural offers you immense power, along with guaranteed protection for your family, friends, and loved ones, would you join then? I wouldn't, Fang Xiu replied, his answer as concise as ever. The lie detector remained completely still. Shen Lingxue wasn't convinced. She'd always felt Fang Xiu wasn't the type to devote himself entirely to humanity. What if your family joined the supernatural and invited you to join them? I don't have a family. What about friends? I know you're close with Xiao Hao, and he's your only friend. If he wanted you to betray humanity and join the supernatural, would you agree? Then I wouldn't mind having no friends. Shen Lingxue. The third question, what do you most want to do after becoming a spirit master? Or rather, what is your ambition? To kill all the supernatural entities in the world. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Shen Lingxue glanced at the unresponsive lie detector and found the situation somewhat unbelievable. Is this for real? Since when did the ranks of spirit masters produce such an utterly righteous figure? She had witnessed many spirit masters undergo the test, but never one like Fang Xiu. Some even gave answers that were utterly selfish and perverted. After all, these were souls already tainted, their darkest human flaws magnified beyond measure. For example, the first question, powerful supernatural entities are wreaking havoc in the city, slaughtering freely. Some people choose to flee alone immediately, while those with slightly more conscience opt to save as many as they can. Those with higher levels of mental corruption are even more extreme. What? Supernatural entities are on a killing spree? Then I'll join in and see who can kill faster. The second question, whether to join the side of the supernatural entities. Most ghost masters would answer, if you can't beat them, join them. Join whoever is strongest, join whoever treats you well. Deranged ghost master, I absolutely adore the supernatural. The third question goes without saying. All those things, surviving, rising above others, wealth and glory, marrying 100 wives, you get the idea. The twisted spiritual master, the flesh is weak, the supernatural ascends. My ambition is to become a qualified supernatural being. Truthfully, there were people who answered like Fang Xiu did, but after their responses, the lie detector would buzz incessantly. Yet Fang Xiu's answer didn't trigger any reaction from the lie detector, which meant every word he said was true. Chapter 40, Time after time, I've traveled between future and past. Shen Lingxue couldn't help but reassess Fang Xiu. Could he actually be one of those legendary people with a cold face but a warm heart? Beneath that icy exterior lies a heart that burns bright for humanity? After a moment of silence, Shen Lingxue asked a few more questions, to which Fang Xiu also answered truthfully. Then Shen Lingxue was completely dumbfounded. What kind of angel aching for human suffering has descended to earth? If the spiritual lie detector hasn't failed, this Fang Xiu is practically humanity's little angel. Not a single soul in the entire corps of spirit masters could match his level of integrity and kindness. One last question, can you truly foresee the future? Fang Xiu gazed calmly at Shen Lingxue and replied placidly, I traversed endlessly between future and past, witnessed death and rebirth, experienced infinite possibilities. The future is nothing more than a puppet I can observe and alter at will. Shen Lingxue glanced at the unresponsive spiritual lie detector and privately believed Fang Xiu's words. Still, she couldn't help but grumble. When asked if you can foresee the future, couldn't you just say so plainly? Did you have to put on airs? After venting, Shen Lingxue put away the lie detector and stood up, her demeanor seemingly undergoing some shift. If her previous attitude had been indifferent, now it had turned distinctly aloof. He seemed quite reluctant to stand beside Fang Xiu. Such is human nature. When you discover someone who appears more selfless and kind than yourself, you instinctively assume they're being hypocritical, putting on an act. But when you realize their kindness is genuine, you unconsciously distance yourself from such radiant individuals. Their light exposes the darkness you've hidden within. This was precisely Shen Lingxue's current sentiment. Initially displeased by Fang Xiu's aloof, self-righteous demeanor, she now recognized him as a man of genuine integrity and goodness after their test. Wouldn't it make me seem like a terrible person to dislike such a good person? Her inner pride made it impossible for her to switch from arrogance to deference, so she instinctively recoiled and wanted to stay away. You've passed the test. Come with me to see Bureau Chief Wang. Shen Lingxue dropped this line and walked away without turning back. Soon, the two arrived at Wang Dihai's office. Shen Lingxue placed the test report in front of Wang Dihai. He passed the test. Wang Dihai took the report, gave Fang Xiu a once-over, and then smiled. Fang Xiu, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Dihai, currently serving as the director of Greenvine City's Investigation Bureau. Please, have a seat. With that, he picked up the report and began casually flipping through it, making small talk to probe the situation. Just as Wang Dihai began to speak, uttering only a single syllable, the next second he seemed to freeze, as if stuck. You? His eyes widened instantly, staring at the report in his hands with disbelief. He even took out his glasses, reviewing the document twice more, yet still couldn't bring himself to believe it. Just because this report is too perfect, so perfect that not even a spirit wielder, but even a completely uncontaminated normal person couldn't have produced something this flawless. He instinctively glanced at Shen Lingxue, as if questioning something with his eyes. Shen Lingxue responded with an expressionless nod. Wang Dihai suppressed his astonishment, took a deep breath, and said, Mr. Fang, based solely on this report, even if your ability weren't foreseeing the future, I'd want to invite you to join the investigation bureau. Don't rush, we'll talk after the lottery results. Fang Xiu said calmly. He had no intention of joining the investigation bureau now, that would be pointless. What he wanted was to join as a precognitive, allowing him to negotiate a suitable price later. At that moment, Xin Lingshuo suddenly spoke, Director Wang, I just used the spiritual lie detector to ask Feng Xiu whether his ability was foreseeing the future. Wang Dihai immediately focused. And the result? He passed the test. Hearing the affirmative answer, Wang Dihai's pupils involuntarily contracted. Yet he didn't immediately believe it, for he knew that psychic lie detectors weren't infallible. It truly can distinguish human lies. As long as what one thinks in their heart contradicts what they say aloud, the spiritual lie detector will sound an alarm. However, if a person is hypnotized and genuinely believes from the depths of their soul that they can foresee the future, then the spiritual lie detector will judge it as the truth. This was precisely what made Wang Dihai skeptical. Then the two began to chat idly. Although the report was flawless, as the director of the investigation bureau, Wang Dihai naturally had his own way of sizing people up. Feng Xiu despised such small talk. In his eyes, it was a waste of time. All he wanted now was to grow stronger, strong enough to make every supernatural entity in the world suffer. Fortunately, their conversation was soon interrupted by a loud bang as the office door swung open. A young man in work clothes rushed in, breathless and frantic. Wang Dihai immediately frowned. How many times have I told you not to be so impatient? You're always. Before he could finish, the young man abruptly interrupted. Chief Wang, something terrible has happened. Deputy Captain, he's dead. What? Wang Dihai sprang up from his office chair, his face a mask of shock. How could he possibly be dead? Bai Qi isn't just our bureau's strongest operative, he's the top-ranked spiritual master in all of Luton City. Impossible. Quickly, tell me what happened. Upon hearing the news of Vice Captain Bai Qi's death, Wang Dihai was completely thrown into panic. Bai Qi had been his ace in the hole. If this ace had fallen, Greenvine City would descend into utter chaos. Previously, Captain Yang and Vice Captain Bai were both searching for the whereabouts of the head spectre, but they were operating separately. In the end, it was Vice Captain Bai who first found the head spectre in the abandoned buildings on the outskirts of Qingbei town. After locating the head spectre, Vice Captain Bai didn't inform Captain Yang and chose to deal with it alone. Given his abilities, handling the head spectre shouldn't have been an issue, but no one expected that another spectre was lurking in those abandoned buildings besides the head spectre. That spectre launched a sneak attack, so Vice Captain Bai. At this point, the young man's face visibly paled. What? There's another spectre? Wang Dihai exploded in fury, even hurling a folder from his desk in his rage. What the hell is your intel team doing? There's still a rogue paranormal entity hiding in Qingbei town, why weren't we informed in advance? The young man was so terrified he was on the verge of tears. Director Wang, when our intelligence department conducted the citywide sweep earlier, we truly did inspect Qingbei town. Back then, we genuinely didn't detect that unnatural entity. It's as if that thing appeared out of thin air afterward. Wang Dihai took a deep, steadying breath, forcibly suppressing the fury within as he ground out, "Where's Yang Ming?" As the director of the investigative bureau, he knew full well that he must not let anger cloud his judgment at this critical moment. Although those two entities had ambushed them, the fact that they could kill Bai Qi proved their extraordinary power. If left unchecked, the entire Qingbei town might be slaughtered, and even the urban area of Luting City could suffer the fallout. Captain Yang is on his way to Qingbei town after receiving the news. Prepare the vehicles. Hurry up and get the cars ready. All investigators who aren't out on missions must head to Qingbei town immediately. Also, call the heads of major unofficial spirit master organizations and have them send people to Qingbei town. If they can resolve this supernatural incident, the Bureau is willing to offer a reward of 3,000 spirit coins and 10 spirit incense sticks. Wang Dihai nearly roared the order. Chapter 41, I can die countless times, but you can only die once. At the mention of spirit coins and spirit incense, Feng Xiu's interest was piqued. He had only seen pictures of these items on the supernatural forums but had never encountered them in person. Spirit coins are the primary currency circulating among spirit masters, yet few actually treat them as mere money. More accurately, spirit coins are a type of spiritual material, especially tempered steel known as soul steel. This steel was developed by the Investigation Bureau headquarters as a material capable of channeling spiritual energy. Extremely rare, this steel possesses the unique property of conducting spiritual power. In other words, spirit masters can forge weapons, armor, and other equipment using spirit coins. Ordinary weapons and armor are utterly ineffective against supernatural entities, but equipment forged from soul steel becomes capable of combating these anomalies when infused with spiritual energy. Never underestimate the role of weapons and equipment. Humans' ability to stand out among animals is inseparable from their weapons and tools. When ordinary weapons and equipment prove useless against the supernatural, gear forged from soul steel becomes absolutely vital. As for spirit incense, it's an extremely precious resource developed by the Investigation Bureau's headquarters. Spirit incense can alleviate a spirit master's loss of mental control. Mental corruption is a challenge every psychic master must face. As their power grows stronger, the contamination of the mind becomes increasingly severe, leading to mental corruption. However, spiritual incense can suppress this mental contamination, truly a life-saving elixir for every psychic master. Wang Dihai repeatedly made phone calls, mobilizing substantial manpower and resources. The investigative bureau's immense capabilities were on full display during this moment. He freely coordinated efforts across all other functional departments. After finishing his calls, he noticed Fang Xiu nearby and turned to a young colleague, saying, "Xiao Wang, take Mr. Fang to the lounge for a rest. Xiao Shen, convene an emergency meeting." With that, Wang Dihai left with Xin Lingxue, while the young man called Xiao Wan led Fang Xiu to the lounge. In the lounge, Fang Xiu sipped tea with a calm expression, though his mind was continuously calculating. Had the top-ranked spirit hunter of Lutang City really died so easily? Killed by two malicious spirits. These two paranormal entities must be of a relatively high level, which also highlights the fragility of humans. The flesh and blood of humans, even when endowed with spiritual energy, are inherently disadvantaged when facing these supernatural horrors. The simplest example is the female doctor at Qingshan Mental Hospital. Though not an exceptionally powerful entity, the female doctor's skin was akin to steel. This metallic body made her completely impervious to conventional firearms. In contrast, even though spirit masters have ignited their spiritual potential and can mobilize most of their muscles to unleash power beyond ordinary humans, they can still be injured or even killed if struck by bullets. This is the disparity. Ultimately, spirit masters have extremely low error tolerance. No matter how formidable their abilities, their bodies remain flesh and blood. A single mistake can lead to their demise at the hands of supernatural entities, as exemplified by Bai Qi, who was killed in a sneak attack. Supernatural entities, however, are different. They possess formidable abilities of their own and enjoy high error tolerance. It's nearly impossible for a spirit master to eliminate one in a single strike. This is akin to me having infinite chances to make mistakes, while you only get one. How can you possibly fight under such conditions? However, Fang Xiu didn't care about the innate disadvantage of spirit masters against the supernatural, because it was the spirit masters who were weak, not him. Fang Xiu. His approach to the supernatural was different from ordinary people. I can die countless times, but you only get to die once. Fang Xiu sat quietly in the lounge, watching through the window as numerous uniformed staff bustled about. Clearly, Bai Qi's death was no small matter. It was an event significant enough to send shockwaves through all of Greentree City. Soon, the afternoon arrived. Fang Xiu estimated that matters should have temporarily settled, and it was time to move. He had no intention of sitting around doing nothing all day. Then, he glanced at the young man seated beside him, whose face had remained deathly pale throughout the entire morning without any sign of improvement. Whether it was due to concern over Bai Qi's death or fear of being held accountable for lapses in intelligence gathering, Fang Xiu slowly stood up and approached the young man. Only then did the young man snap to attention. "You?" He had just uttered a single word when a sharp knife hand strike landed mercilessly on the back of his neck. The young man instantly lost consciousness and collapsed. After knocking the young man out, Fang Xiu swiftly stripped off his work uniform, changed into it himself, and left the break room. He planned to disguise himself as staff to gather intelligence. Under normal circumstances, this would never work, but now, with the entire investigation bureau in chaos following Bai Qi's death, it was the perfect opportunity. He held the documents in his hand, mimicking those around him, pretending to be in a hurry as he wandered freely through the investigation bureau. He tapped into his spiritual energy, instantly sharpening his senses. The sounds of conversations and phone calls from the offices and corridors flooded his ears. Deputy Captain Bai might have been cold and aloof in daily life, but his strength was undeniable. He was the strongest in all of Looting City. Who would have thought such a powerful spirit master could just die like that? Exactly. Who could have predicted it? Honestly, this death could have been avoided. It's all because Captain Yang and Deputy Captain Bai were always at odds, constantly trying to one-up each other. If those two had worked together, how could Deputy Captain Bai have been ambushed and killed? Brotherly, I haven't been at the investigation bureau for long. Could you explain in detail what conflicts exist between Captain Yang and Vice Captain Bai? What kind of conflict could there be? It was purely a rivalry of egos. Deputy Captain Bai was universally acknowledged as the strongest, but when it came time to choose who would take the captain position, it was Captain Yang Ming who won out. Deputy Captain Bai has never been able to accept that. No way. If Deputy Captain Bai is the strongest in Luton City, how could he lose to Captain Yang? Hey, it's naturally because of Captain Yang's ability. Do you know what Captain Yang's ability is? I've heard people say Captain Yang's ability seems to be luck. That's right. Captain Yang's ability is luck, a kind of passive skill. Besides giving someone dumb luck, it's downright useless. That's why Captain Yang's been called the weakest squad leader by spirit masters from other cities. Wait, then how did Captain Yang win the squad leader competition? Vice Captain Bai was literally known as the invincible powerhouse among second-tier spirit masters. How else could he have won? Pure dumb luck, of course. On duel day, wonder what bad stuff Vice Captain Bai ate the night before. The fight barely started when his stomach went haywire. Dude just couldn't stop shitting. During the match, Deputy Captain Bai didn't dare exert any real strength, terrified that any sudden movement might cause an accident, which would mean instant defeat. Though Captain Yang wasn't particularly skilled, as a second-level spirit master, he easily prevailed against an opponent who couldn't fight at full capacity. Wait, if he had diarrhea, why didn't he just call a timeout? Are you stupid? Don't you know what kind of person Deputy Captain Bai is? The epitome of an aloof, image-obsessed guy. Asking him to publicly announce he needs a bathroom break in front of everyone would literally be worse than death to him. So he had no choice but to keep fighting as if nothing was wrong. Poor Deputy Captain Bai thought no one noticed his condition. But there were plenty of spirit masters present that day, observant folks with keen senses who'd long since caught the distinctive scent. Chapter 42, Captain Yang Ming. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu in the hallway stopped listening, as the subsequent conversation between the two was entirely gossip. These two were clearly administrative staff, hence they had relatively idle time at the moment and still found opportunities to chat about trivial matters. He continued wandering through the investigation bureau, constantly gathering information. Hurry, get to the conference room, Director Wang is calling an emergency meeting. Upon hearing about the meeting, Fang Xiu immediately blended into the crowd and followed them toward the conference room. Inside the conference room, the long rectangular meeting table was packed with people, men and women, mostly young. What stood out was that hardly any of them wore standard black work uniforms. Instead, most were dressed in eccentric, avant-garde outfits. Meanwhile, lining both sides of the meeting table stood over a dozen staff members clad in work uniforms. Fang Xiu blended in among the staff, standing by the wall while discreetly observing the people seated around the conference table. It was evident that these individuals were likely spirit masters. As the frontline fighters against the supernatural, their status naturally surpassed that of ordinary people, granting them the privilege to sit at the meeting table. At the head of the table sat Wang Dihai, his face stern with seriousness. Strangely, there was an empty seat on either side of Wang Dihai, left unoccupied by anyone. 2 empty seats? Fang Xiu guessed these seats must belong to Captain Yang Ming and Vice Captain Bai Qi. With Bai Qi now dead, his empty seat made sense, but where was Yang Ming? Could he still be investigating the supernatural incidents? At that moment, Fang Xiu suddenly caught a whiff of pungent cigarette smoke. Smoking during an emergency meeting? Fang Xiu followed the scent of smoke and saw a despondent man squatting in the corner behind Wang Dihai, smoking. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face, and a broad nose. He wasn't strikingly handsome but had an earnest and dignified look. Right now, however, his mental state seemed far from stable. His eyes were vacant, his chin covered in stubble as he stared blankly into space. If not for the occasional drag on his cigarette, he might as well have been a statue. The others in the meeting room chose to selectively ignore the man, allowing him to squat there and smoke. Seeing this, Fang Xiu already had a guess in his heart. Although the spirit masters present wore eccentric costumes and had strong personalities, they still observed the most basic meeting etiquette by sitting obediently in their assigned seats. Yet no one said a word about this man's behavior, not even Wang Dihai objected, which could only mean this individual held an exceptionally high status. Combining the empty seat, it was easy to guess that this smoking man was Captain Yang Ming. At this moment, Wang Dihai began the meeting. In this emergency session, he wasted no time with unnecessary words and went straight to the point. After our investigators' on-site examination, it has been confirmed that Deputy Captain Bai has died in the line of duty. Wang Dihai's solemn voice echoed through the meeting room. The scene fell into silence. Some wore expressionless faces, others looked indifferent, while a few bore sorrowful expressions. Their emotions varied and numerous. The man suspected to be Yang Ming still had hollow eyes, yet the hand holding his cigarette trembled slightly. After a brief silence, Wang Dihai's deep voice rang out again. Deputy Captain Bai was killed by a shadow-controlling monster. As he spoke, a blurry photo appeared on the large screen, showing a shadow, a human-shaped silhouette. Unlike ordinary shadows, however, it wasn't flat but three-dimensional, as if someone were wearing a pitch-black bodysuit that even covered their eyes, mouth, and nose. Completely black, like a person's shadow that had come to life and taken physical form. This anomaly is codenamed Shadow Wraith. Its currently observed ability is to hide within shadows. During Vice Captain Bai's battle with the head spirit, the Shadow Wraith emerged from his own shadow and ambushed him, dealing severe injuries that led to his death at the hands of the head spirit. Everyone focused intently on the Shadow Wraith in the photo, their expressions grave. Emerging suddenly from shadows, this mode of attack was nearly impossible to defend against. A single moment of carelessness could prove fatal. Even someone as formidable as Bai Qi had been ambushed and severely wounded. The other spirit masters didn't believe themselves to be superior to Bai Qi. Currently, the Shadow Wraith remains at large. However, the severed head wraith has already been dealt with by Yang Ming. Our next course of action is to devote all efforts to tracking down the Shadow Wraith, locate it, and completely resolved this supernatural incident. And, at this point, Wang Dihai suddenly took a deep breath and said slowly yet heavily, to avenge Bai Qi. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew solemn. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming tension, Wang Dihai suddenly forced out a faint smile and said, amid this tragic and bizarre incident, I do have one piece of good news to share with everyone. Good news? Everyone was stunned. Deputy Captain Bai was dead, yet there was good news? Indeed. Captain Yang Ming of Luting City Investigation Bureau, after resolving the head ghost incident, has successfully advanced to become a third-tier spirit master, stepping into the ranks of elite spirit masters. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in an uproar, and instantly all eyes turned to the man smoking in the corner. The smoking man, Yang Ming, seemed not to have heard a thing, his expression utterly unchanged as he flicked away the cigarette butt. He reached into his pocket for another pack, intending to light up again. By now, there were quite a few blackened cigarette stubs lying at his feet. Yang Ming opened the pack, only to find it empty. He crumpled the box absent-mindedly and tossed it on the ground before lifting his listless gaze to the others. Hey, anyone got a smoke left? The voice was hoarse and carried a hint of exhaustion. The crowd remained silent, no one responded. Seeing this, Wang Dihai's eyes flickered with a trace of pity, but he still scolded sternly, Yang Ming, pull yourself together. You're already a third-tier spirit master now. The safety of Lutang City will depend on you in the future. And don't you want to avenge Bai Qi anymore? Faced with Wang Dihai's scolding, Yang Ming's gaze remained indifferent, his demeanor still half dead. Slowly rising from the corner, he tucked his hands into his pockets and muttered, fine, I'll go buy a pack myself. With that, he actually started to leave the conference room to go buy cigarettes. As he walked away, he muttered to himself, revenge? Will bringing them to justice bring Xiao Bai back to life? Stop right there! Wang Dihai shouted furiously, but Yang Ming's steps didn't falter at all, as if he hadn't heard. Exasperated, Wang Dihai had no choice but to fish out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and yell, I've got some here. Yang Ming immediately stopped in his tracks, his face filled with displeasure. You could have said so earlier. Wang Dihai tossed the cigarette directly to Yang Ming, then turned away to continue the meeting, clearly unwilling to say another word. Yang Ming returned to the same corner as before, lighting the cigarette while muttering sarcastically, wow, Bureau Chief Wang must be wealthy, smoking Huazi every day. Wang Dihai's face darkened as he suppressed his anger and kept leading the meeting. But at that moment, the meeting room door slammed open with a bang. Wang Dihai's furious roar erupted instantly. Maintain discipline. Discipline! How many times have I told you, you? The staff member who entered didn't even let him finish, instead speaking in a panicked voice, Director Wang, it's terrible. That person you just had me escort to the lounge has disappeared. He knocked me out and ran away by himself. What? You're saying Fang Xiu escaped? Wang Dihai instantly surged with shock and fury. Fang Xiu secretly sighed amidst the crowd. His technique wasn't professional enough. He hadn't expected to knock the man unconscious for such a short time. Though Fang Xiu had become a spirit wielder, capable of unleashing power far beyond ordinary people, he had never actually tried knocking someone out before. He simply didn't know how much force to use. Fang Xiu, you're actually here. A woman's voice rang out from the venue. It was Shen Lingxue. Shen Lingxue abruptly rose from her seat, pointing at Fang Xiu and the crowd with a look of astonishment. In an instant, all eyes in the room focused on Fang Xiu, except for Yang Ming, who continued blowing smoke rings into thin air. Chapter 43, I can return to the past, reverse the future. The personnel surrounding Fang Xiu reacted instantly, drawing their firearms to aim at him as if ready to shoot at his slightest movement. The spirit masters seated around the conference table fixed their gaze intently on him, their eyes revealing either curiosity or wariness. An ethereal, almost imperceptible spiritual pressure settled upon him like a fine mist. Fang Xiu, do you have any idea what the penalty is for assaulting Survey Bureau personnel? What exactly are you trying to do? Or rather, who exactly are you? Wang Dihai's face darkened as he spoke. Ignoring both Wang Dihai's questioning and the oppressive aura from the assembled spirit masters, Fang Xiu remained utterly composed. His calm gaze instead settled on Yang Ming, who stood smoking in the corner. Suddenly, he spoke calmly, want Bai Qi to come back to life? As soon as the words fell, Yang Ming's smoking motion stopped abruptly. His previously lifeless eyes instantly turned frightening, like a tiger descending the mountain, locking onto Fang Xiu with a deathly stare. Watching him slowly rise to his feet with a dark expression, an invisible force seemed to build around him, quiet as the calm before a storm, yet oppressively heavy. Thud! He threw the cigarette to the ground and ground it under his foot. After accomplishing all this, he strode toward Fang Xiu with steady steps and came to a halt before him. Looking at Fang Xiu's utterly composed expression, he said word by word, no matter who you are or where you come from, don't joke about the dead so casually, or else, people will die. An invisible yet overwhelming pressure surged toward Fang Xiu like a tidal wave. Shockingly, the force emanating from Yang Ming alone far eclipsed that of all the spirit masters present. The other spirit masters couldn't help but momentarily pale at this display. Is this the strength of a third-tier spirit master? Yet facing this immense pressure, Feng Xiu's expression remained unchanged. Having endured the baptism of the eerie entities above the firmament, such pressure meant nothing to him. He calmly met Yang Ming's gaze and said plainly, "You only need to answer, yes or no." His serene words carried an undeniable force. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Facing a third-tier spirit master yet speaking with such unshaken confidence, just who is this Feng Xiu? Yang Ming stared intently into Feng Xiu's calm eyes, as if trying to discern something from them, but all he saw was a bottomless serenity. "Feng Xiu, what nonsense are you spouting now? Seize him immediately." Wang Dihai had completely lost faith in Feng Xiu by this point, thoroughly suspecting that some mysterious organization was behind him, plotting some unspeakable conspiracy. But just as the staff around him were about to move, Yang Ming raised his hand to stop them. "Can you really bring Xiaobai back to life?" After Yang Ming asked this question, he even thought he had gone mad. The ironclad rule was that the dead could not return to life. Even if this person's ability is resurrection from death, Bai Chi's corpse has already been devoured by the supernatural entity, how could he possibly come back to life now? He didn't know why he'd ask such a foolish question, but staring into Feng Xiu's calm eyes, he had an indistinct intuition that what Feng Xiu said might actually be true. A faint smile curled at the corner of Feng Xiu's lips. "I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can return to the past and reverse the future." His words sent a wave of astonished murmurs through the crowd, who felt it was nothing short of a fairy tale. Going back in time to change the future is even more fantastical than resurrecting the dead. No one present believed Feng Xiu's words, yet Yang Ming stubbornly persisted, "What needs to be done?" Instead of answering, Feng Xiu countered, "Where were you when Bai Chi died?" Yang Ming thought for a moment. "At that time, I was tracking leads about the headless specter in the mountains near Qingbei town, just missed entering the town itself because my leads were slightly off." At this point, he subconsciously clenched his fists, his face filled with self-blame. If I had noticed sooner and entered Qingbei town earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have died. "Good, that's enough. Now give me your phone number." "Phone number?" Yang Ming froze for a moment, completely unable to keep up with Feng Xiu's sudden shift in thinking. They were talking about dead people coming back to life. How did it suddenly switch to asking for a phone number? "Exactly, all you need to do now is give me your phone number, and then tell me a secret." "What secret?" Yang Ming grew increasingly confused. "A secret that will make you believe me," Feng Xiu said calmly. "I'm about to go back in time and call you before Bai Chi's accident, telling you to save him, so I need a secret that will convince you." Hearing this, Yang Ming involuntarily widened his eyes. He simply found it unbelievable, feeling like Feng Xiu was recounting a ghost story from Liuzhai. "Call me in the past? Is such an outrageous ability even possible in this world? Even if it exists, surely it would require a fifth-order spirit master to perform it, right? How could this be?" No matter how desperately Yang Ming wished for Bai Chi to be revived, he couldn't bring himself to believe Feng Xiu's words. He wasn't the only one. All the spirit masters present shared the same disbelief. They struggled to accept why, as fellow practitioners, this guy stood out so unervingly above the rest. Reversing time to return to the past? Are you still just a spirit master? You're a deity master now. Yet in one person's heart, a storm of shock and disbelief raged. That person was Xin Lingxue. Because she suddenly recalled Feng Xiu's words during the mental contamination test. "I've traversed endlessly between future and past, witnessed death and rebirth, experienced infinite possibilities. For me, the future is but a doll I can observe and alter at will." She suddenly understood why Feng Xiu hadn't directly answered whether he could foresee the future, but instead said these words. It was highly possible he wasn't showing off, but rather describing his ability in another way, returning to the past, reversing the future. Seeing the skepticism on Yang Ming's face, Feng Xiu smiled faintly. "Trying won't cost you anything anyway." Yang Ming was immediately persuaded. Indeed, why not give it a try? What did he have to lose even if it failed? He didn't believe Feng Xiu could pose any threat to him just by having a phone number and some trivial secret. Huff. Taking a deep breath, he slowly recited, 138 asterisk 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 asterisk. He only said it once, and Feng Xiu only heard it once, but it was firmly imprinted in his mind. After a moment's thought, Yang Ming finally spoke slowly. "Then I'll share a secret only I knew one about Xiao Bai. I originally planned to take this secret to my grave, afraid Xiao Bai would fight me to the death if he found out. Since he's gone now, I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. The secret is, back before the team captain selection match, it wasn't actually Xiao Bai who ate something bad and ended up with diarrhea during the match. It was me. I slipped him laxatives beforehand. But because my ability is luck, no one ever suspected me." Silence. An eerie silence. Everyone present gaped at Yang Ming in stunned silence, as if seeing him for the first time. They never could have imagined that their thick-browed, big-eyed Captain Yang was capable of such an underhanded scheme behind the scenes. This was just too shameless. Chapter 44. Perhaps none of us exist. Yang Ming grew flustered under everyone's gaze. How is this my fault? If it weren't for that bastard Xiao Bai. Forget it. No use talking about the dead. He suddenly sighed again, his expression turning desolate once more. Alright, this secret is enough. Fang Xiu suddenly spoke up. By the way, you don't have a habit of turning off your phone, do you? Yang Ming nodded and said, if you could really call me from the past, then I would definitely receive it. Because I have no sense of direction. When Xiao Bai had the accident, I was driving through the mountains near Qingbei town with my phone connected via Bluetooth and navigation on. I would have definitely picked up the call. Fang Xiu nodded. Wait for the call then. With that, he fell silent. As he quieted down, the scene followed suit into silence. Everyone silently watched him as time slipped away minute by minute. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Abruptly, Fang Xiu suddenly spoke. Why are you all staring at me? Let's continue the meeting. The crowd was instantly stunned. Yang Ming couldn't hold back anymore and asked aloud. Weren't you going to return to the past? We were all waiting for you to act. Fang Xiu looked at him with the gaze one reserves for idiots. When did I say I was going back to the past right now? Also, you didn't actually think I'd suddenly vanish on the spot like in the movies, did you? Everyone. To be honest, that was exactly what they thought. So when are you starting? No rush after the lottery draw at 8 tonight. Yang Ming froze for a moment. Lottery? What lottery? Enough, no more questions. Yang Ming, take this raving lunatic to the isolation room immediately. I'll be there shortly. He's completely lost his mind and is probably on the verge of a spiritual meltdown. Wang Dihai suddenly interjected. Yang Ming was reluctant to comply, but then he noticed Wang Dihai giving him a meaningful look. With no other choice, Yang Ming turned to Fang Xiu and said, come with me. Fang Xiu nodded calmly and followed Yang Ming directly to the solitary confinement room without any unnecessary actions. After all, given his current capabilities, causing trouble at the investigation bureau would be no different from suicide. Moreover, he understood Wang Dihai's thoughts perfectly. Whether his claims were true or false, this matter absolutely couldn't be exposed to public scrutiny. If his words were true, the ability to reverse time and alter the future was simply too alarming. Should such information leak, who knew what kind of uproar it might provoke? If it's fake, then this would be the biggest joke the bureau has faced all year, and it's best not to let too many people know about it. Wang Dihai was acting on precisely this consideration when he allowed Yang Ming to take him away. Once inside the confinement room, Fang Xiu questioned Yang Ming extensively about the head ghost and shadow ghost, as well as information regarding Bai Qi. As it turned out, Bai Qi's ability was extreme speed, unimaginably fast, far surpassing others of the same level. This gave him an absolute advantage whether launching attacks or making an escape. He once had the feat of instantly defeating a second-tier spirit master. He also managed to escape from the pursuit of powerful and eerie entities. Because of this, he and Yang Ming were allowed to operate alone. If Bai Qi couldn't win, he could always flee. As for Yang Ming, with his luck-based ability, it's nearly impossible for him to die unluckily. It's a pity that Bai Qi, lacking crucial information this time, failed to perceive the presence of the shadow phantom, leading to his ambush. Ordinary supernatural beings could hardly succeed in ambushing Bai Qi. His speed and reflexes were far too quick. But the shadow phantom was different. It lurked within Bai Qi's own shadow. No matter how fast he moved, he could never outrun it. While Bai Qi was engaged in a high-speed battle with the Skull Spectre, the shadow trailing behind him remained ever present, waiting for the critical moment to deliver a fatal strike. The two chatted for a long time, though Fang Xiu didn't manage to extract much useful information from the conversation. Though Yang Ming appeared rough and carefree on the surface, he chose his words with meticulous precision, never divulging a single syllable more than necessary. After all, he still couldn't be certain whether Fang Xiu could truly alter the course of the future. About an hour later, Wang Dihai appeared at the detention cell with Xin Lingxue. Fang Xiu, just what are you plotting? What do you intend to use Yang Ming for? Wang Dihai demanded as soon as he arrived, cutting straight to the point. There are still 3 hours left. Once the draw is announced, everything will become clear, Fang Xiu said calmly. Lottery? Didn't you say before that your ability was foreseeing the future? Why is it now about reversing the future? What's the difference? After I foresee the future and make corresponding changes, isn't that somewhat equivalent to altering the future? For example, if I foresee that I'll be hit and killed by a car if I go out today, then as long as I stay home, I won't die in the future. Watching Fang Xiu's confident demeanor, Xin Lingxue couldn't help but interject, but now, Deputy Captain Bai is already dead. That event must have become an unchangeable past. You're situated in the present, how can you change the past? Oh, Fang Xiu gave her a faint glance and countered. What makes you so sure this is the present? Is it possible that you, Yang Ming, everyone else, and even I don't exist? That everything now is just the future as seen by my past self? At these words, Xin Lingxue and the others were all stupefied, an endless sense of absurdity rising in their hearts. We don't exist? Yang Ming said with an even stranger tone. Would you like to hear yourself speak? Fang Xiu closed his eyes to rest, no longer saying a word. A strange atmosphere lingered among the three of them. Fang Xiu's words seemed absurd and unfounded, yet for some reason, upon careful reflection, they felt a faint creeping dread. Do we really not exist? After a while spent in the confinement room, the others left one by one, leaving Fang Xiu alone. After all, these people were from the investigative bureau, burdened with serious duties. They couldn't afford to waste 3 hours idly waiting here. Time flowed like water, and soon, the 3 hours flashed by. Bang! The door to the confinement room was abruptly flung open. Wang Dihai, Shen Lingxue, and Yang Ming stepped inside with darkened expressions, their sharp gazes fixed on Fang Xiu, who had been resting with closed eyes. Suddenly, Fang Xiu opened his eyes and calmly looked at the three of them. Clap! Shen Lingxue slammed the slip of paper with the lottery numbers Fang Xiu had written earlier onto the table and said coldly, Fang Xiu, the winning numbers you wrote didn't win at all. Not only did they not win, but not a single number matched. Look, here's the current issue's winning numbers I just wrote. Fang Xiu, you can explain now. Who exactly are you, and who sent you? Wang Dihai asked gravely. Yang Ming remained silent, but his gaze at Fang Xiu carried a hint of murderous intent. Yet at this moment, Fang Xiu smiled faintly. My foresight can't be wrong. You're just making up a random string of numbers now to trick me, aren't you? Shen Lingxue was so angry she could hardly breathe, her chest heaving violently. She pulled out her phone directly, opened the lottery results, and shoved it right before Fang Xiu's eyes. See for yourself. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Fang Xiu casually glanced at them, the mocking smile on his lips growing more pronounced. You sent people to rig the lottery, and now you're questioning me? At these words, the expressions of the three instantly darkened. Chapter 45, True, Foreseeing the Future. Shen Lingxue sneered, Fang Xiu, we did send people to the lottery center, but only because we feared you might have prepared your own people to tamper with the results. This draw was entirely random. What's wrong? Now that the numbers don't match, did your attempt fail? Fang Xiu observed the reactions of the three individuals and had basically concluded that they likely hadn't tampered with anything. That meant he could safely proceed with his death and reset. At this moment, Shen Lingxue sneered coldly again. Didn't you say earlier that if you guessed wrong, you'd pay with your life? Ha, looks like you're more inclined to backpedal than actually make good on that promise. Rest assured, I keep my word. Fang Xiu smiled faintly. The next instant, a gleaming scalpel appeared in his hand. Shen Lingxue and Yang Ming immediately shielded Wang Dihai behind them, thinking Fang Xiu was about to bare his fangs. However, to their astonishment, Fang Xiu didn't attack with the scalpel. Instead, he plunged it straight into his own forehead. The trio was instantly stunned. Watching Fang Xiu with a scalpel embedded in his forehead, they couldn't help but think such a man of his word was rare indeed. True to his word, relentlessly. Green Vine City Investigation Bureau. Fang Xiu, who had returned through Death's Rewind, entered under the guidance of Shen Lingxue and Li Wenhao. This time, he meticulously repeated every action from his previous attempt to avoid triggering any butterfly effects. Gazing at the bureau headquarters he was visiting for the second time, Fang Xiu smiled faintly. It was time to demonstrate true foresight of the future. The three entered, when suddenly, Fang Xiu abruptly stopped in his tracks. Shen Lingxue frowned slightly. What's wrong? There will be two staff members colliding around the corner up ahead. What? Li Wenhao didn't catch it at first, instinctively asking in response. The next second, a woman in professional secretary attire, clutching a stack of documents, hurriedly dashed forward. Just as she reached the corner, a male co-worker stepped out from around the bend. Ouch! With a startled cry, the two collided, sending documents scattering across the floor. Shen Lingxue and Li Wenhao were instantly stunned, staring at Fang Xiu with looks of utter disbelief on their faces. This can't be possible? Fang Xiu walked forward with a composed expression, stepping over the scattered documents on the floor. Shen Lingxue and the other person followed closely behind, not even hearing the greeting from the collapsed staff member on the ground. As if he had been to the investigation bureau before, Fang Xiu walked effortlessly to an office area where a dozen clerks were working at their computers. Then he added, the woman in the third row from the left will get up to pour coffee. As his words trailed off, the woman, as if receiving an instruction, picked up the cup on the desk and walked toward the coffee machine. Behind him, Shen Lingxue and the other person grew increasingly astonished, finding it utterly unbelievable. The man sitting in the middle of the second-to-last row will knock the files off the desk. Again, no sooner had these words been spoken than the man, seemingly exhausted, raised his arms and stretched. As he did, a crisp plop sounded. The files on the table were accidentally knocked to the ground. The man in the first seat of the first row will receive a phone call immediately, lasting 3 seconds. Shen Lingxue and Li Wenhao almost simultaneously glanced at their wristwatches. The next second, ding-ling-ling, the phone rang. Hello, who's calling? I won't buy a house, and I don't need a loan. Don't call me again, you realtors. After hanging up the phone, the two men looked up simultaneously, their eyes meeting in mutual astonishment. The timing was precise, exactly 3 seconds. They stared in disbelief at Fang Xiu's calm expression, feeling as though they were witnessing a deity whose words shaped reality, standing among mortals while casually manipulating their fates. Fang Xiu quietly glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "Let's go. The lounge is this way." With that, he almost seemed to take charge like a host, leading the utterly stunned Shen Lingxue and the other person to the lounge. Once inside, he even deftly retrieved tea from the second drawer on the left side of the counter, and then coffee from the third drawer. He then poured a cup of coffee for Shen Lingxue and a cup of green tea for Li Wenhao. He thoughtfully added exactly 5 sugar cubes to Shen Lingxue's coffee, no more, no less. Shen Lingxue, Li Wenhao. Fang Xiu poured himself a glass of plain water, took a small sip, then calmly said, "No need to be so surprised. I told you my eyes can see the future." Shen Lingxue, Li Wenhao. The two were so shocked they were left speechless. After a long pause, Shen Lingxue finally spoke, "Did you foresee all of that in advance? Including the location of the break room, even down to the 5 sugar cubes I'd add to my coffee?" Fang Xiu picked up the cup, gently blew away the steam rising from its rim, took a small sip, and said nonchalantly, "Of course." The two fell into prolonged silence once again. If there had been any remaining doubts in their minds earlier, those suspicions were now largely dispelled. Knowing some information could have come from prior investigations, but predicting the bureau staff's next moves with flawless precision, that wasn't something mere advanced reconnaissance could uncover. "You two should go report to Wang Dihai now, he happens to be available at this moment." The two were somewhat numb at this moment, not knowing what to say, a normal reaction when faced with something beyond common comprehension. Exchanging a glance, they silently got up and went to report to Wang Dihai. After the two left, Fang Xiu took out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains near Qingbei town, Yang Ming was driving his car, humming a tune. Suddenly, the song stopped and the phone rang. Yang Ming picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello? Who is this?" Yang Ming's playful voice carried a hint of mischief, a stark contrast to Bai Chi's state after death. A calm, deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. "In half an hour, Bai Chi will die." Screech! Yang Ming slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement, leaving 2 long streaks. His usual carefree expression vanished instantly, replaced by an unfamiliar, solemn demeanor. "Who are you?" "My name is Fang Xiu, a man who can foresee the future. I'm currently a guest at the Investigation Bureau. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll become colleagues in the future. I've foreseen that Bai Chi will be killed by a supernatural entity in half an hour. If you go now, there's still time to save him." Yang Ming laughed in exasperation. "I don't care who you are. Do you realize jokes like this can get people killed? When selecting the team leader, you and Bai Chi had a competition match, but you slipped him laxatives the night before. The only reason no one suspected you was because your ability is luck." Yang Ming paled instantly, blurting out involuntarily, "How did you know that? I've never told anyone this secret." "Remember what I'm about to say. I'll only say it once. Bai Chi is currently at the unfinished building in the outskirts of Qingbei town. He'll encounter the head demon there and engage in battle. But there's more than one supernatural entity present. A shadow demon is lurking in his shadow and will launch a sneak attack at the critical moment, leading to Bai Chi's death." After finishing his words, Fang Xiu immediately hung up the phone. Chapter 46, How Could It Not Be? Yang Ming sat speechless in the car for a long time, his expression dark and unsettled. Moments later, he abruptly turned the car around and slammed on the accelerator, racing toward Qingbei town. Although he wasn't entirely convinced by Fang Xiu's words, he believed it was better to be safe than sorry, especially since the other party had accurately revealed his secret of spiking the drink. In the break room, Fang Xiu finished the cup of hot water and waited for quite some time before Shen Lingxue finally arrived. This time, their report took noticeably longer than before. Clearly, Fang Xiu's earlier display of foreseeing the future had shocked them, prompting a more detailed discussion. "Fang Xiu, I'll now conduct a mental contamination test on you," Shen Lingxue said with a complicated expression. Fang Xiu nodded, then proceeded to pick up the psychic lie detector on his own. Under Shen Lingxue's astonished gaze, he expertly strapped the device onto his hand with practiced ease. Shen Lingxue stood frozen for 2 full seconds before finally snapping out of it. For the first question, "If I choose option 1, battle the supernatural entities," Fang Xiu interrupted directly. "Shen Lingxue." Fang Xiu ignored Shen Lingxue's astonished stare and continued speaking as if to himself. "Second question, I will never join the supernatural faction. Even if they offered me great power, gave me special privileges, and promised to protect my family, friends, and loved ones from harm, I still wouldn't join. My family wouldn't defect to the supernatural side either, because I don't have any family. If Zhao Hao were to join the supernatural faction and try to make me betray my principles, I would personally send him to his grave. Third question, after becoming a spirit controller, my greatest desire would be to eradicate every last supernatural entity in this world." Fang Xiu didn't even wait for Shenling Xue to ask questions before answering all of them in one breath. And the spiritual lie detector never made a sound throughout the entire process. After finishing, Fang Xiu stood up and calmly said to the speechless Shenling Xue, "The test is passed. Let's go see Wang Dihai." Then he walked out of the lounge, while Shenling Xue remained sitting in her seat in a daze, lost in thought for a long time. For a moment, it was unclear who was testing whom. Wang Dihai's office. Upon meeting Wang Dihai, he did not introduce himself as he had before. Instead, he scrutinized Fang Xiu and said, "Mr. Fang, since you've already predicted my name, I suppose there's no need for introductions. Please, have a seat." Fang Xiu took a seat, and Wang Dihai continued, "To be honest, Mr. Fang, even after hearing their reports, I still find it hard to believe you can foresee the future. This ability far surpasses that of other spirit masters. I'm not sure if you understand my meaning. Ordinary first-tier spirit masters typically wield abilities like fire, strength, or speed, but yours clearly dwarf theirs. You're suggesting I'm not on their level, is that it?" Fang Xiu suddenly interjected, "The ability to foresee the future shouldn't belong to a first-tier soul master." Wang Dihai nodded, "Exactly. If you were a third-tier soul master with the ability to precisely predict the future, I wouldn't be too surprised. But you're just a newly promoted soul master. Logically speaking, even if you could foresee the future, you'd probably only be able to predict the next second or a few seconds ahead. Yet you anticipated Xiaoshen's visit, predicted the investigation bureau's involvement, and even foresaw the evening's lottery numbers. That's truly extraordinary. Director Wang, have you ever considered that perhaps I was never on their level to begin with? This world always has those who are born beyond ordinary measure. Indeed, some people are born geniuses, and there's no shortage of genius spirit tamers. But Mr. Fang, if you saw a newborn baby who could talk and even solve math problems right after birth, would you consider that child a genius?" Fang Xiu smiled faintly. "Why wouldn't it be?" Wang Dihai. He took a deep breath. For some reason, hearing that "why wouldn't it be" suddenly gave him an inexplicable urge to hit someone. If Mr. Fang insists on thinking that way, then I have nothing more to say. By the way, Xiaoshen, where is Mr. Fang's psychological contamination test report? Shenling Xue seemed somewhat distracted, to the point where she didn't even hear Wang Dihai's words, simply sitting there in a daze. Wang Dihai frowned slightly and called again, "Xiaoshen." "Oh," Shenling Xue snapped out of it, looking at Wang Dihai with a puzzled expression as she asked, "What is it, Director Wang?" "Report. The psychological contamination test report for Mr. Fang." Shenling Xue instinctively reached for the report, only to freeze abruptly. She realized she hadn't actually written one. Before she could even voice her question, Fang Xiu had already answered it. She'd been so stunned at the time that she'd forgotten to take notes. I didn't write the report." "You didn't write it?" Wang Dihai could feel his blood pressure rising. "Xiaoshen, you're a seasoned investigator. Have you become so negligent now?" "That's not it, Chief Wang. It's not that I didn't write the report, it's that I didn't get to ask the mental contamination test questions." "What?" Wang Dihai's voice instantly rose in pitch. He felt Shenling Xue was deliberately opposing him. Not only had she not written the report, but she hadn't even asked the questions? Shenling Xue quickly realized how ambiguous her words had sounded and hastily clarified. "That's not what I meant. I was going to ask the mental contamination test questions from the start, but Fang Xiu anticipated every question beforehand. He answered them all perfectly before I could ask, and the psychic polygraph didn't react at all." Wang Dihai stared at Fang Xiu in shocked silence for a long moment. After a while, he finally asked, "Mr. Fang, even if you can truly foresee the future, doesn't it drain you? Can you just do it as you please?" Fang Xiu shook his head. "Foreseeing the future isn't particularly draining, but it comes at a great cost." "Cost?" Wang Dihai inquired with slight curiosity. "Spiritual outburst." Upon hearing these four words, Wang Dihai and Shenling Xue's expressions subtly changed. Because spiritual outburst was something every spirit master had to face, the investigation bureau had even suffered devastating losses from it in the past. "Mr. Fang, are you saying each instance of future precognition increases the risk of spiritual outburst?" Wang Dihai asked gravely. Chapter 47, Pay Me More. Fang Xiu nodded. "Exactly, the more powerful the ability, the greater the price one has to pay. Every time I foresee the future, a flood of chaotic information rushes into my mind. This barrage exerts immense pressure on my psyche, thereby increasing the risk of losing control of my spiritual faculties. Moreover, the ability to foresee the future has significant limitations. I can only predict short-term events, ranging from seconds to a few days at most. Beyond that time frame, it becomes impossible." Wang Dihai, seeing how earnest he was, couldn't help but adopt a solemn expression. "The duration of precognition likely depends on your own spiritual aptitude. As a newly awakened spirit tamer, it's perfectly normal to have limited foresight. I reckon once you reach the second rank, your abilities will experience a breakthrough. Mr. Fang, there's just one thing I don't quite understand. Since foreseeing the future accelerates spiritual instability, why do you insist on doing it so frequently?" "Because of spirit incense. You want the Bureau's spirit incense? Exactly. The reason I frequently demonstrate my abilities is to make the Bureau value me enough to recruit me so I can obtain spirit incense to stabilize my spirituality. Hearing this, Wang Dihai's mind finally grasped the logical closure, perfectly explaining Fang Xiu's current actions and understanding his motives. So his goal was the Lingxiang incense after all? Although the Lingxiang incense was precious, Wang Dihai wouldn't hesitate to part with it. Facing a supernatural investigator who could foresee the future, no price would be too high to secure his allegiance. Mr. Fong, if I were to invite you to join the investigation bureau, may I inquire what salary would be required? I demand to receive the treatment of a second-rank spirit master, with an additional monthly supply of 1 spiritual incense stick. Moreover, I require relatively flexible working hours and the right to decline unreasonable work requests. Furthermore, if my abilities are needed for any incidents, appropriate compensation must be provided afterward. In other words, you'll have to pay extra. As soon as this series of demands was laid out, before Wang Dihai could respond, Xin Lingxue beside him couldn't contain herself. Fang Xiu, are you serious? You mean you want the Bureau to sustain you with the resources of a second-rank spirit master in spiritual incense without contributing daily work, and when your skills are needed, we'd have to pay you extra? Fang Xiu nodded, good reading comprehension. You, Xin Lingxue immediately glared at him, then turned to Wang Dihai and said, Director Wang, you can't agree to his demands. It's against the rules. He's just a rookie spirit master. If we comply with his requests, his benefits would practically rival those of a team leader. Moreover, we still can't confirm if he can truly foresee the future. Wang Dihai ignored Xin Lingxue, pondered for a moment, and said, Mr. Fong, if the lottery results confirm you can indeed predict the future, then I can agree to your requested salary and 1 spirit incense per month. However, additional payments for each use of your ability might be. Director Wang, it seems you haven't yet grasped the true value of my ability, Fang Xiu interrupted bluntly. But you'll understand soon enough. Mr. Fong, what do you mean by this? Wang Dihai frowned slightly. I purposely delivered a special gift to the Bureau before coming here. After seeing it, you'll likely agree to my terms. What kind of gift? Perhaps from watching too many movies, the moment Wang Dihai heard the phrase special gift, his instincts told him it couldn't be anything good. Fang Xiu smiled faintly. A human life. Wang Dihai's expression darkened slightly. Who? Bai Qi's life. Fang Xiu, what exactly do you mean? Are you threatening me with Bai Qi's life? It's not a threat, it's a gift. If you don't believe me, you can call Bai Qi right now. Fang Xiu's current demeanor, combined with his words, was far too ambiguous, like a villain in the movies who had the upper hand and was threatening the protagonist with human lives. Wang Dihai didn't immediately make the call. Instead, he first exchanged a meaningful glance with Xin Lingxue. Xin Lingxue instantly understood his intent and stood up without hesitation, walking directly to Fang Xiu's side. It was clear she intended to take action if the situation took a turn for the worse. Fang Xiu remained unmoved because he was saving lives, not taking them. Soon, Wang Dihai took out his phone and began dialing Bai Qi's number. Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is switched off. Wang Dihai's face darkened instantly as he stared fixedly at Fang Xiu. Bai Qi has an encrypted phone specially issued by the Investigation Bureau, one that's supposed to be active 24/7. Yet now it's powered off. Mr. Fong, should I interpret this as your generous gift? Boom! Xin Lingxue's fair and tender little hand burst into bright, scorching flames, the threatening intent on her face speaking volumes. Speak! What did you do to Vice Captain Bai? Fang Xiu slightly frowned. Had Yang Ming failed? At that moment, a piercing cell phone ringtone shattered the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Wang Dihai glanced at his phone screen. The caller ID showed Yang Ming. Without much hesitation, he answered the call. Hello? He had barely uttered a word when Yang Ming's furious roar burst from the other end. Director Wang, does the Bureau have anyone named Fang Xiu? Sensing Yang Ming's agitated and unsettled mood, Wang Dihai instinctively began to envision the worst possible scenarios. How do you know about Fang Xiu? And what about Bai Qi? Didn't he go with you to investigate the severed head case? What happened to him? His voice grew urgent. Bai Qi? Bai Qi has been severely injured. Where's Fang Xiu? Are you? What? Bai Qi is severely injured. Wang Dihai instantly interrupted Yang Ming's words in agitation, shooting to his feet and glaring at Fang Xiu, who remained completely calm before him. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Fang Xiu had actually managed to severely injure the top exorcist of Greenvine City. The power behind him was utterly unimaginable. Who exactly was he? Not only did he possess such terrifying strength, but how could he have the audacity to injure someone and then boldly taunt the Bureau right afterward? Xin Lingxue also lost her composure. The flames in her hands flared violently as she shouted angrily, Fang Xiu, who the hell are you? Who sent you? How dare your organization lay a hand on Bai Qi? Facing the pressure from both of them, Fang Xiu spoke with chilling indifference. I suggest you let Yang Ming finish his words. Wang Dihai narrowed his eyes slightly but didn't immediately order an attack. After all, the opponent had severely injured Bai Qi and remained so brazen, there must be something behind their confidence. Yang Ming, what exactly happened? Tell me everything. Is Fang Xiu next to you? Yang Ming asked. Wang Dihai nodded gravely. Yes, he's in my office right now. He just said he brought me a great gift, and then I got your call about Bai Qi's severe injury. That really is quite a gift. Chapter 48, Captain Yang, you wouldn't want Bai Qi to find out about the drugging incident, would you? Indeed, it was quite the generous gift. Thanks to Fang Xiu calling me in advance to warn me, I managed to save Bai Qi in time. Otherwise, Bai Qi would have been done for this time. What? Wang Dihai was instantly horrified. Are you saying Fang Xiu was the one who warned you to save Bai Qi ahead of time? Exactly. Earlier, I received a call from someone claiming to be Fang Xiu. He said that during Bai Qi's battle with the head monster, a hidden ghost would emerge from his shadow to ambush him, resulting in Bai Qi's death. After the call, I immediately went to meet up with Bai Qi, and everything unfolded exactly as Fang Xiu had predicted. If I hadn't arrived in time, Bai Qi would have really died. Wang Dihai stared at Fang Xiu with utter disbelief, momentarily too shocked to speak. Fang Xiu, however, said calmly, Director Wang, are you satisfied with my little gift? And you, Miss Shin, you can put away your tricks now. Bang! The flames in Shen Lingshue's hands extinguished as she gazed at Fang Xiu in astonishment, rendered speechless. She never imagined that with just one phone call, Fang Xiu had saved Bai Qi's life, the life of Looting City's #1 spirit master. Fang Xiu is at the bureau, right? Wait for me, I'll be there right away. Yang Ming's anxious voice came through the phone before the call abruptly ended. After a moment of silence, Wang Dihai finally spoke, Mr. Feng, you're right. If our investigation confirms Bai Qi's incident wasn't deliberate sabotage, then your abilities indeed hold tremendous strategic value. I can agree to your request, though we should still wait until after the lottery draw to proceed. Even now, he still harbored some doubts about Fang Xiu's capabilities, despite Fang Xiu having saved Bai Qi. As the director of the investigation bureau, he couldn't easily trust a stranger. Even one who appeared flawless might still harbor one chance in 10,000 of being unreliable. What if Bai Qi's incident was deliberately orchestrated by someone? It's entirely possible that Fang Xiu then called Yang Ming to notify him. Everything would have to wait until the lottery results came out before a final conclusion could be reached. Fang Xiu nodded in agreement, understanding Chief Wang Dihai's considerations as the bureau director. Yet he wasn't the least bit worried. He already knew tonight's winning lottery numbers couldn't be wrong. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Fang Xiu was then escorted to the lounge to rest. Wang Dihai, as the director of the investigation bureau, was usually very busy with work and couldn't possibly spend an entire day in his office just chatting with Fang Xiu. In the lounge, Fang Xiu and Shen Lingxue sat facing each other and began drinking water. Due to the need to keep Fang Xiu's abilities confidential, the task of accompanying and supervising him had to fall on Shen Lingxue, who was already aware of the situation. But Shen Lingxue was very dissatisfied with this assignment, especially since Fang Xiu had once revealed her quirks and even her private tattoo, making her feel as if she were completely exposed and devoid of secrets in front of him. Fang Xiu wasn't satisfied either, because whenever he saw a beautiful woman now, he would think of his wife, which made him instinctively want to pull out a scalpel and plunge it into the fair neck before him. Just as the two fell into awkward silence, bang, the lounge door was forcefully flung open. A tall, square-jawed man with a broad nose and unshaven stubble barged in. It was Yang Ming. As soon as Yang Ming entered, his gaze immediately fixed on Fang Xiu. Are you Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu nodded. Lingxue, could you step out for a moment? I need to talk to Fang Xiu privately. Though curious, Shen Lingxue had long wanted to leave this place anyway. She immediately nodded and walked out. After seeing Shen Lingxue leave, Yang Ming quickly took a seat and urgently asked Fang Xiu, you didn't tell anyone about me drugging Bai Qi, right? Fang Xiu. He noticed that Captain Yang Ming's focus was quite strange. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't the first thing someone cared about be the ability to foresee the future? Or at least show gratitude for the warning that saved Bai Qi? Who would have thought that Yang Ming's biggest concern was whether anyone else knew about the incident of drugging Bai Qi? After a moment of thought, Fang Xiu replied, right now, aside from me, no one else knows. But in the future, it's hard to say. Yang Ming had just sighed in relief upon hearing the first half of the sentence, but his expression darkened instantly upon hearing the second half. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, the price needs to go up. Yang Ming's expression instantly soured like he'd bitten into something vile. Forcing a smile, he said, Xiu, you're planning to join the investigations bureau, right? You do realize I'm currently a captain there, don't you? Understand what that position means? The bureau's waters run deep, and you're just a rookie. There's so much you can't handle. But if someone like me, a captain, backs you up. Fang Xiu cut him off abruptly. Captain Yang, you wouldn't want Bai Qi finding out about the drugging incident, now would you? Chapter 49, Rank S, Codename Prophet. Yang Ming. Xiao Fong, do you realize how dangerous what you're saying sounds right now? 100 spirit coins. You. Yang Ming grew visibly irritated, his expression darkening. Fang Xiu, you haven't even officially joined the bureau yet. Believe me when I say that with just one word from me, I can make you 200. Damn it, that's enough already. My monthly salary is only 10 spirit coins, you're asking for 20 months worth of my wages? Fine, go ahead and report me then. I'd rather get beaten to death by Xiaobai than lose 20 months of salary. That's practically worse than killing me. Understood. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu stood up and threw open the lounge door. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Yang. Hey, no. Just kidding, bro, just kidding. Yang Ming's face turned pale with fear as he hastily pulled Fang Xiu back and shut the lounge door. With a cheeky grin, he said, Bro, can we make a deal? Let's just stick to the original price, okay? 100 spirit coins. Fang Xiu took another deep breath. Yang Ming, give. 200. Here's 200 for you. In the end, Yang Ming painfully took out 200 spirit coins from his personal savings and gave them to Fang Xiu as hush money. After giving them away, Yang Ming felt utterly miserable, just like last time during the meeting when he heard the news of Bai Qi's death. He squatted dejectedly in the corner, smoking with a desolate air about him. 7:50 p.m. In the small conference room of the Investigation Bureau, Fang Xiu, Wang Dihai, and Shen Lingxue were chatting while seated around the meeting table. In the corner, Yang Ming squatted with a sorrowful expression. Captain Yang, could you put out your cigarette? Shen Lingxue covered her delicate nose with her small hand. Yang Ming lifted his head from the corner and replied, Lingxue, can you lend me some spirit coins? Shen Lingxue grew even angrier. I'm just a first-tier senior spirit master, earning only 5 spirit coins a month. You, as the captain, get 20 a month, and you're asking me for a loan? No way. Upon hearing that the captain earned 20 spirit coins a month, Fang Xiu realized he'd been too hasty. Next time, he'd have to extort more from Yang Ming. Enough, stop arguing. The call is coming, Wang Dihai suddenly interrupted. He then picked up his phone and turned on the speaker. Director Wang, today's winning numbers are 1, 12, 17, 18, 26, 27, 05. As each number was read aloud, all eyes in the room fixed on the slip of paper on the table. The numbers written above were clearly 1, 12, 17, 18, 26, 27, 05. Not a single digit off. Hit it. The atmosphere instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Even Yang Ming, who had been smoking in the corner, had quietly approached without anyone noticing. A moment later, Wang Dihai hung up the phone. Yang Ming rushed over excitedly, throwing an arm around Fang Xiu's shoulder. Bro Xiu, from today onward you're my real brother, help me predict the numbers for the next draw. Shen Lingxue took out her phone and started checking the current lottery numbers. Fang Xiu brushed off Yang Ming's hand. He disliked people who lacked a sense of boundaries. Enough, Yang Ming, don't mess around. Fang Xiu's precognitive ability will accelerate spiritual corruption. We must never waste it on trivial matters. Wang Dihai reprimanded. Reluctantly, Yang Ming released his grip, still muttering under his breath, how is this trivial? I'd rather face spiritual corruption than live in poverty. After scolding Yang Ming, Wang Dihai immediately switched to a warm smile when addressing Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, your future prediction ability has now been verified. I officially invite you to join the Investigation Bureau, and all the benefits you requested will be honored. Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction. This outcome made his suicide attempt worthwhile. He believed that with the support of the Investigation Bureau's resources, he would be one step closer to revenge. Fang Xiu's ability must be kept absolutely confidential. From now on, officially announced that his ability is perception. Xiao Shun, as one of the few who knows the truth, and since Fang Xiu just joined the Bureau, you will be responsible for guiding him. Take him to complete the onboarding process now. Shen Lingxue was somewhat unwilling in her heart, but in the end, she did not defy Wang Dihai's order. Let's go. With that, she led Fang Xiu to complete the onboarding procedures. After the two had left, Wang Dihai suddenly asked, Yang Ming, what do you think of Fang Xiu? Yang Ming slowly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said seriously, this man is unusual. He's too calm. Despite being only around 20 years old and having experienced just one supernatural incident, he gives off the vibe of a bottomless black hole, as if nothing in this world could provoke an emotional reaction from him. Also, I sensed a peculiar aura about him. What kind of peculiar aura? Wang Dihai frowned. Indifferent to life and death, Yang Ming said with slight gravity. Indifferent to life and death? Exactly. I've seen a similar demeanor among mercenaries and assassins before. It's alike, yet not entirely the same as Fang Xiu's temperament. How is it different? Yang Ming shook his head, can't quite describe it. It's like Fang Xiu has experienced death countless times. If killers are unafraid of death, then Fang Xiu feels like someone who has grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to death? Wang Dihai was instantly startled. are you sure your intuition isn't misleading you? To everyone's surprise, Yang Ming suddenly burst into laughter, slipping back into his usual carefree demeanor. I'm not some sensitive woman, how could my intuition be that precise? More importantly, Chief Wang, how do you plan to report Fang Xiu's situation to the higher-ups? After a brief pause, Wang Dihai responded, Fang Xiu's records will be classified as top-secret documents. I'll submit them to the Investigation Bureau headquarters with a recommendation to include them in the Global Spirit Masters Talent Archive under an S-tier rating. Codename, The Prophet. Oh, Yang Ming seemed somewhat surprised. Have you really thought this through? Regardless of Fang Xiu's character, his abilities are of extremely high value. If you report such talent, there's a chance higher-ups might take him away. And another thing, why is he being included in the Global Spiritual Masters Talent Archive when even I haven't made it in? And an S rank at that? There must be some shady dealings going on here. Wang Dihai chose to ignore the latter part of Yang Ming's remarks. Precisely because Fang Xiu's abilities hold such high strategic value, he should be developed on a higher platform. With supernatural incidents occurring frequently worldwide, I have a feeling the world is about to change. By then, someone with Fang Xiu's capabilities could achieve far greater things at headquarters than if he remained in Looting City. You're so noble, you're so amazing, Yang Ming grumbled. But he thought that if Fang Xiu was really transferred to headquarters, it might be a good thing, at least he wouldn't have to endure his threats and blackmail on a daily basis. There's one more thing. Aside from Fang Xiu, another survivor named Zhao Hao made it out alive. Reports indicate the two were close friends, and now they've faced life and death together. I think we should consider recruiting Zhao Hao into the bureau as well. Yang Ming's expression twisted slightly. But isn't it rumored that Zhao Hao's ability is, the kind related to sex? Do we really want someone like that on the team? Wang Dihai smiled faintly. You don't understand, this is called a bond. Whether Fang Xiu stays in Luton City or transfers to headquarters, having someone like Zhao Hao in the bureau helps bridge the gap between the Investigation Bureau and Fang Xiu. Surely you've noticed how cold Fang Xiu's temperament is. He only joined the bureau for spiritual incense. What if one day, another organization offers him a higher price? Or say, if Fang Xiu moves to headquarters, but the Luton City branch needs his abilities? In that case, Zhao Hao can always be dispatched to persuade him. So, having Zhao Hao join us brings all benefits and no harm, it's just one more person's salary to pay. What do you think? Have you been watching Pirate King again recently? Yang Ming asked oddly. Wang Dihai. His old face flushed red as he cleared his throat twice and hastily changed the subject. By the way, how's the investigation into the Shadow Spectre going? Was Bai Chi's incident really an accident, or was it deliberately orchestrated by someone? At the mention of the Shadow Spectre, a rare trace of murderous intent surfaced on Yang Ming's face. Though there's no evidence, I suspect human involvement. Chapter 50, Ace of Spades. State your assessment. I've clashed with that shadow ghost before. It gave me a distinctly different sensation, though entirely shrouded in darkness and appearing identical to a supernatural entity. The way it fought felt remarkably similar to battling a human being. Wang Dihai's expression instantly hardened. Are you suggesting that this shadow ghost might not be paranormal at all, but rather a spirit master with shadow manipulation abilities? Yang Ming nodded solemnly. The Shadow Wraith is extremely powerful, and with the Headless Wraith by its side, if I hadn't been fortunate enough to slay the Headless Wraith first and immediately advance to the third stage, I probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Honestly, even after breaking through to the third stage, I wasn't completely confident I could defeat the Shadow Wraith. Strangely, as soon as I advanced, it immediately retreated into the shadows and vanished. The battle was bizarre, it seemed to be holding back the entire time. Despite its obvious strength, it mainly relied on the Headless Wraith to engage us while it occasionally launched sneak attacks from the sidelines. I have this eerie feeling that it was actually waiting for me to reach the third stage, which is why it left immediately after I advanced. But that's just speculation, it's probably not the case. How could there possibly be villains in real life who, just like in novels, toy with the protagonist without killing them, simply waiting for them to break through? By the way, I also found this at the scene. Yang Ming pulled out a metallic playing card made of dark gold from his pocket. The card was slightly damaged, but one could still vaguely make out the words written on it, the Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades? This playing card is forged from soul steel. Wang Dihai stared at the card lost in thought, countless connections flashing through his mind. After a long silence, he finally spoke. If this card belongs to the Shadow Wraith, then things just got much more serious. This strongly suggests that the Shadow Spectre is not a supernatural entity, but rather a spirit master and one belonging to a vast organization at that. Is it possible that Fang Xiu is also part of this organization? Yang Ming suddenly suspected. Wang Dihai shook his head. No, the ability to foresee the future is an extremely precious asset for any organization. No one would be willing to let Fang Xiu act as an undercover agent. A talent like him is best suited to stay in the rear to foresee the future. And regardless of what forces lurk behind the shadow anomaly, they are undoubtedly enemies of the investigation bureau. Since they are enemies, there's no reason they'd let Feng Xiu call to warn you. Bai Qi's death would serve their interests far better. Yang Ming, your primary task from now on is to pursue the shadow anomaly. If there really is such an organization lurking in the shadows plotting against the investigation bureau, their threat might be far greater than the anomalies themselves. Understood. I won't let this rest after all. Xiao Bai nearly died. No matter who's behind this, I'll hunt them down to the end. A flash of intense killing intent surged in Yang Ming's eyes. By the way, what about Feng Xiu? Should we send someone to protect him? His ability is crucial, after all. Wang Dihai pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No need. Currently, Feng Xiu's information hasn't been leaked. The outside world would merely assume he's a newly emerged perception-type spirit controller and won't pay him excessive attention. But if we assign him specialized protection, he might very well draw our enemy's attention, making him more vulnerable. The most critical point is that the Shadow Spectre's capabilities are extraordinary. If it decides to attack, who in Greenvine City's investigation bureau could stop it besides you and Bai Qi? And neither you nor Bai Qi can guard Feng Xiu around the clock, who'd handle supernatural incidents around the city then. Therefore, we should maintain normal operations. Treat Feng Xiu as just another new spirit controller and refrain from assigning him any personnel. This approach will offer him the greatest protection. Honey, I've missed you so much. His wife fluttered around Feng Xiu like a butterfly weaving through flowers. But Feng Xiu just sat quietly on the sofa, examining the investigator ID card in his hand, along with the newly issued uniform and encrypted phone. Then he picked up the black briefcase beside him and opened it, revealing rows upon rows of bronze-colored coins inside. Not one more, not one less, exactly 200 coins. These coins were uniformly dark gold in color, adorned with intricate patterns. They had a fine texture and considerable heft, though their size was no different from ordinary coins. These were spirit coins forged from psycho-steel, a rare metal capable of conducting spiritual energy. A single spirit coin could fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions on the black market, and even then they were often out of stock. This isn't to say that soul coins are inherently worth such a staggering amount, but rather because very few people are willing to sell them. Most spirit masters prefer to accumulate soul coins to forge their own spiritual weapons. After all, no matter how much money one has, it can't buy survival when facing supernatural horrors, whereas spiritual weapons enhance combat capabilities and improve chances of survival. This is something money simply can't accomplish. Moreover, the minting of soul coins is strictly controlled by the Investigation Bureau headquarters. Typically, they're prioritized for internal distribution, with only surplus making its way to the outside market, which is precisely why their black market prices remain exorbitantly high. This puts into perspective just how valuable these 200 soul coins truly are. Only someone like Yang Ming, holding a captain's position, could produce such a quantity all at once. For an average spirit master, even selling themselves outright wouldn't likely raise this amount. Yang Ming's salary is 20 spirit coins per month, the highest in Greenvine City's investigation bureau, but the bureau offers additional rewards for resolving supernatural incidents. Those are the substantial payouts. The stronger one's abilities, the more spirit coins they can earn. Even so, 200 spirit coins is no small sum for Yang Ming. In truth, Feng Xiu understood clearly, though Yang Ming and Bai Qi seemed to have a love-hate relationship, it wasn't hard to deduce that the two were actually quite close. The reason Yang Ming accepted his blackmail might partly be to keep Bai Qi from finding out about the drugging incident, but more likely, it was his way of expressing gratitude. Thanks to his prior warning, Bai Qi's death was avoided. Feng Xiu stared at the spirit coins before him, lost in thought as he pondered how to utilize the coins at his disposal. Crafting armor? He dismissed that option first. With his ability to reload from death, his margin for error was extremely high, making armor less essential. Moreover, crafting a full set of armor with 200 spirit coins was unrealistic. That leaves only two options: crafting weapons and selling. Selling spirit coins for money, then using it to recharge on the global supernatural forum to obtain more information and learn about the supernatural and the truth of the world. As for crafting weapons, with the scalpel already on him, his need for weapons isn't high. However, considering the scalpel is a cursed artifact not easily revealed, having a weapon is still necessary. 200 spirit coins sounds like a lot, but it's far from enough to forge a blade or sword. Fortunately, Feng Xiu never planned to craft edged weapons. He wielded the scalpel with ease, and given the nature of his pain-inflicting ability, he didn't need weapons with excessive lethality, just something small, sharp, and capable of breaking defenses, like a scalpel. After careful consideration, Feng Xiu decided to spend 200 spirit coins to craft a scalpel, both because it suited him and because it could help conceal the existence of cursed artifacts. If there was any remaining currency, he'd exchange it for cash to buy information. As he pondered this, suddenly thud, asterisk. The sound of knocking came. Chapter 51. Do you even realize you're making me look like a fool? Feng Xiu frowned. Who could it be? The Investigation Bureau? Or Zhao Hao? Knocking at someone's door in the dead of night when communication is so convenient nowadays, why not just call instead? He stood up and slowly walked toward the entrance. Rather than opening the door immediately, he first peeked through the peephole to observe. When he looked through the peephole, he was horrified to discover that what appeared in its lens was a bloodshot human eye. The eye was wide open, with no visible eyelids, as if someone had gouged out the entire eyeball and pressed it tightly against the other side of the peephole. The whites of the eye were entirely crimson, while the pupil was pitch black, as though the blood vessels in someone's eyes had multiplied so densely that they completely overwhelmed the scara. Just as Feng Xiu was about to react, suddenly, that bloodshot human eye emitted a bizarre surge of spectral energy. The next moment, Feng Xiu's vision went black as his consciousness plunged into darkness, feeling as if someone had slammed a hammer against the back of his head. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Feng Xiu awoke again, he found himself in a rundown warehouse. He was bound to a cold iron chair, with freezing chains tightly coiled around his body. The warehouse was vast, with rough concrete floors strewn with patches of dark, dried blood. There were no windows, the only light sources were a few dim incandescent bulbs overhead, casting an eerie gloom over the entire space. The air was still thick with a putrid stench, like the smell of rotting corpses. Not far from Feng Xiu stood a row of torture devices in various forms, each one smeared with dark red bloodstains. Clearly, many people had been executed here. Whether influenced by the sinister environment or not, this warehouse was unusually densely haunted by lingering anomalies. Numerous grotesque and terrifying entities roamed about, with several even gathered around Feng Xiu, incessantly drooling. Sadly, without being seen, they couldn't touch him. At the very center of the warehouse stood a meat grinder, rusted and appearing thoroughly worn out. Its design was peculiar, with a funnel-shaped opening facing Feng Xiu, lined with rows of sharp metal blades. Unsurprisingly, the meat grinder was also stained with large patches of dried, dark red blood. Standing beside the grinder was a man dressed in black, wearing a black baseball cap, seemingly engaged in repairing the machine. Suddenly, the man seemed to sense something, his movements pausing abruptly before he whipped his head around. A pair of bloodshot eyes, nearly devoid of whites, came into Feng Xiu's line of sight. The owner of these eyes was an extremely pale, emaciated young man whose skin seemed stretched taut over his bones. Feng Xiu gazed calmly at the man, fully aware that this was the same individual who had assaulted him earlier through the peephole. As for the method of attack, it must be related to those eerie eyes of his. A spirit master? Abilities connected to the eyes? You woke up quite fast, not at all like a newly ascended spirit master, the man said, staring fixedly at Feng Xiu as he spoke. His voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of morbid frenzy. It seems you're like me, part of the genius ranks. How wonderful! Torturing geniuses is my greatest pleasure. The man rambled on, unable to suppress a savage, cruel smile creeping across his face. Facing this scene, Feng Xiu showed not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he calmly asked, "Is it fixed yet?" The man froze momentarily before flashing an awkward expression. "Apologies, I haven't killed anyone in a while, so the machine's fallen into disrepair. Just wait a little longer, it'll be ready momentarily. Hurry up and fix it. I don't like wasting time." The man stared at Feng Xiu's calm face and froze once more. But in the next second, his body began shaking uncontrollably, his facial muscles twitching violently along with it. "Ha ha ha!" He suddenly burst into a fit of utterly deranged laughter. "Feng Xiu, is it? I must say, you're a truly interesting person, exactly my type. Unfortunately, my cousin died, so you'll have to die too." "Oh, you're Wang Ziting's cousin?" Feng Xiu said calmly. The man nodded. "Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Lin Ziang, the genius cousin of that useless younger brother of mine. You seem seriously mentally ill." Lin Ziang let out a manic laugh. "I'm not sick, I'm more lucid now than ever. At the very least, I still know to avenge my cousin, don't I? Ha ha ha." Hearing Lin Ziang's deranged words, Feng Xiu immediately recalled the descriptions of spiritual corruption on the Global Supernatural Forum. It was clear Lin Ziang was teetering on the brink of spiritual corruption, his entire being consumed by frenzied madness. "You must be wondering why I'd seek revenge for my cousin by targeting you. After all, you merely escaped the cursed domain together, you could even call each other comrades in life and death. It was the supernatural that killed him, so why come after you? There's clearly no connection at all." At this point, Lin Ziang's expression suddenly twisted into one of extreme ferocity as he glared at Feng Xiu with utter malice. "Because you deserve to die. Why didn't you die instead of my cousin? Since my cousin is already dead, how dare you come out alive? Doesn't this make my cousin seem inferior to others? I, Lin Ziang, have never been weak compared to anyone, not even my cousin. Not just you, there's also that punk named Zhao Hao, right? Don't worry, both of you. Your cousin was killed by me." Feng Xiu bluntly interrupted Lin Ziang's frenzied rant. Lin Ziang, in his frenzied state, suddenly froze, seemingly at a loss for words. "What did you say? Actually, your cousin's death isn't entirely unrelated to me. To be precise, his death was entirely caused by me. He could have survived, but I ambushed him, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the supernatural entity approached before being devoured alive. While he was being eaten, I stood quietly nearby, savoring the intoxicating despair emanating from him. Oh right, the funniest part was when your cousin tried to drag me down with him in his dying moments, clutching at my pant leg with that filthy bloodstained hand. Do you know how I responded? I stomped on his hand with my shoe and ground it under my heel until I heard the sound of his bones snapping. The screams he let out at that moment were truly exquisite. Lin Xiang. He stared blankly at Fang Xiu, freezing for several seconds before snapping back to reality, his entire demeanor growing increasingly deranged and furious. Fuck. You deserve to die. You fucking deserve to die. Do you have any idea how stupid you're making me look? Ha! Chapter 52. If you had to choose a way to die, which would you prefer? Fang Xiu continued watching him with unperturbed calmness, as if observing a clown. Don't you dare look at me like that. Lin Xiang screamed hysterically. I'm going to torture you to death, grind your body in a meat grinder, then feed you to stray cats and dogs. As he spoke, Lin Xiang actually pulled out a crumpled certificate from his pocket, a bright red one, with the words, compassionate individual written on it. See this? I fucking killed people and fed them to dogs, and even got labeled a compassionate individual. Are you scared? Tell me, are you scared? The blood vessels in Lin Xiang's eyes grew even denser, his eyeballs on the verge of bursting. Fang Xiu remained calm, just a worthless fool corrupted by sinister forces. Who would have thought such weak supernatural power could turn you into a rabid dog? Just how pathetic do you have to be for that to happen? You bastard! Lin Xiang instantly flew into a rage. He had executed many people in this warehouse, but never one like Fang Xiu, someone who seemed utterly unfamiliar with the concept of fear. Not only that, Fang Xiu carried himself as if he were the one binding others to the chair. Most others would be trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, even begging for mercy non-stop. Please spare me. I'll do anything you want, just don't kill me. That wonderful voice brimming with fear and despair intoxicated him. Lin Xiang was already on the verge of spiritual collapse, which made his nature grow incomparably violent and insane. Normally, only by torturing others could he feel pleasure. To him, nothing was more exquisite than savoring the terror of his victims. Not only did he fail to taste fear, but he was also mocked, which made him practically explode with rage. I'll torture you to death. Let's see if you can still be so sharp-tongued when you're covered in wounds and barely breathing. Lin Xiang frantically ran to the nearby rack of torture tools, searching for the perfect instrument. He picked up steel needles, thought them too small, then grabbed a branding iron, still not enough. He wanted to select the cruelest tool to teach Fang Xiu a proper lesson. Truly pathetic. Can't even choose a torture device efficiently? Fang Xiu's calm voice echoed through the empty warehouse. Fuck. Lin Xiang let out a furious shout before suddenly slamming both fists onto the instrument table with such force that the steel table deformed, scattering interrogation tools across the floor. He'd been completely provoked by Fang Xiu's unnatural calm. Snatching out pliers from the floor, his face twisted savagely as he advanced toward Fang Xiu. Smart-mouthed brat. I'll pull every last tooth from your head, throwing the top teeth onto the roof and burying the bottom teeth in the earth. His face twisted into a sinister grin as he repeatedly waved the pliers before Fang Xiu, seemingly hoping to catch a glimpse of fear on Fang Xiu's face to satisfy his perverse desires. Yet, he was doomed to disappointment. Fang Xiu's expression remained as calm and unruffled as an ancient well. Just as Lin Xiang was about to fly into a rage, Fang Xiu spoke. A voice, calm and utterly devoid of emotion, rang out. Which way would you choose to die? What did you say? Lin Xiang blinked, momentarily frozen. Would you rather have every bone in your body shattered by a hammer, or be pounded into pulp blow by blow, or perhaps, death by 1,000 cuts? Tell me, how would you like to die? I'll do my best to accommodate you. At this moment, Fang Xiu was as serene as a meditating old monk, utterly undisturbed, yet the words from his mouth sent chills down one's spine. Fang Xiu's words gradually wiped the crazed smile off Lin Xiang's face. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Fang Xiu, a silent dread spreading between them. Is it really such a difficult choice? A faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Xiu's lips, his tone so calm it was as if he were helping an old friend decide what to have for dinner tonight. Very well. Out of respect for you being Prince Tang's cousin, I've decided to grant you one final mercy. Then let me choose for you. Ling Qi it is. Coincidentally, I have a scalpel. I'll use it to slice the flesh from your body piece by piece. Though I must warn you, I'm no professional. You might die after just a few dozen or 100 cuts. My apologies in advance. At this moment, Lin Xiang's gaze towards Fang Xiu changed, becoming filled with startled uncertainty. Because he simply couldn't understand, Fang Xiu was the one tied to the seat, utterly defenseless like meat on a chopping block. But why was Fang Xiu so calm all along, even carrying a hint of quiet confidence in his tone, as if it were myself being bound? This made Lin Xiang extremely furious. Ah! Lin Xiang screamed in desperation, his hands constantly pulling at his own hair, ruining his neatly styled hairdo, even yanking out several clumps with bloody scalp still attached. Madman, you're the real madman here. Who's the one having a spiritual meltdown? Have you even properly assessed the situation, kid? I'm the one holding power over life and death here. How dare you ask me how I want to die? If I want, you'll turn into a pile of dog food right now, immediately, and earn me another certificate of philanthropy. Lin Xiang stared fixedly at Fang Xiu, trying to detect even a trace of fear on his face. Yet, he was destined to be disappointed. Fang Xiu's face showed no hint of groveling fear, only the calm of one who holds complete control. You're wrong. Your life has always been in my hands. What? Do you even hear yourself? Take a damn good look at the situation before you speak. Fang Xiu ignored Lin Xiang, who had once again descended into madness, instead tilting his head slightly to gaze at the nearby grotesque creature that had long been salivating with greed. It was a humanoid monstrosity covered in emerald green, with a triangular pointed head, its inky black claws twitching impatiently as if it had been counting down the moments. When he turned his head, his gaze immediately met that eerie entity. I've been watching you gesturing beside me for a while now. Do you really want to eat humans? Lin Xiang froze. Who are you talking to? To the eerie entity. What? You can't see it? It's standing right beside me, a completely emerald-bodied creature oozing thick fluid. Lin Xiang stared blankly at the empty space beside Fang Xiu, utterly bewildered. He could no longer tell whether he was the one who'd lost his mind or if Fang Xiu had. You're insane. You're clearly out of your mind. Yet before he could finish his words, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The air beside Fang Xiu suddenly twisted, and in an instant, a grotesque entity emerged, lurid green in color, with jet-black claws and a triangular head. What? Lin Xiang's face instantly turned pale with shock. Where the hell did this ghost come from? Fang Xiu smiled faintly. There's more than one. Then he looked at all the eerie beings in the warehouse and locked eyes with every single one of them. Come out, all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, a scene that chilled Lin Xiang to the bone unfolded before his eyes. In the previously empty warehouse, 5 or 6 grotesque and utterly terrifying apparitions materialized out of thin air. Their eyes gleamed with ravenous excitement and bloodlust, while their mouths continuously emitted inhuman growls. Chapter 53, Finally awake, later than I expected. No. Fang Xiu, what the hell is going on? This can't be real, it must be an illusion. Hurry up, make them go back home now. Lin Xiang was breaking down. Fang Xiu smiled faintly and said, let's begin. The next moment, those eerie beings slowly closed in on the two of them. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of knocking came. Fang Xiu calmly watched the knocked-on door, the scene of being dismembered by the eerie beings still replaying in his mind. Not bad, suffering +1. It was time for Lin Xiang to experience suffering. He slowly got up. Tap, tap, tap. Step by step, he walked toward the door. Soon, he came to a stop at the doorway. At this moment, he and Lin Xiang were separated by a door, he inside, while Lin Xiang pressed against the outside, a bloodshot eye glued to the peephole. Lin Xiang felt a surge of excitement. He had heard Fang Xiu's footsteps. Now, all he needed was for Fang Xiu to look through the peephole, just one glance, one would be enough. Inside, Fang Xiu tilted his head slightly, as if intending to peer through the peephole. Just as he leaned forward, suddenly, his sleeve flicked, and a silver glint flashed. A scalpel appeared abruptly in Fang Xiu's hand. In the blink of an eye, whoosh, the scalpel transformed into a streak of silver light, stabbing fiercely toward the peephole. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. The scalpel passed through the peephole without resistance, plunging mercilessly into Lin Xiang's eyeball. Lin Xiang instantly lost sight in one eye, but given his strength, losing one eye wasn't enough to completely incapacitate him. But let's not forget Fang Xiu's ability. The pain ability activated as inky spiritual energy traveled through the surgical blade into Lin Xiang's body. In mere moments, an indescribable wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire being. At this moment, Lin Xiang felt as if he had been brutally killed dozens of times, crushed into pulp, devoured alive, beheaded. The agony of dozens of deaths erupted within him in an instant. Lin Xiang couldn't endure even a single second. His vision went dark as he collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Bang! Fang Xiu withdrew the scalpel and pushed open the door. He glanced at Lin Xiang lying on the ground, his face covered in blood, then calmly grabbed his ankle and dragged him into the house like a dead dog. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily, and the hallway fell silent once more. After a moment, the motion-sensing light turned off, and darkness concealed the bloodstains. Inside, Fang Xiu began searching Lin Xiang's body. He liked having hidden cards, they could turn the tide when all seemed lost, but he disliked others having them. He's currently just a newly promoted spirit master, completely unaware of the various techniques and trump cards that spirit masters possess. To prevent Lin Xiang from turning the tables during the upcoming torture session, a thorough search was necessary. Fang Xiu didn't kill Lin Xiang outright. In truth, with his pain manipulation abilities, he could have easily ended Lin Xiang's life the moment the scalpel pierced him. but he chose not to. After all, he'd promised Lin Xiang he'd help him experience death by 1,000 cuts. A person must always keep their word. Soon after, Fang Xiu searched Lin Xiang and found 5 spirit coins, some loose change, a mobile phone, a car key, as well as a strangely shaped bronze candlestick and a certificate of compassionate donor. He first picked up the bronze candlestick. The moment it touched his hand, he could clearly feel a chilling aura invading his body. An eerie artifact? Sensing this familiar feeling, Fang Xiu didn't believe he could be mistaken. This bronze candlestick was indeed an eerie artifact. It seems Lin Xiang's strength and status must be quite high, as he even possesses a mystical artifact. Although this artifact clearly doesn't feel as powerful as the scalpel, it's still a mystical artifact nonetheless. Fang Xiu speculated that even if Lin Xiang wasn't a second-tier spirit master, he was at least close to that level, belonging to the ranks of senior first-tier spirit masters. The latter possibility seems more likely. Though Fang Xiu wasn't clear about the strength of second-tier spirit masters, he doubted they could be taken down with a single strike. After examining it for a while, he set down the bronze candlestick and picked up Lin Xiang's phone. Surprisingly, the phone wasn't password protected. There were 2 possible explanations: either Lin Xiang was confident in his abilities, or his spiritual instability often drove him into madness, making him afraid he'd forget the code. But none of this concerned Fang Xiu. The lack of a password saved him the trouble of cracking it. He began scrolling through his phone. 5 minutes later, he got the information he wanted. Lin Xiang was a member of the Bright Club. The specifics about the Bright Club remained unknown, though it was likely an organization formed by civilian spirit masters. A person tainted by eerie forces, yet named Brightness? Apart from this, Fang Xiu also found numerous videos on Lin Xiang's phone, mostly graphic recordings of him torturing and killing others. There were also some brief transaction records about purchasing spirit incense from the black market. This explains why Lin Xiang's spirit coins were so scarce, likely all spent on buying that spirit incense. From this, it appears that spiritual incense cannot completely suppress spiritual instability, it merely alleviates it. Fang Xiu then smashed his phone to pieces to prevent any potential tracking. He then found a bedsheet to wrap Lin Xiang's entire body, hoisted him up, and left. Under the cover of night and aided by the fact that this was a dilapidated old district, Fang Xiu easily found Lin Xiang's car, threw him inside, and sped straight to the warehouse. The warehouse address was also found from Lin Xiang's phone. Because one time when this guy was hungry, he ordered takeout to the warehouse. To explain how Fang Xiu knew this, it's simple. Lin Xiang had recorded a video, footage of him receiving the delivery and then brutally killing the delivery guy. Now Fang Xiu was beginning to understand why they say that spiritualists who've lost control of their powers can sometimes be more terrifying than supernatural entities. Lin Xiang woke with a start, his mind still foggy before a searing pain shot through his left eye. He couldn't suppress his piercing scream. His remaining eye automatically scanned the surroundings. The more he looked, the more familiar everything seemed. Wasn't this his own warehouse? Wait, why am I tied up? Lin Xiang was shocked to discover that he was actually bound to a metal chair in the center of the warehouse. Not far away, a young man was repairing a meat grinder. Finally awake. Took you longer than I expected. The young man spoke calmly with his back turned to Lin Xiang. Boom! The meat grinder had been repaired, its blades spinning rapidly with a screeching noise. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Lin Xiang shouted in terror while staring at the meat grinder, clearly realizing something. Oh, you came knocking at my door in the dead of night without knowing who I am? Lin Xiang's pupils contracted sharply. You're Fang Xiu. In an instant, he remembered he had been waiting behind the peephole to ambush Fang Xiu, when suddenly a knife stabbed straight into his eye, and then he found himself here. Chapter 54, now the roles are reversed. I'll show you what cruelty really means. Correct answer. As a reward, I'll have you executed by slow slicing, Fang Xiu said with a faint smile. He turned around, his head shrouded by a hood-like hat, his entire figure hidden in shadows, his face indistinguishable. This was to guard against Lin Xiang activating his eye ability. He hadn't blinded Lin's other eye because he wanted him to watch, to witness his own horrific death clearly. He slowly approached Lin Xiang, standing quietly behind him without giving him any chance to activate his power. Fang Xiu, let me go, damn it, let me go. I'm telling you, I'm from the Bright Light Club. Our leader is a second-tier spirit master, and I'm his most trusted member. If you dare lay a hand on me, you're dead. Shoo! Fang Xiu leaned in slightly and whispered softly into Lin Xiang's ear. I told you, your life has always been in my hands. His calm tone carried a chilling coldness that made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xiang struggled violently, the iron chains on his body clanking madly, yet he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. This was specially designed by Lin Xiang himself. He had executed spirit masters here before. Naturally, the restraints were made extremely sturdy, ensuring no spirit master could ever escape. Now, all of this will personally send him on his way. What do you actually want? I bear you no grudge. I just heard you were a newly risen spirit master and came to recruit you for the Radiant Club. Oh, you're wrong. Actually, we do have a grudge. A grudge? Lin Xiang was momentarily stunned. This is the first time I've met you, how could we have a grudge? It seems you've forgotten your worthless cousin. I'm the one who killed him. Lin Xiang was momentarily shocked, but quickly recovered. That cousin of mine was never any good to begin with. No loss if he's dead. That won't do. Family should stay together. Since I killed your cousin, naturally I'll have to kill you too. Madman. This fucking guy is completely insane. Lin Xiang thought he was already insane enough, but he never expected Fang Xiu to be even crazier. He wanted to say something more, but Fang Xiu didn't give him the chance. Fang Xiu placed both hands on Lin Xiang's shoulders and gave them a firm pat. Now the roles are reversed. I'll show you what true cruelty means. Swish! A silver flash streaked by. Ah, fuck! Lin Xiang let out a blood-curdling scream. His chest had merely been grazed with a shallow cut. The wound was short, no more than 3 centimeters, and shallow, about 1 centimeter deep. Yet this insignificant little cut made Lin Xiang feel like he was about to pass out from the pain. He quickly looked down, thinking he had been disemboweled, only to find the wound was actually this small. Bastard! What the hell is on your knife? Why does it hurt so much? Damn it! The reason Lin Xiang felt such intense pain was naturally because Fang Xiu slightly activated his pain-inducing ability. Just a fraction of its power had already caused 12-level agony. Swish! Another stab followed. Lin Xiang continued to scream in agony. After over 100 cuts, Lin Xiang's voice had grown hoarse. The madness on his face had long faded, leaving only fear, endless fear. Please, kill me. Just kill me now. Fang Xiu watched him calmly, his expression showing no trace of emotion. Who said spiritual corruption is hard to cure? Looks like it's fixed now. I ask, you answer, what is the bronze candlestick used for? By now, Lin Xiang was completely broken by the pain and quickly responded. It can block supernatural attacks. You just need to pour spiritually charged blood into it to light it. Once lit, within the candlelight's range, it protects against the supernatural. However, the stronger the supernatural entity you're defending against, the faster the blood burns. Blood of spirituality? Blood of a spirit master? Using burning blood to preserve one's life, that's quite an excellent cursed artifact. How much of your spirituality have you ignited? 20%. I'm just 1% away from advancing to a second-level spirit master. Why does spiritual energy go out of control? The more spiritual points you ignite, the deeper your mind becomes corrupted. Then why keep igniting spiritual points at all? Because the contamination of the soul is uncontrollable, like a drop of ink spilled into a basin of clear water. It will gradually spread until the entire basin turns black. To avoid complete corruption, the only solution is to continually increase the volume of clean water, meaning to ignite one's spirituality, allowing more spiritual power to bloom. However, igniting spirituality also means injecting more ink. Thus, the process of kindling spirituality is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Once you ignite your spirituality, if you ever stop moving forward, sooner or later, the ink will catch up and contaminate everything. Only through breakthroughs, constant advancement, can one survive. I was unable to break through to the second order in time, which is why my spirituality spiraled out of control. This bronze candle holder was lent to me by our guild leader, precisely to give me enough confidence to break through to the second order during supernatural incidents. Lin Xiang endured the pain and spoke rapidly. He truly couldn't bear the suffering anymore, only craving a quick death. Tell me all the information about the members of the Bright Club, including their abilities and level of spiritual enlightenment. Alright, I'll tell you now. But our club is quite loosely organized, many members deliberately conceal their abilities, so I don't know everything. Half an hour later, Fang Xiu wrung out every last piece of information Lin Xiang knew. I've told you everything, just kill me already, Lin Xiang gasped weakly. No rush, we've only done a few hundred cuts, can't stop before reaching 1,000, right? Swish. Ah, you liar, you treacherous bastard. Don't get me wrong, I never said anything about sending you on your way if you answered honestly. Swish. Ah. I'll kill you. After dozens more stabs, Lin Xiang's condition had clearly become abnormal. He let out a bestial roar as if he'd lost consciousness, while his right eye continuously flickered with a bloody glow. However, Fang Xiu didn't see any of this because he kept his back turned to Lin Xiang the entire time to prevent being ambushed. Swish, swish, swish. After a few more slashes, Fang Xiu clearly sensed something was wrong. Lin Xiang's screams had completely ceased. His entire body trembled violently before collapsing onto the chair like a deflated balloon, while the bloody glow in his right eye reached its peak intensity. A violent and eerie spiritual ripple radiated from Lin Xiang. Is this complete loss of spiritual control? Is he undergoing distortion? A glint of excitement flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes. This was his first time witnessing the distortion process of a spirit master. He believed this would help him better understand this world. Still, just to be safe. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Xiu severed Lin Xiang's hands and feet directly. After the limbs were severed, Lin Xiang's previously raised head abruptly drooped down, motionless and lifeless. Chapter 55, More Bizarre Than the Bizarre. Dead? Fang Xiu frowned slightly. Could the aberration not be interrupted? Or had he struck too hard? Just as he was feeling slightly irritated, suddenly, he seemed to hear a faint sound, like something rolling. On his unseen front, Lin Xiang's remaining eye actually rolled out of its socket. With a soft thud, it fell to the ground. Fang Xiu turned to look at the sound, immediately frowned, and quickly retreated 10 meters away from Lin Xiang. He ran fast, but it was still no match for the speed of that blood-red eyeball rolling toward him. The eye, completely covered in blood with only its black pupil visible, actually began to float upwards as if lifted by some invisible force. Pitch-black irises fixed tightly on Fang Xiu, locking onto their target in the blink of an eye. It leaped with force, like a cannonball, hurtling fiercely toward Fang Xiu. Swish! At almost the same moment, Fang Xiu swung the scalpel in his hand, attempting to slice the mutated eyeball in half. Yet the eyeball abruptly changed direction midair, narrowly brushing past the scalpel before landing on his body. Fang Xiu's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly switched hands and reached for the eyeball. But the eyeball behaved like a living creature, continuously slithering across Fang Xiu's body, completely evading his grasp. It was crawling higher and higher, already reaching Fang Xiu's neck. Fang Xiu immediately realized the creature's target must be his eyes. So in the next second, he stopped trying to grab it from his neck and instead, with preemptive anticipation, reached toward his own eyes. Gotcha! His hand met something cold and slippery. His vision focused just as he caught sight of that eerie eyeball, now firmly gripped in Fang Xiu's hand. But the next instant, an unsettling ripple emanated from the eyeball. Fang Xiu's sight immediately blackened as his consciousness blurred, his fingers involuntarily loosening their grip. Seizing the opportunity, the eyeball plunged straight into his right eye. A sharp pain immediately jolted Fang Xiu awake. He could distinctly feel his right eye merging with that eerie eyeball. Fang Xiu's expression remained calm. Such a bizarre little scene was nothing to him. The next moment, he extended 2 fingers and viciously stabbed them toward his own right eye. But just as his fingers were about to touch the eyeball, they suddenly stopped, because he realized his right eye could actually see again. Previously, his right eye had been eaten, rendering him completely blind, yet now, after that strange eyeball entered, his vision had returned. He decided to wait a little longer. Soon, a bizarre scene unfolded. His right eye began to rotate involuntarily. It's hard for a normal person to imagine someone with their left eye completely still while the right eyeball spins wildly, ceaselessly scanning the surroundings until it begins rolling upward, the black pupil disappearing completely beneath the upper eyelid. And then, he actually climbed right in. Fang Xiu's mind instantly conjured up 2 images. The first was the dim warehouse scene through his left eye. Secondly, his right eye saw a bloody red and densely packed blood vessels, even glimpsing the interior of his skull. At the same time, Lin Xiang's voice echoed in his mind. Ha ha ha, so Spade K wasn't lying after all. Flesh is weak, but transcend through horror. I've made it. Lin Xiang's voice sounded utterly deranged, completely inhuman, less like a person and more like something monstrous. Fang Xiu, I'll be taking your body now. Don't worry, I won't obliterate your consciousness. I'll imprison you within this flesh forever, letting you endure endless torment for eternity. Ha ha ha. Faced with such a bizarre sight, Fang Xiu's expression remained utterly impassive. Yet when he heard the word pain, he smiled. Let me feel the pain? The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily, revealing his ghastly white teeth. Under the dim light, it seemed unspeakably eerie. My suffering far surpasses yours. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk. After I take control of your body, I'll use it to devour everyone you hold dear. I'll make you suffer unimaginable pain. The next instant, a sinister psychic ripple emanated from the eyeball, transmitting directly into the brain and striking deep into the soul. Like a source of corruption, it continuously bombarded Fang Xiu's mind with polluting influence. Lin Xiang's consciousness controlled the source of corruption, deeply embedding itself into Fang Xiu's psyche. He intended to twist Fang Xiu's mind, infecting and assimilating it with eerie power to completely seize this body. Yet when he fully invaded Fang Xiu's psyche, he froze in shock. Where is this? Lin Xiang felt himself sinking into an endless abyss of darkness, a twisted void that swallowed everything like an all-consuming black hole. Here, he was assaulted by an infinite torrent of negative emotions. Kill, kill, kill. Revenge. I must have revenge. This grudge only death can end it. Wife, as long as I live, you must die. No one can kill me 18 times and still walk this earth, no one. All supernatural horrors deserve to die. I'll make the world feel suffering. A surge of intense hatred and fury, like raging ocean waves, violently crashed against Lin Xiang. Countless horrifying scenes of death flooded in like a collapsing mountain. Even though Lin Xiang had completely lost spiritual control and undergone full corruption, the sheer distortion within Fang Xiu's psyche still made him tremble with dread. Is this really a human psyche? At this moment, Lin Xiang's surroundings had begun to resonate with many indescribable, eerie whispers, unintelligible, impossible to ignore, like a demonic melody, every note splitting his head with excruciating pain. This was the baptism of horrors descending from the dome above. Lin Xiang felt as though he had fallen straight into hell. He could endure it no longer. Fear gripped him, raw, consuming terror. He had to leave this place. This was no realm for a human mind. Fang Xiu was definitely not human, he was more terrifying than the horrors themselves. Chapter 56. No wonder Lin Xiang thought this way. Although he only had one eye left, this eye had completed its mutation into the eerie, becoming a flawed version of the supernatural. He had intended to use his own eerie power to corrupt Fang Xiu's mind, thereby controlling Fang Xiu's body. But who would have thought, damn it, who's corrupting who here? The eerie contamination corrupts human hearts, only to be contaminated in turn? Lin Xiang suddenly realized that compared to Fang Xiu, he was the one who was truly human. Just as he was about to retreat, he horrifyingly discovered that he could no longer leave. Like a small boat in an endless ocean, he was battered by towering waves of overwhelming negative emotions, relentlessly crashing over him and dragging him under. At this moment, Fang Xiu's voice sounded. In his mind, his voice changed, no longer calm as still water, but terrifyingly savage and sinister, like a demonic whisper from hell. It was as though everything in the external world was merely his disguise, while within his mind lay the truth. Is this all the pain you can muster? Pathetic! Let me show you what real suffering feels like. He. Amidst the terrifying, sinister laughter, an endless darkness surged toward Lin Xiang in the next instant. It was Fang Xiu's pitch-black spiritual energy, containing all the agony he had endured. No! Lin Xiang let out the final scream of his life before his entire being was drowned in boundless torment. Outside, Fang Xiu, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. By now, both his eyes had recovered to their normal state, and his vision was restored. Except, his right eye was completely blood-red, with a pitch-black pupil embedded in the center, like a bottomless black hole. The next moment, as he willed it, the blood-red color in his right eye gradually faded, replaced by an eye with distinct black and white parts. Blood eyes? Is this Lin Xiang's ability? Fang Xiu murmured to himself. After Lin Xiang died in endless agony, he naturally became the master of the blood eyes, and effortlessly understood its power. The ability of the blood eyes was simple, spiritual impact, akin to a mental attack. To put it simply, whoever it glared at would die. Meeting the gaze of the blood eye subjects one to a spiritual assault that pierces the soul. An ordinary person would collapse and die from a single glance. Even experienced spirit masters, caught off guard, might suffer brief dizziness at best or fall unconscious at worst, making it a formidable weapon for ambush. This is the innate ability of the blood eye, but after undergoing spiritual corruption and malformation, its power has mutated. It has gained the ability to induce hallucinations through eye contact, weaving illusions into the minds of those who meet its gaze. Fang Xiu speculated that the mutation might have caused Lin Xiang's spiritual power to break through its limits, elevating this eye into the realm of a second-order spirit master. The first-order spirit master is characterized by the initial manifestation of abilities. The second-order spirit master signifies enhanced abilities. Clearly, the blood eye's power has been strengthened, gaining an additional ability to create illusions. This made Fang Xiu feel a rare bout of happiness. Currently, only two things could stir his emotions. One was tormenting and killing the supernatural entities, the other was gaining strength. Of course, gaining strength was just to better torment those entities. Besides acquiring the blood pupils and the bronze candlestick, his spiritual energy had already grown to 5%. Fang Xiu guessed that this must be related to devouring Lin Xiang's spiritual essence. Previously, although Lin Xiang had died, his entire spiritual essence spiraled out of control and flowed into the mutated blood pupils. This led to Fang Xiu completely absorbing his spiritual essence when Lin Xiang died within his own psyche. Lin Xiang's death subtly revealed a path to Fang Xiu, a way to grow stronger through devouring. Other spirit masters dared not devour another's spiritual essence, as it would deepen mental corruption and cause loss of control. But Fang Xiu feared no such consequences. He could very well take the path of devouring. But there was now a problem. Fang Xiu simply didn't know how to devour spiritual essence. Lin Xiang had given up his physical body willingly this time, entering the realm of the mind, which created this opportunity for devouring. Who knew if another chance like this would ever come again? Perhaps the Spade K knows. Lin Xiang's words had always stuck with Fang Xiu. From what he gathered, the reason he could undergo such a bizarre transformation was largely due to the influence of Spade K. Otherwise, even if a spirit master were to lose control of their spiritual energy, it wouldn't necessarily concentrate entirely in the blood pupils, causing them to fully mutate. Who exactly Spade K was, Fang Xiu had no idea. But everything Spade K had done left Fang Xiu thoroughly satisfied. Fang Xiu began cleaning up the mess. He threw Lin Xiang's body into the meat grinder and turned it into dog food. With the dog food in tow, he drove away in the car, After feeding the stray dogs, Fang Xiu randomly parked the car somewhere and left. Lin Xiang's car was impressive, $1 million luxury vehicle, but Fang Xiu wouldn't keep it, as it might draw the attention of the Bright Club. Don't forget the bronze candlestick, that's the artifact of the Illumination Club's president, lent to Lin Xiang. Fang Xiu could easily imagine that once the Illumination Club got wind of the news, they would inevitably send people to seek revenge and reclaim the bronze candlestick. To eliminate future troubles completely, it'd be best to find an opportunity to wipe out the Illumination Club altogether. Such is the nuisance of human relationships, to kill one often means exterminating their entire family. There was a saying that Fang Xiu deeply agreed with: the world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relations and worldly wisdom. So they must all be killed, severing those human connections and worldly ties. But now is not the time. The president of the Radiant Club is a Tier 2 spirit controller, with considerable manpower under his command. Among all the grassroots organizations in Luton City, they rank among the top. Such power is beyond what the current Fang Xiu can handle. Black Rose Bar. On the surface, it appeared to be a very ordinary bar with average business and not many customers. But only those in the spirit master circles knew just how famous this bar truly was. The Black Rose Bar served as the underground black market for all of Greenvine City, functioning as the central hub where most independent spirit masters traded spiritual materials and information. Here, as long as you had money, you could purchase many rare materials, spirit coins, spirit incense, and even cursed artifacts. In addition to buying and selling, this place also handles various information transactions, such as eerie intelligence, Soulmaster's personal details, and even assassination services. Fang Xiu pushed open the door of the Black Rose Bar and stepped inside unhurriedly. He'd learned about this black market's existence from Lin Xiang. His arrival drew no attention from the patrons, yet he could distinctly sense watching eyes lurking in the surroundings. At this moment, Fang Xiu was entirely concealed beneath a large black hood, his head bowed, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his features completely indiscernible. He approached the counter where a young man dressed as a waiter was intently polishing a wine glass. "Welcome to the Black Rose Bar. What would you like to order, sir?" the waiter asked with a smile. Chapter 57, Shall We Kill? Black Rose with 24 petals. From beneath the black hood came Fang Xiu's calm voice. The waiter immediately straightened slightly, pausing thoughtfully before replying, "I apologize, sir, but we don't serve that particular drink here." Fang Xiu shook his head. "I'm not asking for a drink, but for a flower." The waiter's demeanor instantly became deferential. "Please follow me, honored guest." "Right this way," the waiter said, leading Fang Xiu to a room behind the bar. There stood a passcode-locked door. The waiter pressed his fingerprint against it, and with a heavy mechanical sound, the door slid open to reveal a long corridor stretching beyond. The corridor was extremely dim, barely enough to make out the path underfoot. "Please come inside, sir. Someone will be there to assist you." Fang Xiu nodded and then stepped inside, the password-protected door closing behind him. When he reached the end of the corridor and turned the corner, he spotted an elevator with two burly men dressed in black standing beside it. Bulges at their waists suggested concealed weapons. "Guest, please present your membership card." Fang Xiu directly produced the membership card belonging to Lin Xiang. This membership card was untraceable, so he took it out without worry. Black Rose Bar placed great emphasis on guest confidentiality. They only issued membership cards to qualified individuals but never forced guests to register their information. According to Lin Xiang, the forces behind Black Rose Bar were immensely powerful, most likely not local, with branches in many cities. After inspecting the membership cards and confirming their authenticity, the two added, "Honored guest, a routine check is required to enter the trading market. Conflicts are strictly prohibited inside. We appreciate your understanding." Fang Xiu nodded, then allowed the two men to examine him with their instruments. Of course, they were only checking for firearms, bombs, and the like. Anything belonging to a spirit master, they wouldn't dare to interfere with. After the inspection, Fang Xiu successfully entered the elevator, which then began descending. It was clear that the underground black market, much like the investigation bureau, was built beneath the surface. When the elevator doors opened, Fang Xiu walked into the trading hall. The place wasn't crowded, just over a dozen people scattered around, but the space was vast, easily the size of a football field. And this was just the main hall, not counting the other separate rooms. Of those scattered dozen or so people, aside from a very few who hadn't bothered with disguises, most had made some attempt to conceal their identities, some even wore masks resembling the Great Sage. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. Spirit tamers were rare to begin with. He doubted there were even 100 in all of Greenvine City. The trading market currently having over a dozen people was enough to demonstrate the strength of this place. Fang Xiu had only taken 2 steps when a young woman with delicate features, an alluring figure, and dressed in professional black stockings approached him. Wearing a respectful yet beautiful smile, she said, "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" "I want to kill someone," Fang Xiu stated calmly. The woman's expression remained unchanged, appearing utterly unfazed by Fang Xiu's words. Instead, she continued smiling softly and said, "Very well, sir. Please come this way." Shortly after, Fang Xiu was led to a discreet reception room. The woman poured tea before quietly taking her leave. Soon, a man appeared dressed in a sharply pressed suit, his face obscured by an intricately crafted silver filigree mask. "Welcome, esteemed guest. I am the manager of the operations department. My surname is Chung, you may call me Xiao Chang. Now then, might I inquire, who is it you wish to have killed? How much is the president of the Bright Club worth?" Hearing these words, Manager Chang's eyes flickered with obvious emotion, but his professional composure kept it from showing on his face. He introduced, "The president of the Bright Club is a second-rank spirit master, and one of the best among them. So if you want to take action against him, you'll need to engage at least another second-rank spirit master. However, assassinating the president of the Bright Light Club would mean declaring war on the entire organization. Preparing enough personnel and resources to deal with his subordinates would likely require an immense amount of manpower and material resources. If you're looking to take on this job, local hitmen probably won't cut it. If you're truly serious about proceeding, we'd need to bring in someone from out of town, but the price certainly won't be cheap." "How much?" Fang Xiu asked once more. "For someone of your caliber, we don't charge money, only spirit coins or equivalent spiritual materials. A rough estimate would be about 5,000 spirit coins." Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. After all, as the leader of a spirit master organization with a whole team under his command, it couldn't possibly come cheap. How much spirit coin to assassinate Tan Guanyuan from the Bright Club? Though Tan Guanyuan isn't a second-rank spirit master, he's a core member of the Bright Club with considerable strength. Killing him would cost at least 1,000 spirit coins. Fang Xiu fell silent. Indeed, poverty is the greatest sin of all. What about Li Jiwei? This one is cheaper, just 200 spirit coins. Oh, Fang Xiu was slightly surprised. Why is he so cheap? Customer, the question you're asking involves valuable information. Unless you confirm you want to kill Li Jiwei and pay 100 spirit coins as a deposit, or separately pay for the intelligence, I can't tell you. Clap. Fang Xiu took out a black briefcase and slapped it onto the table, producing a loud clinking sound from the coins colliding inside. Manager Chang picked up the briefcase and began inspecting it. Upon finding exactly 100 spirit coins inside, his face immediately lit up with a smile as he said, "Since you've already placed the order, consider this piece of information a complimentary gift." Although Li Jiwei is also a core member, his ability is perception-based, so his combat prowess isn't particularly strong, which explains the relatively low price. One more thing to remind you, Li Jiwei is the cousin of the Bright Club's president. Another cousin? Huh? Forget it. It was my cousin that I killed. When do we make our move? Fang Xiu asked. This is considered trade secrets, so I can't disclose it, but we should be able to give you a response within a week. You can download the Kill Now app, it's a small program we developed internally. You can track the killer's movements in real time and monitor your order status. Alternatively, you could investigate the news yourself from outside sources. Li Jiwei was somewhat of a notable figure, so news of his death shouldn't be hard to investigate. You'll have 1 month to gather information. If the assassination is successful, the remaining payment must be completed within that month, Manager Chang said with a smile. What if it doesn't succeed? If the assassination fails, we offer 2 options. First, a refund, though limited to half of the payment. Alternatively, you can pay additional fees to hire a more skilled assassin for another attempt. Fang Xiu nodded. Let's sign the contract. Manager Chang quickly drafted a contract. You may sign either your real name or a pseudonym. This statement slightly surprised Fang Xiu. I can even sign a fake name? Manager Chang nodded. You're a spirit controller, you may sense this contract for yourself. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu immediately picked up the contract and actually sensed a faint, eerie ripple emanating from it. A suspicion instantly arose in his heart. This contract carries the power of cursed artifacts. Chapter 58, You have received a new Kill Now order, please check promptly. Manager Chang's eyes flickered with surprise. Being able to clearly identify this as a haunted artifact most likely indicated that the guest before him also possessed one, or at the very least had come into direct contact with such objects before. Otherwise, his judgment couldn't have been so precise. You have a discerning eye, esteemed guest. Indeed, this contract carries the power of a haunted artifact, but rest assured, this force poses no harm. It merely serves to guarantee the contract's validity. Should the assassination succeed, and you fail to pay the outstanding balance within a month, the contract will ignite, transforming into a wisp of eerie energy that coils around you, making it easier for us to collect payment. Fang Xiu nodded and was about to sign when Manager Chang's phone suddenly emitted a soft system alert chime. He pulled it out to check, followed immediately by the sound of an automated voice announcement. You have a new kill order, please check it. Manager Chang glanced at it briefly, then offered Fang Xiu an apologetic smile. Sorry sir, a new order just came in. Please continue. Fang Xiu glanced at Manager Chang, then wrote a 6 on the contract. Without saying another word, he turned and walked away immediately after writing it. Manager Chang stood up respectfully, slightly bowing as he said, "Take care, sir. We look forward to your next visit." After leaving the Black Rose Bar, Fang Xiu wandered around outside for quite some time, using his blood eye to thoroughly scan the area. Only after confirming he wasn't being followed did he finally return home. He didn't regret spending those 200 spirit coins, after all. The money had come to him easily. He could always ask Yang Ming for more later. Getting rid of Li Jiwei would be worth it. With his sensing abilities, Li Jiwei served as the eyes of the Bright Light Club. Blinding those eyes might just buy him an extra measure of safety for a while. Fang Xiu was never a passive man. Since he had already offended the Bright Club, striking first was better than waiting for them to come and seek revenge. So he skipped the intermediate steps and chose to strike back directly. As for why he hired assassins, the answer was simple. It was inspired by novels he read in his previous life. He had seen too many plots where villains hired killers to assassinate the good guys. It once made him wonder, why could only the villains hire assassins? Why couldn't the good guys do the same? Guided by this very mindset, upon learning about the black market's existence, Fang Xiu immediately went there to hire an assassin, deciding to kill the members of the Bright Club first. If not for the lack of money, he would have bought the life of the Bright Club president today. Only in this way can they permanently seize the bronze candlestick. Whether the assassination succeeds or not is unimportant. Even if it fails, it can still cause trouble for the Bright Club and buy us time. The next day, Fang Xiu reported to the investigation bureau. As a newcomer spirit master like him, he would typically need to undergo a series of trainings before being allowed to take on missions. Notably, Zhao Hao had also arrived. Under Wang Dihai's arrangements, he had successfully joined the investigation bureau as well. The two began their training together. Morning theory class featured specialized instructors explaining various characteristics of anomalies, 108 methods to deal with them, and how to better control one's own spiritual energy. Afternoon practical sessions included training with firearms, melee weapons, and hand-to-hand combat. Though firearms aren't very effective against anomalies, learning them was still necessary because sometimes the Bureau's adversaries weren't just anomalies, they could be humans too. And so, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao trained like this for an entire week. During this time, he also learned of Li Jiwei's death through the Bureau's channels and then paid the remaining fee. On this day, inside the director's office at the investigation bureau, Wang Dihai and Yang Ming were having a conversation. This time, headquarters surprisingly didn't choose to take Fang Xiu away but instead left him to develop in Lutang City? Yang Ming said in surprise. That's right. Headquarters' stance is that Fang Xiu is still only a tier 1 currently, so his ability to foresee the future can't be utilized to its full potential. They'll reconsider when he reaches tier 2, Wang Dihai said gravely. This surprised Yang Ming slightly. Isn't this good news? Having Fang Xiu remain with us could provide significant benefits. Why do you look so troubled? Alas, Wang Dihai sighed deeply. Do you really believe headquarters didn't take Fang Xiu away just because his abilities aren't fully developed yet? Bai Chi's case is right before our eyes. If not for Fang Xiu, Greenvine City Investigation Bureau would have lost one of its top combatants. And you call that not fully utilizing his potential? Yang Ming seemed to have thought of something, his expression turning grave. Chief Wang, are you implying that headquarters isn't transferring Fang Xiu now because keeping him at headquarters would actually be less safe than leaving him in Lutang City? Wang Dihai nodded. Exactly. The nationwide situation must be deteriorating further. Headquarters is dealing with internal strife and external threats. The situation is unstable. Even within its own walls, it's no longer secure. That's why they've chosen not to relocate Fang Xiu for the time being. A flash of anger suddenly crossed Yang Ming's face. Its true supernatural incidents are increasing, and headquarters bears the heaviest burden, that much is undeniable. But headquarters is also where our strongest forces are concentrated, gathering the nation's most elite spirit masters. By all accounts, it should be the safest place. How could it possibly be dangerous? Wang Dihai gave Yang Ming a deep look. Sometimes, the enemy doesn't just come from outside. With the current instability, certain individuals have begun entertaining different ambitions. Some corporations, conglomerates, even families have secretly been cultivating their own groups of spirit masters. There are even those collaborating with foreign spirit master factions. Clap. Yang Ming slammed the table violently, unable to contain his fury. The supernatural invasion is a global calamity. How dare some people still stir up such despicable acts in the face of this great disaster? Power struggles have remained unchanged since ancient times. Wang Dihai sighed. Alright, don't be angry now. The urgent task is to strengthen ourselves and nurture Fang Xiu. How's the investigation into Black Ace going? Yang Ming calmed his emotions and said, we've made some initial progress. There is indeed a massive organization hidden behind Black Ace, called the Cards. The Cards are deeply concealed and likely not a force from Greenvine City. Their roots probably extend all the way to the headquarters. Wang Dihai pondered for a moment. Continue following up on the poker organization matter. By the way, how is Bai Chi's injury coming along? He's basically regained mobility, but currently unable to engage in combat. It seems his injuries were indeed quite severe. I originally planned to have him handle the haunted domain at Qingshan Mental Hospital once he recovered, but now it appears we'll have to send someone else. Yang Ming showed slight surprise. Qingshan Mental Hospital is merely a Class C haunted domain without any signs of spreading. Why the sudden urgency? Poof. Wang Dihai sneered. Bailu Academy is the affluent neighborhood of our looting city, inhabited by the rich and prominent. The developers behind it are also well-known CEOs. Naturally, these people don't want their properties to be damaged, so they're jointly pressuring us to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. Those bastards turn a blind eye to the more dangerous supernatural incidents but keep focusing on the less harmful Green Mountain Mental Hospital. One day, I swear I'll deal with them. Chapter 59, Blackwater Village. Alright, enough complaining. These wealthy businessmen have people above pressuring me. Besides, Green Mountain Mental Hospital is indeed a supernatural incident that needs to be handled sooner or later. I plan to send Yang Kuanping's team there. Yang Kuanping is quite an experienced spirit master. He shouldn't have any trouble leading a team to handle a Class C supernatural zone. But what about Fang Xiu? After all, he's been to Qingshan Mental Hospital, shouldn't he go along? Wang Dihai shook his head. Fang Xiu is too important, and he's still a novice spirit master. What he needs right now is to gain experience from Class D supernatural incidents. Once he's accumulated enough experience and boosted his spiritual power, we can talk about Class C cases later. Yang Ming curled his lips slightly. You're being way too protective. What's the difference between Class C and D? Wang Dihai's face darkened instantly. Damn it. For a third-tier spirit master like you, Class C and D might seem the same, especially when your ability is luck. No matter who dies, you'd always survive. Of course, you wouldn't care. If either you or Bai Qi were leading the team, Fang Xiu could go to Green Mountain Mental Hospital, or perhaps even more dangerous paranormal zones. But since neither of you can be deployed right now, we must prioritize safety. A real man should be tempered through trials of blood and fire, greenhouse flowers. Get out! Go and summon Fang Xiu for me! Wang Dihai roared, shoving Yang Ming out. Yang Ming sighed, scratching his ear resignedly, then went to fetch Fang Xiu. In the urban area of Lutang City, atop a towering skyscraper, a group of impeccably dressed men and women, clearly elites, had gathered together. The leading man was in his 20s, tall and handsome, dressed in a custom-made white suit. He held an exquisite wineglass, his face gloomy as he drank. The expressions of the others also carried a tinge of gloom, remaining silent. Suddenly, the man in the white suit broke the silence by speaking. Lin Xiang is missing, the bronze candlestick has disappeared, and my cousin was assassinated. Damn it, who the hell did this? Bang! He violently slammed the high-end wineglass in his hand onto the floor, sending shards of glass and red wine scattering everywhere. The others, seeing the man in the white suit erupt in rage, grew visibly uneasy, with some even flashing looks of fear across their faces. This is definitely someone targeting me. Targeting the Bright Club. Investigate. Dig deep and find out who's behind this. At this moment, an alluring woman in a burgundy dress approached with a coquettish laugh. Alright, calm down. You finally decided to come? Not running off to your boyfriends anymore? Don't put it so harshly. What I have with them is just acting. You're the only one who truly has my heart. At this moment, the man in the white suit seemed truly enraged, actually standing up abruptly. His entire demeanor was terrifying, eyes fierce like a tiger descending the mountain. Seeing how genuinely upset he was, the woman quickly changed her tone. Sweetheart, leave this mission to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied within a week. With that, she turned and ran. Upon reaching the door, she clung to the doorframe, glancing back with a flirtatious smile and blowing a kiss to the man in the white suit. Seeing his anger flare up again, she giggled mischievously and slipped out the door. At the investigation bureau, Fang Xiu arrived at Wang Dihai's office. At this moment, Wang Dihai wore a grave expression. Fang Xiu, I called you here because I have a critical mission for you. I don't take assignments unrelated to the supernatural, Fang Xiu replied calmly. Don't worry, our investigation bureau's main job is dealing with supernatural incidents. This time, the task assigned to you is to investigate and resolve the supernatural event in Heishui village. Fang Xiu, this mission is highly important and dangerous. You must maintain extreme vigilance. The preliminary rating for the Heishui village supernatural incident is C level, but this is only preliminary, meaning its rating could potentially be even higher. Wang Dihai said gravely, while secretly adding in his heart, or possibly lower, who knows. In truth, the Heishui village supernatural incident initially received a preliminary C-level rating. However, after further investigation revealed only one villager had died with no signs of danger spreading, it was downgraded to D-level. Wang Dihai said this mainly because he was afraid Fang Xiu was too young, like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger, and would be fixated only on hunting high-level paranormal entities. No wonder he thought so, since Fang Xiu's psychological contamination report was right there for all to see. A young man like Fang Xiu, who harbored such a deep hatred for the supernatural and possessed such exceptional abilities, would very likely scoff at a mere D-class mission. Blackwater Village? Fang Xiu asked with slight confusion. He had never heard of this village. It's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of Heishui Village. It's a remote mountain hamlet in the outskirts of Luton City, seldom visited due to the treacherous roads, so few people know about it. Blackwater Village got its name from the Blackwater River. In recent years, the river has claimed many villagers' lives. At first, these were thought to be ordinary drownings, but according to local lore, the Blackwater River is home to water ghosts, beings that see swimmers by the ankles and drag them under. Later, even more bizarre incidents occurred. A villager, who had been sleeping soundly in his own home, woke up only to find himself by the riverside with half his body already submerged in water. Had he not awakened in time, he likely would have drowned. There are many similar eerie legends associated with the incident, compounded by the fact that quite a few people have died in Heishui Village. As a result, the Investigation Bureau preliminarily determined that supernatural phenomena are indeed occurring in Heishui Village, assigning it the official designation, Water Spectre. Your mission this time is to investigate and resolve the water wraith incident. Considering this is your first assignment, and your abilities are classified as top secret, I'll assign Shen Lingxue, who's in the know, to lead the team. You, Zhao Hao, and a newly joined spirit master from the Investigation Bureau will carry out this operation together. Understood. Fang Xiu nodded in agreement. He was more than willing to take on this mission, as it had been a full week since he'd last encountered anything supernatural. He craved the thrill of plunging his scalpel into a wraith's body. Moreover, the preliminary rating for this mission was C level, with potential escalation to B level later, an added incentive that pleased him greatly. Chapter 60, Good acting, but don't bother next time. Given Fang Xiu's current strength, with 5% of his spirituality awakened, possessing 2 supernatural artifacts, the scalpel and bronze candlestick, along with the abilities of blood eyes and pain, ordinary D-class missions simply couldn't satisfy him anymore. Moreover, due to hiring assassins recently, he was currently short on funds. The Bureau's special exorcists received additional rewards for resolving supernatural incidents. Resolving a Class D supernatural incident rewards 10 spirit coins. Resolving a Class C supernatural incident rewards 100 spirit coins. Resolving a Class B supernatural incident rewards 1000 spirit coins. Subsequent levels follow this progression. Fang Xiu's treatment was rather special. Having made the request earlier and Wang Dihai's approval meant his reward was doubled. In other words, if he resolved this C-class supernatural incident, he could earn 200 spirit coins. With that, he could buy another life from the Bright Light Club. He was confident that as long as he kept earning money, the day would come when he could afford the life of the Bright Light Club's leader. Of course, by the time he could possess 5,000 spirit coins, his strength might have already surpassed that of the Bright Light Club's president. Before executing the mission, the Bureau has assigned you a partner to assist with trivial matters, just like Li Wenhao, whom you've seen before. He is Shen Lingxue's partner. In the Investigation Bureau, every official spirit master is assigned an ordinary person as their partner, Wang Dihai suddenly remarked. A partner, huh? Fang Xiu didn't refuse. Having a partner to handle trivial matters would indeed save him a lot of trouble. Seeing that Fang Xiu didn't object, Wang Dihai picked up the office phone and made a call. Curson, come to my office. From the other end of the line came the sound of chairs scraping and tables being bumped, as if someone had been sitting and then suddenly jumped up to answer the phone. Ouch. Okay, Director Wang, I'll be right there. A soft, delicate female voice answered, accompanied by a pained yelp. After hanging up the call, Wang Dihai felt slightly awkward and explained, although young Kuexi tends to be a bit scatterbrained in daily life, she takes her work seriously and responsibly. She graduated from a prestigious university and scored excellent in the Bureau's comprehensive assessments. Like a matchmaker, Wang Dihai wanted to continue praising her, but he was interrupted by Fang Xiu. As long as she doesn't hold us back, that's enough. A moment later, Fang Xiu's ears twitched slightly as he heard rapid footsteps approaching from a distance. But just as the footsteps neared the office, they suddenly slowed. Next came the sound of someone adjusting their clothes, followed by faint, panting words of encouragement. Go for it, Curson. You can definitely do this. Even if the exorcist is difficult to get along with, as long as you work hard, you'll definitely earn their recognition. Keep it up. Phew. After taking a deep breath, thump, 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 a knock came at the door. Come in. Creak. The office door opened, revealing a petite girl with fair skin and delicate features walking in a real-life Mo character. She stood about 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a slightly oversized professional suit that made her petite figure appear even more delicate and adorable. Her large, distinct black and white eyes were struggling to maintain a focused gaze, while her lips curved into a somewhat tense and rigid smile. She was putting on a strong facade of professionalism. Only the unmistakable glint of naive innocence in her eyes stood out conspicuously. All in all, she was a girl whose most noticeable feature was her big eyes. Everything else about her was small. A petite face, tiny lips, a small bear. Good day, Director Wang. The cute girl greeted respectfully, though her peripheral gaze kept sizing up Fang Xiu. Wang Dihai nodded before introducing, Curson, this is Fang Xiu. From now on, you'll be responsible for assisting him. The adorable girl immediately turned to Fang Xiu with a perfect 90-degree bow, nervously and politely introducing, Hello, Mr. Fang. My name is Su Curson, employee number 1327. Before she could finish speaking, Fang Xiu had already stood up, looking at her with calm eyes and said, No need for pointless words. Send me your phone number later. Unless I contact you first, don't call me unless it's important. Ha! Su Curson looked up, her clear black and white eyes filled with a hint of surprise and grievance. Fang Xiu ignored her and had already stepped toward the door. Only as he passed by Su Curson did he mutter something in a low voice. Nice acting. Don't bother next time. After saying this, he completely ignored the stunned look on Su Curson's face and walked away directly. After Fang Xiu left, Su Curson choked back her grievances and whispered, Director Wang, does he hate me? Wang Dihai comforted her, Curson, don't take it to heart. You need to understand that spirit masters are inherently difficult people to deal with. You'll have to learn to adapt. Su Curson shook off her dejection, clenched her small fist, and declared with determination, I will definitely work hard. Not long after leaving, Fang Xiu received a text message. It was from Su Curson, containing her phone number, name, and a short message. Mr. Fang, perhaps you have some misunderstandings about me, but that's alright. One day, I will earn your recognition through my professionalism. I look forward to working with you in the future. After noting down the phone number, Fang Xiu didn't give it another thought. Though Su Curson outwardly projected the image of a naive sweetheart, he didn't see her that way at all. This Su Curson was far more cunning than she appeared. First and foremost, as a graduate from a prestigious university who'd undergone professional bureau training and elite talent through and through, she shouldn't have been this visibly nervous on her first assignment with a spirit master. Second, as a partner, one must surely be aware that a spirit master's senses far surpass those of ordinary people, yet despite this, they still chose to encourage themselves outside the door, which comes across more like words meant for someone else to hear. Of course, it's possible that Su Curson was just born with such a temperament, but that hardly mattered. Fang Xiu had only one requirement for a partner, don't act on your own and become a liability. The next day, a black off-road vehicle set off from the investigation bureau, heading straight for the mountain village of Heishui. At the wheel was Shen Lingxue, while in the car sat Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao, and a chubby man. Today Shen Lingxue wasn't wearing her work attire but rather a white tracksuit that accentuated her tall and outstanding figure. Were it not for her overly cold expression, she would have been the spitting image of a sporty youthful beauty. Fang Xiu and the others were also dressed in casual clothes. In the car, the chubby guy began introducing himself, adopting the air of a senior as he addressed Fang Xiu and his companion. So you're Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao, right? First time meeting you, let me introduce myself. My surname is Lu, and my given name is Shui. I'm something of a veteran at the bureau now, so you can just call me Handsome Lu from now on. Chapter 61, Teleport 10 centimeters. Zhao Hao looked at Lu Shui's 150-kilogram frame. The term handsome really didn't come easily to his lips. But the next moment, Lu Shui added, by the way, since we're carrying out this mission together, we should introduce our abilities. I'll start, I'm a spatial type ability user. The moment spatial type was uttered, it immediately drew an astonished gasp from Zhao Hao. It couldn't be helped, anyone with basic knowledge understood that abilities involving space were extraordinarily powerful. Handsome, you're really a spatial type? Zhao Hao exclaimed in surprise. Lu Shui smirked proudly, genuine as they come, a spatial spirit master with the ability to teleport. These words sparked another wave of envy from Zhao Hao. Teleportation? That's too strong. I thought my ability was impressive enough, but yours is even more incredible. What's your ability? Lu Shui asked curiously. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Hao nervously glanced at Shen Lingxue who was driving up front, appearing too embarrassed to speak. Noticing this through the rearview mirror, Shen Lingxue snorted coldly, since you've awakened this ability, there's no need to feel ashamed about it. As I'm the team leader this time, I'll briefly introduce you all to help familiarize yourselves with each other. Fang Xiu's ability is perception, Zhao Hao's is the surname ability, Fatso already explained his earlier, and as for me, my ability is fire control. When the words surname ability came out of Shen Lingxue's mouth, Zhao Hao immediately blushed crimson. Lu Shui on the side looked at Zhao Hao as if he'd seen a ghost, utterly dumbfounded. Bro, you're fucking legendary. After he finished speaking, he couldn't stop laughing. Damn, you're really something else, kid. Sex ability? How the hell did you come up with that? How's that gonna deal with supernatural horrors? You planning to fuck ghosts or what? At the mention of the word day demon, Zhao Hao's face flushed even redder. At that moment, Shen Lingxue poured a bucket of cold water over him. Hey fatty, stop laughing, you're ruining my music. And honestly, how dare you mock someone else's abilities? Your teleportation skill only lets you move 10 centimeters per hour, what's there to brag about? Lu Shui's laughter stopped abruptly, his face flushed with anger but unable to voice his fury. Just then, another burst of laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, teleporting 10 centimeters? That distance is shorter than a single step of mine. It was none other than Zhao Hao who spoke. Lu Shuai grew increasingly furious. If he couldn't afford to provoke Shenling Xue, couldn't he at least pick on a newcomer? 10 centimeters was in the past. I've improved now. I can teleport 20 centimeters in half an hour now. Ha ha ha, 20 centimeters in half an hour? Makes me wonder why you don't just walk? What do you know? Enough! Shenling Xue's furious roar instantly silenced both of them. From now on, if either of you dares to utter another word, I'll throw you off and run to Heishue village by myself. The two immediately fell deathly silent, not daring to laugh anymore. During their time at the investigation bureau, they'd already learned both Shenling Xue's capabilities and her temper. Let alone her temper, in terms of strength alone, Shenling Xue is a first-tier veteran spirit master, with her spiritual energy awakened beyond 10%. At this level, she can effortlessly overpower novice spirit masters. Moreover, her abilities lean towards offensive fire-based powers, making her no weakling among first-tier practitioners. As Shenling Xue flared up, the car fell into silence, with only the song softly playing in the background. As for Xiao Fang, he remained silent from start to finish, eyes closed in serene repose. Yet a slight doubt lingered in his heart. For a Class C paranormal incident, they're only dispatching one first-tier senior spirit warden and 3 rookies? Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai were practically non-combatants, and according to the Bureau's assessment, even he himself fell into the barely combat-capable category. So wasn't this essentially just one senior spirit warden dragging along 3 deadweights? Is this really the setup for a C-level mission? Why do I keep getting the vibe of a high-level player leading a dungeon raid? Or is it that the Bureau is already this short-staffed? Fang Xiao had no way of knowing. Perhaps everything would become clear once they reached Blackwater Village. Several hours later, the off-road vehicle crossed the mountainous area and finally arrived at Heishue Village. The village is surrounded by mountains, with perilous terrain all around. A long river flows past the village. This is the Heishue River. Possibly due to geological reasons, the river is deep and murky, with little light penetrating its depths, making it appear black from a distance. The sky was dim at this hour, and the gloomy sunlight cast over the entire Heishue village, accentuating the river's darkness. From afar, it seemed to resemble a massive black serpent coiling itself around the mountain. When they neared Heishue village, Shenling Xue chose not to drive any further and instead proceeded on foot, as the mountain path grew too steep for the vehicle to pass. The group grabbed their luggage and set off with the camera in tow. As for why they brought the camera, it was Shenling Xue's cover. Before coming, she had used the Bureau's influence to disguise their group as TV reporters, making contact with Blackwater Village's chief under the pretense of filming a news segment. After walking for about an hour, they finally reached Blackwater Village as darkness completely fell. Shenling Xue called the village chief to make contact. Before long, a young man supporting an elderly man slowly approached, carrying a lantern that emitted a dim glow. The flickering light swayed with their footsteps, casting shifting shadows across their faces, adding an eerie atmosphere to the dark mountain village. "Are you Miss Shin from the television station?" the old man asked with trembling voice. Shenling Xue showed no fear of the darkness, stepping forward boldly. "Indeed, you must be Village Chief Wang?" At this moment, the old man had approached, the glow of the lantern enveloping the group, allowing everyone to finally see the appearance of the two figures clearly. The old village chief had dark, weathered skin, a hunched frame, and a face deeply etched with the grooves of time. His eyes were somewhat clouded, clearly indicating his advanced age. Surprisingly, despite his years, not a single strand of white hair could be seen. Instead, his hair was glossy black, as if polished with oil. The young man supporting him bore a faint resemblance to the old village chief in his features, similarly dark-skinned, with equally shiny hair, but his face lacked any wrinkles, though his skin appeared somewhat coarse. He wore an awkwardly timid smile, especially after catching sight of Shenling Xue's appearance, which made him even more visibly nervous. If not for the darkness of night and the deep hue of his skin, his flushed face would have been unmistakable. Shenling Xue's appearance was truly a dimensional strike when she arrived at Blackwater Village. With her delicate features and skin as fair as a freshly peeled egg, she stood out so starkly against Village Chief Wang that they seemed completely incongruous, as if they belonged to different worlds. It was like a polished, glamorous celebrity descending upon a dilapidated, impoverished mountain village for poverty relief work. "I'm Wang Yugue, and this is my grandson, Wang Fugue." "Fugue, greet our guests," Village Chief Wang said with a hearty laugh. The young man called Wang Fugue scratched his head sheepishly when addressed and said, Miss Shen, hello." Chapter 62D within D. Shenling Xue nodded and said, "Hello, everyone, let me introduce you. These are all staff members from our television station. This is Fang Xiao, Zhao Hao, and Lu Shuai. I believe you already know the purpose of our visit, right, Village Chief?" Village Chief Wang nodded with a smile. Yes, we know. The The city wants to develop tourist attractions, so you've come to film Blackwater Village's scenery for promotional purposes. That'll be great for our village. We'll be troubling you with some matters over the next few days. No trouble at all, it's part of our job. We appreciate your cooperation, village chief. Absolutely, absolutely. But it's already dark now, so let's take the photos tomorrow. There's no inn in the village, so I have to invite you all to stay at my place. Country folks home, not sure if you city folks will feel comfortable. After exchanging a few more polite words, the group followed village chief Wang to his house. True to his status as village chief, Wang's home was noticeably better than the brick houses of other villagers, a small courtyard surrounded by single-story houses, giving off a budget version of Sihiyuan vibes. Guifeng, the city reporters are here. Hurry up and prepare some food. At the call of village head Wang, a stout middle-aged woman walked out of the house. She seemed to have never seen so many city folks before. Upon encountering Feng Xiu and his group, she was visibly flustered, unsure of where to place her hands. This is my daughter-in-law, Wang Guifeng. My son has gone to the city for work, so currently it's just the three of us living here. So don't worry, there's plenty of room for everyone. Guifeng, go quickly and catch a chicken, then stir-fry some mushrooms and wild vegetables to prepare a meal for our guests. Wang Guifeng seemed eager to get away as she hurriedly went to prepare the meal. Zhao Hao seemed reluctant to trouble them and quickly said, Village Chief Wang, there's no need for the trouble. We've already eaten on the road earlier and aren't hungry yet. Xinling Xue also chimed in, exactly, Village Chief Wang, let's skip dinner for now. We've been driving all day and are exhausted. We'd like to rest early. Oh, it was thoughtless of me. Guifeng, don't bother with the meal just yet, go boil some water first. Fugue, you show Miss Xin and the others to their rooms. Hey, Grandpa. After much fuss, Feng Xiu and the others all settled in at Village Chief Wang's house. Since Chief Wang's house was large and only 3 people lived there, with many vacant rooms, it was more than enough for Feng Xiu and the others to each have their own. At night, after Village Chief Wang and his family had gone to sleep, Feng Xiu and the group gathered together in one of the rooms. Did anyone notice anything unusual? Xinling Xue asked the group. Lu Shuai shook his head, indicating he hadn't found anything. Zhao Hao, however, sighed with emotion. When I was working odd jobs before, I thought I had it tough. But now seeing what the village head and others go through, my working days were nothing in comparison. Village head Wang's family isn't well off, yet he still cooks chicken for us. I've heard before that chickens are very important to them because they provide eggs, so unless a chicken is too old, they would never slaughter one lightly. Lu Shuai suddenly understood, so that's why you lied about eating in the car, you didn't want them to spend money. Zhao Hao nodded. If possible, after the mission's completed, I'd like to donate some money to Heishui village. Xinling Xue crossed her arms and said calmly, even though your own life isn't great, always at risk of spiritual instability, you still can't bear to see others suffer. Zhao Hao looked slightly embarrassed but still retorted stubbornly, aren't you the same? You objected to stewing the chicken earlier too. I objected because during missions, we never know where the supernatural lurks. Out of caution, we mustn't accept food from outsiders. Besides, while chickens might be precious to them, it's not like an entire family depends on eggs from just one chicken. Although Heishui village is remote and mountainous, resources here are abundant. The villagers live off the mountains and rivers. Take these chickens for example, countless wild pheasants roam freely in the hills, with nearly every household raising them. They're even sold in cities under a specialty brand, marketed specifically as wild mountain pheasants. A single wild mountain pheasant sells for several times the price of ordinary chickens. Zhao Hao. He suddenly felt a hint of embarrassment, like a poor boy trying to donate to a millionaire. Lu Shuai exclaimed in surprise, the outrageously expensive black water pheasants sold in supermarkets come from this village? Xinling Xue nodded. Zhao Hao felt even more awkward. Since nothing unusual has been discovered, let's rest. We'll head to Blackwater River first thing tomorrow morning. According to the records, the anomaly is most likely related to Blackwater River. Also, since the 3 of you are newcomers, it's best to sleep in the same room and take turns keeping watch. Remember, when dealing with supernatural events, the absence of anomalies is the greatest anomaly of all. What about you? Aren't you joining us? Zhao Hao asked Xinling Xue. Xinling Xue let out a cold laugh and glanced at Zhao Hao. After becoming a spirit master, everyone's personality is more or less influenced by supernatural forces, acquiring more negative emotions than ordinary people. It seems now that the effect on you speaks for itself. Then again, considering you awakened with a sex-related ability, Zhao Hao hurriedly retorted, what are you talking about? I wasn't thinking about sleeping with you at all. I just thought that since Blackwater Village has supernatural occurrences, it's safer for everyone to stick together at all times. Do you even believe what you're saying yourself? Xinling Xue let out a cold laugh before turning and walking away. Under normal circumstances while on a mission, Xinling Xue would never choose to stay alone in a room, she might not even sleep at night. After all, when dealing with supernatural incidents, a single moment of carelessness could cost her life. But this time was different. She knew the inside story. This supernatural incident wasn't a Category C mission at all, it was Category D, and might even be a D+ within that category. Wang Dihai now placed great importance on Fang Xiu and had no intention of exposing him to excessive risks. However, to enhance his abilities, he had no choice but to assign him missions. Hence, the supernatural incident was carefully selected by Wang Dihai specifically to allow Fang Xiu to gain experience. As for Xinling Xue, she was merely the babysitter. Given her current strength, carrying out a D-level mission wouldn't contribute in the slightest to her own abilities. Thus, her presence here was solely to play nursemaid. It was purely Wang Dihai who assigned her to protect Fang Xiu and the other two. Fang Xiu had immense potential and couldn't be risked. Though Lu Shuai, the fatty, could only teleport 20 centimeters, the bureau judged that once he advanced to the second tier, his combat power would become formidable. As for Zhao Hao, he was only brought along as a filler, entirely out of consideration for Fang Xiu. This naturally left Xinling Xue in a foul mood. Chapter 63, Not a single strange being in sight. After Xinling Xue left, Zhao Hao immediately looked crestfallen, his face filled with regret. Hey man, I was just trying to be nice, why wouldn't she believe me? Ever since Zhao Hao found out how utterly useless Lu Shuai was, he stopped calling him handsome and instead started calling him fatso. Heh, wipe your drool before you speak next time. Also, don't call me fatty. I joined the bureau first, call me handsome or senpai instead. You fat piece of shit, explain yourself. Who's drooling? Zhao Hao flew into a rage. You think everyone's as filthy-minded as you? Heh, when you were talking just now, you couldn't stop staring at her collarbone. Did you think everyone else was blind? You're really something. She was wrapped up so tightly, only the slightest opening at the neckline gave even a hint of collarbone, but you still strained your eyes like they could bend around corners for a better look. If we share a bed tonight, won't you take advantage of the darkness to kiss their collarbone? You're talking nonsense. How would you know I was looking if you didn't see me? Fang Xiu watched their bickering expressionlessly. At that moment, he fully grasped the meaning of the phrase pig teammate. Ignoring them both, he simply turned away and went back to his room to sleep. Hey, Xiuji, where you going? Aren't you sleeping with us? What about keeping night watch? Fang Xiu paid no heed and walked away on his own. Compared to keeping vigil, he was more worried that the supernatural entity wouldn't appear if people gathered together. Moreover, today he had noticed something unusual: hair. Village Chief Wang and the others' hair was oddly perfect. Wang Guofeng and Wang Fugui aside, as they were still relatively young, but Village Chief Wang appeared to be nearly 80, yet not a single strand of his hair was white. Fang Xiu had considered the possibility that the other party had secretly siphoned off some fuel, but the chances were slim. In this relatively backward mountain village, firstly, there was no need for hair dye. Everyone knew each other. You couldn't avoid running into familiar faces, especially since Village Chief Wan was already an elderly man in his 70s. Secondly, hair dye was incredibly hard to come by here. You'd have to trek for hours on mountain paths just to buy it in town. The most crucial point, the real reason Fang Xiu became suspicious, was that he hadn't encountered a single supernatural entity since arriving at Blackwater Village. He couldn't be certain there wasn't anything sinister in Blackwater Village, especially since he hadn't explored the entire area yet, and the darkness now severely limited his visibility. But this was enough to make him feel strange. After all, in the city, the streets were teeming with supernatural entities. Even on the way to Blackwater Village, though they were fewer, there were still some. Yet from the moment he arrived in Blackwater Village until now, he hadn't encountered a single one. Fang Xiu had only experienced this once before. That was the haunted realm of Chang Mountain Mental Hospital. Because entering the haunted realm was equivalent to breaking away from reality, his vision could no longer perceive illusory horrors, only real, tangible ones. But now, in Heishui Village, he still couldn't see any supernatural entities? Could it be that Heishui Village was also a haunted realm? But why is there cell signal here? At Qingshan Mental Hospital, there hadn't been any signal. This was exactly why Fang Xiu doubted the hair, because only he knew Blackwater Village wasn't normal. With this cautious mindset, even the slightest abnormality would be magnified immensely. Holding on to these suspicions, Fang Xiu soon fell into a deep sleep. He was covered with 2 blankets since the mountain village nights were bitterly cold. Even though he was a spirit master, at his core he was still human, not a superhuman. Late at night, at 3 in the morning, splash, splash, the sound of flowing water reached Fang Xiu's ears. In the midst of his sleep, he suddenly felt a creeping dampness, and the surrounding air seemed to grow increasingly colder. Swish! Fang Xiu's eyes snapped open. Has it appeared? He muttered to himself before abruptly sitting up and scanning his surroundings, only to be met with impenetrable darkness that revealed nothing. Strangest of all, he could faintly sense the bed shifting beneath him. He suddenly realized something, pulled out his phone, and turned on the flashlight to shine it around. The dazzling light pierced the darkness, illuminating the scene beneath the bed. The space under the bed was no longer solid limestone ground, but water. River water. The bed was actually floating on a black water river. The sound of flowing water he had heard earlier was precisely the sound of this Blackwater River. Around Feng Xiu, several dark figures floated nearby. When he shone his flashlight toward them, he was shocked to recognize Shen Lingxue, Zhao Hao, and the others, all sound asleep. Their beds had likewise floated onto the river's surface. Chapter 64 The Eerie Blackwater River. As the light struck, the keen-eyed Shen Lingxue instantly awoke, jolting upright in bed with such force that the blankets slid off. Fortunately, she had slept fully clothed, so there was no risk of any compromising exposure. At most, her collar was somewhat disheveled from sleep, revealing a more generous view than usual, exposing large portions of her delicate, fair collarbones. It was a pity Zhao Hao remained fast asleep just then, missing the very collarbones he had so often longed to see. Who's there? Blinded by the flashlight's glare, Shen Lingxue couldn't make out Feng Xiu's face clearly. It's me, Feng Xiu replied calmly. When did you enter my room? Shen Lingxue's expression seemed grim. Look around before you speak. Feng Xiu shook his flashlight, illuminating the dark river surrounding them. Shen Lingxue's face instantly paled as she comprehended the situation. This is Blackwater River. What on earth happened? Has something supernatural appeared? Her frantic voice woke both Zhao Hao and Fatty. The two had been sleeping on the same bed and jolted awake immediately. When they took in their surroundings, they nearly fell into the water from sheer fright. Ah! Where is this? Why am I suddenly in the river when I was sleeping peacefully in bed? This makes no fucking sense at all. The fat man's face turned ghostly pale as he clung desperately to Zhao Hao, as if grasping his last lifeline. Fatty, don't move. If you move with your weight, the bed will flip over. Zhao Hao was so scared that he hugged the fat man tightly. Ignoring the couple embracing each other, Feng Xiu calmly observed the surrounding scene. With sharp perception, he noticed the bed was slowly moving all alone. The direction it was moving happened to be straight toward the center of the Blackwater River. He shone the flashlight towards the center of the Blackwater River, where a deep, dark vortex could faintly be seen like the gaping maw of an abyss, ready to swallow them all. Feng Xiu saw the vortex, and naturally, the others saw it too. Their faces immediately turned pale as countless dreadful possibilities flashed through their minds. That whirlpool is going to swallow us. Run. Run? Run where? I can't swim. It's fine, I can do it. What good are you? The ghost might be right under the water. If you go in now, you'll never come back up. Watching Zhao Hao and Fatty bicker back and forth, Shen Lingxue felt her head buzzing. She snorted coldly, shut up, all of you. No one enters the water, use your hands to paddle. So Zhao Hao and the others immediately started paddling, but Feng Xiu didn't. He just calmly observed. To him, paddling with hands was simply a foolish approach. If malevolent forces capable of silently transferring them onto Blackwater River would actually let them paddle away manually, that would be the real supernatural absurdity. He pondered, had they been stealthily transported by supernatural means, or was the place they'd been staying not Blackwater Village at all, but rather Blackwater River itself? Before long, the panicked voice of the fat man rang out. It's not working. We've been rowing for ages without moving at all. It's like something under the water is dragging the bed down. At these words, everyone's expressions changed slightly. As they stared at the pitch-black river beneath the bed, an inexplicable fear welled up in their hearts, somewhat akin to thalassophobia. In the deep sea, there's no light, nothing but endless dark water stretching as far as the eye can see. Not only are we not moving, we're actually accelerating toward that whirlpool at the river's center, Shen Lingxue said gravely. Absolutely do not approach the whirlpool. Otherwise, our beds will be sucked into it. Once we're in the water, our combat abilities will be severely weakened. This entity has the power to manipulate the river. Entering its domain would be playing right into its hands. With our strength fading while it grows, we'd be doomed for sure. Moreover, as the strongest fighter in our team, my ability is fire-based. Being in the water would greatly limit me. I'd barely be able to protect myself, let alone you all. Shen Lingxue's analysis nearly scared Zhao Hao and Fatty out of their wits. Zhao Hao habitually turned his gaze toward Feng Xiu. Brother Xiu, what should we do? After all, it was by following Feng Xiu's orders that he had survived Qingshan Mental Hospital and become a soul master. Feng Xiu calmly scanned the increasingly distant shoreline before finally locking his sights on a relatively sturdy tree. He opened the backpack on the bed. Inside were pre-prepared tools like rope, an entrenching shovel, a handgun, and so on. He took out the rope and the entrenching shovel, connected the two, and then hurled them with a sudden motion. The entrenching shovel, trailing the rope, traced a graceful arc through the air before landing with pinpoint accuracy on the tree trunk, lodging firmly between the branches. As a spirit master, his control over his own body had long reached an exceptionally precise level. What ordinary people could only accomplish after extensive training, he could now achieve effortlessly. Everyone, grab onto my bed. At Feng Xiu's command, the group's faces lit up with relief as they hurried toward his bed. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far, and the rope provided valuable assistance. The group quickly gathered together. Then Feng Xiu began to exert force, pulling hard on the rope. With the counterforce in play, they finally started moving closer to the shore. Shen Lingxue watched Fang Xiu's back as he pulled the rope, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She realized that not everyone in her squad was like Zhao Hao, that loud, useless fatty who couldn't contribute a thing. Fang Xiu's composure caught her off guard. Not many could make clear-headed decisions in such peril, most people would panic. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The crowd was drifting further away from the whirlpool at the river's center. But just then, something eerie occurred. The whirlpool actually began fading slowly from view. Shen Lingxue, who'd been vigilantly scanning their surroundings to prevent accidents, immediately noticed this change. The vortex is gone. Gone? Fang Xiu's heart stirred slightly. If the vortex was created by the supernatural entity, then the vortex was most likely the location of that entity itself. But now that the vortex has disappeared, what does that mean? The eerie presence isn't at the whirlpool, it's come knocking at our door. Just as this thought crossed his mind, everyone suddenly felt their bodies sinking. To be precise, it was the beds that were sinking. Shen Lingxue's face immediately paled. This damned ghost is pulling down the beds. She quickly pointed her flashlight toward the water, but the black river seemed to devour the light entirely, making it impossible to see anything clearly. All she could faintly discern was what appeared to be strands of hair, blacker than the river itself, swirling beneath the surface. Shen Lingxue flipped her pale little hand abruptly, and a bright, scorching flame ignited in her palm. Boom! With a fierce motion, she hurled the flame straight into the river. Zzzzz. The river water instantly began to boil, countless scalding vapors rising and swirling. Yet the bed continued sinking, now more than halfway submerged, visibly about to be fully engulfed. Shen Lingxue's expression turned grave to the extreme. While still above water, they couldn't harm this spectral entity. Once submerged, would there even be a chance of survival? Am I destined to die here today? She refused to surrender to fate, continuing to conjure flame after flame, relentlessly bombarding the watery depths. But the eerie figure remained unervingly agile, shielded by the cover of night, utterly unfazed by her assaults. All her efforts achieved nothing but the wasteful depletion of her spiritual energy. In the end, everyone's beds completely sank. All of them fell into the water. The moment they hit the water, a bone-chilling cold surged through their bodies. Thankfully, they were all spirit masters. Ordinary people would have frozen stiff instantly, unable to move. Help, gurgle. I can't, gurgle, swim. The fat man thrashed wildly in the water, gulping down several mouthfuls of freezing river water until his internal organs felt practically frozen. Zhao Hao reacted swiftly, rushing to his rescue. However, saving a drowning person without professional training is extremely perilous, especially when that person is overweight. In his panic, the fat man clung to Zhao Hao with a death grip, his immense strength making it impossible for Zhao Hao to stay afloat. Both men sank deep into the water, choking violently as they drowned together. At that moment, bang! Fang Xiu delivered a knife-hand strike to the fatty's neck, knocking him unconscious, allowing Zhao Hao to finally lift his head out of the water. Damn it! This fucking fat ass almost killed me. Zhao Hao gasped for air in ragged breaths while supporting the unconscious fatty with his other arm. The unconscious overweight man was relatively easy to manage, though he weighed 300 pounds, his large volume provided considerable buoyancy. Something's wrong, why isn't this supernatural entity attacking? Shen Lingxue noted the anomaly. They were already in the water, yet this malicious spirit still hadn't struck immediately. Fang Xiu solved her confusion. It's waiting. Wait? Chapter 65, doesn't matter, I'll handle it. When you're weakened, your reckless attacks weren't entirely useless, at least they served as some deterrent. Fire and water oppose each other, and this ghost clearly doesn't want a direct confrontation, so it's stalling for time. The Blackwater River was bitterly cold to the bone. Even for a soul master, it was difficult to stay in the water for long. The icy chill would rapidly drain body heat, severely depleting stamina. By the time you were completely weakened and powerless to fight, that's when the supernatural entity would strike. Damn it! Shen Lingxue clenched her teeth, her fair face now unnaturally pale, lips gradually losing their color from the cold. After all, she was a woman never particularly cold-resistant to begin with, and now fully immersed in the river after having exhausted her spiritual energy attacking the waters, she could feel the freezing numbness creeping through her entire body. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that an experienced soul master like herself would capsize in what was supposed to be merely a D-class supernatural incident. Now she faintly sensed something amiss. Could a supernatural entity capable of shifting lakes truly be only D-class? Was its ability simply unique, or was there far more terrifying power at play? Spirit's notion, light the fire, Fang Xiu suddenly said. Shen Lingxue was taken aback. Although my flames can burn much hotter than usual, if you're expecting me to boil rivers and evaporate oceans, that's just not realistic. You don't need to boil the river dry, just raise your hands and hold the flames up. That should provide some warmth. The freezing river will drain your strength quickly, and with the situation still unclear, we must conserve our energy. Shen Lingxue hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Wasn't this just a human-shaped torch? Or perhaps a human-shaped heater? Yet she complied. She raised a hand blanched from soaking boom. A blazing, brilliant flame burst forth, its intense heat instantly dispelling some of the chill. Ah, so warm, just like soaking in a hot spring. Zhao Hao cracked an ill-timed joke. Shen Lingxue glared at him coldly. Normally, when you feel warmth and extreme cold, it means you're about to freeze to death. Ah! Zhao Hao was so frightened that he immediately pulled the unconscious fatty closer, hoping to absorb some body heat. Shen Lingxue, who had been maintaining the flame all this while, regained a faint trace of color in her face, yet her expression grew increasingly grave. With my current spiritual energy, I can barely keep this flame going for 10 more minutes. After that, my energy will be completely drained. What we're doing now is truly drinking poison to quench thirst, exchanging spiritual energy for physical stamina. Once my spiritual energy is exhausted and the supernatural entity appears, what then? Fang Xiu calmly glanced at her and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. I'll handle it. You'll handle it? Shen Lingxue looked at Fang Xiu with deep skepticism. After all, in her eyes, his ability was foresight and immensely powerful skill, yet one with no direct combat capabilities. But Zhao Hao, on the other hand, trusted Fang Xiu's words without question. Back in the mental hospital, Fang Xiu had been exactly like this. Faced with even the most terrifying paranormal entities, he always remained composed, as if victory was already assured. Brother Xiu, you saw a way out? Zhao Hao initially wanted to ask if he'd seen the future, but remembering the confidentiality agreement he'd signed, he had to phrase it more carefully. Fang Xiu didn't explain, instead giving a faint nod. Awesome, Brother Xiu. We're counting on you. Seeing Fang Xiu's nod, Zhao Hao immediately acted as if they were already out of danger. Yet in reality, Fang Xiu hadn't seen the future at all. He hadn't even glimpsed the appearance of the supernatural entity yet. But none of that mattered anymore. On the surface, he had Shen Lingxue unleash flames for warmth, but his true intention was to deplete her spiritual energy. He speculated that the water specter hadn't shown itself yet precisely because it feared their collective strength, hence its cautious approach. So who exactly was the water specter wary of? It had to be Shen Lingxue, the seasoned spirit master, and a fire elemental one at that. As time passed, the flame in Shen Lingxue's palm grew increasingly faint, on the verge of extinguishing. She considered putting it out to conserve some strength, but Fang Xiu stopped her. Keep burning. Shen Lingxue glanced at Fang Xiu's calm expression and ultimately chose to trust his words. This was also why Fang Xiu had previously demonstrated such miraculous abilities at the investigation bureau. Facing someone who can foresee the future, people always unconsciously choose to believe. Finally, Shen Lingxue couldn't hold on any longer. I can't go on anymore, my spiritual energy is exhausted. As soon as she finished speaking, the flames in her palm instantly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. The only sound around was the murmur of the river flowing, with nothing else to be heard. The scene was silent and eerie. There seems to be something in the water, Zhao Hao suddenly uttered in horror. Fang Xiu and the others immediately looked in the direction Zhao Hao pointed, only to see several darker, snake-like streaks silently spreading through the black river waters. What should we do now? Shen Lingxue nervously looked at Fang Xiu. Without her spiritual abilities, she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, placing all her hopes for survival on Fang Xiu. Whether it was an illusion or not, Shen Lingxue always felt that there was a hint of suppressed, extreme delight in Fang Xiu's eyes. This was no illusion, Fang Xiu was genuinely excited, because it had been over a week since he last encountered the supernatural. At this moment, he was like a chronically repressed John who had just spotted an alluring prostitute. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged straight into the water. Shen Lingxue and the others were instantly shocked. No one expected Fang Xiu to be so bold. Underwater. Fang Xiu's vision was plunged into utter darkness, barely able to discern the shadowy shapes of creatures that slithered like water snakes, darting rapidly toward him. Blood Eye, activate. He instantly activated his Blood Eye. His right eye erupted with countless crimson threads, densely weaving together until all the white was drowned in blood red, leaving only a pitch-black pupil like solidified ink. Through the Blood Eye's vision, Fang Xiu finally saw what those black water snakes truly were. It was actually strands of pitch-black, glossy hair. This hair closely resembled what they had seen earlier on the village chief and others, equally thick, equally dark and shiny. The hair seemed intent on entangling Fang Xiu and the others, attempting to drag them underwater. But Fang Xiu wouldn't give it the chance. With a flash of silver light, a surgical knife radiating a sinister, chilling aura appeared in his hand. Swish, swish. With a few slashes, those strands of hair were immediately severed. Chapter 66, The Female Corpse Underwater. The exact toughness of the hair remains unknown, but no matter how strong it was, it couldn't withstand the surgical blade that was a supernatural artifact. After these strands of hair were severed, they swiftly retracted back to the riverbed like severed tentacles, disappearing without a trace. Fang Xiu's heart simmered with anger. What he hated most were these eerie beings. Not only did they act all sinister and mysterious, but they would flee immediately after suffering a single setback, denying him the pleasure of tormenting and slaughtering them. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Xiu plunged straight toward the riverbed. Empowered by his awakened spirituality, his movements were as agile as a darting fish. With the vision granted by his blood pupils, he chased in the direction where the hair was retracting. Finally, upon reaching the lakebed, he saw the true form of the eerie entity. That's a female corpse. A female corpse dressed in white, her skin blotched pale from soaking, her features indistinguishable as her face had long swollen and rotted away. Even her eyeballs had decomposed, leaving only two pitch-black hollow sockets. The corpse had thick, glossy black hair, extremely long hair that floated through the water, splayed out and writhing continuously. From a distance, it looked eerily like a nest of tangled, squirming snakes. Fang Xiu's eyes grew increasingly excited, that eerie bloodshot pupil faintly gleaming with crimson light. He lunged straight toward the female corpse. Perhaps his action provoked the corpse, for suddenly the female corpse, already missing its lips, violently opened its gaping maw and emitted a muffled roar. Her hair writhed toward Fang Xiu like thousands of water snakes coiling through the air. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Fang Xiu, restricted in his underwater movements, naturally couldn't sever all the hair with just a scalpel. Yet, he showed no trace of panic as a strange crimson glow emanated from his right eye. Under the illumination of that bloody gaze, the female corpse seemed struck by a heavy hammer, letting out a piercing shriek. The hair that had been attacking like a tidal wave suddenly recoiled in fright, shrinking back instantly like an octopus retracting its tentacles while swimming. Seizing the moment of the corpse's agony, Fang Xiu grew even more exhilarated. He swam forward with all his might, closing the distance until he was right in front of the female corpse. By now, oxygen deprivation was setting in, bringing a faint dizziness to his mind, but he still didn't stop. The grotesque entity was right before him, and he was determined to make it suffer. The female corpse seemed to sense the approaching danger as it stretched out its grotesquely swollen, deathly pale hand, its twisted expression ferocious as it clawed toward Fang Xiu. But Fang Xiu simply didn't care. The excitement in his eyes had become nearly tangible, and even the calm expression on his face had vanished, replaced by an involuntary, twisted grin. In the next moment, the corpse's hands clamped around Fang Xiu's neck like iron shackles, cold and unyielding. A piercing pain surged through him, accompanied by the suffocating grip of death. But this not only failed to stop Fang Xiu's actions, instead it stimulated him further, his face growing increasingly hideous and terrifying. Swish! Fang Xiu fiercely swung the scalpel in his hand. The sharp blade slashed down from the female corpse's forehead, sliding downward as effortlessly as slicing tofu. The forehead, the space between the eyebrows, the nasal bone, the mouth, each of these areas split open instantly, forming a gash several centimeters deep. Fang Xiu could even see the long rotted brain and exposed white bone within the wound. With just this strike, amplified by her pain ability, the female corpse couldn't even let out a scream, convulsing violently as if electrocuted. Her hands, which had been gripping his neck, instinctively loosened their hold. Watching the female corpse writhe in agony, Fang Xiu grew increasingly exhilarated. He didn't give her a moment's respite, swiftly delivering another slash. This time, the blade cut horizontally. A cross-shaped mark formed directly on the female corpse's face. Anyone who's cut a watermelon knows that after making one horizontal and one vertical cut, the fruit splits open like a blooming flower, its segments spreading apart. At that moment, the female corpse's head did exactly that. To ensure the corpse remained alive, Fang Xiu thoughtfully avoided using excessive pain-inflicting power, preferring instead to let her experience it slowly. It's a pity, though, after the second slash, the woman's corpse, which had been twitching, suddenly stopped moving entirely, as if it had truly become just a dead body. Dead? Was something capable of moving river water really this fragile? Before Fang Xiu could react, the corpse's hair seemed to come alive, instantly detaching from its scalp like a floating orb of darkness, darting away with a whoosh and disappearing within moments at an incredible speed. At the sight of this, a cold glint flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes. He understood the corpse had never been the true supernatural entity. That hair was the real thing. He wanted to chase after it, but he had reached his limit by then. The suffocating feeling worsened, and the dizziness in his head grew stronger. Reluctantly, he could only return to the surface. Thump! Fang Xiu broke through the water. Shenling Xue and the others hurriedly looked over. Only when they saw it was Fang Xiu did they let out a slight sigh of relief, though their expressions darkened with worry upon spotting the deep red handprint on his neck. Bro Xiu, are you okay? What about that thing? Zhao Hao asked urgently, his voice laced with concern. Fang Xiu didn't answer immediately. He took several deep breaths of air first, finally calming down enough to say, it got away. The entity's true form seems to be hair. Hair? Don't waste time talking. While the anomaly is fleeing, let's try to reach the shore. Shenling Xue urged anxiously. The group nodded and immediately began swimming toward the bank. This time, the shore did not recede as before but remained still in place. Soon after, Fang Xiu and the others dragged Lu Shuai, who looked as lifeless as a dead dog, ashore. After getting ashore, the group didn't stop but ran quite a distance further until they were far from the riverbank before finally pausing to catch their breath. Save him first, Shen Lingxue ordered, then began repeatedly pressing on Lu Shuai's chest until he coughed up several mouthfuls of icy river water, only then stopping. But Lu Shuai still hadn't regained consciousness at this moment, his face deathly pale. Lu Shuai needs CPR now, who's going to do it? Shen Lingxue's gaze shifted between Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. Fang Xiu remained expressionless, while Zhao Hao looked utterly horrified. Glancing at the fat man's thick lips, he felt it would be preferable to literally eat shit. Why don't you do it instead? Zhao Hao fired back immediately. Shen Lingxue sneered, don't you know men and women shouldn't touch when giving or receiving? With you two grown men here, why should I be the one? Then is it appropriate for men to touch men? Zhao Hao shook his head vigorously, every hair on his body bristling with refusal. At that moment, Fang Xiu walked toward Lu Shuai. A strange glint flashed in Shen Lingxue's eyes, while Zhao Hao turned pale with alarm. He wanted to say something but feared Fang Xiu might make him do the kissing instead, so he ultimately held his tongue. Just as everyone thought Fang Xiu was about to perform CPR, who could have guessed? Clap! Fang Xiu promptly delivered a resounding slap right across the fat man's face. With a howl of pain, the fat man jolted upright from the ground. Ow, who hit me? You're awake already. Zhao Hao was utterly dumbfounded. Shen Lingxue's expression darkened as she fixed the chubby man with a dangerous glare, saying, you were faking unconsciousness just now, weren't you? The chubby man immediately cried out in protest, faking it? What are you talking about? I genuinely blacked out. Chapter 67, Using Modern Technology Against the Supernatural. Really passed out? Shen Lingxue didn't believe it at all. You were oxygen deprived and unconscious, yet without giving you artificial respiration, just one slap could wake you up? Zhao Hao also chimed in gleefully, watching the drama unfold. Oh yeah, you fatso, were you trying to scam me out of my first kiss? The chubby guy felt utterly wronged. No matter what he said, no one believed him. In truth, only Fang Xiu knew the fat guy wasn't faking it, he really had passed out. The reason he woke up from just one slap was because Fang Xiu had employed a trace of the power of pain. Its intense agony jolted him awake. It was similar to using an electric current to stimulate the heart and perform CPR. After the group bickered for a while, Shen Lingxue couldn't take it anymore and directly called for a stop. Enough, fatty, I'll settle the score with you about what happened earlier another time. Right now, our top priority is discussing how to deal with the water ghosts in Blackwater River. Fang Xiu, what happened to you just now underwater? Why did you say the entity's true form is hair? I saw a female corpse underwater. What attacked us earlier was the hair from that corpse. After I dealt with the corpse, her hair detached itself like living creature and fled. That's why I suspect the hair is actually the true entity, while the corpse was just a controlled puppet. Shen Lingxue pondered and said, you dealt with the corpse? Even if the corpse wasn't the true entity, it was still being controlled by the supernatural. This water spirit can manipulate the movement of the Black River with such terrifying power. How did you manage to deal with the corpse? I have my own way, Fang Xiu replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. Shen Lingxue shot him a doubtful glance, speculating that perhaps this water ghost simply had a peculiar ability but wasn't particularly strong in direct combat. Yet upon reflection, something still felt subtly wrong. Seeing Fang Xiu's unwillingness to elaborate, however, Shen Lingxue didn't press the matter further. Let's head back first. Once my spiritual energy recovers tomorrow and daylight comes, we'll return to Blackwater River to deal with the water wraith. Fang Xiu didn't move but instead asked, how do you plan to deal with the supernatural entity tomorrow? Shen Lingxue frowned in contemplation and said, since even a rookie spirit master like you could repel it, that water wraith's direct combat ability shouldn't be strong. The problem is its home advantage in Blackwater River. My flame abilities can hardly function there, so the best approach would be luring it ashore. As long as someone can draw the water wraith out, I'll have no problem incinerating it with flames. Shen Lingxue finished speaking, only to find Fang Xiu looking at her as if she were an idiot. This made her flare up in anger. What's with that look? Do you have some brilliant insight to share? Your remarks make it hard to believe you're a seasoned spirit master, Fang Xiu said calmly, without a trace of mockery in his tone, yet every word dripped with sarcasm. He then pulled out the encrypted phone issued by the Investigation Bureau and began dialing a number. Who are you calling? Are you so desperate that you're reaching out to the Bureau for help, summoning other ghost hunters? Shen Lingxue said with a mocking tone. I'd advise you to put that phone down. The Bureau's ghost hunters are always short-staffed, and since this water wraith hasn't shown particularly dangerous tendencies, there's no way they'd send reinforcements. Yet Fang Xiu ignored her. The call connected almost immediately. Su Kerson's drowsy, honeyed voice came through the phone. Is this Mr. Fang? It's so late. Fang Xiu didn't wait for her to finish speaking, cutting her off directly, informed the higher-ups immediately. Dispatch a special operations team to Blackwater Village for me, bring high-capacity water pumps, the highest power available, as many as they can get. The Special Operations Squad consists of professionally trained soldiers. Though all are ordinary people, each is an elite warrior. However, lacking spiritual sensitivity makes it difficult for them to combat supernatural entities. They're typically deployed to assist spirit masters in missions, maintain crowd control, conduct reconnaissance, perform rescues, and similar duties. Su Kerson seemed still dazed, not immediately comprehending. Mr. Fong, what did you say? A water pump? Weren't you assigned a mission? What do you need a water pump for? You don't need to know why. Immediately do as I say. If you have any questions, go find Wang Dihai and tell him I sent you. With that, Fang Xiu directly hung up the phone. He glanced back at Xin Lingxue and the others, suddenly noticing they were all staring at him dumbfounded. Xiu, brother Xiu, you're not planning to drain the Blackwater River with that water pump, are you? Zhao Hao asked, his face filled with shock. Fang Xiu nodded. From its previous actions, it's clear this supernatural entity is highly intelligent. It knows how to use strategy instead of confronting us directly. Unless someone truly risks their life as bait, it's nearly impossible to lure it into the open. In that case, the best approach is to drain the Blackwater River entirely. That way, the entity will have nowhere left to hide. Since they could rely on the Investigation Bureau as a powerful backing, with access to vast human and material resources, why not utilize them? Did they really have to choose the most dangerous option, fighting in the water? Moreover, while the Blackwater River was long, only the central section had deep water. The other parts were too shallow to hide anyone. All they had to do was block the upstream and downstream and pump out the water from the center. By now, Xin Lingxue couldn't bring herself to look at Fang Xiu's calm face anymore, her gaze involuntarily drifting elsewhere as she remained silent. She had assumed Fang Xiu would call other spirit masters for assistance, but who would have thought he planned to use modern technology to deal with the water spirit? It was a method she had never even considered. But I have to admit, it does make a lot of sense. Deploying a special operations team along with some water pumps would indeed require significant manpower and resources, but it's far better and more effective than risking the lives of spirit handlers. After all, the life of a spirit handler is far more valuable than these mere resources. In truth, Xin Lingxue had also fallen into habitual thinking. As a spirit handler, though she'd never say it aloud, nearly every spirit handler subconsciously believes themselves superior to ordinary people. Similarly, they firmly believe that only spirit masters could deal with the supernatural, so their first reaction when facing the paranormal was always to rely on spirit master methods rather than ordinary people. Fang Xiu was different. He lacked the nobility of a spirit master, or rather, such things simply didn't matter to him. All he cared about was the supernatural. As long as he could inflict suffering on the supernatural, he would stop at nothing. And one more thing, we can't return to the village chief's house tonight. Why? The chubby guy asked, shivering uncontrollably. By now, everyone was completely drenched, and the mountain night was piercingly cold. Fang Xiu explained, haven't you noticed how strange the village chief's hair is? The chief looks to be in his 70s or 80s, yet his hair is darker and shinier than a young man's. His grandson and daughter-in-law are the same, their hair is unnaturally black and glossy. Brother Xiu, isn't it possible the village chief just dyed his hair? Ever since learning that Fang Xiu had single-handedly dived into the river to repel the supernatural entity, the chubby guy had started addressing him as Brother Xiu too. Fang Xiu calmly looked at him and said, the village chief's hair is exactly the same as the female corpse's hair I saw at the bottom of the river. If you want to die, you can go back. Hearing this, whether from fear or cold, the fat guy couldn't help but shudder. He forced a smile and said, then, never mind. Camping sounds good too. Facing Fang Xiu's arrangements, everyone chose to comply. Even Xin Lingxue didn't say anything. Clearly, she was the team leader, but now, it was Fang Xiu who was giving orders. The leadership had quietly shifted without anyone noticing. Thus, everyone casually found a spot far from the Blackwater River, started a fire, and spent the night around the flames. Chapter 68, Special Operations Team. Early the next morning, Fang Xiu received a call informing him that the operation team had arrived in the mountainous area near Blackwater Village. However, due to the treacherous mountain roads making driving impossible, they were currently proceeding on foot and expected to reach Blackwater Village in about an hour. Fang Xiu had arranged to meet with the operations team in the center of Blackwater River and then let everyone into Blackwater Village. It's worth mentioning that he wore the sunglasses prepared in advance. He wanted to verify his theory. Yesterday was too late to encounter other villagers, so today he planned to check their hair. As they entered Blackwater Village and walked through its streets, their group immediately drew countless stares from the villagers. Many of the villagers had already gone out to work, some tending the fields, others herding livestock. Fang Xiu and his companions' clothing stood out conspicuously among the villagers, instantly marking them as city folk, which naturally drew the attention of many. Yet most of the villagers' gazes held only curiosity, free of any hostility. It was likely that the village head had already informed them about the journalist's arrival. The villagers were sizing up Fang Xiu and his companions while they, in turn, were observing the villagers. The more they looked, the more alarmed they became, without a single exception. Every villager had jet black, glossy hair. Xiu, what on earth is going on here? Did all these villagers grow up eating black sesame seeds? Zhao Hao asked, his voice trembling slightly. Where would you even find black sesame seeds that potent? I just saw several elderly folks whose hair was exactly the same, jet black and glossy, not a single white strand, Fatty chimed in. While everyone was examining the hair, Fang Xiu's gaze drifted to their surroundings. No anomalies, not a single anomaly in sight. This time Fang Xiu was truly certain there wasn't a single anomaly in the entire Blackwater village. Why was this? If the reason they couldn't see the illusory anomalies that filled the streets was because they had entered the anomalies domain, then why was there still a signal inside the anomalies domain? Just because it's an encrypted phone issued by the Investigation Bureau? Yet when Fang Xiu took out his regular phone, he found it also had signal. It was just a bit weaker in the mountains, nothing more. Fang Xiu couldn't understand, there were too many eerie secrets. What he knew now was likely just the tip of the iceberg, and many bizarre occurrences defied explanation. At that moment, he approached an elderly man basking in the sun. This man looked far older than the village chief, his face carved with deep wrinkles like trenches, clutching an old pipe as he smoked leisurely under the sunlight. Old sir, may I ask how you maintain your hair? At your age, how is it blacker and shinier than a young person's? The old man gave Fang Xiu a puzzled look. Why is a city lad like you teasing an old man like me? My hair's been white for 10 years, what do you mean black and shiny? Hearing the old man's words, Shen Lingshuet and the others were instantly startled, their eyes fixed on his jet black, glossy hair, feeling a chill run down their spines. Fang Xiu remained unfazed and calmly said, my apologies, I must have seen wrong. With that, he turned and left with Shen Lingshuet and the others. Once they were a fair distance away, Zhao finally couldn't hold back his question. Was that old man's hair black or white just now? Am I colorblind? I swear it looked black to me. I also saw it as black, the fat guy chimed in. These villagers have problems, they've most likely been affected by the supernatural, Shen Lingshui asserted. People influenced by supernatural entities often exhibit strange traits to varying degrees. Typically, these manifest as physical weakness, emotional instability, or mental exhaustion, but effects in other areas can't be ruled out. Fang Xiu glanced at her and calmly said, how can you be sure it's the villagers who are affected, and not us? Everyone was slightly startled, while Zhao Hao and Fatty turned noticeably pale. Just then, voices suddenly sounded in the distance. Miss Shen, so you all were here after all. The newcomer was none other than the village head's grandson, Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei jogged over, panting as he asked, Miss Shen, you're up quite early. I was just about to invite you all for breakfast this morning but found no one in your rooms. The group stared at Wang Fuguei's glossy black hair with noticeably peculiar expressions, especially Zhao Hao and Fatty. Now aware that the villagers might be unusual, they struggled to maintain their previous polite warmth. Fortunately, Shen Lingxue was an experienced spiritual master and showed no visible reaction. With perfect composure, she replied, yes, we're early risers by habit. After all, we still have work to attend to. Are you all ready to start filming? Let me show you around some scenic spots. Not today, thanks. We'd like to explore on our own first, and we'll call you if we need your help later. Wang Fugu visibly disappointed, but the mountains can be dangerous, there might be wild boars around. It'd be really inconvenient without a guide. It's fine. Our team often works outdoors and has survival experience. We've been to places much more remote than this, so don't worry. In the afternoon, we'll look around by ourselves first, then have you guide us later. Wang Fugue was clearly not good with words and didn't know how to refuse. Hearing Shen Lingxue say this, he could only nod in agreement. Well, alright then, but if you're going to explore on your own, you must never go to the center of Blackwater River. Shen Lingxue's heart skipped a beat. Maintaining her composure, she asked, oh, why can't we go to the center of Blackwater River? Wang Fugue's expression turned fearful, as if recalling something terrifying. Anyway, don't ask anymore. My grandfather forbids spreading superstitions, but more than one villager has said that place is haunted, so you absolutely must not go. Shen Lingxue realized she couldn't get any more information and eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly afterwards, Wang Fugue left. Not long after, Fang Xiu's phone began to ring. Investigator Fawn, Special Operations Team 10 is in position. Okay, got it. We'll be right there. Fang Xiu hung up the phone and turned to the others. Leave the villagers for now. We need to deal with the horrors in the Blackwater River first. Chapter 69, The Sudden Turn. At the center of the Blackwater River, Fang Xiu and his companions approached swiftly, spotting from a distance a special operations team clad in black tactical gear and armed with submachine guns. Each member stood tall and imposing, their posture ramrod straight, clear indicators of professional training. Yet, in front of the special operations squad stood a man and a woman, both dressed in windbreakers, wearing hiking boots, clutching trekking poles, and loaded with backpacks, looking every bit like tourists. A man and a woman appeared to be arguing with the special operations team. What gives you the right to chase us away? This place doesn't belong to you. We're just here to enjoy the scenery while traveling. Since when is that your business? Exactly, this isn't even a tourist area. And even if it were, we could just buy tickets. We are conducting a special operation. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach. Please leave immediately, one of the special operations team members said sternly. At this moment, Fang Xiu and the others had already approached. A member of the special operations team promptly jogged over, saluted, and said, "Investigator Fang, the 10th Special Operations Team reporting to you." Fang Xiu nodded slightly and was about to speak when the man and woman walked over. The man was tall and burly with a resolute face, while the woman was slender with a suntanned complexion, giving the impression of someone who frequently engages in outdoor training. "Are you their leader? What right do you have?" The moment the woman opened her mouth, a fierce and unreasonable temper flared up. Fang Xiu didn't even give them a chance to finish speaking before issuing the order, "Drive them away." Yes. The special operations team sprang into action immediately. Two members stepped forward without hesitation, grabbing the man and woman by the arms and forcibly escorting them out. The man wanted to resist, but seeing how outnumbered they were and that the others had guns, he ultimately didn't dare to fight back. The woman, on the other hand, protested louder than anyone else. "You just wait. I'm going to report you. Do you even know who I am? My father is friends with the leaders of the Public Security Bureau." The man and woman were gradually let out of sight. Zhao Hao sighed slightly. "It's true that you'll find all kinds of people. I always thought those online videos were staged. Some people even dared to confront law enforcement officers. Never expected to encounter such people in real life. These two are really something. With so many armed officers in uniform carrying out a mission here, they still dared to barge in recklessly?" Investigator Fong, these two claim to be backpackers on a trip, saying they dislike tourist spots and prefer remote, uninhabited wilderness areas. They arrived shortly after we did. Fang Xiu nodded. "Did Wang Dihai arrange for you to come here?" The man nodded and took out an investigative bureau ID. "Director Wang sent us to assist you with your work." Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. This was the benefit of precognition, unlike inexperienced spirit masters who couldn't enjoy such treatment, or would at least need to file reports in advance to coordinate. All he needed was a single phone call. "Did you bring all the necessary equipment?" "Got everything ready." "Alright, let's begin." At Fang Xiu's command, the special operations team immediately sprang into action. They worked with remarkable speed and professionalism. Some wielded shovels to dig pits and channel water, others hauled bundles of plastic pipes, while some set up water pumps and generators. Designated personnel stood guard to prevent outsiders from interfering. They had clearly conducted professional calculations to divert the river water to nearby low-lying areas. Before long, the roaring hum of machinery rose into the air. Under the force of dozens of water pumps, the river levels rapidly dropped. Nearby, Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai stood dumbfounded, watching in awe. "That's what a professional does. Feels so impressive." Yeah, if firearms were effective against the supernatural, there'd be no need for spirit masters at all. Several hours later, the river had successfully run dry. The riverbed silt was clearly visible, scattered with numerous small puddles and plenty of fish floundering in the mud. Even a few turtles could be seen wriggling among them. Throughout the entire process, Fang Xiu and his companions kept their eyes fixed on the water, guarding against any sudden attacks from the water ghost. However, as the water level reached the bottom, the water ghost never appeared. "A female corpse. There's a female corpse over there," Zhao Hao suddenly shouted, pointing at a patch of mud at the riverbed. Half buried in the mud lay a hairless female corpse, with only part of her body exposed. "Holy shit, who's this brutal, slicing someone's face into 4 pieces?" Fang Xiu didn't answer but directly activated his blood eye. While everyone's attention was drawn to the female corpse and under the cover of his sunglasses, he used blood eye to search through the mud. Moments later, Blood Eye's gaze fixed on a small puddle at the center of the river. He immediately closed his blood eyes and pointed at the small puddle, saying, "Xin Lingxue, blast this puddle with fire." Xin Lingxue didn't hesitate for a second and immediately chose to follow Fang Xiu's instructions. After all, she knew his ability was foreseeing the future. In her mind, she assumed Fang Xiu must have foreseen the strange creature's location. Xin Lingxue opened her palm, and a blazing, radiant flame appeared in her hand, instantly raising the temperature around them. She hurled the flame in her hand fiercely toward the spot Fang Xiu had pointed to. The fire roared like a dragon, crashing straight into the puddle. Boom! The flames exploded violently, a wave of heat instantly sweeping across the entire area. The water in that puddle instantly boiled and evaporated, while the sodden mud around it cracked and dried. At that moment, a piercing shriek arose from the depths of the puddle. Immediately after, a writhing clump of scorched-smelling, flaming hair burst out of the ground. "Something supernatural has appeared," Zhao Hao exclaimed in alarm, then quickly hid behind Fang Xiu. The hair floated mid-air, thrashing wildly. A few flaming strands were flung off like a lizard shedding its tail. The hair at this moment seemed provoked, its strands beginning to spread like a spider's web, expanding 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, as if intent on enveloping everyone present. At that moment, Xin Lingxue made her move, seeking revenge for being submerged in the icy lake water the day before. Boom! Boom! In her hands gathered one after another blazing, brilliant flames, which she unceasingly hurled toward the encroaching hair. But at that moment, Fang Xiu heard the sound of a bullet being chambered. He frowned and looked toward the Special Operations Squad. An instinctive sense of unease washed over him. These were professionally trained soldiers, they knew guns were useless against the supernatural. So why would they chamber rounds without orders? Nearby, Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai also advised, just stand back and observe. Shen Lingshue's abilities are designed to counter this entity. But the next instant, something shocking happened. The Special Ops team members acted as if they hadn't heard them at all, raising their guns to aim at Fang Xiu and the others. Hey, what are you doing? We're on the same side, Zhao Hao shouted in terror. Get out of the way. Our bodies aren't under our control. One of the Special Ops members yelled stiffly. Chapter 70, Killing as a Test. What? Shen Lingxue turned pale with fright, completely disregarding the hair demon that was nearly burned to death. She turned and raised her flames, ready to strike the Special Operations team member. Yet, in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. In that moment of hesitation, the Special Ops soldier had already pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets trailing flames spewed toward Fang Xiu and the others. If it were just a pistol and a single shooter, perhaps Fang Xiu could have tried dodging the bullets, but against a group wielding submachine guns, waiting for death was the only option. He didn't choose to use Blood Eye either, as it was a single target attack. In an instant, Fang Xiu and his companions were riddled with bullets, collapsing into a pool of blood. Fang Xiu opened his eyes to find himself in Blackwater Village, surrounded by villagers coming and going. At that moment, Zhao Hao's voice reached his ears. Brother Xiu, what the hell is going on? Did all these villagers grow up eating black sesame seeds? Zhao Hao asked in a slightly trembling voice. Where would you find black sesame seeds with such potent effects? I just saw several elderly people whose hair was similarly jet black and glossy, without a single white strand, Fatty chimed in. Fang Xiu confirmed the current timeline. It was precisely when he had been idling around Blackwater Village, and he couldn't help but start pondering. In just a moment, the Special Operations Squad would arrive. Then with their assistance, they would drain the river, discover the Hair Spectre, witness Shen Lingshue's fierce battle against it, and finally see it gunned down by the Special Ops team. Does the Hair Spectre possess the ability to control others? Fang Xiu remembered that female corpse, hadn't it been possessed by the Hair Spectre earlier? What he never expected was that the Haired Spectre could control so many people at once. The entire Special Operations Squad had fallen under its sway. If the Haired Spectre possessed such power, why didn't it directly control us instead? Is it because we have spiritual protection, making us immune to its control? Fang Xiu vaguely sensed that something wasn't quite right. Isn't it too much of a coincidence that couple appeared? What normal person would come to this backwater for leisure? After much deliberation, he decided to take matters into his own hands. As time passed, the story progressed once again to the center of Blackwater River. At the heart of Blackwater River, the Special Operations team had already taken their positions. Here, besides them, stood that man and woman in their windbreakers. Why are you kicking us out? This place doesn't belong to you. We're just tourists enjoying the scenery, mind your own business. That's right. This isn't even a tourist attraction. Even if it were, we could just buy tickets. We're carrying out a special operation. No unauthorized personnel are permitted near the area. Leave immediately, a member of the Special Operations team said coldly. Watching the familiar scene unfold before him, Fang Xiu led the group forward at a measured pace. A member of the Special Operations Squad immediately jogged over, saluted, and said, Investigator Fang, the 10th Special Operations Squad reporting for duty. Fang Xiu nodded without saying a word. At that moment, the man and woman walked over. Just like before, the woman immediately started with a domineering interrogation. Are you their leader? What right do you? Fang Xiu calmly observed the man and woman before him. By all appearances, they seemed completely ordinary with nothing out of the ordinary noticeable. But his principle had always been, if you can't see it, then act. Swish! A flash of silver light, and the woman's voice was abruptly silenced. Not only that, but the entire world had fallen silent. Xin Lingxue, the Special Operations team, everyone stared blankly at Fang Xiu and the woman. They saw a scalpel plunged deep into the pale neck of the woman, and the one holding the blade was none other than Fang Xiu himself. No one expected Fang Xiu to suddenly kill someone, so abruptly that it was utterly bewildering and beyond comprehension. Even if the woman was unreasonable first, she merely stepped forward to question you. Her words weren't even finished and you just killed her? Fang Xiu ignored the strange looks from the crowd, his gaze fixed tightly on every micro-expression of the woman, trying to detect flaws in her act. Yet, there were no flaws in her expression. She was like the most perfect actress, vividly portraying emotions, disbelief, confusion, fear all too convincingly. Thunk! Fang Xiu pulled out the scalpel, and blood gushed from the woman's neck like an arrow. This wasn't the first time he had stabbed someone in the neck, so his technique was relatively practiced straight to the carotid artery, ensuring a fatal blow. As the scalpel was withdrawn, the woman let out an incomprehensible whimper, her eyes gradually losing focus before she collapsed to the ground. Fang Xiu frowned slightly. Was it that I acted too quickly for her to react? Or was my judgment wrong? Is she just an ordinary person? Fang Xiu, what are you doing? The furious voice of Xin Lingxue broke the silence in the room. There's something wrong with them, Fang Xiu casually explained. Murder, someone's been murdered. The accompanying man finally reacted, screaming in terror as he turned to flee. Swish! Another silver flash streaked through the air. A gaping hole appeared in the man's neck, and he dropped dead. At this point, Xin Lingxue had already warily put considerable distance between herself and Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, I seriously suspect you've experienced a spiritual loss of control now. You'd better give me an explanation. If I say they have a problem, then they definitely have a problem. Zhao Hao seemed to come to a realization and hesitated before saying, Brother Xiu, you sensed it? Fang Xiu nodded in agreement. Xin Lingxue was somewhat dubious, but there were many questions she couldn't ask openly in front of so many people. After all, Fang Xiu's abilities were confidential. Fang Xiu didn't mind being doubted, because soon he would die and revert. Killing this man and woman was simply to eliminate them as suspects, as Fang Xiu had always felt their appearance was far too coincidental. It wasn't necessarily the hair ghost that controlled the Special Operations Squad. True, there were other ways to investigate suspects, but undoubtedly, killing was the fastest. Whether it was this couple's doing or not, the solution was simple: kill them first, then see if the Special Operations Squad would still be controlled. Fang Xiu then commanded the Special Operations Squad, disarm yourselves immediately. The squad leader hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but ultimately complied. Once they had completely disarmed, Fang Xiu ordered them to start pumping the water. Chapter 71, The Best Way to Face Anomalies. Several hours later, the central section of Blackwater River dried up once more. Xin Lingxue, attack this puddle, Fang Xiu commanded. Xin Lingxue gave Fang Xiu a suspicious glance before starting her work, flames bursting brightly from her hands as she blasted straight toward the puddle. Just like before, the hair monster was sent flying out once again. This time, however, Fang Xiu's attention wasn't on the hair monster, his gaze remained fixed on the Special Operations Team. Right as Xin Lingxue was locked in battle with the hair monster, the Special Operations Team made their move. Their limbs began to move in an uncoordinated manner, like marionettes. The stiffness lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before their movements became synchronized. One by one, they lunged fiercely toward Fang Xiu and the others, like savage leopards. Watch out, we've lost control of our bodies. The Special Ops team was fast, but Fang Xiu, who had been prepared, was even faster. Facing a Special Operations Squad without firearms, he dealt with them effortlessly. The scalpel emanating a chilling aura danced like a butterfly in Fang Xiu's hand. His figure flickered like a ghost as he weaved through the Special Operations Squad. Swish, swish, swish. Countless silver flashes later, mere moments passed before bloodstreaks appeared on the legs of countless squad members. The bloodline was initially very faint, almost invisible, but in the next second, it continuously darkened, reddened, until blood gushed out. Then those who were struck fell to the ground one by one. Yet bizarrely, even after losing their mobility, those people seemed to feel no pain, scrambling forward with their hands to kill Fang Xiu and the others. Xin Lingxue, deal with the hair ghost immediately. They're all being controlled. I'll restrain them. Fang Xiu's calm voice rang through the crowd as he moved like a phantom between people. Every time his figure appeared, several members of the Special Operations team would inevitably fall. Xin Lingxue's eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Hair Ghost. The temperature of the flames in her hands seemed to rise along with her fury. She formed a blazing bright fireball in each hand, then raised them high above her head before merging them into a single, even more massive fireball. Die! With Xin Lingxue's delicate shout, the massive fireball plunged toward the hair entity like a miniature sun. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the hair ghost was instantly engulfed by the fireball, burning violently until it was reduced to ashes. It's taken care of. A flicker of joy flashed through Xin Lingxue's eyes. But at that moment, Fang Xiu dashed cold water on their hopes. Their control hasn't been lifted. It seems whatever's controlling them isn't this anomaly, or perhaps the anomaly isn't really dead. What? Xin Lingxue looked on in astonishment as the members of the Special Operations team continued their relentless assault. Fang Xiu single-handedly confronted nearly all of them, while Zhao Hao and Fatty were each chased by a single opponent. Though both Zhao Hao and Fatty had awakened their spiritual nature, granting them strength beyond ordinary humans, their hesitation to harm their own comrades and lack of combat experience left them struggling against the fully armed soldiers. Soon, Shinling Xue joined the battle. Instead of using her flame abilities, she chose to knock everyone unconscious with her fists. A few minutes later, all the members of the Special Operations team were finally subdued, most of them falling into unconsciousness. Fang Xiu looked thoughtfully at the unconscious crowd. Neither traveler couples nor the hair entity? Why was the Special Operations team controlled? He had clearly dealt with the supernatural, yet he found that the truth had unraveled even more mysteries instead of being unveiled. As Fang Xiu pondered, only Shinling Xue was watching him with a look of astonishment and doubt. Because Shinling Xue suddenly recalled Fang Xiu's earlier order for the Special Operations team to disarm. Had he foreseen it all along? Was that why he had ordered them to disarm? What terrifying precognitive abilities! If he hadn't foreseen it in advance and confronted a fully armed Special Operations squad at such close range, everyone would likely have died. Shinling Xue didn't know that she had actually died once before. Fang Xiu, what should we do next? Shinling Xue suddenly asked, clearly recognizing who was truly capable of making the right decisions. First tie them all up. We'll decide what to do after they wake up. Everyone did as they were told. Fortunately, the Special Operations team had brought ropes with them, so there was no need to worry about running out. After tying everyone up, over half an hour passed before several team members slowly regained consciousness. What happened? How did we get tied up? Do you remember what just happened? Fang Xiu stepped forward and asked. The team members shook their heads somewhat bewildered. Don't remember? It seems the control has been lifted. Was it because the hair ghost died? Or was it that the true mastermind could only control these people for a limited time? Too little information to tell. After waiting another half hour, most of the team members had fully regained consciousness, and none of them remembered what had just happened. Seeing this, Fang Xiu instructed them to tend to their wounds themselves and then sent them back. These people can't be used for now, otherwise there's no telling when they might betray again. Meanwhile, Shinling Xue made a phone call to report the incident to higher-ups and request specialized personnel to conduct comprehensive screenings on all members of the Special Operations team involved in this mission. After settling everything, Fang Xiu said, let's go, back to Blackwater Village. What? We're going back? Didn't we already deal with the supernatural entity? The fat man exclaimed in surprise. It's not over, Fang Xiu replied calmly before leading the group back to Blackwater Village. Inside Blackwater Village, Fang Xiu watched the villagers coming and going, their heads full of gleaming black hair, lost in thought. Shinling Xue spoke solemnly, logically, if the villagers' hair was altered by supernatural forces, now that those forces are dealt with, they should have returned to normal. Stop talking, the more I look at these villagers the more terrified I get, Zhao Hao said fearfully, hiding behind the chubby guy. Hey, don't hide behind me. If you're scared, then I'm scared too. Shinling Xue shot the two of them a disdainful glance. She truly couldn't understand why, even though they were all rookie spirit masters, Fang Xiu's performance was so different from these two, they were practically dead weights. I think you two should form a team from now on, just call yourselves the Cowardly Duo. But at this moment, Fang Xiu suddenly asked, has your investigation bureau ever had any effective methods for dealing with such abnormal situations? Shinling Xue thought for a moment and replied, we could first explore the entire Blackwater village to search for clues, then contact the investigation bureau to have them send some professionals with specialized equipment to conduct full-body examinations on the villagers. That way, we can determine the root cause of these anomalies. Fang Xiu shook his head, that's too slow. Following that procedure would take at least several days. Besides, modern instruments might not be able to detect supernatural phenomena. Let's try my method instead. As he spoke, Fang Xiu was already walking toward an elderly resident of Blackwater Village. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Shinling Xue's heart, and she hurriedly asked, what's your solution? Fang Xiu answered without turning his head, the best way to deal with anomalies is to kill all of them, keep killing until you deem the world normal again. By now, Fang Xiu had approached an old man lying on a homemade rocking chair, basking in the sun with a worn-out pipe in his hand, taking occasional slow puffs. Indeed, this was the same old man Fang Xiu had questioned earlier. Fang Xiu stood before him, directly blocking the sun, his looming shadow enveloping the old man. The old man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his cloudy eyes and gazed bewildered at the young man before him. Young man, what do you want? Old sir, I'd like to ask you a question. Please, don't lie to me. What's the problem? This old man never lies. Chapter 72, have you never died before? May I ask, is your hair black or white? Fang Xiu calmly stared at the old man's jet black hair as he asked. The old man looked thoroughly puzzled. My hair's been white for 10 years. Suddenly, Fang Xiu laughed. A smile surfaced on his pale, composed face, revealing rows of white teeth as he enunciated slowly, word by word, have you never died before? The old man froze momentarily before replying angrily, what kind of question is that? You don't! Shinling Xue's terrified cry rang out from nearby. Swish! A silver flash streaked by. A sharp scalpel sliced through the air, and along with it, the old man's throat. The old man's eyes bulged abruptly, his entire body trembling, his face etched with disbelief. Both Zhao Hao and the fat guy were stunned. Just like before with the couple, and now with the old man, Fang Xiu acted like a murderous demon, killing at the slightest disagreement. Shen Lingxue rushed over quickly, glaring at Fang Xiu with fury. What are you trying to do? How could you kill an ordinary person? You. Before she could finish speaking, Fang Xiu interrupted. He's no ordinary man. Fang Xiu pointed at the old man's neck. Shen Lingxue looked over and instantly froze in place. Where the old man's neck should have been bleeding, not a single drop of blood flowed. Inside the wound, instead of flesh and blood, were severed strands of hair. Glossy, jet black hair. Hair. At that moment, the air suddenly grew heavy, as if the entire village was enveloped in a silent terror, plunging instantly into complete silence. It was as if the whole world had been paused, utterly soundless. The villagers who had been walking on the roads all froze in place, motionless, like puppets. Everyone, be careful. Shen Lingxue realized something immediately and urgently called for everyone to stay alert. At this moment, the old man whose throat had been slit earlier by Fang Xiu raised his head, his eyes vacant as he emitted inhuman growls. The severed hair at his neck began to grow and heal itself. Swish! Fang Xiu slashed his throat again, denying him any chance to heal or transform, directly interrupting the process. This time, even the head was severed completely. The chopped neck was covered in densely packed black stubble. But now, the hair no longer regrew because he had unleashed the power of pain. Under its influence, the hair not only stopped growing but began to wither and shrivel away. But Fang Xiu felt no joy in his heart, for there were far too many villagers. The entire Blackwater village had at least 100 villagers, and now they were closing in from all sides. More and more villagers were swarming toward them endlessly. The villagers' faces no longer showed traces of simple kindness, only an eerie gloom remained. Their jet black hair began to grow wildly, writhing like slender black snakes. Faced with so many villagers, even the experienced spirit master Shen Lingxue couldn't help but show a look of despair on her face. Damn it! All these villagers are ghost slaves. The intel was wrong. If it can control this many ghost slaves, the supernatural entity isn't just D-class. It must be at least C+, maybe even B. In her panic, Shen Lingxue blurted out the truth. However, Fang Xiu didn't pay any attention because he had finally figured something out. He'd realized why there wasn't a single supernatural entity in the illusory state throughout the entire Blackwater village. Because there isn't a single living soul left in the entire village. No matter what form these illusory horrors take, their purpose remains singular, to feast on humans. Thus, they only exist where living people are present. Blackwater village is located deep in the mountains, inherently remote and sparsely populated. Now that every villager has become a ghostly thrall, this means there hasn't been a living person within several square kilometers for ages. Over time, even the supernatural entities naturally abandoned this place. This explains why there's no haunting domain in Blackwater village, and why no horrors can be seen here either. Roar! Countless villagers erupted with inhuman roars, then charged at the crowd like zombies. Shen Lingxue's expression turned grave. Clenching her teeth, she said, "We can't fight them head-on. In a moment, I'll blast a path open with flames. Stay close behind me as we break through." Fang Xiu, unless I'm mistaken, that scalpel in your hand must be an anomalous weapon? It's sharp enough to sever the hair. These strands of hair are incredibly durable. Even my flames take several seconds to burn them to ash. Right now, that means only the two of us can harm these enslaved anomalies. I'll clear the path ahead. You handle the scattered ghost servants. Lu Shuai, Zhao Hao, both of you stay behind Fang Xiu and move. At Shen Lingxue's command, two scorching, blazing fireballs were hurled into the crowd. Boom! Boom! The villagers blocking the way were instantly blown backward, some even turning into human torches, engulfed in fierce flames. A brief gap opened in the encirclement, and the group sprinted toward it. But before they could take more than a few steps, the villagers closed in on them again. Boom! Boom! Shen Lingxue continuously blasted the approaching villagers with flames. Although the attacks were powerful, she could only burn 3 to 5 villagers at a time, and such intense exertion rapidly drained her spiritual energy. Zhao Hao and the burly man, their faces twisted with fear, still drew their pistols and opened fire on the villagers. It's just a shame that the pistol wasn't very effective against the ghostly slaves. Even when a hole was blown through their bodies, countless strands of hair would instantly fill the gap, leaving them completely unharmed. The weapon only served to slow them down, nothing more. They had only run a few dozen meters when they were encircled by an ever-growing crowd of villagers. What was even more terrifying was that Shen Lingxue's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The fireball in her hand visibly dwindled in size, her face grew increasingly pale, and a look of despair slowly surfaced in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. It was Zhao Hao. A few strands of hair, defying gravity, floated toward him and coiled around his neck. Hissing, those strands of black hair instantly retracted, tightly strangling Zhao Hao with such force that he was even dragged to the ground, then relentlessly pulled toward the crowd. Zhao Hao clutched desperately at the hair around his neck, his eyes bulging, face turning crimson. Brother Shi, hell! Swish! A silver light flashed, severing the hair at Zhao Hao's neck in an instant. Huff! Ah! Zhao Hao gasped wildly, his soul still rattled by the close call. Yet the danger wasn't over. The next second, countless villagers' hair defied gravity, floating upward before shooting toward Zhao Hao like sharpened swords. The dense hair formations wove into an enormous net, swallowing him whole in an instant. Fang Xiu swung his scalpel relentlessly, but the blade was too small and the hair too abundant. Though he severed strand after strand, the combined hair of hundreds of villagers would take even a professional barber days and nights to cut through completely. Thus, Zhao Hao met his end. Chapter 73, As long as I kill myself fast enough, no horror can kill me. At that moment, another blood-curdling scream rang out. It was Fatty. The fat man's legs were entangled in hair, his entire body violently slammed to the ground as he was dragged relentlessly. His thick fingers clawed desperately at the floor, leaving several half-meter-long bloody scratches behind. I don't want to die. Hell! His plea was abruptly cut off as he was yanked into the mass of villagers. Immediately, countless black hairs sprouted from the villagers, completely cocooning the fat man's body. Some thinner strands directly wormed their way into his nostrils, ears, and every other orifice on his body. Shen Lingshue's situation wasn't any better either. Her spiritual energy was completely depleted, not a single flame remained. Now she could only rely on brute physical combat. However, without her spiritual power, she was like a martial artist who had lost their inner strength, unable to even defeat minor thugs. She barely lasted a moment before being dragged into the crowd of villagers, meeting the same fate as the fatty and Zhao Hao. Countless strands of black hair coiled around her, slithering like snakes into her mouth, nose, and every part of her body. Now, only Fang Xiu remained. It wasn't necessarily because he was the strongest when it came to destructive power. Shen Lingxue undoubtedly surpassed him. But though her flame ability was immensely powerful, it clearly consumed too much energy and lacked endurance. After obliterating several villagers, her spiritual reserves ran dry. In contrast, Fang Xiu, though only capable of single-target attacks, appeared far more effortless thanks to the sharpness of his scalpel and the sheer brutality of his power of agony. Against these spectral slaves, all it took was a mere wisp of his power of agony to slay one outright, simply because the pain he inflicted was too unbearable for them to endure. However, Fang Xiu's defeat was merely a matter of time. Without the support of his teammates, even he couldn't fend off attacks from all directions indefinitely. And while the consumption of his power of agony was minimal, his awakened spirituality barely reached 5%, meaning he couldn't sustain the fight as long as Shen Lingxue. Of course, he still had a trump card, but now wasn't the time to use it. The true mastermind hadn't even shown itself yet. Playing his hand prematurely wouldn't resolve the supernatural incident for good. Faced with such a desperate situation, Fang Xiu remained calm. Sensing his nearly depleted spiritual energy, he immediately raised the surgical knife in his hand and stabbed it into his own forehead. As long as I kill myself fast enough, no supernatural entity can kill me. That was Fang Xiu's principle. The main reason was the unbearable manner in which Shen Lingxue and the other two had died. After all, besides the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, humans have other orifices. As the surgical knife pierced his forehead, excruciating pain surged through him, and in the next instant, Fang Xiu lost consciousness. Brother Xiu, what on earth is going on here? Did all these villagers grow up eating black sesame seeds? Where would you find black sesame seeds that effective? Just now I saw several elderly people whose hair was the same, jet black and shiny, not a single white strand. The voices of Zhao Hao and the fat man, who had died tragically, rang out again. Fang Xiu snapped back to reality, his gaze deep and calm, like an unfathomable abyss. He looked around at the villagers who hadn't yet transformed, and a suspicion formed in his mind. It seemed these villagers would live ordinary lives as long as their true nature remained undiscovered. This time, he decided against taking action against the villagers. It would be pointless. They were all spectral slaves, and slaughtering every last one wouldn't resolve this supernatural incident. The only way to truly end it was to find the original monstrous entity itself. Clearly, the eerie entity at the bottom of the lake wasn't its true form, but rather a puppet akin to the villagers, controlled by the hair. Yet with so many puppets under its command, why didn't this entity simply eliminate them directly? Why instead lure them to Blackwater River and let that puppet corpse of a woman strike? Could it be? Was this entity deliberately diverting attention, making them mistakenly believe the female corpse was the source, so that after eliminating her, they'd assume the mission accomplished and return to report? But if that were truly the case, a new question arises. Then what's the explanation for the Special Operations Squad being controlled? The first time, all of us died under the gunfire of the Special Operations team. If the supernatural entity's goal was to kill us, it could have easily done so with its hundreds of ghost servants that night at the village chief's house, making any further action completely unnecessary. Moreover, this entity's methods of controlling the villagers and the Special Operations team were clearly different. It controlled the villagers through their hair. Each person had its hair inside them, but none of the Special Operations team members did. The two events were starting to contradict each other. Fang Xiu vaguely sensed that there might be some crucial secret hidden within, but with too little information, he couldn't piece it together yet. Logically speaking, the investigation should perhaps begin with the female corpse. Who was that female corpse? How did she die? Why did the unseen horror behind all this still control her despite being submerged in water? Simply solving these questions would unravel the threads and reveal the source of the paranormal horror. But Fang Xiu wasn't planning to play by the usual rules. Finding out the truth is a detective's job. His business is killing the supernatural, not burying it. Fang Xiu took out the encrypted bureau phone and began dialing. Su Kurson, tell the Special Ops Squad to turn around immediately. Head to the nearest gas station and buy all their gasoline and diesel. With that, he hung up without another word. Xinling Xue and the others immediately looked at him in surprise. Brother Xiu, what do you need gasoline for? Zhao Hao asked curiously. I have my own uses for it, Fang Xiu replied calmly. After making the arrangements, Fang Xiu once again followed the same procedure as before. The only difference this time was that instead of killing the man and woman, he drove them away. As for the special operations team, Fang Xiu had them set up the water pumps and dig the drainage ditches before quickly leaving, avoiding any chance of being controlled. After observing a few times, he roughly understood how to drain the Blackwater River and could handle it himself. After working for a long while in draining the river, the hair ghost reappeared, and Xinling Xue engaged in a fierce battle with it. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu began inspecting the gasoline and diesel supplies. The special operations team was highly responsible, carrying out orders to the letter. They brought nearly 100 barrels of gasoline and diesel. By this time, Xinling Xue had already ended the battle, successfully burning that mass of hair into ashes. Mission accomplished. We can prepare to go back. Not yet, Fang Xiu shook his head. That was just the anomaly's avatar. The real one is still hiding in Blackwater Village. Xinling Xue froze for a moment before tactfully asking, you sensed it? More than that, every villager in Blackwater Village has become that anomalous entity's enslaved spirit. There isn't a single living person left anymore. Right now, our only option is to locate the source ghost to completely resolve this incident. Fang Xiu calmly uttered these bone-chilling words. Chapter 74, Do you really think I'm the type who doesn't value human lives? What? Xinling Xue and the others instantly turned pale with fright. Are you sure you didn't misperceive? My perception is never wrong. Fang Xiu, if what you say is true, then this anomaly is likely Class B. This is no ordinary anomaly we can handle. The best course now is to report to the Investigation Bureau and wait for reinforcements, Xinling Xue said gravely. Fang Xiu glanced at her. How many spiritual masters does the Bureau have in total? A dozen or maybe 20? And how many of them are novices? With this handful of people responsible for all the paranormal incidents in Green Ten City, how long do you think it'll take for headquarters to send backup? Even if headquarters can't send reinforcements right now, the best course of action is to go back. I absolutely won't allow you to take this risk. Hearing this, the clueless fat man nearby kept giving them both a knowing look, even nudging Zhao Hao and whispering, Hey, I feel like there's something shady going on between these two. Xinling Xue clearly cares about Fang Xiu in a not-so-generic way. Zhao Hao, who knew the inside story, merely rolled his eyes without saying a word. Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't heed Xinling Xue's advice. Although the anomalies in Blackwater Village were powerful, he felt capable of handling them. When facing supernatural entities, he would only retreat temporarily if encountering those with overwhelming power, the kind that couldn't be defeated no matter how many death reversals he attempted, like his wife. Otherwise, he would persistently confront them until death, never yielding. Having already died twice in Blackwater Village, this grudge must be settled. Ritian, take Fatty and step away for a bit. I need to speak privately with Xinling Xue. Got it, Brother Xiu. Zhao Hao responded, immediately pulling Fatty aside as he departed. Fatty, meanwhile, wore an expression that said I knew it, told you guys were hiding something. After the two had left, Fang Xiu calmly said, there's no need to report to the higher-ups. I've already foreseen the outcome. Xinling Xue gave him a surprised look. What's the outcome like? Complete victory, of course. The Blackwater Village incident will be successfully resolved. Are you sure? Xinling Xue voiced her doubt, as she recalled Fang Xiu's performance during the mental contamination test. Fang Xiu was the type of person who would risk his life without hesitation to eliminate the supernatural. Has my precognition ever been wrong up until now? Well, no, never wrong, but there are no buts. You only get one life. Do you think I'm the kind of person who disregards their own safety without absolute certainty? These words moved Xinling Xue. Indeed, in her eyes, Fang Xiu was absolutely the type of person who remained calm in every situation, never acted impulsively, and always planned carefully before acting. Sometimes even she, a seasoned spirit master, had to admit that her psychological resilience was slightly inferior to Fang Xiu's. At that moment, Xinling Xue's peripheral vision caught sight of the large barrel filled with gasoline. Suddenly realizing something, she blurted out, You didn't buy the gasoline to burn the village down, did you? Fang Xiu nodded and said with perfect calmness, correct. Blackwater Village no longer has any reason to exist. Fang Xiu finished speaking and turned to leave without giving Shenling Xue any time to decide. Hey, you. Shenling Xue opened her mouth but ultimately couldn't find the words to say. Mainly because every move Fang Xiu made was always so utterly unpredictable. This was the first time she'd ever seen a spirit master resolve a supernatural incident in such a manner. If the spirits hide in the river, then drain the river dry. If the entire village is filled with spirit slaves, then burn the village down. This method is truly astonishing. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove near the Blackwater village, the male and female travelers and windbreakers who had appeared earlier were now both kneeling on the ground, their expressions dull and their eyes vacant. If they had seemed somewhat human before, now they gave the impression of nothing more than two puppets being controlled. And standing prominently before them was an alluring woman clad in a sable coat over a wine-red gown. The wine-red gown was long, but so was its slit, through which glimpses of a slender, pale leg could be seen. The woman in the wine-red dress eyed the two kneeling figures thoughtfully. It took so much effort to get you two puppets to plant seeds within the special operations team. I thought we could manipulate them into killing Shenling Xue and the others amidst the chaos, yet who would have guessed that Fang Xiu, that brat, would just send the special operations team straight back. Was it unintentional, or had he noticed something? Either way, Fang Xiu isn't simple. Since the bronze candlestick is with him, it most likely means he killed Lin Xiang. To possess the strength to kill Lin Xiang yet only be a newly promoted spirit master, he must have secrets. As she spoke, the woman in the wine-red dress sighed. My life is so hard. I thought I could finish them off quickly, but now I have to find another opportunity. How much longer must I stay in these deep mountains and old forests? Tell me, why can't Fang Xiu and the others just immediately die? She asked the two kneeling figures, but they remained motionless as wooden statues, neither moving nor responding. You're really pissing me off now. Come over here and help me vent. Yes, master. The two replied lifelessly. Then the woman stood up and walked toward the woman in the wine-red dress. Thump! That woman actually lowered herself onto all fours, supporting her body with hands and knees, her back forming a flat surface parallel to the ground, transforming into a human-shaped seat. The woman in the wine-red dress elegantly smoothed the fabric behind her, letting it cling to the curves of her hips before gracefully taking her seat. Once settled, she parted her legs slightly, revealing a slender, porcelain-smooth thigh through the slit of her skirt. At that moment, the man who had been kneeling on the floor stirred. Raising his head, he began crawling toward her step by step, as if scrambling through a dog's passageway. The time quickly arrived at 9 in the evening. Fang Xiu and the others took advantage of the darkness, hiding on the outskirts of Heishui village. He hadn't chosen to act during the day, as it would have been far too easy to be spotted. Instead, he deliberately waited until nightfall, when the villagers had returned to their homes to sleep, before making his move. With little entertainment in the mountains, the villagers adhered to an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. By this hour, around 9 o'clock, hardly anyone remained outside. Split up and douse the entire village with gasoline, Fang Xiu commanded. Got it, brother Xiu. Zhao Hao and the others each grabbed 2 gasoline cans and began their operation under cover of darkness. Fang Xiu wasn't idle either, he joined in spreading the fuel everywhere. Since this entity enjoys acting so much, let's give it a grand fireworks show. 1 hour later, the time reached 10 p.m. The perimeter of every house in Blackwater village had been doused with gasoline. Fortunately, the mountainous chill prevented it from evaporating too quickly. Ling Xue Shen, light it up. Chapter 75, Victory is mine. Shenling Xue hesitated slightly, but ultimately chose to trust Fang Xiu. She extended a pale and slender finger, and with a soft puff, a small flame appeared at her fingertip. With a flick of her finger, the tiny flame instantly landed on the gasoline. Boom! The gasoline was instantly ignited, and towering flames erupted violently, presenting a spectacular fire show before everyone's eyes in mere seconds. Trees, houses, chicken coops, firewood piles, all were mercilessly devoured by the raging fire. Under the illumination of the towering inferno, the entire Blackwater village became as bright as day for a moment. As waves of scorching heat assaulted them, Fang Xiu and the others instinctively stepped back. Xiu, brother Xiu, are all the villagers of Heishui village really ghost slaves? If your senses are wrong, we've committed an unforgivable crime, Lu Shui asked nervously. Fang Xiu ignored him, calmly watching the burning Heishui village, the flames reflecting in his pitch-black pupils, flickering continuously. Don't you think it's too quiet? Zhao Hao seemed to realize something. Logically, if the villagers were normal people, why hasn't there been a single scream during this fire? They haven't even come out of their houses? At this moment, the entire Blackwater village was completely engulfed in a sea of flames. Suddenly, an extremely suppressed and deep roar erupted from the fiery blaze. The sound was so piercing that even though Fang Xiu and the others were far away, their eardrums ached from the intensity. You deserve to die. In an instant, a sharp female voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Boom! A house in the northwest corner of Heishui village suddenly exploded, sending countless sparks flying in an instant. Finally decided to show yourself? A flash of excited bloody light flickered in Fang Xiu's right eye. Amidst the backdrop of the blazing firelight, a young woman slowly emerged from the ruins. She was gaunt with rough skin, a large black birthmark covering her left cheek, dressed in a red floral-patterned blouse that made her look like a peasant girl, yet her silver-white hair cascaded down to her waist, creating a stark and unsettling contrast. As she appeared, an eerie, chilling aura began to spread, so bitterly cold that it seemed to outweigh even the roaring flames, dropping the temperature by several degrees. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised at the sight of this unfamiliar silver-haired woman. Had the mastermind behind all this been someone like the village chief or Wang Fugue, then he might have been taken aback. After all, if the true culprit had decided to remain hidden, the wisest move would naturally be to stay out of sight, avoiding any chance of slipping up. Unlike TV dramas where the murderer hangs around you every day just begging to be noticed, isn't that just giving the protagonist opportunities to spot the abnormality? I never intended to kill you all, but you dared to destroy my home, so you deserve to die. The silver-haired woman's words acted like some sort of signal. In the next moment, from within the fire-engulfed houses emerged one villager after another. The villagers' bodies were entirely engulfed in flames, their skin long burnt to a crisp, revealing equally charred hair beneath. That hair burned continuously, yet kept growing back in an endless cycle. They silently shrieked, like tortured souls writhing in hell. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised by what he saw, he had already guessed it. Ordinary flames couldn't kill these ghostly servants, only inflict some damage on them. Though the hair that made up the eerie slaves appeared delicate, each strand's weight was comparable to steel wire. The ghostly slaves gathered around the silver-haired woman like loyal guards protecting their queen. At that moment, the silver-haired woman raised her hand toward the Blackwater River, releasing a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Splashes and crashes echoed as waves churned violently from the river's direction. In the next instant, a shocking sight unfolded. A towering wave, over 10 meters high, surged from the Blackwater River as if pulled by some mystical force, rushing straight toward Blackwater Village. Splash! The colossal wave came crashing down like a gigantic palm, instantly extinguishing the towering flames of Blackwater Village. The fires on those eerie slaves were also extinguished, though by now they had completely lost any semblance of humanity, retaining only the outline of human figures. Their entire bodies were covered in hair, pitch black from head to toe, resembling mummies, except what shrouded them weren't bandages, but strands of hair. Seeing this scene, Xinling Xue was astonished because she had just distinctly sensed the powerful spiritual fluctuation emanating from the silver-haired woman. She's not a supernatural entity. She's a spirit master. A second-tier spirit master. That water control earlier was her ability, Xinling Xue exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing these words, the faint crimson glow that had begun to rise in Fang Xiu's right eye instantly extinguished, like a furnace about to ignite suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. She's a spirit master? Then what about those hair thralls? What's going on? Zhao Hao asked in disbelief. She is indeed a soul master, but her hair is haunted. If I'm not mistaken, this hair specter should be a possessing type entity. It has attached itself to this person, Xinling Xue explained. As Fang Xiu listened, the crimson glow in his right eye began to rise faintly once more. He was gradually piecing together the full picture. That first night, the silver-haired woman had deliberately lured everyone to Blackwater River, using her hydrokinetic abilities to control the dark waters, then employing the hair specter's power to manipulate the female corpse. Kill them! At the silver-haired woman's command, hundreds of ghostly slaves around her roared and charged toward the crowd. Mommy, help! She, they outnumber us. Should we retreat first? Fang Xiu, didn't you say we were certain to win? Where's this advantage you promised? Xinling Xue asked anxiously. Although confident in her own abilities, facing a second-tier spirit master along with hundreds of ghost slaves wasn't a matter of confidence anymore, it was a question of survival. Such an overwhelmingly powerful force. Looking across the entire investigation bureau, probably only Captain Yang Ming and Vice Captain Bai Qi would be capable of handling such a threat. Facing the charge of hundreds of eerie slaves, Fang Xiu showed not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, he grinned chillingly, the advantage is mine. Xinling Xue froze. Fang Xiu, this is no time for jokes, you just need to hold off these ghostly servants, so I can get close to that silver-haired woman. In fact, the most correct course of action at this moment would be to kill myself and trigger a death reload. Since the identity of the eerie figure is already known, one could proceed cautiously and bide their time to covertly execute a decapitation tactic, such as arranging for heavy weaponry to deliver a sudden blow to the silver-haired woman without her knowledge. The supernatural beings are hard to kill with heavy weaponry, but the silver-haired woman is only human. This is indeed the optimal solution. But, Fang Xiu had no intention of doing so, because that would be far too dull. His battle was never against just a single anomaly, but against all the anomalies in the entire world. Powerful anomalies are everywhere. If you always take the shortcut, how can you temper your spirit between life and death? How can you grow stronger rapidly? now is truly the strongest state of the silver-haired woman, a second-tier spirit master with 100 ghost slaves and even a Class B hair ghost. But so what? If you choose to fight, then fight her at her strongest. Fight the best to be the best. If you can't even manage this much, how can you make all the world's horrors suffer? Chapter 76. Damn it, you bitch. Do you think I don't exist? Last time when surrounded by the ghostly minions, Fang Xiu had no intention of fighting head-on since the mastermind hadn't shown itself. Battling to the end wouldn't have harmed a single hair on them. But now things were different. The mastermind had finally appeared, and at last, he could unleash his full fury without restraint. As the sinister slaves drew closer, Fang Xiu finally pulled out his scalpel and gave Lu Shuai a slash. Ah, what are you doing? Lu Shuai clutched his bleeding palm, unable to stop shouting. Here. Fang Xiu directly tossed the bronze candlestick to him. Lu Shuai reflexively caught it. What is this? Shen Lingshue's pupils suddenly constricted by her side. This is a cursed artifact. This cursed artifact uses spiritually infused blood as fuel. Once lit, it can ward off the supernatural. Fatty, since you've got blood to spare, you'll be the one to carry it. Is this why you suddenly stabbed me? Lu Shuai exclaimed in disbelief. He muttered a complaint, then obediently gripped the bronze candlestick with his bloodied left hand. The moment his blood touched the bronze surface, the candlestick seemed to come alive. The bronze patterns on it began to writhe slowly. Countless lines twisted and coiled until they merged gradually into a grotesque gaping maw. The massive jaws clamped down fiercely, sucking greedily at the fat man's bleeding hand, startling him badly. As the blood continued to flow, the bronze candlestick unexpectedly ignited without a flame. A ghostly green candlelight flickered to life, its eerie glow slowly enveloping everyone present. The candlelight was eerily cold, carrying with it a biting chill. At this moment, hundreds of enslaved wraiths had already rushed right before the group. Zhao Hao immediately shrunk behind Lu Shuai in terror. Fatso, it's all up to you. The fat man trembled uncontrollably, his face deathly pale, too terrified to utter a single word. His grip on the bronze candlestick tightened so hard that veins bulged across his hand. The next moment, the ghostly slaves charged into the eerie green candlelight with furious roars. Sizzle! Countless ear-piercing sizzles erupted as the sinister candlelight, like sulfuric acid, madly corroded the bodies of the ghostly slaves. The strands of hair composing them began to twist, warp, and emit black smoke. Not only that, as these ghostly slaves ventured deeper into the candlelight's reach, their movements grew increasingly sluggish, their speed visibly diminishing. It was clear the candlelight inflicted significant damage and impeded their progress. Shen Lingxue and the others were instantly overjoyed, never expecting the bronze candlestick to be so effective. However, Lu Shuai couldn't laugh now, as the color was visibly draining from his face at a rapid pace. Even his plump lips were turning pale. Quickly move. I can't hold on for much longer. Swish! A silver flash streaked through the air as Fang Xiu cleanly severed a marionette's head with practiced ease. Shen Lingxue also sprang into action, flames gathering intensely in her palms as she continuously blasted the marionettes with fiery attacks. This time, the two fought with remarkable ease. Under the influence of the bronze candlestick's glow, the marionettes moved sluggishly, their hair-like filaments losing even their inherent toughness, reduced to nothing more than moving targets. The marionettes attempted to activate their skills, seeking to manipulate the fibrous growths covering their bodies for the same overwhelming hair assault they'd used during the previous Deathloop encounter. But bathed in the bronze candlestick's radiance, the filaments that normally defied gravity withered and corroded the moment they left the creatures' bodies, rendering any coordinated attack impossible. Thus, using the bronze candlestick as their guide, the group advanced step by step toward the silver-haired woman. However, this ease couldn't last long, because Lu Shuai's health was plummeting at a terrifying rate. The bronze candlestick's peculiar trait was that the stronger the supernatural entity encountered, the greater the toll it took. Though these ghostly thralls weren't individually powerful, their sheer numbers overwhelmed them. At that moment, Lu Shuai felt as if he had donated blood 3 times in an hour, earning 3 certificates of honor. His head spun and his vision darkened under the weight of this tripled glory. At that moment, Zhao Hao cut his palm and snatched the bronze candlestick. Fatty, take a rest for now, I'll handle this. Fang Xiu noticed their situation and immediately commanded, Shen Lingxue, clear the way. Shen Lingxue also recognized the urgency. Her only task now was to follow Fang Xiu's instructions precisely to create an opening for him. Though unsure of what he intended to do, the only option now was to trust him. She abruptly spread her hands wide, her eyes blazing as if with fire. Around her, the temperature suddenly surged, creating an almost furnace-like sensation in the air. The next instant, 2 searingly intense flames manifested in her palms. The fire gradually swirled upward, transforming into rivers of flame that rose from her hands and converged above her head. Finally, above Shen Lingxue's head formed an enormous fireball radiant and blazing like a miniature sun. Amidst the towering flames, Shen Lingxue's hair danced wildly, her fair and delicate features gleaming brilliantly in the darkness, giving off the illusion of a flame goddess. Cradling a miniature sun in one hand, she solemnly declared to Fang Xiu, "This is all I can do. Whatever you plan next, you must succeed. With a commanding shout, she raised the miniature sun, ready to hurl it. You damned anomalies, get ready to crash. A ton of cold water suddenly poured from the sky, instantly extinguishing Shenlingshua's miniature sun and drenching her to the bone. Caught off guard, Shenlingshua's delicate frame was slammed violently to the ground. Her once floating hair now hung limp, her pristine sportswear was sullied with mud, and her carefully applied makeup smeared. The worst part was that she had landed face first, plunging directly into the dirt where soil mixed with water to form thick sludge. As a result, her face was inevitably smeared with muddy filth, as if coated with a layer of algae mud facial mask. At this moment, the silver-haired woman's gloomy voice rang out, "Damn bitch, do you think I don't exist?" Perhaps because the silver-haired woman was born ugly, she held a particular grudge against Shenlingshue. People say water and fire counteract each other, but whether water overcomes fire or fire overcomes water depends entirely on which force is stronger. Clearly, the silver-haired woman, being a second-tier spirit master, was more powerful than Shenlingshue. Moreover, since the silver-haired woman was a spiritual master, the bronze candlestick couldn't block her attack. "You damn bitch, how dare you!" Shenlingshue was furious. Never in her life had she been in such a humiliating situation. Struggling fiercely, she tried to rise from the muddy water. Splash! Another ton of water came crashing down from above, slamming her violently back onto the ground. The scene suddenly took on a somewhat ridiculous tone. "I must kill." Crash! Chapter 77, The Hour Has Come. Giggle giggle. The silver-haired woman suddenly erupted into eerie laughter, as if seeing the beauty in such disarray brought her immense delight. Perhaps that saying holds true. Why should you remain unstained by dust? Why should you stay pristine white from head to toe? Don't sit upon that lofty pedestal, you must fall plummet straight into the grime. While the two women were passionately engaged, Fang Xiu didn't stand by watching the spectacle. Instead, he continuously struck down the ghostly slaves swarming around them. In mere moments, he'd slain over a dozen of these spectral minions, yet they'd advanced scarcely a few meters. The situation grew dire. The bronze candlestick's emerald glow now resembled an enormous glass dome encasing Fang Xiu's group. They forged ahead beneath this translucent shield, but with Shenlingshua's collapse, their progress in eliminating the ghost slaves slowed dramatically. So many enslaved spirits had gathered around that they were now completely surrounded. Zhao Hao's health was nearly depleted, his body swaying unsteadily until Lu Shuai beside him propped him up. Fang Xiu watched all this calmly, fully aware that their team was nearing their breaking point. Shenlingshue had been slammed into the ground, while Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai had lost too much blood. After killing over a dozen of these horrors, his spiritual energy had already been halved. Fang Xiu could no longer afford to casually expend his spiritual energy now, as he needed to preserve it to activate his blood pupils. His original plan had been to let Zhao Hao and the others clear a path using the bronze candlestick and Shenlingshue's flaming attacks, allowing him to successfully approach the silver-haired woman before activating blood pupils for a decapitation strike. But currently remaining dozens of meters away from the silver-haired woman, this distance made blood pupils activation completely impossible. Blood eyes are a spiritual shockwave, but spiritual energy simply can't propagate that far if the distance is too great. It might sound somewhat useless, but there's no denying the formidable power of blood eyes. Blood eyes evolved from Lin Xiang's mutation, advancing into the second-tier category. So as long as he gets close, blood eyes will undoubtedly inflict damage on the silver-haired woman. At that moment, Fang Xiu could take advantage of her brief unconsciousness to finish her off with a single knife strike. With the power of pain, even a second-tier spirit master could be killed in one hit. After killing the silver-haired woman, he could then fully indulge in the pleasure of torturing and slaughtering the hair anomaly. It's just a pity that plans never keep up with changes. From the moment the mastermind appeared, the scales of victory began to tip. At first, everyone believed the mastermind to be a supernatural entity, but no one expected it would be a fusion of both the supernatural and the spirit masters. When these two combined forces, the result was far greater than the sum of their parts. Just as Fang Xiu was contemplating whether to choose death and restart through reincarnation or risk it all by using the trump card of his scalpel, a confident, sunny, and magnetic voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Brother Xiu, excuse me." Fang Xiu slightly furrowed his brows, surprised to find a stranger who had appeared behind him unnoticed. "Since when?" Turning his head, he saw a man standing there, about 1.85 meters tall, with sharp, refined features, fair skin, slick back hair, and a model-like physique, smiling as he surveyed the surrounding ghost slaves. Though the man's smile was faint, it radiated confidence and warmth. A mere faint smile, yet it seemed to dispel the surrounding gloom and terror, radiating a force compelling conviction. A perfectly sunny and cheerful big boy. They say the ultimate destination of hairstyles is the slick-back look, and it's no exaggeration. A slick-back hairstyle is notoriously hard to pull off. If you're handsome, it enhances your aura, but if you're not, it only makes you look worse. The man before me was the former. His slick-back hair didn't give off the slightest hint of greasiness. On the contrary, it exuded nothing but elegance. Looking at the sunny, cheerful young man before him, A flicker of confusion flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes. Why does this guy look so much like Zhao Hao, but Zhao Hao in his ultimate form? And he just called me Brother Xiu too. Fang Xiu suddenly recalled Zhao Hao's ability. After 11 p.m. daily, he would grow taller, more handsome, gain muscle mass, with slightly enhanced physical attributes, primarily strengthening his sexual prowess. This made him instinctively look down at the cheerful boy below, noticing it was indeed bulging heavily, far larger than Zhao Hao's used to be. That one glance alone was enough for Fang Xiu to conclude, the person before him was undoubtedly Zhao Hao. The main reason was that Zhao Hao's sex appeal ability was simply too striking, making people inadvertently overlook his earlier claims. Now, witnessing Zhao Hao's transformation, he realized the guy hadn't been lying, he truly had the makings of a top-tier male escort. His ability shouldn't be called sex appeal ability, it should be renamed Escort King Transformation. Tian? The sunshine-bright young man's lips curled into a charming smile. It's me. Brother Xiu, I know you're very surprised right now, but please don't be too surprised yet, because something even more surprising is coming up. As Zhao Hao spoke, he casually handed the bronze candlestick to Lu Shuai. Then, he stepped past Fang Xiu with steady strides, hands in his pockets, an arrogant look on his face, walking alone toward the ghostly slaves. Though surrounded, he carried himself as if he alone was encircling all the ghostly slaves. Soon, Zhao Hao walked beyond the protective range of the candlelight. The moment he stepped out, the ghostly slaves, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, rushed toward him in a frenzy. At this moment, Zhao Hao finally pulled his hands out of his pockets. He interlaced his fingers and cracked his knuckles, the joints emitting crisp, sharp pops. Facing the oncoming horde of ghostly slaves, he smirked proudly, the hour has come. Before his words even faded, whoosh, Zhao Hao's figure vanished from the spot like a specter, plunging into the crowd of ghostly slaves like a tiger charging down the mountain. His arms shot out like steel pincers, instantly trapping the ghostly slaves on either side. Like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, just one fierce charge sent over 20 ghostly slaves tumbling to the ground. You should know, each of these cursed slaves possesses strength far surpassing ordinary humans, with hair strands composing their bodies comparable to steel wires. Under such formidable strength, unless one was a spirit master with enhancement-type abilities, others could hardly achieve this level of performance. Yet Zhao Hao did it. This charge successfully brought him to the center of the cursed slave horde, where he became like a heavy-duty tank, rampaging freely with unstoppable force. With a single punch, a cursed creature's head instantly exploded, transforming into scattered black hair strands that drifted away in the wind. With a single kick, several eerie creatures were sent flying backward, toppling over like bowling pins. Zhao Hao's combat capability was currently off the charts. At this very moment, Fang Xiu recalled the phone call Zhao Hao had made to him when he first awakened his ability. My ability is that after 11 p.m., I become more handsome and my physical condition improves, I bulk up all over. But the physical enhancement is just a side effect. The strongest part is surname-related ability. Indomitable as a golden spear that could hang 100-pound weight. So, this is the bonus physical attribute? No matter how much a man loves the color yellow, if he awakened this ability, he'd definitely consider the sexual prowess as the secondary bonus first, wouldn't he? This understanding of one's own abilities is seriously skewed. Chapter 78 Save Me, Brother Xiu. As the saying goes, the more someone lacks something, the more they obsess over it, so Fang Xiu suddenly found himself somewhat understanding Zhao Hao's psychology. If even the incidental physical enhancements were this potent, it could only mean Zhao Hao's that ability was even stronger. Maybe those claims about being ironclad and able to support 100-pound weight weren't just boasts. As for Zhao Hao's remark about the hour of Z arriving, that was easy to understand. His ability activated between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., precisely the Z hour period, which also happened to be his daily bedtime fantasy session. This made Fang Xiu secretly wonder, were those instructional videos in Zhao Hao's phone really his entire collection? Could someone actually awaken such abilities just from daily viewings of private tutoring, plumber visits, or convenience store heist films? He strongly suspected that Zhao Hao must have some hidden superhero movies at home, like Superman battling Catwoman, or Batman interrogating Harley Quinn. Lu Shuai stood dumbfounded nearby, staring at Zhao Hao who was demonstrating his extraordinary power. He watched as Zhao effortlessly lifted a ghost slave high above his head, then with a single tear, ripped it cleanly in half. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Zhao Hao's abilities are incredibly powerful. Lu Shuai muttered in a dazed voice. You witnessed Zhao Hao's entire transformation process? Fang Xiu suddenly asked. Lu Shuai swallowed hard and nodded. Just moments ago he was leaning weakly and fearfully against me, but when the clock struck 11, a white light flashed over him and he seemed to become a completely different person, brimming with confidence. Fang Xiu interrupted him. I just want to know one thing, Zhao Hao becoming taller and more handsome can be explained by his abilities, but who can explain to me what's up with his slick back hair? Could his power somehow conjure hair gel out of thin air? Actually, that wasn't hair gel, it was spit. I just saw Zhao Hao spit twice into his hand after transforming, then he smeared it on his head. Fang Xiu, Not far away, Zhao Hao, who was in the midst of battle, seemed to have heard something. His originally handsome and dashing figure nearly stumbled and fell, but he quickly pretended as if nothing had happened and continued fighting. However, his subsequent moves were noticeably harder and far more visually spectacular. The dazzling sight filled Lu Shuai with a whirl of emotions, yet an involuntary tinge of inferiority welled up inside him. So, am I the only useless one in this entire team? Wait, no, at least I've got more blood. Comforting himself with this thought, the chubby guy gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the bronze candlestick, and squeezed harder, trying to wring out more blood so he could shine bright and give off some heat. And then everything went black before his eyes as he fainted from excessive blood loss. As the fat man collapsed, the bronze candlestick rolled from his hands, sparing him from being drained to death. But the bronze candlestick wasn't needed anymore now, because Zhao Hao alone had attracted the attention of all the ghostly slaves. Such massive commotion naturally caught the silver-haired woman's attention. Watching Zhao Hao displaying his formidable power, she couldn't help but frown slightly. It was also because her attention had shifted that Xin Lingshui in the mud pit finally seized the opportunity. Furious, she climbed out of the pit and immediately hurled a blaze of fire upward. Die! Yet the silver-haired woman didn't even glance her way, focusing entirely on Zhao Hao. With a casual wave of her hand, a massive pillar of water descended from the sky and crashed mercilessly onto Xin Lingshui's body. The blaze of Xin Lingshui's arrogance was doused, snapping her out of her delusions about her own strength. She was mercilessly smashed back into the mud pit, several bones shattering from the impact. Xin Lingshui rolled her eyes and passed out cold. From beginning to end, the silver-haired woman didn't even glance at Xin Lingshui. A second-tier water user against a first-tier fire user was essentially natural suppression. After dealing with Xin Lingshui, the silver-haired woman waved her small hand fiercely toward Zhao Hao. The strands of hair he had torn apart began floating up around him, gathering into thin strands that twisted like tiny black snakes. Soon, all these hairs rose into the air. Under the moonlight, billions of strands of hair transformed into a colossal black spiderweb, seemingly blotting out the sky as it fiercely descended upon Zhao Hao. Because the spiderweb's range was immense and completely sealed off Zhao Hao's escape routes, he was instantly ensnared within it. Trapped in the net, Zhao Hao remained utterly unfazed, standing proudly with unshaken confidence. He even deliberately propped up the net with his hand to avoid messing up his slicked-back hair. Do you really think such petty tricks can restrain me? It seems you still don't understand the gap between us. With that, Zhao Hao erupted with sudden force. Under his terrifying strength, the black spiderweb was ripped apart, leaving a gaping hole. Yet at this moment, the silver-haired woman suddenly sneered. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. The torn hair began to visibly regrow at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the damaged parts had completely healed. Zhao Hao's expression instantly darkened. He tore at the hair again, but no matter how fiercely he pulled, the strands would quickly regenerate as if endless. Fuck! Zhao Hao grew frantic, not because he was trapped, but because his earlier boasting had just been mercilessly contradicted, and that infuriated him. He frantically tore at his hair, not noticing the growing pile of broken strands accumulating at his feet. The next moment, those broken strands began to wriggle like tiny tadpoles, madly lunging at Zhao Hao, targeting his eyes, nostrils, mouth, ears, and every orifice on his body. Trapped in the web of hair, Zhao Hao was completely unable to dodge the onslaught of broken strands. In an instant, his face turned pale with terror. Brother Xiao, save me! Swish! A streak of silver light descended from the sky, slicing through the hairnet with lightning speed. It was Feng Xiao. Miraculously, the severed hair did not regenerate, for he had wielded the power of pain. Zhao Hao hastily crawled out from the hairnet, desperately brushing off the broken strands. Once cleared, he stood proudly once more, wearing a cold smirk as if nothing had happened. To think you could push me this far, you should be proud. But this ends now. Zhao Hao let out a roar, then slightly bent his knees and erupted with force. The ground beneath him cracked under two deep footprints as his entire body shot toward the silver-haired woman like a cannonball. The silver-haired woman seemed infuriated by his contempt. With a cold snort, she whipped her head abruptly, sending her silver hair swirling. Like a frigid silver waterfall, her long hair lashed viciously toward Zhao Hao. Bang! Ah! Zhao Hao was instantly sent flying backward at an even greater speed than before, his entire body crashing into the forest. He plowed through countless trees, carving out a long trail before finally coming to a stop. He lay sprawled in a pile of splintered trunks, raising a massive cloud of dust upon impact. It was abundantly clear this was the true strength of the silver-haired woman, completely unlike the puppet-like corpses Zhao Hao had been slaughtering mere moments ago. The difference was in another league altogether. After dealing with Zhao Hao, a fleeting look of satisfaction flashed in the silver-haired woman's eyes. But before her triumphant expression could linger, a sudden, shocking turn of events occurred. Chapter 79 The Puppeteer. A silver gleam, carrying a bone-chilling cold, descended along the moon's radiance. The silver-haired woman instinctively looked up just as Feng Xiao descended from above, gripping a scalpel that radiated an ominous power, thrusting it fiercely towards her. The bright moon hanging high in the sky seemed to become his backdrop, its pure moonlight and the shimmering blade light simultaneously reflecting in the silver-haired woman's eyes. This was precisely the opportunity Fang Xiu had been waiting for. The silver-haired woman lived up to being a Tier 2 spirit master. Though she didn't recognize the scalpel, she could clearly sense the power it contained. With a mere thought, her long silver hair began to move. Like a thick tentacle, it whipped toward Fang Xiu's arm with incredible speed. Fang Xiu's right hand, gripping the scalpel, was instantly clamped as if by iron pliers, completely immobile. The silver strands were far stronger than the black ones. Perhaps to prevent Fang Xiu from reaching for the scalpel with his left hand, another silver filament lashed out, tightly binding it as well. Now, both of Fang Xiu's hands were restrained, leaving him suspended in midair. The silver-haired woman immediately revealed a triumphant smile, just as she was about to savor Fang Xiu's terror and fear, when she suddenly realized that Fang Xiu at this moment was looking down at her like a victor. The cold moonlight cast down, obscuring Fang Xiu's face in shadow, and in the upper right of that shadow, a sinister blood-red eye abruptly lit up. The crimson glow was unnaturally scarlet, exuding an aura of eerie foreboding. "Look into my eyes," a voice as frigid as death whispered in the silver-haired woman's ear. The next instant, their eyes met. A bizarre spiritual fluctuation erupted from those blood-red pupils, instantly shooting into the silver-haired woman's eyes. Buzz! The silver-haired woman's mind was struck as if by a heavy blow. A buzzing filled her head until she rolled her eyes back and fainted outright. As the silver-haired woman lost consciousness, her long silver hair immediately loosened its grip on the restraints against Fang Xiu. The restraints broke, and Fang Xiu fell from midair, thrusting his scalpel once more toward the silver-haired woman's neck. But at that moment, several sharp whistling sounds suddenly came from the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 gleaming silver throwing knives shot toward Fang Xiu in a triangular formation. Faced with these unexpected hidden weapons, Fang Xiu showed no panic. Instead, a faint, cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Finally decided to show yourself? His scalpel instantly changed direction, slicing through the air at incredible speed. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp metallic clangs rang out as the 3 incoming throwing knives snapped cleanly in half. However, the force behind the flying knife also sent him flying several meters away. At this moment, from behind a small hill not far away, 2 women and 2 men slowly emerged. Leading the group was unmistakably the woman in the wine-red dress, followed by the traveling couple and a massively built, black-hooded muscular man over 2 meters tall. Without wasting a single word, the woman in the wine-red dress immediately issued her command, "Kill him." Upon receiving the order, the traveling couple promptly drew their pistols and began firing relentlessly at Fang Xiu. After all, Fang Xiu was still made of flesh and blood. He naturally couldn't withstand bullets head-on, so he immediately dodged and took cover behind a massive boulder. At this distance and with just 2 pistols, it would be quite difficult to hit a spirit master who had awakened 5% of his spiritual prowess. However, the wine-red dressed woman's objective didn't seem to be killing Fang Xiu. Even after he hid behind the boulder, she still didn't order her subordinates to cease fire. Only when they ran out of ammunition did the traveler couple finally stop. They stood there blankly, motionless like puppets, seemingly awaiting new orders. Fang Xiu slowly rose from behind the massive boulder and looked toward the wine-red dressed woman, finally understanding what her aim was. Silver-haired woman. The unconscious silver-haired woman on the ground had somehow been carried away by the 2-meter-tall giant during the chaos. "Quick, bring her to me now," the woman in the wine-red gown exclaimed, her seductive eyes bursting with uncontrollable ecstasy as she watched the giant deliver the silver-haired woman. At last, the silver-haired woman reached her side, and like a madwoman she hurriedly extended her slender, delicate hand adorned with crimson diamond-studded nails. Smack! The woman in the wine-red gown slapped her hand forcefully onto the silver-haired woman's forehead, triggering a bizarre spiritual ripple that wormed its way into her brain like a parasite. The next moment, something astonishing happened. The silver-haired woman, who had been unconscious, suddenly stood up on her own. But now, her eyes were vacant, her body stiff as a puppet's. Thump! The silver-haired woman knelt directly at the feet of the woman in the wine-red gown. "One Ernie pays respects to my master." As she spoke, the silver-haired woman even proactively leaned her face toward the high heels of the wine-red gown woman, planting a gentle kiss on the exposed fair instep of her foot, symbolizing submission. Ha ha ha! The woman in the burgundy gown suddenly burst into a fit of rapturous laughter, her excitement so palpable that even her alluring face flushed crimson like the lingering glow after an intimate moment. A second-tier spirit master, a B-class anomaly. Now they're all mine. With such formidable combat power, once I return, I'll be S-grade. The guild leader shall kneel as M. Ah ha ha ha. Finished laughing? A calm voice abruptly cut through the woman's hysterical glee. Slowly, her laughter subsided. With a sultry gaze that seemed capable of weaving silk, she turned her playful, fluttering eyes toward Fang Xiu and purred, "You're Fang Xiu, yes? You don't seem the least bit surprised to see us appear? It's not surprising that people from the Bright Club would show up. The woman in the burgundy dress grew even more surprised and said with interest, "You know me?" "Puppeteer, Wang Yanran, core member of the Bright Club." Fang Xiu calmly stated her name, information he had previously learned from Lin Xiang, including Wang Yanran's appearance, personality, abilities, status, and more. Although he had never met puppet master Wang Yanran, he could make a good judgment based on the ability she had just demonstrated. In fact, he had already suspected this when the members of the special operations team were being controlled. The silver-haired woman's method of controlling the villagers was noticeably different from how the special operations team had been controlled. The team members didn't have any hair inside their bodies. Moreover, the silver-haired woman was extremely powerful. She could have easily commanded all the supernatural creatures in the village to kill them that very night at the village chief's house, yet she went through the trouble of luring them to Blackwater River instead. This wasn't hard to figure out. The silver-haired woman had never intended to kill them from the beginning. Considering how much she valued Blackwater Village, treating it as her home, it wasn't difficult to deduce her motives. Her goal was likely to create a decoy for them to kill, so she could then return and complete her mission. However, Puppet Master Wang Yanran's interference caused the situation to gradually escalate. Chapter 80, that's it? How could I possibly lose? I never realized I'd become so famous. Wang Yanran chuckled coyly. Fang Xiu, I must thank you properly. If not for your desperate struggle that resulted in knocking out Wang Ernie, I wouldn't have gotten the chance to control a second-tier spirit master. With Wang Ernie under my control, her mystical hair naturally became mine to command. You've truly done me a great service. As thanks, I shall grant you the highest honor. Come kiss my feet, obediently become my puppet, and you may live. Facing Wang Yanran's insult, Fang Xiu remained expressionless as he casually replied, "You talk too much, and you've kept me waiting so long that I began to think you didn't dare show your face." "Oh," Wang Yanran slightly furrowed her delicate brows. "Waiting for me? Don't tell me you were just pretending during your fierce battle with Wang Ernie, all for the purpose of letting me come out and reap the spoils? What else do you expect?" For some reason, as she looked at Fang Xiu's calm face, Wang Yanran suddenly felt an inexplicable anger welling up in her heart. "Ha, handsome boy. I thought you were someone who knew what's what. Turns out you can't even read the situation properly. Your side only has you left with any combat strength, while on my side, I have 2 spirit masters with awakened spirituality over 10%, plus a second-tier spirit master, a B-class aberration, and dozens of aberration thralls. With such an impressive lineup, you're bound to lose." At this point, Wang Yanran seemed to have lost interest in Fang Xiu. She casually waved her hand and commanded, "Kill him." At her order, the few dozen remaining enslaved ghouls roared and charged toward Fang Xiu. Beside her, the towering 2-meter-tall brute also let out a deafening roar as his muscles instantly swelled. Rip! His clothes burst apart, revealing steely gray muscles beneath muscles that shimmered with a metallic luster. Like a colossal tank, he rushed toward Fang Xiu with unstoppable force. Wang Ernie joined this simultaneous attack as well, her countless silver strands of hair transforming into a sky-covering arrow rain that shot straight toward Fang Xiu. Though Wang Yanran appeared dissolute and unrestrained, she was in truth a cautious person. Even though their lineup suggested certain victory, Fang Xiu's eerily calm demeanor still filled her with an inexplicable unease. Thus, the moment she struck, she immediately unleashed her full power, striving to crush all potential threats in their cradle. At that moment, a scene of utter despair unfolded. Under the cold moonlight, Fang Xiu stood alone on the earth, his thin shadow stretched long, while all around him surged enemies like a relentless tide. Dread servants woven entirely from black strands of hair, muscular giants whose flesh gleamed like metal, and an overwhelming storm of silver hair shafts raining from the sky. As for his teammates, Shen Lingxue lay fallen in muddy water, Zhao Hao had been blasted dozens of meters away to parts unknown, and Lu Shuai had lost consciousness from severe blood loss. Faced with such a scene, even a second-stage spirit master would despair and await death. Yet Fang Xiu laughed. The next moment, he channeled his spiritual energy to directly detonate the eerie power stored within the scalpel, a force accumulated from slicing countless supernatural entities. Boom! Countless terrifying, mottled strands of sinister aura erupted from the scalpel, transforming into wisps of black smoke that howled through the air. Each wisp seemed to contain the screaming specter of a dreadful supernatural being. Like coiling black pythons, the dark smoke writhed and churned around Fang Xiu's body before violently surging into him through his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. In an instant, all his facial orifices were stained black. As the sinister energy continued pouring in, his mind grew increasingly twisted, his aura intensified, and his laughter gradually contorted. He. A terrifying, malicious laugh reverberated across the entire space, like the death-seeking wails of ghosts emerging from the depths of the Nine Nether Hell. Is that all? How could I possibly lose? As the eerie power contained within the scalpel surged into Fang Xiu's body, his suppressed psyche finally found release at this moment. Tranquility had always merely been his protective coloration, shielding himself from discovery by those illusory horrors, while madness was his true nature. A sinister, oppressive laughter forced its way from his throat. Now he seemed a completely different person, his body entwined with dark mist, within which countless eerie phantoms faintly coalesced. His unnatural right eye glowed with a crimson sheen, his former tranquility had warped into present madness. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yanran immediately turned pale with shock. Quick, stop him now, he's undergoing distortion. But everything was already too late. Amidst the terrifying, fiendish laughter, Fang Xiu moved. He gripped the gleaming scalpel with one hand, his figure vanishing from sight like a phantom in an instant. Swish! A silver lightning bolt seemed to ignite across the dark land. This streak of lightning traversed the entire battlefield, and by the time Fang Xiu reappeared, he had already reached the opposite end of the combat zone. The ghouls pierced by the silver light froze in place as if someone had hit a pause button. The next moment, a breeze blew, and a dozen ghoul heads thudded to the ground. After their heads fell, the hair comprising their bodies instantly scattered across the floor, then twisted and withered. Then came the overwhelming silver rain of arrows, dense and all-encompassing, seemingly sealing off every possible escape. Yet Fang Xiu's figure dissolved into streaks of black afterimages, continuously weaving and dodging through the silver arrowstorm. His movements were graceful yet lightning fast, his expression frenzied and ferocious like a dark dancer under moonlight, forcibly carving out a sliver of survival from this overwhelming assault. Even as he evaded the arrow rain, the scalpel in his hand flickered incessantly like a scythe of death, ceaselessly reaping the lives of one enslaved specter after another. Within moments, the specters had been slaughtered to the last. What? How is this possible? Wang Yanran paled at this bizarre sight, utterly shocked. He's actually dared to channel such vast, chaotic spectral energy into his own body. He's trying to perish with me. Madman. This man is pure madness. Quick, all of you, attack him now. Wang Yanran directly dispatched Wang Ernie as well, clearly determined to eliminate Fang Xiu once and for all. Even that ordinary traveler couple charged forward, pistols reloaded and ready. But these two died as quickly as they came. Without so much as glancing at them, Fang Xiu kicked up two pieces of gravel from the ground, which embedded themselves in their foreheads like bullets. The couple collapsed stiffly, their eyes wide with fury. Soon Wang Ernie joined the fray. Unleashing her full aura, her silver hair fluttered wildly, growing uncontrollably until it stretched dozens of meters long in mere seconds. The next instant, millions of silver strands entangled together, instantly coalescing into a conical silver spike resembling a scorpion's tail, fiercely piercing toward Fang Xiu's body. Fang Xiu's right eye blazed with crimson light as a savage grin split his face. Facing such a terrifying strike, he neither dodged nor evaded, but instead raised his scalpel straight to meet it. The scene appeared almost comical. On one side, a massive silver spike spanning dozens of meters. On the other, a delicate scalpel less than 20 centimeters long. The two weren't even in the same league. But in the next second, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. Clang! A deafening metallic clang resounded. The petite and seemingly fragile surgical knife effortlessly blocked the massive silver conical spike spanning dozens of meters, preventing it from advancing even an inch. The scene resembled an ant trying to shake a tree or lift an elephant, utterly defying all odds. Seeing this, Wang Yanran in the distance instantly stiffened. Chapter 81. Too weak. Far too weak. This is impossible. To unleash such terrifying supernatural power, it's something no first-level spirit controller could possibly withstand. With that level of sinister energy flooding his body, he should have mutated into a monster immediately. Why hasn't he transformed yet? At that moment, Fang Xiu moved. With a sudden swing of his scalpel, he cleanly sliced off the top of the silver spike in one swift motion, sending strands of silver hair scattering across the floor. One cut followed another. Swish, swish, swish. He kept hacking away relentlessly, his movements suggesting he intended to chop the entire silver spike into tiny segments, much like a chef julienning potatoes. Wang Ernie seemed enraged, continuously brandishing her silver spike and attacking Fang Xiu from all directions, only to find her hair growing shorter with each failed assault. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of scalpels clashing against silver hair grew increasingly frenetic. Too weak, too weak. Why can't you give me more pleasure? A distorted, oppressive voice emanated from Fang Xiu's mouth. His face was now completely shrouded in black mist, twisted beyond recognition, with only a single blood red eye glowing with a sinister crimson radiance, not quite supernatural, yet more terrifying than any supernatural horror. His blade swung faster and faster, nearly reaching Wang Ernie's body with each swipe. Steel slave, kill him now. At that moment, the burly man beside them roared like a furious tiger and pounced towards Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu had been too fast earlier. As a tank-type combatant, he couldn't possibly keep up. But now, after repeatedly slashing through the silver strands, Fang Xiu's speed had slowed. This was the perfect opportunity. Yet just as Steel Slave reached Fang Xiu's side, he raised his right fist like a sledgehammer, aiming to crush his skull with a single blow. To his surprise, Fang Xiu didn't even glance at him. Swish! A silver flash streaked by. A bloody line instantly appeared on Steel Slave's neck. Then, his eyes bulged with fury, veins popped out, and his whole body convulsed as if enduring extreme agony before he stiffly collapsed. Did something just pass by? Came Fang Xiu's puzzled murmur from within the black smoke, before he resumed chopping hair. Wang Yanran was so shocked by what she saw that her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Only she knew that Gang Nu was one of her puppet masters, a spirit master awakened to 15% affinity with abilities that turned his skin as hard as steel. Ordinary aberrations couldn't even scratch him. Because of this ability, Gang Nu's defense, vitality, and strength were all astonishingly formidable. Back when she first puppeteered Gang Nu, Wang Yanran had gone through countless struggles to subdue him. But who would have thought that when facing Fang Xiu, the other party didn't even spare a glance, just a casual wave, and Steel Slave was finished? Actually, it's mainly because Fang Xiu's abilities counter Steel Slave's perfectly. Steel Slave was a classic tank, high defense, massive health pool, and immense strength. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, was a born assassin, high attack, low health, and lightning-fast speed. Logically, when fighters of these two types clash, it should have dragged on for a while. But don't forget, Fang Xiu's attack power is anything but ordinary. His scalpel is indestructible, having sliced through so many supernatural entities in the mental hospital, proof enough of its sharpness. Steel skin might as well be tofu before that blade. Add to that his power of agony, no matter how thick your blood, it guarantees a one-hit kill. That's why Iron Servant died so cleanly. As Fang Xiu kept hacking away, Wang Ernie's silver hair grew shorter, narrowing the distance between them with every strike. At that moment, Wang Ernie let out a furious roar as an intense surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body. In the next second, the earth trembled, and the sound of crashing waves striking the ground echoed continuously. From the direction of the Blackwater River, a nearly 100-meter-long water dragon, entirely condensed from the river's flow, roared as it pounced toward Fang Xiu's back. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Without even turning around, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself into the air. He gracefully traced a crescent arc under the night sky, effortlessly evading the water dragon before landing with ease. Wang Ernie violently gestured with both hands, and the water dragon abruptly changed direction, hurtling toward Fang Xiu with vicious force. A ferocious grin twisted Fang Xiu's lips as his figure turned ghost-like, charging straight toward the water dragon. At the moment of collision, he leapt lightly, narrowly dodging the dragon's impact and landing squarely on its head. Without pausing, he sprinted wildly along its back. Even on the watery dragon's body, he moved as if on solid ground, his surgical knife flipping deftly into a reverse grip. The pure moonlight glinted off the blade as he ran, trailing a long silver afterimage through the night sky. In just an instant, he had already dashed from the dragon's head to its tail. His target was clearly Wang Ernie, who stood not far from the tail. Since Wang Ernie had already become a puppet at this point, her face showed no hint of emotion, but Wang Yanran, watching from a distance, was nearly scared out of her wits. She had just witnessed the scalpel's terrifying power. It had killed Steel Slave, renowned for his physique, in one strike. Though Wang Ernie was a second-tier spirit master, in terms of raw physical durability, she couldn't compare to Steel Slave at all. If even Steel Slave fell so easily, once that scalpel got close to Wang Ernie, she'd undoubtedly meet the same fate, a single slash to oblivion. This was something Wang Yanran couldn't accept. After all, this was a puppet she had just acquired, and such a powerful one at that. If it fell into Fang Xiu's hands, it would probably haunt her for the rest of her life. Of course, besides that, if Wang Ernie, their strongest fighter, were to die, she herself wouldn't be far from death either. So, just as Fang Xiu was frantically closing the distance, Wang Yanran and Wang Ernie struck simultaneously. Wang Yanran lifted the slit of her wine-red gown, revealing a row of gleaming silver throwing knives strapped to the smooth skin of her thigh. These throwing knives are all forged from soul steel. Though not 100% pure, each blade contains at least 50% soul steel. The reason for crafting throwing knives from soul steel is that her puppet mastery allows her to control not only people but also objects. However, since inanimate objects cannot channel spiritual energy, only by incorporating soul steel, which enables spirit conduction, can she manipulate them. Thus, these throwing knives serve as her sole combat capability aside from puppetry. Due to the nature of her abilities, she has never excelled in direct frontal confrontations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several whooshing sounds echoed as over a dozen flying knives traced graceful arcs, curving through the air from different directions under the control of the puppet's ability, all aimed squarely at Fang Xiu. Wang Ernie attacked simultaneously. Her silver hair erupted violently, lengthening like countless steel needles that blotted out the sky as they pierced toward Fang Xiu. In that instant, nearly every possible space around Fang Xiu was sealed off. Attacks bore down from all sides, cutting off his retreat and extinguishing all hope of survival. Yet in the very next moment, something miraculous unfolded. Fang Xiu moved, his figure ghost-like as it darted and weaved through the confined space. The dark energy swirling around his body surged along with him, transforming him into little more than a black afterimage, rendering his form nearly invisible to the naked eye. For a split second, all attacks missed their mark. Whether it was the razor-sharp flying daggers or the needle-like hairpins, each grazed past Fang Xiu by the narrowest of margins. It was as if he could foresee every move, no matter how dense or swift the barrage. He effortlessly found the gaps between them, dancing through the onslaught with graceful poise. Against those assaults he truly couldn't evade, he merely flicked the scalpel in his hand and, under the cover of night, turned it into streaks of silver light, slicing through every attack with effortless ease. What had once been a battlefield of deadly peril had now become a stage for his solitary, mesmerizing dance. Chapter 82. I know everything. How is this possible? This wasn't the first time Wang Yanran had uttered these words, yet she still couldn't help gasping in shock. Fang Xiu seemed capable of shattering her understanding with every new revelation. Too slow. So this is all a second-level spirit guardian can do? Seems like the 200 spirit coins I spent hiring assassins were completely wasted. Fang Xiu's distorted, oppressive voice came through gaps in the attacks. Perhaps driven by sheer boredom, he abruptly swung a scalpel, releasing a blinding silver flash that momentarily outshone the moonlight. The silver light transformed into a soaring ribbon, slicing through all attacks and forcibly cleaving open a gap. Fang Xiu darted through the opening like a phantom, flickering across the night sky before reappearing behind Wang Ernie, where a gleaming scalpel now rested lightly against her throat. No! Wang Yanran turned pale with fright at this sight, but Fang Xiu simply stared coldly at her, grinning viciously before making a light slash. A wound instantly appeared on Wang Ernie's neck, yet instead of blood, it was densely packed with silver hair. It was clear that as the host of the hair specter, she had long been eroded into something inhuman. Yet whether human or supernatural, all creatures are equal in their suffering. Bang! Wang Ernie's body collapsed with a thud. As she fell, the roaring water dragon shattered into a downpour that rained upon the earth. The silver hair that had been dancing wildly through the air swiftly contracted, returning to its original form. After dealing with Wang Ernie, there was no trace of joy in Fang Xiu's eyes, only deep dissatisfaction. Why were there no screams? No agonized wails? The next second, as if realizing something, he tilted his head slightly and fixed his eerie blood-red pupils directly on Wang Yanran. His voice twisted with suppressed malice as he said, I understand now, it's because you turned her into a puppet. In that case, you'll have to bear my suffering in her stead. Under the cold moonlight, Fang Xiu, shrouded in black mist, advanced step by step toward Wang Yanran. This time his pace was slow, yet each footfall seemed to land directly on her heart, sending an inexplicable tightness through her chest with every step. Wang Yanran finally understood what it meant to plummet from heaven into hell. The euphoria of obtaining a second-tier B-grade spectral puppet had vanished without a trace, now she simply wanted to survive. At last, she realized why Fang Xiu had said her group had finally appeared. He had truly been waiting all along, waiting for all the masterminds behind the scenes to reveal themselves before sweeping them up in a single strike. Yet the one thing she still couldn't comprehend was how Fang Xiu could endure such immense and chaotic supernatural power, as if being simultaneously possessed by dozens of supernatural entities yet still retain his sanity without undergoing violent mutation. It seemed utterly unbelievable. Seeing Fang Xiu draw nearer, Wang Yanran didn't choose to flee. She knew all too well that escape was certain death against his ghostly speed, but if she knelt and begged for mercy now, there might still be a sliver of hope. This wasn't a tactic she hadn't used before, especially effective against men, as few could resist a delicate, coquettish beauty. Of course, she'd encountered men of stronger will before. Such men usually pretended to spare her life, claiming one romp to bury the hatred, only to prepare to kill her in their post-coital clarity. But by then it would be too late, because the other party had already become a puppet. Not running? Fang Xiu had already positioned himself beside Wang Yanran by then, his towering frame blocking the moonlight as his descending shadow engulfed her. Tendrils of black mist coiled and rose from his body, within which one could faintly discern countless sinister entities howling and struggling. Wang Yanran was utterly terrified by this sight. She couldn't be sure whether her previously infallible pleading tactics would still work, because the man before her was unlike any other man she'd ever known. Thump! Wang Yanran's long, fair legs instantly buckled as she dropped to her knees. Her smooth knees were immediately smeared with mud, the contrast between black and white strikingly obvious. Her charming face filled with pitiful fear, her eyes rimmed red as glistening teardrops seemed to hover on the brink of falling. Please don't kill me, she begged. I was just following orders, it was the president of the Bright Club who sent me. A sinister grin curled at Fang Xiu's lips. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to pour my pain into you, that's all. Pain? Pour into? Wang Yanran froze momentarily. Was this some newly coined internet slang for that sort of thing? If so, was there hope? She immediately clutched the hem of Fang Xiu's pants, her face brimming with pleading submissiveness. As long as you spare me, you can do anything you want with me. She tilted her chin up, her seductive face brimming with an air of pitiful vulnerability, yet laced with a hint of temptation. Yet Fang Xiu remained utterly unmoved. Instead, upon hearing Wang Yanran's words, a fierce crimson glow surged in his right eye, and the grin on his lips grew increasingly sinister. You said it yourself. As he spoke, Fang Xiu raised the scalpel. The shadow cast by his arm and the blade fell across Wang Yanran's face, eerily reminiscent of a mantis raising its forelimbs. Wang Yanran's expression instantly shifted. She realized she had misunderstood. Pain and injection were nothing like what she had imagined. The scalpel had already reached her neck. No, please don't, I beg you. I know I was wrong. As long as you don't kill me, I promise I'll give you pleasure beyond your wildest dreams. I can do anything. I'll definitely satisfy you. If you don't believe me, you can try first. Kill me anytime if you're not satisfied. As she spoke, Wang Yanran fixed her limpid autumn water eyes on Fang Xiu, her gaze brimming with tenderness and allure. Many men had told her that the most captivating part of her was these very eyes. No man could resist their gaze. She believed Fang Xiu would be no exception. Sure enough, under the spell of those eyes, Fang Xiu's originally ferocious expression gradually softened, and the dark aura surrounding him slowly dissipated. Fang Xiu gazed intently into Wang Yanran's eyes, his look brimming with an unusual infatuation as he even reached out to gently touch her smooth cheek. Wang Yanran's heart leaped with joy, and she intensified her eye contact assault. She remained silent, keenly aware that sometimes silence speaks louder than words. Everything was understood without being said. These eyes, similar, too similar. Fang Xiu suddenly blurted out this baffling remark. Chapter 83, Your misfortune is none of my concern. Wang Yanran was incredibly sharp at deciphering a man's thoughts, and she instantly grasped the implication. Like a childhood sweetheart? An ex-girlfriend? Or his wife? Do my eyes resemble someone's? Wang Yanran cautiously inquired, feigning naivety. Your eyes bear an uncanny resemblance to my wife's. Wang Yanran grew even more delighted, feeling she had successfully crossed the threshold of death's door. She was definitely going to live. Yet before her joy could fully settle, Fang Xiu's expression suddenly transformed. He lowered his head and leaned down close to Wang Yanran's face. A grotesque, terrifying visage brimming with boundless hatred burst into Wang Yanran's field of vision. A voice of suppressed madness whispered in her ear, "So you deserve to die." When Wang Yanran saw that face, she froze in terror, involuntary memories flooding her mind of the first time she'd encountered a supernatural event back when she was still an ordinary person. That endless terror truly made people despair, made them break, utterly indescribable. And now, she was feeling that same fear once again. Yet, she couldn't comprehend for the life of her why having eyes that resembled your wife's was a death sentence. After all, even one night of marriage should create lasting affection. What grudge or resentment could be so unforgivable? Was such profound hatred truly necessary? Indeed, men were nothing but trouble. At that moment, Fang Xiu raised his scalpel, the blade flashed silver as it plunged toward her throat. Wang Yanran's pupils contracted uncontrollably as her thoughts became instantly erratic. The scalpel was dangerously close to her neck, moving with alarming speed. Logically, the moment should have passed in an instant. Yet to Wang Yanran, it felt agonizingly prolonged. Her mind seemed to be recalling her first encounter with supernatural events. Back then she was just an ordinary girl, treated like a princess by men who showered her with attention, free drinks and fruit platters in any VIP room she chose, with no need to pay, even receiving money herself. But this beautiful life changed completely in an accident. Late one night after finishing her shift, she mistakenly entered a sinister domain where there was no food nor any way out. There, she encountered many trapped men. Under the grip of fear, any negative emotions would be amplified infinitely. Thus, she became like a lamb fallen into a pack of wolves. However, she did not give up. Instead, without food, she continuously moved among the men, surviving on whatever scraps they had left. In the end, when everyone was starving and began preying on each other, she survived through sheer physical strength and eventually awakened her spiritual power, becoming a spirit master. Perhaps it was her long-term existence as a plaything that made her secretly yearn to become the master, awakening her puppet-controlling abilities. Sometimes she wondered, perhaps, if she hadn't been so vain during university, if she hadn't coveted that luxury bag, maybe she wouldn't have gone astray, wouldn't have encountered that horror after working the night shift. A streak of silver light flashed and Wang Yanran's thoughts abruptly ceased. Perhaps Fang Xiu was unaware of Wang Yanran's tragic past, but even if he had known, he would still have killed her. Because your suffering is none of my concern. Those who kill shall always be killed. After dealing with Wang Yanran, Fang Xiu suddenly heard some unusual movement behind him. Turning around, he saw Ernie Wang's silver hair unexpectedly detach itself and swiftly scuttle across the ground like a spider. Just as Fang Xiu thought it was about to flee, unexpectedly, the silver hair charged straight toward Shenling Xue in the muddy pit. Whoosh! The silver hair attached itself to Shenling Xue's black hair, like dye spreading. The cascading black locks began to lose their color bit by bit, gradually turning silver. And as the silver hair took hold, the previously unconscious Shenling Xue eerily opened her eyes. At first, a flicker of confusion passed through them, only to be replaced by unmistakable bloodlust, hatred, and fury. And with a twisting motion, her mud-caked body began to rise. As she stood, a sinister aura started spreading around her. Those silver locks broke free from gravity's pull, floating wildly like dancing serpents. Evidently, Darkness Hair's new vessel was dramatically ascending. Smack! Fang Xiu materialized ghost-like before Shen Lingshue's eyes and promptly cracked her across the face with a thunderous slap. Interrupted spellcasting. As excruciating pain far beyond what the human body could endure surged through her, Shen Lingshue's eyes rolled back as she passed out once more. Thump! She collapsed again into the mud pit, her previously fluttering silver hair now drooping lifelessly. Swish! A silver flash. The scalpel brushed past Shen Lingshue's scalp. In an instant, Fang Xiu held a handful of silver long hair in his grasp, while Shen Lingxue transformed from her former black-haired, straight-locked appearance into a close-cropped pixie cut. It wasn't that Fang Xiu wanted to cut off so much, it was simply because the only part of Shen Lingshue's hair that hadn't been infected and turned silver was the root section. Otherwise, he would have shaved it all off long ago. The silver long hair in his hand wriggled frantically like a living octopus, its strands continuously coiling around Fang Xiu's arm, seemingly trying to crawl up toward his head. Want to parasitize me? As you wish. Fang Xiu smiled, then pressed the silver hair directly onto his own head. After a brief itch on his scalp, he took out his phone to check and found his original black hair had completely disappeared, replaced by a cascading waterfall of silver locks. Then, he felt a strange and sinister aura begin to invade his mind, seemingly trying to twist his thoughts. When this aura entered his mind, his heart remained utterly calm, and he even felt slightly amused. Is that all? Immediately, Fang Xiu controlled his ink-black spiritual energy to counter-corrupt the silver-haired woman's influence. When the power of pain with its endless hatred surged into the silver hair, it seemed to startle the strands, causing them to instantly stand on end. In an instant, Fang Xiu transformed into having a full-on afro. However, accompanied by Fang Xiu's cold snort, the silver hair instantly contracted, rapidly shortening until it clung perfectly in place. In the end, it returned to Fang Xiu's original hairstyle. The silver turned back to black. Seeing that all the enemies were finally dealt with, Fang Xiu withdrew the scalpel and tucked it back at his waist. The terrifying black aura surrounding him, along with the countless howling spectral shadows, slowly dissipated at this moment. The bloody glow in his right eye faded away, leaving behind distinct black and white pupils, while his face ceased its ferocity and returned to its usual calm.